9 Sun God King Chapter 2064 to Chapter 2117. Xianxia took out a small blue cauldron. During this period of time, the spirit creation heavenly cauldron had been playing with Momo and the other little things inside the 9 Yang divine spirit. Momo and little jade rabbit would often be inside the spirit creation heavenly cauldron and then fly around. When the Heavenly Mother saw the small blue cauldron, she was only surprised. Because the small cauldron had a pair of fairy wings, causing its entire shape to look very strange. What's going on with this cauldron? It has a pair of wings. Could it be that it's turning into a fairy? The Heavenly Mother did not know that this was the spirit creation heavenly cauldron. One must know that even in the heavenly law divine realm, the spirit creation heavenly cauldron was a famous item. I can't guarantee that I can remove the contract. I need you to cooperate with me to be sure. Xianxia opened the lid of the small cauldron and smiled at the Heavenly Mother. There's no danger. The Heavenly Mother frowned as she looked at the spirit creation heavenly cauldron and asked doubtfully, just use this cauldron? How do I operate it? How do I cooperate with you? If it was anyone else who said that they could remove the contract, the Heavenly Mother would definitely not believe it. After all, it was a soul contract signed with the upper echelons of the heavenly law divine realm. However, the Xianxia in front of her was the 9 Yang Palace King, so she believed that there was a certain chance of success. Xianxia said, "This requires you to release your soul. Take out your 9 souls and 9 spirits and put them into this small cauldron." The Heavenly Mother's expression changed slightly. She looked at Xianxia and said, "Palace King, isn't this kind of cooperation too risky?" "That's my 9 souls and 9 spirits." Xianxia said with a smile, "I know, then forget it." It was indeed very difficult to hand over one's 9 souls and 9 spirits to others. Just as Xianxia was about to put away the spirit creation heavenly cauldron, the Heavenly Mother immediately said, "Wait. What's wrong?" Xianxia asked. "Are you really not going to destroy my 9 souls and 9 spirits?" The Heavenly Mother is still rather worried. "I really won't destroy it. I'm just trying." Xianxia said, "Of course, I might not succeed." Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound also wished to remove the soul contract. That way, she could give the Sun Altar to Xianxia. The Sun Altar already belonged to the natural law divine realm. If the natural law divine realm lost all of its altars, it would be a great thing for the Heavenly Mother. "Alright, I'll give it a try." Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound made her decision. Xianxia took out the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and said, "Enter the Heaven Leaping Shuttle, we will do it inside. It will be safer this way." In the 8th chamber of the Heaven Leaping Shuttle, the Heavenly Mother of Imperial Sound sat cross-legged on the soft cushion and closed her eyes, controlling her 9 souls and 9 spirits to leave her body. One had to know that once the 9 souls and 9 spirits left the body, they would be extremely weak when facing experts. It could even be said that they would not be able to withstand a single blow. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound's action means that she trusts Xianxia very much. If not, Xianxia could easily slaughter her. Xianxia took a deep breath and released a weak mental power to guide the Heavenly Mother's 9 souls and 9 spirits into the soul creation heavenly cauldron. Xianxia is somewhat excited in his heart because this will allow him to study the soul creation heavenly cauldron's abilities. This is a rare opportunity. These days, he could gradually control the soul creation heaven cauldron. At this moment, he opened his heaven's eye and combined it with the soul creation heaven cauldron. He could see the situation of the soul inside the cauldron. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound, I remember that there was a person called Old Ping inside the altar. This person can carve star transformation runes. Xianxia communicated with Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound's soul. This person came from the 9 Sun sects and took orders from the Divine Heavenly Mothers. Because I needed the altar, I made them leave the altar. Now the altar is in my hands. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound said, "Palace King, what should I do next?" Xianxia said, "Try to recall the part of the soul contract you signed. I want to find the soul power of the contract." Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound did as Xianxia said. Xianxia completely released his mental power. Formidable nether moon mental power flooded the soul creation heavenly cauldron. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound's soul can sense that Xianxia's formidable mental power is wrapping around her soul. It even wants to permeate into her soul. Very soon, Qinyan discovered that there is a very weak contract soul power inside the Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound's 9 spirits and 9 spirits. It is a very thin thread. I found it, I just need to destroy it. If I signed a soul contract with a weaker person, it would be very easy. Qinyan said. I signed a soul contract with the Divine Heavenly Mother. Her contract soul power must be very strong. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound said. Qinyan said with a smile, it is very strong, but I have a way. Next, he will use the soul creation heavenly cauldron. He took a light breath, placed both of his hands on the soul creation heavenly cauldron and fused his soul into the core of the soul creation heavenly cauldron. Then, he released his devouring power and through the soul creation heavenly cauldron, he extracted that tiny thread of contract soul power. The soul creation heavenly cauldron has a special energy that can make the soul very stable. Any soul that enters the soul creation heavenly cauldron will feel like they are in a warm and comfortable environment, they will have a very comfortable feeling. Therefore, inside the soul creation heavenly cauldron, many dangerous things can be done to the soul without harming the soul. For example, if there is no soul creation heavenly cauldron to directly extract the contract soul power, then when the contract soul power leaves the soul, it will tear the soul and cause endless pain to the soul. If it is serious, it will even cause the soul to fly away and scatter. Of course, the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother's soul is also being torn apart. However, after being torn apart, it will be immediately repaired by the soul creation heavenly cauldron's special power. The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother cannot feel the pain of her soul at all. Inside the soul creation heavenly cauldron, the soul does not feel any pain. During the process, Qinyan is ecstatic because this soul creation heavenly cauldron is simply a soul refining divine tool. Refining the soul inside the soul creation heavenly cauldron can be said that there is no need to worry about the soul shattering and can carry out all kinds of high-risk experiments. He feels that in the future, it is necessary to use the soul creation heavenly cauldron more often to do some crazy things. Not long after, he took away the contract soul power. He opened the cauldron lid and guided the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother's 9 souls and 9 spirits out and into her body. The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother opened her eyes, her beautiful eyes are filled with astonishment and said, I can't feel the restriction of the contract soul power. How did you do it? Although she completely handed over her soul to Qinyan, she cannot feel the specific process. Qinyan smiled mysteriously and said, Can you give me the altar now? The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother took out a square box and passed it to Qinyan. That altar is inside. Qinyan took the box and checked the space inside. Indeed, he saw a sun altar. He put away the sun altar and asked, The main reason you borrowed this altar to come here is to help them find the primal chaos divine Sunday. This is not an easy task. This matter could not be said by the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother before. But Qinyan had already guessed it. Yes, the Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother and the others definitely know where the primal chaos divine sun is, but this guy has already been killed. The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother nodded. Qinyan chuckled, her soul originally wanted to leave but it was taken away by me. I might be able to check her memories. There's no rush right now, let's go to the Ice Royal race first. The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother was not bound by the soul contract, so she could deal with those Heavenly Mothers freely. In order to let the Heavenly Law Divine Realm know the hatred in her heart, she had to deal with those Heavenly Mothers. Only in this way would the Heavenly Mother of Heavenly Love and the Heavenly Law Divine Realm regret taking away her heavenly embryo. Qinyan obtained another altar. Moreover, the process was very easy. Palace King, do the other Heavenly Mothers know that I killed the Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother? The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother asked. They probably don't know. However, they definitely know that you insulted the God of Love. Qinyan said with a smile, Your heavenly embryo was taken away, it's normal for you to insult the God of Love. They should be able to understand. Tian Yan and Tian Hui are both very loyal to me. It's a pity that they have been taken back to the heavenly embryo to be reforged. Now, in the sun-sacred land, the 8 saint kings who were once my subordinates will definitely listen to the God of Love. Speaking of this matter, the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother gritted her teeth. The heaven-leaping shuttle flew quickly towards the Ice Royal tribe. Qinyan was not too worried because the defense of the Ice Royal tribe was not weak. With the divine inscription mountain there, the divine universe ice dragon, great sage Wu and the ice race king, as well as the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation in the hands of the immortal desolate dragon emperor, they could condense a rather powerful offensive and defensive power. Those heavenly mothers still have 2 more altars in their hands. Qin Yan was also lacking these 2 altars. He wants to gather all the altars before going to the divine desolate and use them to construct the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation. His current 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation is formed by 9 dragon rune heavenly sabers. He used it to defend against attacks before and it was almost destroyed. When facing formidable power, the dragon rune heavenly saber's defensive power is still not enough. If it was merged into the 9 powerful altars, it would have enough defensive power. White Wind Heavenly Mother and Purple Ice Heavenly Mother each have an altar. Don't worry, I no longer have any misgivings. I will do my best to help you obtain their altars. Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother said. Qin Yan is in the control room, looking at the distant Mother Moon. He muttered, the situation over at the Mother Moon must be very bad. What are those half-gods doing? I don't know. In short, I don't want to face half-gods. My current strength is not enough to deal with them. The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother shook her head and said. The Ice Royal tribe is located in a large mountain. Within the large mountain, giant trees are rising from the ground. There are many tree holes on the thick and solid tree trunks. Many ice race people are standing in the tree holes, looking outside with grave expression. This forest of giant trees was surrounded by a faint icy aura. Under the illumination of the sun, the icy aura became stronger and stronger. And in the sky, a mighty aura suddenly overflowed to the heavens, a mighty energy wave rushed over. 8 heavenly mothers are leading their 100,000 celestial army, majestically rushing over. The moment the divine universe ice dragon released its aura, all the celestials in the sky were shocked. They thought that ice dragon would become very weak after abandoning the body bestowed by the heavenly Tao. But now, the divine universe ice dragon's aura was extremely powerful. If the divine universe ice dragon could grow to its former cultivation level, it would definitely become an expert in the divine wilderness. The Ice Royal tribe had made ample preparations. They had strengthened the barrier around the Ice Royal tribe, and they had also gathered all the other villages of the Ice Royal tribe. Xinyu Ice Dragon and the others stood at the top of a tall mountain, their auras no weaker than the hundreds of thousands of Devis. The Hall King might have other matters to attend to, so he won't be able to make it. The divine universe Ice Dragon did not wait for Qin Yan's arrival. He also knew that Qin Yan, the 9 Hall King, was most likely searching for the Chaos Divine Sunday. These heavenly mothers are not all here. There should be 10 of them, right? Ice Race King said, it doesn't matter if Palace King is not here, we can stop them. Great Sage Wu frowned and said, the heavenly mothers are not all here, could there be 2 heavenly mothers lying in ambush? Of the 2 heavenly mothers that didn't come, one was the Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother, which had been killed. The other is the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother. She and Qin Yan are on the way. There were 8 huge palaces floating in the air. The palace was surrounded by giant dragons and flying beasts. The Heavenly Mother and the powerful holy kings under her command were inside the palace. A voice came from a white palace. Divine Cosmic Ice Dragon, have you thought it through? These 8 heavenly mothers were attacking the divine Cosmic Ice Dragon from all sides. Their main goal was to capture the divine Cosmic Ice Dragon and force it to reveal the location of the young seed. Over the past few days, they had been searching for the young seed from time to time, but the young seed ran very fast. Even though there were many heaven beings, they were unable to catch up to it. They had been here for such a long time, but they had gained nothing. Moreover, they had to consume a large amount of resources every day. Only by finding the red quickly could they reduce their consumption. I will never compromise with you, the divine universe Ice Dragon said coldly. Ice Dragon's momentum was very strong. The entire Ice Clan was ready for battle. The Ice King tribe was filled with a strong battle intent, which also caused the hearts of the people in the sky to tremble. If they fought, the Celestials would definitely suffer great losses. This would be a lose-lose situation. However, the heavenly mothers weren't afraid, because they could create new heavenly beings through heavenly fetuses after they died. If that's the case, then we can only fight. White Wind Heavenly Mother sneered, you bastards, isn't it good to live well? You insist on courting death. Today, I'll let you all experience the terror of heaven's might. The devas in the sky let out a deafening roar as they attacked the Ice Royal tribe's barrier. Countless balls of golden light, with dazzling light, struck the barrier. Boom boom, the barrier was bombarded by countless balls of energy, like a huge firecracker exploding continuously. The entire Ice Royal tribe was covered in a golden mist. The golden, brutal energy flattened everything around the Ice Royal tribe. The Divine Universe Ice Dragon and the others were inside the barrier, and the intense golden light stung their eyes. However, they still widened their eyes and looked at the situation in the sky. Their faces were all very solemn, and they were also extremely shocked. With so many powerful celestials attacking, the power was really terrifying to the extreme. What made them feel relieved was that the barrier could actually hold on and it was very stable. This was mainly due to the Divine Inscription Mountain's Black Tortoise Great Formation and the Nine Dragons Heavenly Origin Formation. After these two great formations were combined, their defensive power was also extremely strong. After a round of crazy attack, the Celestials finally stopped. Hundreds of thousands of Celestials let out cries of alarm. They joined forces to attack, but they actually couldn't break the barrier. What made them most alarmed was that the barrier seemed to have a kind of devouring ability. It was absorbing their energy just now. This is the Divine Inscription Mountain devouring. Inside the Divine Inscription Mountain is the Nine Dragons Heavenly Origin Formation, and now it is in the middle of the formation. Originally, the Divine Inscription Mountain had a very strong devouring ability. Now, with the Nine Dragons Heavenly Origin Formation, it can shoot the attacking energy into the formation. Xianxia said, "The formation is very stable, there is no sign of it being broken. It should be able to hold on for a period of time." Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor frowned and said, "I'm just worried about those altars. I don't know how many altars they have." The altars in the hands of the Heavenly Mother can condense the power of the sun to attack. Moreover, there is also energy from the Divine Desolate inside. Now, only those altars can threaten the Ice Royal tribe's barrier. After the Celestials stopped attacking, the Heavenly Mothers began discussing. Imperial Sound and Blue Pearl are not here, they each have an altar. White Wind Heavenly Mother secretly transmitted her voice to other Heavenly Mothers and cursed in low voice, "What are these two doing? They are not even coming over for such an important matter. Imperial Sound is insulting Heavenly Mother forgetting, plus her heavenly embryo was taken away, maybe she is disheartened and won't come over," a Heavenly Mother said. "Then Blue Pearl should be coming over," White Wind Heavenly Mother said. Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother's altar is already in Xianxia's hands. Heavenly Mother Forgetting also knows about this matter, but she didn't say anything. Heavenly Mother Forgetting Love can already guess that because of her anger, Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound has begun to retaliate against other Heavenly Mothers. If they pursue the matter, she, Heavenly Mother Forgetting Love, will also be responsible. Because at this critical juncture, she very excessively wanted to take away Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound's heavenly embryo and take away other people's hand. "I don't care." White Wind Heavenly Mother cursed, "Purple Ice Heavenly Mother, let's release the altar and break that barrier. We need to quickly capture the Divine Universe Ice Dragon to prevent those demigods from the extreme land from coming over." Two enormous altars as large as mountains suddenly appeared in the sky. The altar flickering with golden light suddenly appeared and floated in the sky, crazily absorbing the sun's energy. Divine power surged out from inside the altar. A burst of golden radiance flickered and enveloped the Ice Royal tribe below. The people inside the tribe all have solemn expression. Those two altars are giving them no small amount of pressure, the Divine Universe Ice Dragon said. "Let's begin, don't let them break the barrier." As he spoke, he suddenly flew into the sky. A roar filled with dragon might shook the sky, the earth trembled and cold air rushed in all directions. White cold air filled the sky. After the second dragon roar, a huge dragon that looks like it is made of ice appeared in the sky. The ice dragon transformed into its original form. After transforming into its dragon form, the ice dragon crazily attacked the two altars. Soon after, Great Sage Wu and Ice Race King raised their weapons and rushed into the group of heavenly beings in the sky. The other Ice Race people used spears or all kinds of bows and arrows to attack the heavenly beings inside the tribe. A chaotic great battle erupted. In the blink of an eye, a large group of heavenly armor guards and heavenly beings were frozen into ice balls. When the frozen heavenly beings and heavenly armor guards fell, they collided with the barrier and exploded, and then the barrier devoured their energy. Only the divine universe Ice Dragon, Great Sage Wu, and Ice Race King went out to fight. Great Sage Wu and Ice Race King shuttled through a group of powerful heavenly beings, quickly killing them. They did not directly confront the holy kings. Because those holy kings were indeed very strong, if such a holy king attacked, once they were surrounded, it would be very troublesome. Therefore, they used a wandering strategy, moving at high speed in the air and killing a large number of heavenly beings. The Ice Race people on the ground were also very powerful. They mastered the strange power of ice, which gave those heavenly beings a headache. Although their heavenly armors could resist, they could not resist for long before their energy was consumed. After the heavenly armors weakened, their defense became extremely poor, and if they continued to be attacked, they would be broken. When the Ice Race people attacked on the ground, it didn't matter even if they attacked the Ice Dragon's huge body. This was because the Divine Universe Ice Dragon was not afraid of that kind of attack at all. Instead, it could absorb that kind of energy. The Divine Universe Ice Dragon's huge body danced violently in the air. With a furious sweep of its huge dragon tail, it could sweep a large group of heavenly beings to the ground. When the dragon's claws stretched out, it could grab a palace and crush it. The strength of the Divine Universe Ice Dragon far exceeded the expectations of the Heavenly Mothers. At this moment, they were all panicking as they led the Holy Kings out. Divine Universe Ice Dragon, I really didn't expect that you would still be so powerful after abandoning the body bestowed by the Heavenly Tao. The White Wind Heavenly Mother sneered, but don't be complacent. Today, you will die completely. Return to the heavens. An old woman in a purple robe coldly shouted as she controlled the altar to gather energy. The altar was very strong. Even if it was attacked by the Divine Universe Ice Dragon, it could still store energy within the altar. After all, the Divine Universe Ice Dragon's strength was limited. The altar that had been modified by the Heavenly Law Divine Realm was very strong. He attacked it several times but was unable to break through the altar, nor was he able to stop it from absorbing the power of the sun. Divine Universe Ice Dragon, if you don't give up resisting, you and the Ice Royal tribe below will be destroyed by the altar. The White Wind Heavenly Mother sneered. Although many heaven men and heavenly armor guards had been killed, these heavenly mothers were still very calm and did not feel any heartache. Because in their eyes, only those sacred kings were worth caring about. If the heaven died, they could just go back and use the heavenly embryo to create some more. The Divine Universe Ice Dragon used its long and large dragon body to wrap around the two altars and roared, "I won't let you succeed." He wanted to drag those two altars away, however, the altar was producing a very strong energy at this moment, bursting out with waves of intense golden divine light. This caused the Divine Universe Ice Dragon to scream in pain. Ha ha ha. After all, you were created by the Heavenly Tao. How could we not know your strength? The White Wind Heavenly Mother laughed loudly, "Stop struggling, you can't beat us." The Purple Ice Heavenly Mother sneered, "We are the Heavenly Tao. You want to go against the Heavenly Tao, you are truly foolish. Now, you have seen how strong we are." Behind the 8 Heavenly Mothers stood a dozen or so powerful sacred kings. All of them were arrogant and their eyes were filled with contempt as they coldly looked at the Divine Universe Ice Dragon. Suddenly, a white light flew over from afar, a burst of violent spatial fluctuations, like ripples on water. Sensing the spatial fluctuation, the expressions of the 8 Heavenly Mothers and more than 100 sacred kings immediately changed. Such a powerful spatial fluctuation was enough to cut off the connection between the altar and the divine wasteland. They suddenly thought of something. Feeling the terrifying spatial turbulence, everyone present was incomparably horrified, especially the Ice Race who had been in the Sun Holy Land for many years. They knew very well how solid the space of the Sun Holy Land was. The group of Heavenly Mothers also knew that the space here was very sturdy. It was extremely difficult to create such a powerful spatial fluctuation. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come in through the passage between the two poles. The tyrannical spatial turbulence swept out in all directions. This kind of spatial turbulence didn't have much of an effect on people. At most, they would be blasted away by the shockwaves. Although the Heavenly Mother and the Celestial Being weren't affected by the spatial turbulence, their expressions were extremely ugly. Palace King Nine Yang had arrived. This was the enemy of the Heavenly Tao since ancient times. Qin Yun and the Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound rushed to the Ice Royal Tribe in the Heavenly Leaping Shuttle. As soon as they arrived, they saw 2 altars floating in the air. Without another word, Qin Yun took out the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion Cannon and fired a spatial cannonball to disrupt space. Originally, he had prepared 2 spatial cannonballs. However, because the 2 altars were together, he only needed 1 shot. The altar was cut off from the Divine Wilderness. Divine Desolate was unable to control the runes inside the altar and was unable to make the altar release energy attacks. Qin Yun cast the Light Transformation Sacred Pupil and arrived above the Divine Universe Ice Dragon in the blink of an eye. Everyone immediately saw Qin Yun, who was wearing a blue inscription master robe. He is floating in the air and calmly looking at the 2 altars. The altar was coiled around by the Divine Cosmic Ice Dragon's gigantic body. At this moment, it was extremely quiet and there was no movement at all. When the Divine Universe Ice Dragon saw Qin Yun, it immediately released the altar. "Kill," the White Wind Heavenly Mother roared. 8 Heavenly Mothers and close to 200 Holy Kings charged at Qin Yun from all directions with surging killing intent. In the blink of an eye, all kinds of violent attacks came from all directions. At the same time, Qin Yun stored the 2 altars into the 9 Sun Divine Soul. Finally, most of the altars have fallen into Qin Yun's hands. The Sun altar was originally bestowed by the 9 Suns to the 9 Suns sects to pass down the Tao. But the 8 9 Suns sects all betrayed the 9 Suns and joined the natural law divine realm. Only Qin Yun did not betray them, so he took back all the altars. Shwa shwa shwa, 9 dragon-patterned heavenly blades suddenly appeared. They formed a large circle. The heavenly 9 dragons formation was instantly formed. Within the grand array, the divine universe metal and stone constantly released a berserk divine universe power as the grand array revolved. Only the 8 Heavenly Mothers were able to rush out as soon as they saw the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation. As for the Saint Kings under them, they rushed over without thinking, but did not know that they had already entered into the formation. "Retreat!" The White Wind Heavenly Mother's face was deathly pale as she screamed. The 9 dragons heaven origin formation activated, and the 9 dragon rune heavenly blades, which formed a large circle, began to spin frantically. The Divine Universe Ice Dragon transformed into human form and stood beside Qin Yun. The 9 dragons heaven origin formation was activated, and 9 colored light surged out like a dragon. Countless 9 colored lightning bolts shot back and forth. Upon closer inspection, the lightning bolts were like swords or dragons, ferociously charging back and forth within the formation. This was the power of the 9 dragons heavenly origin formation. Qin Yun was the owner of the 9 dragons heavenly origin formation, so he would not be attacked inside the formation. The Divine Universe Ice Dragon was beside him, so it could avoid being implicated. The dragon marking heavenly blade became extremely large, reaching 1,000 zhang in length. It formed a large circle, forming a killing formation. Within the killing formation, there was a large group of Saint Kings and powerful heavenly beings. At this moment, the bodies of those Saint Kings and heavenly beings were pierced through by the dragon swords formed from the power of the 9 dragons divine universe. Although they were wearing heavenly armor, the 9 dragons heavenly origin formation had already been implanted with runes to suppress the heavenly armor. Their heavenly armors were all ineffective inside the formation. Several thousand powerful heavenly beings originally wanted to rush over and kill Qin Yun. However, after they arrived, Qin Yun released the 9 dragons heavenly origin formation and surrounded them. Countless heavenly beings were pierced by the dragon swords and let out miserable screams. Some heavenly beings were directly torn to shreds and turned into pieces. The nether spirit sacred blade inside the dragon marking heavenly blade is also absorbing those remnant souls. Qin Yun held his hands behind his back, his expression is cold. The heavenly beings and Saint Kings around him are all screaming miserably. The large group of heavenly beings outside the formation, as well as the 8 heavenly mothers, are all frantically attacking the dragon marking heavenly blade. They are incomparably terrified. They finally experienced the terror of the 9 Yang Palace King. The Ice Royal Tribe's Elder Chen looked at the sky with reverence and sighed. This is the power of the Palace King. The 9 Yang Palace King truly lives up to his reputation. The enemy of the heavenly Tao has competed with the heavenly law divine realm for many years. Of course he has some skill. Shiman Dazhuang laughed. From afar, the Heavenly Mother looked at the densely packed lightning dragon swords within the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation. Her heart was filled with incomparable shock. That kind of lightning dragon sword, with just a few casual strikes, pierced through the Saint King's body and created a bloody hole. Although the weaker heavenly beings were also at the late stage of the quintessential saint realm, they were torn to shreds by a few lightning dragon swords. The Heavenly Mother also saw that the 8 Saint Kings who were once her subordinates were now covered in wounds and missing arms and legs. She was very clear about the strength of those Saint Kings, but within that terrifying formation, they were actually unable to withstand a single blow. Even many famous Saint Kings were being killed one after another. The power of the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation was simply harvesting. The formation spun and the lightning was like a dragon transforming into a sword. The inside of the formation was like a punishment hell. Many powerful heavenly beings and Saint Kings, who were usually insufferably arrogant, were now like ants. Is this the strength accumulated from fighting against the heavenly Tao for so many years? The Heavenly Mother bit her lower lip in fear. They had all heard of the legend of the 9 Yang Palace King. However, they had never seen how terrifying the Palace King's strength was. There were even many heavenly mothers who felt that the 9 Yang Palace King would not be able to return to his peak strength, so they disdained him. The Heavenly Mother had a vague feeling that the Palace King of this life would be even stronger than before. Suddenly, the formation stopped. The 9 dragon inscription heavenly sabers flickered with golden light as the dragon totem on the surface surged with power. Many fragments floated within the formation. Those powerful Saint Kings were actually shattered and floated around like trash. Kill. Kill. The white-winged Heavenly Mother was furious to the extreme as she cried out twice. The formation has stopped. There's no energy left, kill him. The Purple Ice Heavenly Mother also shouted. Xianxia sneered as the formation began to operate once again. This time, the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation produced an incomparably powerful suction force. The people around the formation were immediately sucked into the formation and crazily killed. The inside of the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation was like a life harvester. The people who were sucked in were instantly torn apart by the violent energy. Xianxia had used 90 divine universe golden stones to activate the formation. This group of Heaven Realm people could be said to be the strongest Heaven Realm people in the saint-level space. They were also the strongest force of the Heavenly Law Divine Realm in the saint-level space. He wanted to exterminate all of this power in one breath. This way, the next time the sacred wasteland was reborn, it would not be persecuted by the Heavenly Law Divine Realm. Ice Dragon, I'll send you out. It shouldn't be difficult for you to deal with those Heavenly Mothers, right? Xianxia said. The Divine Universe Ice Dragon was behind Xianxia. Looking at the sea of lightning dragon swords that were violently pulsing around it, it had already fallen into incomparable shock. He came back to his senses and said, "No problem at all. As long as those Heavenly Mothers are not at the demigod level, I can deal with them. Try your best to keep their corpses," Xianxia said. He had devoured a Heavenly Mother before, so he felt that if he devoured another one, he might be able to break through. The Divine Universe Ice Dragon was sent out of the formation by Xianxia. Other than the powerful Heavenly Mother, who was not sucked in, the other heavenly beings were sucked into the formation once they were locked onto by Xianxia's powerful mental power. The Divine Universe Ice Dragon, the Martial Sage, the Ice Race King and the powerful elders of the Ice Race all took action to surround and kill the Heavenly Mothers. The Heavenly Mother of Imperial Sound was wearing a purple gold heavenly armor, a black robe, and a white mask. She also rushed towards a Heavenly Mother. She had long since hated this group of Heavenly Mothers for bullying a little girl like her all day long. If it wasn't for the oppression of this group of Heavenly Mothers, the number of Heaven Realm people under her would not be so few. Now that she had completely fallen out with the Heavenly Law Divine Realm, she was no longer afraid and crazily attacked the Heavenly Mother that she had hated for many years. Hundreds of thousands of Heaven Realm people besieging the Ice Royal Tribe, they originally had a high chance of winning, and no matter how they looked at it, they were several times stronger than them. In the eyes of those Heavenly Mothers, the Ice Royal Tribe only had 2 choices. They could either compromise or be destroyed. However, they did not expect that the 9 Yang Palace King, who suddenly appeared, would directly take away the 2 altars after creating a spatial ripple. Then, the formation was released and harvested the lives of a large number of holy kings and powerful Heaven Realm people like cutting grass. Following that, hundreds of thousands of Heaven Realm people were sucked into the formation and their bodies were instantly torn. Apart, the Heaven Realm people were killed and the energy gathered at the formation core. At this time, Qin Yin could not devour the berserk energy because it contained too many different kinds of energy. However, there was a lot of this energy and it could not be wasted. After Qin Yin gathered it in the middle of the formation, it fell into the Divine Inscription Mountain. The Divine Inscription Mountain could devour this kind of energy, but it would take a long time to refine it. The Purple Ice Heavenly Mother was fighting with the Heavenly Mother of Imperial Sound. After a few hits, the Purple Ice Heavenly Mother said in shock, "You are Imperial Sound? That's right, go to hell." The Heavenly Mother of Imperial Sound threw out a few throwing knives to suppress the purple gold heavenly armor on the Purple Ice Heavenly Mother's body. Then, a sword pierced through the Purple Ice Heavenly Mother's head and injected berserk mental power, tearing her soul apart. She had fought with these Heavenly Mothers many times in the past, but in the end, they were evenly matched. The main reason was that the other party also had heavenly armor. Now, she had obtained the sacred talisman weapon from Qin Yin to suppress the heavenly armor. Therefore, once she suppressed the other party's heavenly armor, she would be able to quickly win. The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother put away the Purple Ice Heavenly Mother's corpse. That was for Qin Yin. Then, she rushed towards the Ice Race King to help deal with the Heavenly Mother. Currently, the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother was the strongest among the Heavenly Mothers. It was mainly because she had absorbed the energy of the Sun Seed. The other Heavenly Mothers were all aging. After their bodies withered, their strength was limited. And the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother, who understood the Heavenly Mother the best, was able to gain the upper hand at this time. Qin Yin watched the battle from inside the Nine-Dragon Heavenly Origin formation. He felt a bit more at ease. The Heavenly Mothers did not seem that powerful at this moment. Qin Yin had previously asked the Divine Cosmos Ice Dragon about the group of demigod experts, but the Divine Cosmos Ice Dragon did not know much about it. This was because he was unable to probe what happened in the land of Extreme Mean. Against the Heavenly Mother, the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother was the best, and she was also the most ferocious. When he was in the Natural Law Divine Realm, as a junior, the Heavenly Mother of Imperial Sound was often bullied by the group of old Heavenly Mothers. On top of that, her heavenly embryo had been snatched away, so she was filled with rage. Now, he was attacking with all his might. Qin Yin controlled the Nine Dragons' Heavenly Origin Array and transferred energy to the Divine Inscription Mountain. At the same time, he paid attention to his surroundings. Although most of the heavenly men were killed and the Heavenly Mothers were surrounded, Qin Yin felt a very strange aura around him. He possessed Nethermoon's mental power, so his mental power was very strong. When he concentrated his mental power to probe, he could sense situations that others could not. "Xiao Yun, did you find anything?" Ling Yan'er asked. "I have a strange feeling, I can't tell what it is." Qin Yin's expression sank as he looked outside the tribal barrier. That was where the Divine Universe Ice Dragon and a Heavenly Mother were fighting. Over there, although the aura was tyrannical and chaotic, there was an aura that Qin Yin found very unfamiliar. Something is with the Divine Universe Ice Dragon. Qin Yin quickly opened his heavenly eye and saw a massive gray energy under the devastated land. There was something hidden underground. The energy on its body was gray, and it did not look evil. Its aura was very weak, and it could not be determined if it was strong or not. The thing hidden underground was emitting a gray aura, as if it was accumulating power and preparing to attack. After discovering it, Qin Yin immediately shouted to the Divine Universe Ice Dragon, "Divine Universe Ice Dragon, quickly dodge." When the Divine Universe Ice Dragon heard Qin Yin's panicked shout, it immediately gave up on attacking Heavenly Mother and dodged. Just as he dodged, a gray figure emerged from the ground. Qin Yin could clearly see that it was a young man wearing tight gray leather clothes. He held a gray saber in his hand. The gray-skinned young man leaped out from the ground and instantly arrived in the air. With a slash of his blade, he sliced the Heavenly Mother in half. The instant the Heavenly Mother was killed, she immediately turned into a gray mist and was devoured by the gray-skinned young man. At that moment, the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother had just killed the Violet Ice Heavenly Mother and kept her body. The gray-skinned youth looked at Qin Yin, his gray eyes are cold and gloomy. His callous face has turned gray, one can feel the anger in his heart. Because it was Qin Yin who warned the Divine Universe Ice Dragon to dodge, otherwise he would have gotten rid of it. "Come back!" Qin Yin shouted. the divine universe ice dragon was extremely shocked. He was well aware of the young man's strength. He was a demigod. If not for Qin Yan's timely warning, he would have been killed and turned into a gray mist that would have been absorbed. Hearing Qin Yan's shout, the imperial sound Heavenly Mother, Great Sage Wu, the Ice Tribe's king, the divine universe ice dragon, and the other elders of the Ice Royal tribe rushed to the center of the Nine Dragons' heavenly origin formation. When they arrived, the gray-skinned young man's spirit mother, he rushed to the sound Kosh. Mother of clans of God Kos Dragon. Demon Sage Qin Dragon Demons Formation Qin of Clan against Demon Formation Realm Mother of Mother. Qin Demon of Qin Kos Qin, the gray-skinned young man did not expect the attack to be so fast, and he felt that his body could block it, so he did not dodge at all. Boom, the young man was struck by the nine-colored lightning and was sent flying into the distance, but he was not injured. Just now, the imperial sound Heavenly Mother could feel death brush past her, and she was so scared that a chill ran down her spine. Soon, Great Sage Wu and the others gathered behind Qin Yan and entered the Ice Royal tribe's barrier. At the same time, 3 people wearing the same gray leather clothes suddenly appeared and killed the remaining Heavenly Mothers. How powerful were those Heavenly Mothers? Yet, they were beaten into gray mist and absorbed in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, the gray-skinned men were crazily attacking the enormous dragon mark Heavenly Blade. The dragon stripe Heavenly Blade rumbled under the attacks. Even with the protection of the powerful Nine Dragons Heaven Origin formation, it was still unable to withstand the attacks. Fortunately, the devouring speed of the Divine Mountain was very fast. It had already devoured more than half of the energy gathered by the Nine Dragons Heavenly Origin Array. In order to protect the Nine Dragons Heavenly Origin Array, Qin Yan could only stop. He put away the array and entered the tribe's barrier. The energy gathered in the air was the energy of the dead Devis. At this moment, 5 gray-skinned men appeared in the air. As soon as they appeared, they rushed into the energy and shot out balls of gray mist. The large amount of golden light flickering in the air suddenly turned into gray mist and was absorbed by the gray-skinned men. They should be those half-god guys. Qin Yan safely returned to the tribe's barrier. His expression is cold. He is worried that the barrier won't be able to hold on. Half-god is an existence that surpasses peak quintessential saint realm. This kind of experts can only be found in the god realm space. In the saint realm space, those with this kind of strength would be forcibly sucked into the divine desolate. But because of many reasons, the sun-sacred land has evolved to a level between saint realm and god realm. That's why half-god level experts can appear here. Who are you people? The divine universe ice dragon shouted. We are the real people, you are just food in our eyes, the gray-skinned man said with sneer. The other gray-skinned men are holding long sabers or large swords. Some are young, some are middle-aged. They are floating in the air, their bodies are overflowing with gray energy. Their aura is not strong, it can be said that they don't have any aura at all. Even their aura is very vague and hard to sense. Earlier, Qin Yan only sensed a rather strange aura. Even though these people burst out with very strong power just now, they did not release any strong energy aura. Qin Yan suspects that the gray energy is the energy form of these people. As for what attribute it is, he is still unable to determine it. A gray-skinned middle-aged man suddenly shouted. After shouting, the earth suddenly shook. It is unknown where the formidable energy came from. It is attacking the tribe's barrier. These few half-god level people are attacking the barrier. With their strength, they will definitely be able to break through. Qin Yan immediately controlled the 9 dragon rune heavenly sabers to fly at the edge of the barrier. Together with the divine inscription mountain, he strengthened the tribe's barrier. In our eyes, you are just small fish and prawns. Just you wait, we will definitely catch you. The gray-skinned man's face revealed a cold smile. His eyes contemptuously swept over the people on the mountain top. Martial Great Sage, Divine Universe Ice Dragon and Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother, they can be said to be the strongest quintessential Saint Realm experts. If the half-god level experts were ordinary humans or beasts, they might be able to deal with them together. But these gray-skinned people are not ordinary humans. Qin Yan took out the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion Cannon and placed a very strong star cannonball inside. He shot it towards the sky. The cannonball can penetrate the barrier from the inside. The cannonball brought along very strong energy and shot towards the gray-skinned youth. The gray-skinned youth somewhat angrily sneered, then quickly waved his hand and shot out a gray energy wave. The star cannonball suddenly turned into gray energy mist and then was absorbed. Come, bring a few more. The gray-skinned youth laughed heartily and said, I already said, you are just food, no matter how you attack, your energy will become our food. All the experts inside the barrier were terrified because their barrier wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Once it was broken, they would most likely be killed by these people. Palace King, who are they? Divine Universe Ice Dragon asked. Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother, Martial Great Sage and others also looked at Xianxia. I am not sure. Don't worry, the barrier can still hold for a few more days. Xianxia looked at Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother and said, follow me. Xianxia took out the floating cloud pagoda and brought Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother inside. Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother promptly said, Palace King, those guys are very powerful, they far surpass us in all aspects. Our energy doesn't seem to pose any threat to them. Once they break the barrier, we will be finished. I know, that's why I must quickly break through. I must at least have late-stage quintessential Saint Realm cultivation to dare fight them. Xianxia said. Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother immediately understood and took out the two Heavenly Mother's corpses. Xianxia and Lingyin cooperated and controlled the two Nether Suns to quickly devour the energy inside the Heavenly Mother's corpses. Although Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother knows that Xianxia has mastered a very strong devouring power, she is still very astonished. She asked, Palace King, do you know what's going on with those guys? Xianxia's expression is cold and heavy as he said, if my guess is not wrong, they should be creatures born from Primal Chaos Divine Sun. It seems like that Primal Chaos Divine Sun is very likely near the Extreme Land. He is Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother's soul, so as long as he searches her memories, he will know the specific location. Creatures born from Primal Chaos Divine Sun? Then other than humans, there must also be beasts. Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother's expression changed. Indeed. Those guys are all half-god level. Xianxia nodded and said. He quickly devoured the two Heavenly Mothers and stored their energy inside the Nether Sun. He told Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother to go out and tell the people outside to patiently wait for him to break through. The gray-skinned man in the sky is very angry when he attacked the barrier. Because they did not break it in one go. Listen up, we are Primal Chaos Race, the most powerful creatures in the world. If you don't want to die a painful death, it would be best for you to obediently come out. The gray-skinned man shouted. Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother is secretly alarmed because just as Xianxia guessed, these people were born from the mysterious Primal Chaos Divine Sunday. Xianxia also heard that person's words from inside the floating cloud pagoda. Xiaoyun, what is the power of Primal Chaos Divine Sun? Is it that kind of gray energy? Lingyin said. I don't know. I have to fight them first. Xianxia also wants to know how strong Primal Chaos Divine Sun is, but his current strength is not enough. This sun-sacred land has a Primal Chaos Divine Sun and it has existed for many years. The Divine Universe Ice Dragon already existed before it came. Inside the floating cloud pagoda, Xianxia cultivated with Zi Qingqing and the others to speed up the process of refining the Heavenly Mother's energy. While cultivating, he kept thinking about the Primal Chaos race. There are many legends about the Primal Chaos Divine Sun, but there has never been any mention of the Primal Chaos race. The Primal Chaos race must have always existed, but they disappeared for a period of time or they have yet to come to this world. Xiaoyun, back then when you were still the Nine-Yang Palace King, didn't you meet a group of very strong people in the Ancient Desolate? Lingyin said, is it possible that they are from the Primal Chaos race? I don't know, the few Primal Chaos race fellows outside, the power they are currently displaying is that kind of gray energy. The group of fellows I met in the Ancient Desolate did not have any obvious energy characteristics. Xianxia previously thought of the group of mysterious experts that suddenly appeared in the Ancient Desolate. Therefore, he did not rule out this possibility. The mysterious experts that suddenly descended from the Ancient Desolate are most likely from the Primal Chaos race. Maybe they were born from an even stronger Primal Chaos Divine Sun. Now we can be sure that the Primal Chaos race is very strong. Lingyin said, this is the power of the Primal Chaos Divine Sunday. If you can really create a Primal Chaos Divine Sun, you might be able to become like them. Xianxia thought, I wonder how the primal chaos divine sun in this sun's sacred land was formed. Was it refined by someone or was it born naturally? He is very puzzled about this. The divine universe ice dragon previously said that there is a mysterious old man secretly plotting all of this. That old man most likely used this sun's sacred land to give birth to a primal chaos divine Sunday. As for whether or not the primal chaos race was created by him, it is unknown. Xiao Yun, there are primal chaos race in the ancient desolate, but those guys can't go to other spaces. If the primal chaos race goes to the god level space, they might be able to become the overlord of the god level space. Ling Yin'er said. This might be the plan of the primal chaos race. This plan is too far in the future. Qin Yin said in astonishment. Because this can be traced back to the Nine Yang era. Ling Yin'er said, no matter what, as long as you have enough strength, you don't need to be afraid of all kinds of changes. I feel that after the Nine Yang Nirvana rebirth, a large number of primal chaos race will appear. Qin Yin said, maybe, after the Nirvana rebirth, the mysterious primal race will rise. Ling Yin'er was surprised. Could it be that someone has been planning for many years to let the chaos race rise? It's possible that there are two heavenly Tao. The chaos race and heavenly man are two living beings created by the heavenly Tao. They are secretly competing. Qin Yin made a bold guess. If that's the case, then the primal chaos race created by the other heavenly Tao is really nothing. Ling Yin'er said angrily, so arrogant, no different from those celestials. While Qin Yin is cultivating, he heard a series of explosions coming from outside. The attacks of the primal chaos race intensified. The Ice Royal tribe's barrier was very strong, but it wouldn't last long because it consumed a lot of energy. Especially when it was attacked by a powerful force, it would consume even more energy. Fortunately, Qin Yin's 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation had joined in. Otherwise, it would not have lasted long before it was breached. Currently, the Ice Tribe was gathered under the Divine Universe Ice Dragon's summon. They were gathering their strength. They were prepared to gather the power of their entire race to fight back against the primal chaos race. The Heavenly Mother of Imperial Sound was inside the floating cloud pagoda, just beside Qin Yin and company. She suddenly took out a mirror. It was a message from the natural law divine realm. Heavenly Mother of Imperial Sound, what happened over there? Weren't you attacking the Ice Royal race? Why are they all dead? The altar has also been disconnected. The one who asked was an old woman. Humph, I will no longer work for your natural law divine realm. At the critical moment, you actually took away my heavenly embryo. The Heavenly Mother snorted coldly. She was secretly delighted because the natural law divine realm did not know of her betrayal. The main reason was that the Heavenly Mothers and the Sacred Kings had died too quickly and did not have the time to send a message to the natural law divine realm. This matter is indeed Heavenly Mother Moai's fault. We have already criticized her. The old woman said, Sacred Wasteland Sun Sacred Land, what happened? Did you find the primal divine sun? What about the other Heavenly Mothers? Are you just criticizing her? Humph, it seems like you really don't take this matter to heart. The Heavenly Mother of Imperial Sound was very angry. Then what do you want? The Heavenly Mother Moai has an extremely high status in the natural law divine realm. It's already very good that we can criticize her. The old woman said. At this moment, she was very anxious because out of so many Heavenly Mothers, only the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother was still in contact. The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother thought about it carefully and said, those Heavenly Mothers are all dead, their altars have been taken away, and their holy kings and celestials have all been wiped out. What? That old woman cried out in disbelief. My heavenly embryo was taken away and I didn't have any subordinates, so I didn't go with them to attack the Ice Royal tribe. I'm just watching from afar, said the Heavenly Mother. Then who did it? Was it that Palace King Nine Yang? How can he be so powerful? Although the old woman was the Heavenly Mother, she couldn't help but feel terrified. This was because that kind of power was simply too powerful. If he were to grow up one day and have the same cultivation as the experts of the Divine Wasteland, he would definitely be able to fight against their natural law divine realm. The Celestial Mothers all knew that Palace King Nine Yang had once been the king of the gods. Later, he had died and reincarnated after being tricked by Celestial Mother Moai's incarnation, the love goddess. Back then, the king of the gods had quite a bit of power and nearly ruled over the entire divine wilderness. If he had really succeeded, he would have definitely become a very powerful force to fight against the natural law divine realm. Fortunately, the love goddess made a great contribution and took action at the critical moment, causing Xianxia to suffer a setback. They had originally thought that after the king of the gods died and was reborn, it would be impossible for him to become stronger because they had given Xianxia many curses and heavenly punishments. Unexpectedly, Xianxia had already arrived at the sacred desolate and even snatched their altar. The Heavenly Mother said, "It wasn't the Nine-Yang Palace King who did it. It was a group of people called the Primal Chaos Race. Have you heard of this race?" "I've never heard of them. They are very strong and are currently attacking the Ice Royal tribe." The old woman immediately shouted. She was even more terrified than before. The Heavenly Mother could tell that in the eyes of the Heavenly Law Divine Realm, the Primal Chaos Race was even more terrifying than the Nine-Yang Palace King. Is this true? Tell me the specifics." The old woman's voice trembled slightly. The Heavenly Mother briefly explained the gray energy, as well as how the Heavenly Mothers turned into gray mist after they were killed. The old woman said with a trembling voice, "They're back. They're back. The Heavenly Tao has just undergone nirvana and they actually appeared. How could they be so fast? The Heavenly Tao should have killed them all. How could there still be such a terrifying fellow?" The Heavenly Mother was astonished. She had already guessed that the Heavenly Mother of the natural law divine realm definitely knew about the Primal Chaos Race. She was secretly annoyed. Since she knew how terrifying the Primal Chaos Race was, she still wanted them to search for that Primal Chaos Divine Sunday. "What's going on with the Primal Chaos Race?" the Heavenly Mother asked. "It's the Primal Chaos God Race. This group of people is extremely terrifying. I can't tell you the specifics." The old woman said, "Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound, do your best to destroy that Primal Chaos Divine Sunday. That is the source of their power." "I have nothing right now, I can't do it." The Heavenly Mother snorted coldly, "It's better if you guys send people over. The Primal Chaos Race are all demigods and there are quite a few of them. I'm not their match." Soon after, she muttered, "You didn't even explain the situation of this group of people to me and you want me to fight them with my life on the line. Isn't this just sending me to my death?" "Alright, they are the great enemies of the Heavenly Tao. We have been suppressing them for many years. This group of people is very difficult to kill. We can only capture them and seal them in the ninth wasteland of the Nine-Yang Heavenly Domain," the old woman said. Back then, the Heavenly Tao consumed a lot of energy to capture the primal chaos gods of many heavenly domains. All of them were captured and sealed in the ninth wasteland forever. "So there's such a thing?" the Heavenly Mother exclaimed. "This matter is rather complicated. In short, if those guys appear in other spaces, it will be a disaster." The old woman said, "The various types of energy they devour will gather in the Primal Chaos Divine Sunday. Once the Primal Chaos Divine Sun grows bigger, we will all be finished." The Heavenly Mother said, "That Mother Moon is going to evolve into the Primal Chaos Divine Moon. What's going on?" "Ah? Really?" The old woman was shocked again. "Maybe, it's my guess," the Heavenly Mother said, "Is there any threat to the Primal Chaos Divine Moon?" "That's hard to say because the Primal Chaos Divine Moon has never appeared before. It's only a speculation. I only know that if there is a Primal Chaos Divine Moon, it will definitely be used to restrain the Primal Chaos Divine Sun." The old woman is also pondering. The Heavenly Mother said, "Let's not talk anymore, I'll rest first." "Imperial Sound, you have to destroy that Primal Chaos Divine Sunday, don't let it grow," the old woman shouted. The Heavenly Mother put away the mirror and looked at Xianxia, who was cultivating with his eyes closed. Xianxia slowly opened his eyes. He had already heard the conversation between the Heavenly Mother and the old woman. Just as he had guessed, the Primal Chaos Race was very strong. Back then, it was indeed the Heavenly Tao that threw the Primal Chaos Race into the ancient desolate Palace King. "The threat of that Primal Chaos Divine Sun seems to be very great," the Heavenly Mother said. "Looks like the Heavenly Law Divine Realm has other formidable enemies. This Primal Chaos Race is not simple. I hope they won't become my enemies in the future. Qin sighed. You saw those fellows from the primal chaos race outside. They are definitely not good people. The Heavenly Mother said, looks like that primal chaos divine sun is not easy to deal with. I hope the primal chaos divine moon has a way. What worried Qin was the whereabouts of the yang seeds. If the yang seed was devoured by the primal divine sun, that would be the most terrifying thing. Why did the sun seed appear? Why did it come to the sun holy land? Was there some kind of power that specifically planned for the sun seed to come here? Qin suddenly recalled the fear in the divine universe Isidorgon's heart. All of this seemed to happen naturally, but there seemed to be a pair of invisible hands behind the scenes that had long since arranged everything. The old lady had also said that the Chaos Divine Moon's power could restrain the Chaos Divine Sunday. Qin very much wants to go to the Mother Moon and ask Xiaqiru and the others. These 9 Sun Divine Maidens must know something. Qin closed his eyes and continued cultivating seriously. He had to break through to the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage as soon as possible. With great power, he dared to go out and fight with the Chaos race. Only after fighting them would he know how strong they were, and only then would he have a better understanding of them. After all, the power of the chaotic race came from the mysterious chaotic divine Sunday. Back in the ancient desolate, Qin had fought with people from the chaos race. However, those people were very strong. They were much stronger and did not release any energy aura. They only used the power of their bodies. One day, I will return to the ancient desolation. I have some understanding of the chaos gods so that I can be prepared in the future. Back then, Qin was the 9 Yang Palace King. He was nearly killed in the ancient desolate land. The fear he felt back then lingered in the depths of his memories. The Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound had always been at the side, her mirror continuously trembling. It was the news that came from many Divine Mother-s of the natural law divine realm. He mainly asked her about the situation of the Primal Chaos Clan and the Primal Chaos Divine Sunday. He also urged her to destroy the Primal Chaos Divine Sunday. The Heavenly Mother and the Celestial Arch had asked the Heavenly Mother to destroy the Primal Chaos Divine Sun, but none of them had told her how to destroy it. No one had told her the specific situation of the Primal Chaos Divine Sunday. The Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound had seen how powerful the Primal Chaos race was. She was not foolish enough to stab the Primal Chaos Divine Sun. Moreover, she did not know where the Chaos Divine Sun was. Hall King, why did they ask me to stab the Chaos Divine Sun? They must know that with my strength, it's impossible for me to fight against the Chaos race. They are clearly sending me to my death. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound said very angrily. Qin said indifferently, do you want me to tell you the truth? What truth? Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound was startled, and she quickly asked. Prepare yourself, don't be angry. Qin raised his eyes slightly and said with a smile. Palace King, speak. The Heavenly Mother of Imperial Sound had already begun to get angry. Of course, she was not angry at Qin, but at what the Heavenly Law Divine Realm was up to. Qin glanced at the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother's angry face, then closed his eyes and said, there is an energy within your body. As long as you approach the Primal Chaos Divine Sun, it will explode. Your body will explode and destroy the Primal Chaos Divine Sun. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound was stunned. She thought about it carefully and said angrily, Heavenly Mother Blue Pearl asked me to stab the Primal Chaos Divine Sun previously. Was she sending me to my death? Qin nodded and said, I just thought of this. Do you remember how those Heavenly Mothers were killed by the Chaos race? They all died very quickly, turning into grey mist in an instant. This might be because the Primal Chaos tribe had suffered the same loss in the past, so they immediately killed those Heavenly Mothers the moment they attacked. The Heavenly Mother was so angry that she wanted to smash the communication mirror. What do we Heavenly Mothers count as? The Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound is very angry. I already said that you guys are just relatively high-level Heavenly Law puppets. Qin said, don't worry, I will carefully inspect your body. There must be a reason for you to self-destruct. Qin was just beside him. Just now, when he heard the group of Divine Mother say all sorts of good things to let the Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound get close to the Primal Chaos Divine Sun, he knew the reason. One must know that the Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound was the only Heavenly Mother still in the Sun Sacred Land. She should be worthy of being treasured by the heavenly law divine realm and used to understand the situation of the primal chaos race. However, the group of Divine Mother Imperial Sound continuously urged the Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound to take the risk. This was very abnormal. She even agreed to all sorts of conditions, such as giving the Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound many benefits. There was also the Divine Mother Imperial Sound who boasted that the Heavenly Mother Nun would kneel down and apologize to her. It was obvious that she was coaxing a child. Palace King, these guys are too infuriating. Think of a way to help me vent my anger. The Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound said. Just tell them that the primal chaos race are all half-god level. Moreover, the chaotic race said that there are 9 small chaotic divine sons here. Xianxia chuckled and said, if the natural law divine realm really wants to get rid of the chaos divine sun, they will definitely send a semi-god over. They can send a demigod over? How did I get here? First, they have to defend against the sacred wasteland. That is a sacred level space. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound frowned. That's simple. First, send someone at the peak of the Heavenly Saint realm. Then, let them take some pills that can help them break through to the demigod realm and enter the sun sacred land to eat and break through. Xianxia said, if they really come, the Heavenly Law divine realm will definitely suffer a great loss. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound followed Xianxia's instructions and fabricated a lie to the Divine Mother. Then, using the excuse that she was being chased, she said that she couldn't contact him for a while and put the mirror away. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound left the floating cloud pagoda to check out the situation outside. When she came outside, she saw more than 10 people in gray leather clothes in the air, and behind them, there were many completely gray beasts. Those beasts were common beasts such as tigers, lions, leopards, and wild boars. There were dozens of them in total. The gray beasts crazily collided with the barrier, causing it to rumble. As for those gray-skinned men, they furiously attacked, shooting out balls of gray energy that rushed down like meteors hitting the moon. The Divine Universe Ice Dragon was together with a large group of Ice Race people. The Ice Race people released the power within their bodies, allowing the Divine Universe Ice Dragon to gather. After the Divine Universe Ice Dragon gathered a large ball of ice holy power, it fiercely shot into the air and attacked one of the gray-skinned men. The cold air transformed into a huge white beam of light. After rushing into the air, a cold current surged. The group of Ice Race people became even more furious and dodged. That was an extremely cold power. The Primal Chaos Race people did not directly suppress it. When the Ice Dragon saw that the Primal Chaos Race people seemed to be afraid of the cold power, it was pleasantly surprised and shouted, "Let's continue." When Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound saw this, she immediately returned to the floating cloud pagoda and told the cultivating Xianxia about this matter. After Xianxia heard this, he immediately came to a realization. Palace King, did you think of something? Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound asked. Previously, a mysterious old man had the Divine Universe Ice Dragon transform this place into an extremely cold land. It might be used to suppress the Primal Chaos Divine Sun. Xianxia frowned and pondered. That Primal Chaos Divine Sun might have originally been in the Extremine land, but because of some reason, it ran out and gave birth to the Primal Chaos Divine Race people. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound said in pleasant surprise, in that case, the Extremine power can restrain the Primal Chaos Divine Sun power? Very likely. Xianxia nodded. I have the Divine Universe Ice Dragon Pearl in my hand. I can use this power to fight. The Divine Universe Ice Dragon also thought of the mysterious old man and asked him to transform this place into an extremely cold environment. Only then did he think that the cold power could suppress the Primal Chaos Race people. The Divine Universe Ice Dragon looked at the sky and said, "Those guys have very strong cold resistance. If my strength is restored to its peak, I might be able to deal with them." Just now, he gathered the power of many Ice Race people to barely scare away the Primal Chaos Race people. But he did not hit any Primal Chaos Race people, otherwise he might have injured one of them. Xianxia is very puzzled. Who exactly is that mysterious old man? Why does he know so much about the Primal Chaos Divine Sun? He previously suspected that the Primal Chaos Divine Sun was created by that mysterious old man. But why are there Primal Chaos Race people? This kind of riddle, only that old man knows. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. In these few days, the primal chaos race people could not smoothly attack the Ice Royal tribe's great formation. Because the Divine Universe Ice Dragon released very strong ice power from time to time, causing the primal chaos race people to dodge everywhere. These guys are really afraid of ice. Wait for the Palace King to come out, I will discuss it with him. Divine Universe Ice Dragon said with sneer. He also wants to go out, but once he goes out, he will have to face many primal chaos race people and many primal chaos beasts. And among the ice race people, there are not many strong people. Furthermore, the risk of going out to fight is very high. What if they are all done for? After a few days, Xianxia finally refined the two Heavenly Mother's energy. His sacred power radiance also reached 9 layers. 9 layers sacred power radiance. This is late-stage quintessential saint realm. Xianxia and the others have already entered late-stage quintessential saint realm while cultivating with Xianxia. Heavenly Mother is truly a great tonic. Xianxia faintly smiled. Don't think of devouring me, I am not tonic at all. Only those old Heavenly Mothers are more tonic. Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother said with some worry. Shui Tianzi giggled and said, it's not like I'm an old hen, what's there to nourish? Xianxia shook his head and laughed. He told Xianxia and the others to go back and then walked out of the floating cloud pagoda. Just as he went out, he felt a bone-piercing cold attack him. This is caused by the Divine Universe Ice Dragon and the others continuously gathering ice power for the past few days. To Xianxia, it is just cold, he can endure it. After Xianxia came out, the Divine Universe Ice Dragon immediately ran over and quickly narrated the situation of the past few days. Palace King, you have my Dragon Pearl in your hand. The ice power inside the Dragon Pearl is very strong. Use the energy inside the Divine Universe Ice Dragon Pearl to attack those guys, the Divine Universe Ice Dragon said. The Divine Universe Ice Dragon didn't want the Dragon Pearl mainly because it was bestowed by the Heavenly Tao. He didn't want to be controlled by the Heavenly Tao, so he abandoned it along with the Dragon Pearl. Xianxia has already roughly thought of what to do. He said with smile, I will go out first and probe them. You guys come out and deal with those beasts based on the situation. Even Xianxia is under great pressure because he is the only one who can fight. Although the Divine Universe Ice Dragon, Martial Sage, and the others were not weak, it was still not enough to face a demigod. After Xianxia went out, he would have to face more than 10 demigod chaos clansmen and dozens of demigod chaos beasts. When everyone thought of this, they secretly broke out in cold sweat for Xianxia. Xianxia was confident that even if he couldn't beat them, he could still run away, so he dared to go out. However, the others couldn't. The Chaos Clansmen in the sky also saw Xianxia, so they surrounded the Divine Universe Ice Dragon and the Ice Tribe King. That young Chaos Clansman had devoured Heavenly Mother and almost killed the Divine Universe Ice Dragon. He remembered Xianxia and had a deep impression of him. Because it was Xianxia who had warned the Divine Universe Ice Dragon to dodge, and Xianxia also had a very powerful 9 dragons heavenly origin formation. That primal chaos race person pointed at Xianxia and said, it's this guy, he has a very powerful 9 dragon heavenly origin formation. Someone who possesses the 9 dragons heaven origin formation? Why is he here? This kind of person is usually very respected, how could he be in this kind of broken down place? A middle-aged man looked at Xianxia with a puzzled expression. He hasn't reached the demigod realm yet, but the 9 dragons heavenly origin formation in his hands is very powerful. We have to be careful, the young chaotic race member said in a low voice. There is no need to be afraid. Although the 9 dragons heavenly origin formation is powerful, it is not enough to kill us. The middle-aged man chuckled coldly. From the looks of it, it seems like it wants to attack us? He's really not afraid of death. Xianxia had been looking at the sky the entire time. His mental power was extremely strong, so he had heard the conversation between the 2 people in the sky. He was secretly surprised that this group of primal chaos clansmen knew about the 9 dragons heaven origin formation. They even said that the people who possessed the 9 dragons heaven origin formation were of very high status. This puzzled him because the primal chaos race definitely had inherited memories. In their inherited memories, the 9 dragons heaven origin formation must have left a deep impression on them. Also, the chaotic race must have suffered from the 9 dragons heavenly origin formation. Xianxia summoned his floating cloud staff. The Nine Dragons' heavenly source formation was within the floating cloud staff, ready to strike. He even placed the divine cosmic ice dragon pearl in the center of the Nine Dragons' heavenly origin formation. The Nine Dragons' heavenly origin formation could extract the ice energy from the divine cosmos ice dragon pearl, which could then be transformed by the formation and combined with the divine cosmos energy to become even stronger. It was also because of this that Qin Yun had the confidence to go out and fight against a demigod. While he was observing the surroundings, the divine cosmic ice dragon said, "Hall King, how about this? Let's think of a way to hit one of the primal chaos fellows with the power of frost. Let's see how much damage the power of ice can do to them." Qin Yun nodded. The divine universe ice dragon, the ice tribe king, and many powerful elders of the ice tribe gathered together again. "I'll enter the divine inscription mountain and control the great formation. I want to be able to stop one guy, then you guys seize the opportunity to attack." After Qin Yun finished speaking, he flew into the divine inscription mountain not far away. He entered the divine mountain and immediately commanded the mountain god and Xiaohua to prepare to attack. There are all kinds of great formations inside the inscription divine mountain, and the inscription divine mountain also has many kinds of attack methods. At this moment, a very long stone arm emerged from the divine inscription mountain and quickly extended into the air. The palm of the stone arm is very big, it can squeeze a ferocious beast inside it. After it stretched out, it grabbed a gray tiger. After all, this kind of primal chaos beast is not human, its movement is also very slow. When it saw the huge stone arm reaching over, it hastily dodged. The stone arm has a suction force, causing the gray tiger's speed to suddenly decrease by a lot. Although the gray tiger dodged, it was still caught. The moment the tiger was caught, the divine universe ice dragon and the other elders of the ice tribe immediately gathered their frost power together and blasted it into the air. The strange frost power rushed into the air and hit the gray tiger. The white frost power turned into a cloud of mist and wrapped around the gray tiger. The gray tiger frantically struggled and screamed inside the mist. When the other primal chaos people saw this, they didn't go over to help. If they attacked, they would kill the tiger. But if they don't attack, they don't know how to help the tiger escape. The primal chaos people are indeed afraid of this strange frost power. Qin Yun is secretly alarmed. This frost power is devouring the power inside the tiger's body and then turning the tiger into ice. This strange frost power is very fond of devouring scorching energy, it can even freeze flames. This strange frost power was set up by the ice dragon using the entire sun's sacred land as the formation base according to the mysterious elder's instructions. Therefore, the divine universe ice dragon and the ice tribe all cultivated and mastered this strange frost power. Later on, because of the ice dragon's rebirth and the formation of the extreme land, the formation gradually dissipated and could no longer be set up again. After the gray tiger was frozen, it fell down and smashed into the barrier, shattering into many pieces of ice. The ice pieces turned into energy and returned to the ice royal tribe inside the barrier. The ice race people are very happy because their frost power can restrain the primal chaos people. The primal chaos people in the air are all furiously attacking the barrier. They are very clear that the strange frost power released by the ice race can restrain them. Qin Yun studied this strange frost power before. It can mainly devour energy and it likes to devour scorching energy the most. When it comes to scorching energy, it can devour it the fastest and quickly freeze the flame. Qin Yun vaguely feels that the ice race here has been specially nurtured by someone to fight against the primal chaos race. If the ice race can become half god, it will be very easy to deal with the primal chaos race. Don't think that you can restrain us with this kind of power. A middle-aged man from the primal chaos race mocked in cold voice, "Just now you killed the weakest beast in our race, there is nothing to be happy about. If you have the guts, then send people out. Just now you joined hands to kill our weakest tiger, but can you deal with us?" A youth said with sneer. Indeed, if Qin Yun and the divine universe ice dragon did not join hands, they would not have been able to hit the tiger on the ground. Because the primal chaos people and beasts are very fast. "Palace King, be careful. If you can't beat them, just run away," the divine universe ice dragon said. "Palace King, they have so many people, they will definitely attack you," the imperial sound heavenly mother is somewhat worried. Qin Yun nodded and said, "I have a sense of propriety. If we don't kill them, they will break the barrier sooner or later and we will be trapped here until we die. The Divine Universe Ice Dragon and the Ice Race have already discussed this matter. Now they released power at the same time and shot out white ice-cold mist into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the sky is filled with dense ice-cold mist. Qin learned from Xian Rujing that he can use Dragon Pearl to defend against the strange ice-cold power, so it won't affect him. The sky is filled with dense mist. Qin suddenly flew out, passed through the barrier and arrived in the sky. Those 10+ primal chaos race people are not stupid, they know that the ice race is covering for Qin. They promptly released burst after burst of frantic energy wave that turned into a gale and blew away the mist. Qin arrived in the sky and quickly concealed himself. He is holding the floating cloud staff in his hand. The 9-dragon heavenly origin formation inside is already absorbing the energy of the Divine Universe Ice Dragon Pearl. The floating cloud staff can release the stored energy, its might is very formidable. Qin arrived in the sky and sensed that he is being searched by more than 10 half-god level people. He suddenly felt a great pressure in his heart. Only after leaving the barrier did he realize how strong these half-god level primal chaos race people are. If they were ordinary half-god level humans or beasts, I might be able to deal with them. But these primal chaos race people, they are truly dreadful. Qin absent-mindedly recalled his bitter experience in Ancient Desolate. Back then he was the 9-Sun Palace King, standing at the peak of Divine Desolate and Ancient Desolate. But suddenly a large group of people appeared and a mere child heavily injured him. In that battle, he was beaten to the point that he didn't even have the strength to fight back. Many years have passed since then, but this kind of fear is still fresh in his mind. No matter what, I will have to face them sooner or later. Qin composed himself and suppressed the fear in his heart. Then he used Heavenly Ion Light Transformation Sacred Pupil and Lightning Lock Sacred Pupil. He used Light Transformation Sacred Pupil and Lightning Lock Sacred Pupil at the same time. Lightning shot out and trapped a middle-aged primal chaos race person, causing him to be disturbed for a short period of time and unable to fight back or dodge. Qin's Lightning Lock was even more powerful through his Heavenly Eye. But it was useless against a half-god. It could only paralyze the opponent for a moment. The moment the opponent was paralyzed was enough for Qin. In an instant, he had already arrived behind the middle-aged man and fiercely smashed down with the floating cloud staff. The floating cloud staff erupted with the power of ice, instantly creating a terrifying wave of ice. The chaotic clansmen who were about to rush over to help were blown back. After being hit by the staff, the body of the middle-aged primal chaos race person was infused with the ice power and instantly froze. Just as his body froze, it turned into fine ice particles and drifted away like sand. The half-god of the primal chaos race was smashed into pieces by Qin's staff. When the people below saw this, they burst into cheers. While they were pleasantly surprised, they were also secretly afraid of Qin's terrifying power. The dozen or so primal chaos race people were extremely frightened. Qin originally thought that he would be besieged, but to his surprise, the primal chaos race people actually flew away with a group of beasts. They left? Qin did not chase after them because he was worried that there would be an ambush. Although he had killed a middle-aged primal chaos race person, he was still somewhat afraid. When Qin returned to the Ice Royal Tribe, the Ice Royal Tribe members cheered and welcomed Qin's victorious return. Although the primal chaos race had run away, everyone did not let down their guard. Because the primal chaos race would most likely come again, and perhaps even more, before that, they needed to be more assured and fully prepared. Now, they knew that the creatures of the Chaos Clan were very afraid of the strange ice power, which was unique to the Ice Clan. This meant that as long as they further researched their strategy, they could completely resist the Chaos race. Qin, the Ice Tribe King, and the Divine Universe Ice Dragon came to a secret chamber. It seems like the power of the Ice race is very useful. You can totally suppress the Chaos race. You are only lacking in cultivation. Qin said. I'll become a half-deity very soon. The Divine Cosmic Ice Dragon said, Don't worry, Palace King. The next time they come, you won't have to do anything. The Ice Tribe King smiled and said, I have to break through as soon as possible. I have been here for so many years, but I didn't even know about the existence of the Primal Chaos race. As long as the Ice race had 1 or 2 demigods, they would not be afraid of the Chaos race. Soon after, Qin Yin returned to Divine Inscription Mountain with the Heavenly Mother of Imperial Sound and told Qin Long about the Chaos Race. Qin Long had once stayed in the Heavenly Law pawnshop, so he knew a little about the Chaos Divine Sunday Xiaoyun, that primal Chaos Divine Sun should have been created many years ago. As for why the primal Chaos Race would appear, this is worth pondering. Qin Long said. The primal Chaos Race's appearance should be related to the primal Chaos Divine Sun, right? Ancient Ox Devil said, we don't know how to deal with this kind of guy. Qin Yin looked at Mountain God and said with smile, Old Mountain, you will stay in Ice Race's tribe for a period of time. You must condense that strange ice origin. The Mountain God nodded his head. As long as he devoured enough of the same power, he would be able to form a seed inside the Divine Rune Mountain. In the future, he would be able to use the same power. After repelling the Chaos Race, Qin Yin felt much more relaxed. Back when he was in the ancient wasteland, he also met the Primal Chaos Clan, but they were definitely not as weak as the ones here. In the Primal Chaos Race of the ancient wilderness, even a child would be very strong when he used his physical strength. Therefore, Qin Yin did not think that he could suppress the Chaos Clansman just because he killed one. He still had to be very cautious against this mysterious chaotic race. He could not underestimate them. Qin Yin took out the floating cloud pagoda and entered it with the Heavenly Mother. Yuan, you promised me before that you would help me obtain those altars. You have already done it. Next, I will draw in even more sun seed energy for you to break through. Qin Yin said. The Heavenly Mother hurriedly nodded and said, Thank you, Hall King. I have already decided, after I break through, I will return to the natural law divine realm. You have already offended Heavenly Mother emotionless. Moreover, you lost an altar, it will be very dangerous for you to return. Qin Yin shook his head, he doesn't approve of Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound's actions. Don't worry, I have a way to deal with it. The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother's face turned cold as she said, Those guys treated me like that, I can't just let it go. Qin Yin released the 9 Dragons Heavenly Origins Array and took out the Yang Seed and the Divine Universe Ice Dragon Pearl. He began drawing out the energy within the Yang Seed and channeling it into the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother's body. If you return to the natural law divine realm in this kind of situation, it will definitely not bode well for you. After you break through, you will be the Divine Heavenly Mother, and you will directly face the Heavenly Mother emotionless. Qin Yin guided out the Yang Seed's energy and injected it into the Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound's body. The Heavenly Mother closed her eyes and absorbed the Yang Seed's energy. She said, I'm not afraid. After all, I am a Heavenly Mother. Now that the natural law divine realm knows that the primal chaos race has appeared, they need more manpower. It's impossible for them to kill me. How is the situation in the natural law divine realm? Qin Yin asked. The Heavenly Mother is the one who created the Heavenly Man. Furthermore, the Heavenly Mother is also very strong and has grasped the power of the Heavenly Tao. After the Heavenly Tao Nirvana, there will no longer be a new Heavenly Mother, nor will there be a new Heavenly Embryo. There will only be fewer and fewer Heavenly Man in the future. If the Heavenly Mother could become the Divine Mother, it would be a force worth nurturing for the natural law divine realm. Palace King, I promised you before that I would provide you with information about the natural law divine realm. Don't worry, I will definitely join hands with you to bring down the natural law divine realm. The Heavenly Mother's oval face turned cold, her face filled with determination. It could be seen that she truly hated the Heavenly Mothers of the natural law divine realm. The natural law divine realm is still very strong, you can't underestimate it. Qin Yin said. I know what I'm doing. The Heavenly Mother nodded. The Yang Seed could only have very strong energy. Qin Yin drew out a lot of it and poured it into the Heavenly Mother's body. The energy in the Heavenly Mother's body originated from the Yang Seed, so only by absorbing the Yang Seed's energy could she quickly break through. As for the Yang Seed's energy, it did not have much of an effect on Qin Yin. It was even inferior to the Divine Universe Golden Stone. After 3 days, the Heavenly Mother's body had already accumulated a lot of Yang Seed's energy. Furthermore, the energy that ignited the primal divine sun in her body was also extracted by Qin Yin. At this moment, she looked even more beautiful and charming. Although she was a puppet, she was a special puppet with flesh and blood. With enough Yang Seed energy, she could become even younger and more beautiful. Palace King, I'm going back. Let's meet in the Divine Desolate. The Heavenly Mother smiled tenderly at Xianxia. After I go back, I will cultivate a true human body. I hope that you can help me give birth to a child at that time. Xianxia smiled speechlessly. The Heavenly Mother left. After she returned, she could refine that kind of energy and break through. With the Heavenly Mother entering the natural law divine realm, she could indeed give Xianxia a lot of help and understand the situation inside the natural law divine realm. In the past few days, the primal chaos race did not come again. The entire Ice Royal tribe is very calm. However, this kind of calmness made many of the Ice Clan's elders even more vigilant. The Divine Universe Ice Dragon just came out of the small sacred lake. He also has a young seed in his body. Now, he finally has time to calm down and cultivate. He will soon break through to demigod. At that time, he can also help Marshal Great Sage and the Ice Race King break through. Furthermore, the small sacred lake that he is hiding in has accumulated a lot of that strange icy cold power. When the Divine Universe Ice Dragon breaks through, the Divine Inscription Mountain can absorb it and condense an energy seed inside the Divine Inscription Mountain. In the future, he can release that strange icy cold power. Xianxia also took the opportunity to take out the Soul Creation Heavenly Cauldron. The Soul Creation Heavenly Cauldron had once devoured the soul of the Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother. That soul had not been completely refined and was stored in a space within the Soul Creation Heavenly Cauldron. The Azure Pearl Heavenly Mother knew where the Primal Chaos Divine Sun was. Although Xianxia had never thought of obtaining the Chaos Divine Sun, now that the Chaos Race had appeared, he wanted to go over and see what was going on. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound is really strange. Other Heavenly Mothers know many things but she doesn't. Xianxia said, is it because her status is not enough? Her status is relatively low, and she doesn't have many subordinates. She will definitely be pushed aside. Xianxia nodded. The soul of the Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother had already appeared in the Soul Creation Heavenly Cauldron. Xianxia took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He released his powerful mental power to control the Soul Creation Heavenly Cauldron. There were many abilities inside the Soul Creation Heavenly Cauldron. If he wanted to use them well, he would need to communicate with the Cauldron Spirit. When Xianxia was controlling the Soul Creation Heavenly Cauldron, he had to go through Xianxia. Xianxia could communicate with the Cauldron Spirit of the Creation Soul Heavenly Cauldron. As long as Xianxia and the Cauldron Spirit greeted each other, Xianxia would be able to proceed very smoothly. Inside the Soul Creation Heavenly Cauldron, Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother's soul was broken down bit by bit. Xianxia injected a strand of his soul into the Soul Creation Heavenly Cauldron. He used that strand of his soul to connect with the separated souls of the Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother. The Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother's soul was broken down into 9 souls and 9 spirits. After the soul was broken down, it became easier for Xianxia to read the memories. If there was no Soul Creation Heavenly Cauldron, directly splitting it would definitely damage the soul, causing memory loss or soul dissipation. It is very easy and there is no risk in carrying it out inside the Soul Creation Heavenly Cauldron. At this moment, Xianxia is also patiently reading the memories of the Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother. Fortunately, Xianxia has experienced many great storms and waves. What has he not seen in 9 lifetimes? Therefore, even if he reads many unsightly memories from the Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother's memories, he can still bear it. The Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother previously said to the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother that she often visited the Holy Kings under her, often in groups. When the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother heard it, it was already an eye-opener. And after Xianxia read the memories of the Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother, he once again broadened his horizons and refreshed his understanding of many things. This Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother really knows how to play. Xianxia could only sigh continuously. What kind of memory is that? Can I see it? Xianxia is very curious. It's best if you don't look, you will have a very piercing feeling. Xianxia said with a smile. More than half of the Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother's memories are that kind of memory. Xianxia only told Xianxia a bit and she immediately lost interest. When Xianxia read the 7th soul, he finally found the memories related to the Primal Chaos Divine Sunday. In addition, there are many memories related to the Primal Chaos Divine Sun and the Primal Chaos Race. The bitterness from before was not in vain. Xianxia suddenly became spirited. He had seen many romantic affairs of the Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother. Now he finally found what he was looking for. Xiaoyun, what's the situation with the primal chaos divine sun? How did the upper echelons of the heavenly law divine realm know that there is a primal chaos divine sun here? Ling Yin'er asked. The few heavenly mothers who came here were able to borrow the altar. This meant that the upper echelons of the heavenly law divine realm believed that there was a primal chaos divine sun here, which was why they lent the altar to them. After Qin Yan finished reading the relevant memories, he exclaimed, so that's how it is. I finally understand why the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother doesn't know about the primal chaos divine sun and the other heavenly mothers know about it. Why? Ling Yin'er asked. Qin Yan nodded, there are many heavenly mothers who know about this matter. They all signed a soul contract to not leak this matter. The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother should have been created in the last epoch. The natural law divine realm is truly far-sighted. Ling Yin'er sighed. It's not the first time they've done something like this. Previously, several heavenly mothers were used by them to perish together with the primal chaos divine sun. Qin Yan said. Ah? How many times has the natural law divine realm discovered the chaos divine sun? Ling Yin'er said in surprise, don't tell me they don't want the chaos divine sun? Are we going to destroy it just like that? Qin Yan closed his eyes and relaxed his mind. He had read too many memories in one go, so he needed to relax. The primal chaos divine sun is very difficult to control. You can only destroy it. The appearance of the chaos divine sun can threaten the existence of the heavenly Tao. No wonder the love goddess took away the heavenly mother's heavenly embryo. In her eyes, the heavenly mother is a dead person. Qin Yan said. At that moment, Qin Yan was filled with regret. He should not have allowed the heavenly mother to return to the heavenly law divine domain. This was because after the heavenly mother Imperial Sound returned, she would definitely be instigated to do such things again. However, what was certain was that the natural law divine realm would not kill the heavenly mother. Because they needed the sacrifice of the heavenly mother, even the higher-ups of the natural law divine realm did not dare to approach the primal divine sun, and existences like the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother were specially bred to kill the primal divine Sunday. The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother is also a beauty, it's a pity that she died. Ling Yin'er muttered, her heart that loves beauties, suddenly felt very reluctant. Originally, the Heavenly Mother of the Heavenly Law Divine Realm should know about the matter of the Primal Chaos Race and the Primal Chaos Divine Sun. Qin Yan said, however, the Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound knows nothing about this matter. Ling Yin'er quickly said, so, Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother knows about the Chaos Race? Qin Yan nodded and said, the Heavenly Tao is not invincible. The chaotic race is one of them, and the other one is from the Netherworld realm. Right now, the 9th Nether realm and the Primal Chaos Race are being suppressed to the point where they can hardly turn the tables. That's why the Heavenly Tao went to Nirvana with ease, but the heavenly beings of the natural law divine realm are still extremely afraid of the Primal Chaos Race. Even the heavenly axiom doesn't know why the Primal Chaos Race was born. As long as there is a Primal Chaos Divine Sun, there will be primal chaos creatures, humans, and beasts will also appear. They will quickly absorb the power of the Primal Chaos Divine Sun and become very strong in a very short period of time. Qin Yan now understood why the mysterious elder wanted the Divine Universe Ice Dragon to turn the Sun-sacred land into a land of extreme mean. This was mainly to suppress the chaos creature that had suddenly appeared. The mysterious old man clearly knew that after the primordial Divine Sun was created, a primordial spirit would be born. What's the difference between the Primal Chaos Race of the Ancient Desolation and the Primal Chaos Race here? Ling Yin'er asked. When the Primal Chaos Divine Sun reaches a certain level, primal chaos creatures will be born. The Primal Chaos Race of the Ancient Wilderness was born from an even stronger Chaos Divine Sun. The child who defeated me before was born in this situation. He was very strong from birth. Qin Yan felt an inexplicable fear when he recalled how he was defeated and beaten by the child. Then does the natural law divine realm know how to deal with the Primal Chaos Race? Ling Yin'er asked again. They don't know. But that mysterious old man knows. Qin Yan said, I wonder how I can find that old man. Qin Yan kept the soul creation heavenly cauldron and laid on the ground. He began to plan what to do next. It could be said that he could already gather all the altars. The next step was to modify the altar. Furthermore, he wanted to see the primal chaos divine Sunday. Only by seeing it with his own eyes would he be able to understand this mysterious and powerful thing. Then he contacted Xiaqiru and the others. No matter what, he had to contact Xiaqiru and the others as soon as possible before the Mother Moon went to the Divine Wasteland because there was still an altar in the Guanhan Palace. Xiao Yun, is there anything about the Mother Moon in the memories of the Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother? Ling Yuner asked. No. The Mother Moon is also a very mysterious existence in the Heavenly Law Divine Realm. However, the Heavenly Law Divine Realm has their own speculations. They speculate that the Mother Moon was born from the 9 suns. As for what it is used for, the Heavenly Law Divine Realm is not clear. Qin Yan really wanted to ask Xiaqiru. Their 9-sun divine maiden definitely knew more about this. They might also have certain restrictions and could not say too much. After resting, Qin Yan walked out at night. The Divine Universe Ice Dragon has already broken through and became a demigod. He has a sun seed in his body. If he continues to cultivate, he will soon become a god. Moreover, his future is boundless. It can be said that he is a relatively good Divine Universe dragon. Of course, he has also suffered a lot. He once endured loneliness for many eras and built a mysterious superformation in the sun-sacred land. The Divine Universe Ice Dragon began to help Martial Great Sage and the Ice Race King break through. If everything goes well, he will also help Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor and the others. If the Primal Chaos race comes again, the Divine Universe Ice Dragon can deal with it by itself. Qin Yan said with a smile, the Divine Universe Ice Dragon is definitely stronger than me now. Qin Yan stood beside the small sacred lake and watched as the Divine Universe Ice Dragon channeled power to Martial Great Sage and the Ice Race King. Palace King, I can't compare to you. The Divine Universe Ice Dragon laughed and said, you were a very famous human expert back then. We Heavenly Law Divine beasts from the Heavenly Law Divine Realm are all quite afraid of you. That's all in the past. The current Nine-Yang Palace King is not even a god. Qin Yan laughed at himself. That's only temporary, the Divine Universe Ice Dragon said. With you here, I am relieved. I will go find Primal Chaos Divine Sun and find out the situation of Primal Chaos race. Qin Yan suddenly said with a stern expression. The Divine Universe Ice Dragon nodded and said, then you must be careful, Hall King. Leave your inscription gate here, I will take good care of them. I will do my best to help them become stronger. Then I will have to trouble Divine Space Ice Dragon. Qin Yan said with smile. Qin Yan left the Ice Royal tribe with ease and headed for the location of the Chaos Divine Sunday. Blue Pearl and Heavenly Mother had found the Chaos Divine Sun long ago, but they didn't approach it because they were worried that the Chaos race was there. Therefore, they went to find the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother and tried to persuade her to go over. What they do not know is that Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound has already cooperated with Qin Yan, so it is not that easy for them to move her. The Azure Pearl Heavenly Mother and the others still thought that the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother had lost her heavenly embryo, so she wanted to take back the heavenly embryo. Unexpectedly, the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother was infuriated by this and wanted to kill all the Heavenly Mothers. Qin Yan flew in the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. He flew towards the Mother Moon. Primal Chaos Divine Sun is near the Extremine Land. Originally, Primal Chaos Divine Sun was inside the Extremine Land, but for some unknown reason, it ran out on its own. Otherwise, there would not be any Primal Chaos creatures appearing in the Extremine Land. The Extremine Land is the key to suppressing the birth of Primal Chaos race. When I was the 9-Sun Palace King, I guessed that the Primal Chaos Divine Sun's extreme yang power must be very crazy. That's why I refined the 9-Yin Divine Spirit. Ling Yuner said with smile, Xiao Yun, you truly have great foresight. Oh, that's right, the 9-Yin Divine Spirit and the 9-Sun Divine Spirit can evolve into ability. What kind of ability will they evolve into? The 9-Yin Divine Spirit and the 9-Sun Divine Spirit are very peculiar. Although I refined them, their later growth completely exceeded my expectations. To be honest, these two divine tools are not ordinary at all. They are things that can grow and evolve by themselves. As for what kind of ability they will evolve into, it is impossible to predict. When Qin Yan spoke of this matter, he exclaimed in admiration and also felt extremely proud. Xiao Yun, when you wanted to create Primal Chaos Divine Sun back then, Sister Kiru also provided you with many ideas, right? Ling Yin'er said. Not only Sister Kiru, there is also Xiaoxi, therefore, in the depths of Yuxi's memory, she always wanted to find the 9 Yin Divine Spirit and the 9 Sun Divine Spirit because she knew that they are the key to creating Primal Chaos Divine Sun. There is also the 9 Desolate Divine Saber. Xiao Yun, quickly take a look at the 9 Desolate Divine Saber. Ling Yin'er said with smile. Qin Yin took out a box, looked at the Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box and said, same as before. The 9 Desolate Divine Saber has been severely damaged. It can recover very quickly by absorbing Divine Universe Golden Stone's power, but it still needs some time. What Qin Yun is most curious about is the Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box. Even Yuxi doesn't know what is inside, it is clearly a secret of the 9 Sun Royal family. My relationship with the 9 Sun Royal family was very good back then, but I never heard about this thing. Qin Yun said with frown, the 9 Sun Royal family's clan emperor knows that I want to create Primal Chaos Divine Sun, but he still hid the matter of this Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box from me. Qin Yun put away the box. He has already used up a lot of Divine Universe Golden Stones inside, there is not even half a box left. However, for many people, it is still a lot, although this box of Divine Universe Golden Stones did not take much effort to obtain, Qin Yun still felt a bit of heartache when using it. Ling Yin'er said, Xiao Yun, is there anything about Heavenly Eye and Heavenly Mother Blue Pearl's memory? Yes. Qin Yun said, but she also doesn't know what is going on. The entire Heavenly Law Divine Realm is very puzzled as to why the Heavenly Eye would mysteriously disappear before the Heavenly Law Nirvana. The Heavenly Eye was obtained by Qin Yun. Recalling the process of obtaining the Heavenly Eye, Qin Yun feels very perplexed. After flying for more than 10 days, the Heaven Leaping Shuttle finally arrived near the Extreme Yin Land. After arriving near the Extreme Yin Land, Qin Yun felt very uncomfortable. And now, he also saw that very large Mother Moon. The Mother Moon is even bigger than before, it is repeatedly flickering with intense silver light. That kind of silver light carries a very dense power of the moon, it is gloomy and cold. It actually takes so long for the Mother Moon to fuse with a sun seed. Qin Yun is in the main control room, looking at the huge Mother Moon in the sky. If he flew for another day or two, he would be able to descend on the Mother Moon. However, he didn't dare to step into the Extreme Yin Land in front of him. Whatever, let's go take a look at the Primal Chaos Divine Sun first. Qin Yun is also incomparably careful because the Primal Chaos creatures are nearby. If Sister Rujing and the others knew that you are nearby through the soul-chasing talisman, they would definitely come to find you, right? Ling Yin'er said, you have to think of a way to contact them and tell them not to come out. There are Primal Chaos creatures outside, it is very dangerous. The old man's expression is solemn, there are some wrinkles on his face, his gaze is sharp, his tall and thin body is standing upright, holding a short sword in his hand. Seeing this old man, Qin Yun suddenly thought of the mysterious old man the Divine Universe Ice Dragon met back then, however, he felt that it was not the case because that old man was definitely very old. However, the old man in front of him gave him a feeling of vigor and exuberant vitality. The old man's sharp gaze carried a trace of coldness as he stared at Qin Yun. Qin Yun secretly took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Senior, what's the matter? Qin Yun asked. Nothing, it's just that I haven't seen the humans of the 9 Desolate for many years. And there's such a fun thing. The cold expression on the white-robed old man's face suddenly disappeared and turned into an old face with a gentle smile. Qin Yun said with a smile, Senior, the short sword in your hand looks very dangerous. Can you put it away? You don't have a weapon in your hand, so I shouldn't take out my weapon either. The old man smiled, flipped his palm and the short sword suddenly disappeared. Qin Yun heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. This old man seems to be relatively easy to communicate with. He is still unable to determine if this old man in front of him is the mysterious old man the Divine Universe Ice Dragon met before. He is unable to see through this old man's cultivation, unable to sense his aura and mental power fluctuations. From this point, it can be seen that this old man's strength is definitely not weak. Junior Qin Yun, may I know Senior's name? Qin Yun asked. I don't have a name, just call me Nameless Old Man. Little brother, is there something you need from me? This area is extremely dangerous. with your strength, you won't be able to survive here for long. The old man said with a smile. I came here to do something important. There is a primal chaos divine sun in this area and there should be primal chaos creatures around it. I came here to investigate. Xianxia went straight to the point and directly stated his purpose of coming. Primal chaos divine sun is very dangerous, and those newly born primal chaos creatures are also very savage. The nameless old man still has a smile on his face. I know. Xianxia nodded and then looked towards a direction. That is where the primal chaos divine sun is located. He wants to see the primal chaos divine sun, this will allow him to understand it better. Xianxia knew very well how dangerous a chaos divine sun was. Since you want to see it, I'll take you there. The nameless old man smiled. His body floated up and flew in a certain direction. Senior, were you the one who guided the divine universe ice dragon to set up the array formation here? Asked Xianxia as he put away the heaven-leaping shuttle. The nameless old man looked ahead and did not reply immediately. Xianxia waited for a while before the nameless old man said, I was the one who guided him. But an accident happened later, causing the chaos divine yang to lose control. Lost control? Xianxia muttered softly. The primal chaos divine sun was originally in the land of extreme Yin, but it suddenly ran out. Otherwise, we would be able to see the spectacle of the fusion of the chaos divine sun and the chaos divine moon, the nameless old man said regretfully. Senior, what will happen if the divine sun and divine moon fuse? Xianxia was shocked as he hurriedly asked. I don't know either. Anyway, I've waited a long time for that day. But I miscalculated one step in the end. The nameless old man let out a long sigh. Xianxia is even more shocked in his heart. This old man spent so many years just to see the fusion of the primal chaos divine sun and the primal chaos divine moon. Then how strong will the primal chaos divine moon be? Xianxia looked at the huge mother moon in another direction. The mother moon is still evolving. I also don't know. There are many types of divine moon, each has its own unique features. And the primal chaos divine sun is fixed, the nameless old man said again. Xianxia is even more curious about this old man's identity. It seems like he is very knowledgeable about the primal chaos divine sun and the primal chaos divine moon. Why did the primal chaos divine sun run out on its own? Xianxia looked at the nameless old man. Although he did not sense the primal chaos divine sun, the nether sun within his body suddenly trembled. Fear, the nether sun is afraid, the primal chaos divine sun is truly dreadful, it can actually make the nether sun so afraid. I still don't know for now. I will investigate thoroughly. In short, someone must have secretly sabotaged this matter, the nameless old man shook his head and said. Xianxia thought that the primal chaos divine sun ran out on its own, but the nameless old man thinks that someone sabotaged it. At night, Xianxia followed the nameless old man and flew in the night sky. On the way, Xianxia asked the nameless old man many questions. For example, did he know anything about the heavenly law divine domain and the situation of the group of heavenly mothers? The nameless old man only said that the heavenly Tao is illusory and has no consciousness. He also said that the so-called heavenly Tao is just a self-proclaimed heavenly Tao. Senior, where are you from? Xianxia felt that it is impossible for this nameless old man to be from the Nine Suns heavenly domain. I come from within the Nine Suns, the nameless old man laughed and said, there is a world within the Nine Suns. And my current home has been destroyed, so I can only come out to take a stroll. Xianxia knew that there is a very large space inside the Nine Suns. Back then, when he was the king of gods, he had entered the sun. However, he had never entered the center. The sun is very big and its internal structure is also very complicated. As for the specific situation, he also has no idea. The only thing he can be sure of is that the Nine Suns have been nurturing the Nine Desolate Land for many years and even tried to help the living beings of the Nine Desolate Land. An hour passed and the nameless old man suddenly stopped in the air. Xianxia also stopped. What's wrong? Xianxia asked. The primal chaos divine sun is here, do you see it? The nameless old man asked. What? The primal chaos divine sun is here, on the way here. Xianxia has been very vigilant, he has been paying attention to his surroundings. The place he is currently in is a desolate and flat land. Below him is a flat land, there are no hills or anything like that in the distance, there is not even a single blade of grass. Even if he used his heavenly eye, he could not see anything. I can't see anything. Qin very carefully observed his surroundings and said while shaking his head. However, he can feel that his nether sun is the same as before, it is constantly trembling in fear. The nameless old man pointed at the sky ahead and said, "The primal chaos divine sun is over there." Qin looked at the sky ahead and used his heavenly eye to look very carefully. However, he did not see anything, it is just a pitch-black area. At this moment, he suddenly sensed something. When he arrived in this area, it seems like he could not see the starlight. The sky is very dark, not a single star can be seen. He can only see the mother moon not far away. What's going on? Qin said in astonishment, "I can't see the stars. We have already entered the domain of the primal chaos divine sun." The nameless old man looked ahead and said, "The primal chaos divine sun is right in front. The reason why you can't see it is because your cultivation is not enough." Qin found it hard to believe that there is a powerful primal chaos divine sun in front of him. "How can I see it?" Qin looked around. "Gather your strongest power in your eyes and give it a try." The nameless old man said, "The primal chaos divine sun is very strange. The weak are unable to see it and also unable to feel the power of the primal chaos divine Sunday. This is very different from the 9 suns." Qin promptly circulated all the power in his body and gathered it in his eyes. His eyes turned red and he completely opened his heavenly eye. When the nameless old man saw his heavenly eye, he did not feel surprised. He only quietly looked at Qin from the side. Qin condensed formidable power behind his eyes. Suddenly, he saw a ball of golden red thing in front of him. That golden red ball of energy is very strange. The light it emitted is gray in color. It seems to be releasing a kind of turbid yet very powerful energy. At this moment, he can see that his surroundings are filled with all kinds of gray energy. This is the same energy he saw in the bodies of the primal chaos race people before. This kind of gray energy is very strong and it doesn't have any aura at all. It is very difficult to sense it. "I see it. Is that the primal chaos divine sun?" Qin finally saw the primal chaos divine sun, but he is still unable to clearly sense its state of energy. That is the primal chaos divine Sunday. It is originally a very beautiful thing. However, under the beauty, there is a very terrifying power hidden. The nameless old man said, "This primal chaos divine sun can be considered crippled." "What? Crippled?" Qin said in alarm, "Senior, what are you going to do to this primal chaos divine sun?" "Destroy it." The nameless old man's expression is cold. Did you create this?" Qin found it hard to understand why he wanted to destroy the primal chaos divine Sunday. "I created it. But it has already gone out of control. I can't control the primal chaos divine sun, and the primal chaos divine sun has absorbed a lot of energy and is growing rapidly. I will soon be unable to control it," the nameless old man said. The nameless old man is very strong and very mysterious. He possesses a very formidable power. Even he is unable to control the primal chaos divine Sunday. It is indeed very terrifying. Once the primal chaos divine sun is destroyed, what about the sun sacred land? Qin looked at the mother moon and said, "My friends are inside the mother moon." The nameless old man took out a talisman. He threw the talisman into the air and it suddenly became very big as a bed. It flickered with a faint bluish-white color and overflowed with a very special icy cold power. It is that strange icy cold power, it is much stronger than the divine universe ice dragon and the others. "Don't worry, it won't affect that moon," the nameless old man said. "The primal chaos divine sun will be sealed in ice and as time passes, the energy will slowly dissipate." As he spoke, the talisman suddenly flew forward. In the air ahead, a burst of light blue light flickered and a huge ice ball appeared. The huge ice ball fell to the ground and created a very large crater before sinking into the ground. The deep crater that appeared on the ground is now covered with a thick layer of ice. A burst of strange icy cold power gushed out, causing Qin to shiver again and again. Is the primal chaos divine sun suddenly becoming stronger related to the sun seed? Qin said. There are still a few sun seeds here. Maybe. In the past, the Sun Seed could only let the Primal Chaos Divine Sun give birth to small Primal Chaos Divine Sunday. I didn't expect that the Primal Chaos Divine Sun could actually devour the Sun Seed to strengthen itself. The nameless old man let out a long sigh. It can be seen that he feels great heartache towards the Primal Chaos Divine Sunday. Xianxia looked at the old man beside him and suddenly felt that his worries were unnecessary. The nameless old man could even kill a powerful Primal Chaos Divine Sun, let alone those Primal Chaos beings. Back then, it was the nameless old man who taught the Divine Universe Ice Dragon a secret technique that allowed the Ice Race to cultivate a power that could restrain the Primal Chaos Race. Without Primal Chaos Divine Sun, those Primal Chaos beings can't continue to grow. The nameless old man suddenly closed his eyes and clasped his hands behind his back. Senior, how did that kind of ice-cold power form? It seems to restrain Primal Chaos Divine Sun. Xianxia is very curious about this. He has the Divine Universe Ice Dragon Pearl in his hand. Through the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation, he can use that strange ice-cold power. That is Primal Chaos Cold Power. The formation of this power is very interesting. It is born in an extremely hot environment. The nameless old man suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards a direction. The instant he opened his eyes, 2 rays of cold light shot out, bringing with them a strange ice-cold power. He saw that in the direction he was looking at, several Primal Chaos beings were suddenly frozen. Those Primal Chaos beings can hide on the ground and jump into the air. After the nameless old man killed a few Primal Chaos beings, he continued, the energy inside Primal Chaos Divine Sun is extremely hot. Using this kind of hot energy to refine Primal Chaos Cold Power, you can deal with some Primal Chaos beings that are not very strong. That strange ice-cold power is actually cultivated from the Primal Chaos Divine Sun's extreme heat power. This is indeed very strange. It is clearly ice-cold power, but it is refined from very hot energy. Xianxia saw that the nameless old man easily killed a few Primal Chaos beings and felt completely relieved. Those Primal Chaos beings were unable to withstand a single blow from the nameless old man. Senior, can the Primal Chaos beings of the Ancient Desolate be dealt with like this? Xianxia asked. He previously felt that the Ancient Desolate people are somewhat different from the Primal Chaos beings here. The Primal Chaos beings of the Ancient Desolate are very powerful. Even I have no way to deal with them. The Primal Chaos beings of the Ancient Desolate are invincible. The nameless old man frowned. It can be seen that he knows how strong the Primal Chaos beings of the Ancient Desolate are. Suddenly, a few huge Primal Chaos beasts appeared and pounced towards Xianxia and company. The nameless old man waved his hand and shot out a white light, easily freezing the group of Primal Chaos beasts. How strong are the chaotic creatures of the ancient region? Is there really no way to fight against them? Xianxia thought that as long as he created the Primal Divine Sun, he would be able to deal with the powerful people from the Ancient Desolate. There's no need to despair. The primordial chaos race has become more humane. The nameless old man smiled and said, I have always been an ancient wasteland, but I have rarely clashed with those primal chaos race people. Back when Xianxia was still the Nine-Yang Palace King, when he was in the Ancient Desolate, the chaos race suddenly appeared. Furthermore, they were rather barbaric. After so many years, the Chaos Clansmen had become more humane. This made Xianxia feel more at ease. Senior, how did chaotic creatures come into being? With Chaos Divine Suns, will there be chaos life forms? Xianxia also wanted to create Chaos Divine Suns in the future, so he had to understand them clearly. Yes. As long as there was a chaotic Divine Sun, there would be chaotic creatures. How did the chaotic creatures come to be? This has something to do with the Netherworld realm, the nameless old man said. There were a large number of souls in the 9 Nether realm, and those souls were always waiting for reincarnation. The process of reincarnation is also very mystical. Xianxia has never studied it before. After the nameless old man killed a few primal chaos beasts, he said again, let's put it this way, when the primal chaos divine sun grows to a certain level, it will have its own intelligence and begin to give birth to living beings. The primal chaos divine sun creates the body and the 9 Nether realm provides the soul. More and more primal chaos race people appeared. Those primal chaos race people are all very savage. Because their primal chaos divine sun was destroyed, these primal chaos life forms are all incomparably furious and rushed towards Xianxia and company. The nameless old man calmly waved his hand and attacked, very easily freezing those primal chaos race people and primal chaos beasts. These guys are really, if I did not create the primal chaos divine sun, they would not have their current life. If they were not so savage, I would not have killed them. The nameless old man sighed and said, "Young man, did you see? These primal chaos life forms were very savage from the beginning." Xianxia nodded, but he still has some doubts in his heart. He asked, "They seem to know that the nine-dragon heavenly origin formation is very strong. How did they know?" "This is inherited memory. As for how it was inherited, I am not too sure." The nameless old man's sharp eyes flickered with light. "There are many primal chaos race people and even more primal chaos beasts." In just a short moment, the nameless old man killed hundreds of primal chaos beasts and more than 100 primal chaos race people. If they had this kind of power to attack the ice race tribe's barrier back then, they would have been able to easily break it. The most terrifying thing is still the nameless old man. With a casual wave of his hand or two white light beams shot out from his eyes, he killed those primal chaos race beings. "Senior, can you defeat those primal chaos life forms in the ancient desolate?" Xianxia asked. He still does not know the nameless old man's cultivation. "I can't." The nameless old man shook his head. "Palace King, my true strength is not much stronger than yours back then, at most a little stronger." Xianxia is stunned. The nameless old man actually knows that he is the Nine-Sun Palace King. The nameless old man saw Xianxia's shock and said with a smile, "Nine-Sun Palace King, you were a famous figure in the Nine Desolate back then. It's very normal for me to know you. But I don't know you." Xianxia said. "The world is so big and there are so many people. Isn't it normal that you don't know me?" The nameless old man laughed and said, "What's more, I'm just a nameless old man." Xianxia curled his lips and said, "Senior, you are so powerful, you must have some background." The nameless old man shook his head and said with a smile, "I am strong but I am not as good as you. At least you dare to fight against the so-called heavenly Tao and I don't. If you had lived peacefully until now, you would definitely be much stronger than me. Maybe you would have been able to defeat the primal chaos life forms of the ancient desolate." Back then, Xianxia was a very strong Nine-Sun Palace King. If he didn't die and lived until now, it would be hard to say. A hero doesn't boast about his past glory. In this life, I will definitely be stronger than I was back then. Xianxia smiled confidently. "That's good. Then let's meet in the ancient desolate." The nameless old man laughed and waved his hand, releasing a cold wind. Xianxia was swept away by the cold wind and was blown far away. He is secretly alarmed. The nameless old man's divine power is very strong. He should not have appeared in the sacred desolate's sun-sacred land. This sun-sacred land can at most accommodate half-god level experts. Xianxia is unable to struggle free from the cold wind. He doesn't know how far he has been blown away. In short, after he struggled free from the cold wind, heaven and earth have already calmed down. Xianxia floated in the sky and looked all around. He feels like he is in a dream. "I saw primal chaos divine sun. I did not expect that senior to be so free and easy." He destroyed the primal chaos divine sun that he created with great difficulty. Xianxia sighed in his heart. Ling Yuner said, "Xiao Yun, maybe the nameless old man created primal chaos divine sun to deal with the primal chaos life forms of the ancient desolate." "Very likely." Xianxia nodded and said, "It seems like those guys from the ancient desolate have changed greatly. They can accept other people." He suddenly took out Xian Rujing's spirit-chasing talisman. Because Xian Rujing's spirit-chasing talisman has a great reaction. Sister Rujing has arrived. Xianxia is very happy in his heart. Not long after, a beautiful woman wearing snow-white clothes, her face is filled with ice-cold expression, flew over. "Xianxia, why are you here? Luckily you did not continue forward. If you entered the extreme land, you would have died." Xian Rujing's cold and beautiful face is filled with stern expression. "You must not act recklessly by any means." "I know, I came here to do something. I am not here to enter the extreme land." Xianxia also wants to enter the extreme land. Nine-Sun Divine Maiden cannot leave Mother Moon. So they cannot come see you. Xian Rujing said, "If you have something to say, just tell me." "Ah? Why can't they leave Mother Moon?" Xianxia very much wants to see Xiaqiru and the others. They are helping Mother Moon evolve. You should also be clear about Mother Moon's current situation. Xian Rujing said. Then did you see Sister Kiru? Did you ask her about your 9 sacred vein and my 9 sun divine vein? Qin Yun naturally knows about Mother Moon's situation. I did not see her. But I saw Xianqin. Now Guanghan Palace is managed by me and Xianqin. Xian Rujing said. Qin Yun nodded and said with sigh, a sun is about to fall. Immortal Desolate and Sacred Desolate are finished. Our next step is to go to Divine Desolate. Xian Rujing said, I don't know when Divine Desolate will be destroyed. Qin Yun, you are now late-stage quintessential sacred realm, right? You will soon become a god. Sister Rujing, return to Guanghan Palace and take out the Star God altar. It is no longer useful to you, but it is very useful to me. Qin Yun said. All right. Apart from this, is there anything else? Xian Rujing asked. Ask Shuiru about the Sun Divine tree she planted. Qin Yun suddenly recalled about the tree. Back then Evil God gave him the seed and he gave it to Nangong Shuiru to plant. Nangong Shuiru can use the Sun Moon Divine Bowl to speed up the growth of the plant. Anything else? Xian Rujing asked again. Help me send my regards to my friends, for example Little Phoenix, Senior Sister Yi and also Little Malian. I have not seen them for many years, I miss them very much. Qin Yun said with smile. I know. Xian Rujing slowly nodded, then turned around to leave but Qin Yun pulled her back. Qin Yun pulled her hand and embraced her. Xian Rujing did not struggle, her ice-cold beautiful eyes flickered with tenderness as she kissed Qin Yun. Sister Rujing, I don't know when we will meet again. Qin Yun said. Xian Rujing returned to the Mother Moon. Qin Yun took out Floating Cloud Pagoda and waited for Xian Rujing. He originally wanted to enter the Extreme Land. But after thinking about it carefully, he gave up. Because the Extreme Land is very dreadful, he has a lot of extreme yang energy on his body. After entering, it might affect his 9-sun divine spirit. 9-sun divine spirit is very important to him, if it is damaged, it will be very difficult to repair. Qin Yun is studying some runes inside the Floating Cloud Pagoda. He closed his eyes and let the runes revolve in his mind. This will allow him to become more familiar with these runes. Unknowingly, more than half a day passed by. He originally thought it was Xian Rujing, he did not expect it to be Xiao Xianqin. Xiao Xianqin is wearing light blue long skirt, a gentle smile appeared on her fair and beautiful face. It makes her look elegant and dignified, at the same time, she also has a bit of charming charm. Aunt Xiao, long time no see. Qin Yun said with smile and promptly invited Xiao Xianqin into the Floating Cloud Pagoda. Originally Sister Rujing wanted to come but she suddenly had some matters to take care of, so she did not come. Xiao Xianqin saw Qin Yun's enthusiasm and Wanner smiled. Xiao Yun, you are the 9-sun palace king, don't call me Aunt Xiao. You will always be my Aunt Xiao. Qin Yun said with smile. Xiao Xianqin elegantly smiled, sat down and drank the fruit juice Qin Yun handed her. What happened to Sister Rujing? Why did she not come? Qin Yun asked. It seems like Sister Rujing is more pleasing to you, you always keep thinking about her. Xiao Xianqin said with smile. I just feel that it is strange, she could come before but now she can't come. I am just curious. Qin Yun said with smile, Aunt Xiao, when I was Immortal King Floating Cloud, I offended you, please forgive me, Xiao Xianqin said with smile, you scoundrel, back then you stole my important undergarment to auction, sold it to someone else and then stole it back. Recalling these past events, Xiao Xianqin is no longer angry. Over these years, she has a very complicated feeling towards Qin Yun. Qin Yun scratched his head and said with smile, I was really naughty back then. Xiao Xianqin took out a very small altar and handed it to Qin Yun. She said, this is the Star God altar. Little Tian said that the Star God doesn't need this altar anymore. Qin Yun took it, nodded and said, Xiao Tian can sense Big Sister Star God, right? Yu Shutian is Star God's clone, both of them have the same appearance but their personality is completely different. They can sense it to a certain extent. When they want to contact each other, it will take a lot of effort. If there's nothing important, they won't contact each other. Xiao Xianqin said. Now, Qin Yun already has 8 sun altars in his hands. All he needed was the altar in the floating cloud city in the netherworld realm, and he would be able to gather all 9 altars. Therefore, he needed to make a trip to the netherworld realm next. Oh right, the sun god stone of the water-like seed has already borne fruit, but the fruit has not fully matured yet. We still need to continue planting it. Xianxia said again. And that sun fruit won't mature that easily. Qinyan also understands the sun divine tree quite well. Xiaoyun, what do you plan to do next? Xianxia asked. I'm going to the netherworld realm. I will leave an altar in the 9 nether realm. Qinyan said with smile, don't worry, I will definitely go to the divine desolate. That's good. Xianxia leisurely smiled, her beautiful eyes looked around and said with smile, Xiaoyun, we are living very well in Mother Moon. We can grow very quickly, you don't have to worry about us. Qinyan curled his lips and said, Mother Moon seems to have some prejudice against me. She doesn't let me see 9 Sun Divine Maiden and the others, Xianxia said with smile, that's not it. Mother Moon is still very grateful to you. However, she plans to let 9 Sun Divine Maidens seriously complete their respective missions. Sister Rujing has also obtained Mother Moon's appreciation. Mother Moon is currently transforming her. So that's how it is. Qinyan said with smile, this is also not bad. Xiaoyun, the little sisters in the Guanhan Palace often talk about you. Don't worry that we will forget you again. Xianxia suddenly pulled Qinyan's hand. She had forgotten about Qinyan before. Thinking of this matter, she is also very worried. She is worried that Qinyan will once again be cursed by the heavenly punishment, causing her to forget this man who is very important to her. Aunt Xiao, has your imperial clan bloodline brought you any help? Qinyan asked. Imperial clan bloodline is equivalent to half of the 9 Sun royal family bloodline. Mother Moon said that this kind of bloodline is very important to us. Xianxia said, but she did not say what the specific use is. Ah? Really? It seems like Mother Moon knows a lot of things. Qinyan really wants to communicate with Mother Moon, but Mother Moon is somewhat biased against him. The main reason is that back then, he wanted to take a risk and let Mother Moon evolve into Primal Chaos Divine Moon. Xiaoyun, the next time we meet, we might be in Divine Desolate. I don't know how long it will be. Xianxia sighed with melancholy. No matter how long it will be, we will definitely meet again. Qinyan said with smile. Oh right. Mother Moon asked you to send Qingqing, Tianzi, and Heavenly Concubine back. This way, it will be much easier for you to pass through Divine Desolate. Xianxia said. It seems like Mother Moon understands my situation quite well. Qinyan said with smile, she is very good to me. Xianxia said with smile, if it weren't for you, 9 Sun Divine Maiden wouldn't have been able to gather together. Mother Moon knows so many things about you, it must have been Kiru and the others who told her. And, I will let Qingqing and the others follow you back to Mother Moon. Qinyan nodded and said. When he brought a few people to enter Divine Desolate, they will indeed encounter great resistance. Qinyan immediately informed Qingqing and the others of this news and told them to come out. Shui Tianzi is very reluctant to part, she pouted and did not want to leave. However, she knows that following Qinyan will only make it more difficult for Qinyan to enter the God-level space. Entering the God-level space is the last hurdle for Qinyan. Qinyan rubbed Qingqing's face a few times and said with smile, I will take this opportunity to rub a few more times. You must come to Divine Desolate. Qingqing said in low voice. That's for sure. Qinyan said with smile. Soon after, Qinyan hugged them one by one and watched them fly towards Mother Moon. Qinyan watched them enter the extreme land and be teleported back by Mother Moon. Only then did he feel at ease and return to the Ice Royal tribe. Although a large number of primal chaos creatures were killed by the nameless old man, there are still primal chaos creatures in the Sun-Sacred Land. Those primal chaos creatures are scattered throughout the Sun-Sacred Land. Therefore, the Ice Royal tribe must be on guard. Qinyan arrived at the Ice Royal tribe and met with Divine Universe Ice Dragon and others. He told them that he is going to the 9 Nether Realm. Finally, he returned to the Divine Rune Mountain and greeted Xiao Hua and others. They ate and drank together because it is unknown when they will meet again. After eating his fill, Qinyan waited until daybreak. Then, under the sunlight, he took out a beast skin formation. Back then, he left behind a beast skin teleportation formation inside the floating cloud city's sun altar. It can teleport to the 9 nether realm from anywhere. But it can only be used once. The reason why he left behind this beast skin formation is because he knows that he will definitely return because there is a very important altar there. There are still 3 suns in the sky, but one is bigger because it is getting closer and closer to Sacred Desolate and Immortal Desolate. Palace King, we will meet again. Divine Universe Ice Dragon brought Great Sage Wu and others to send Xianxia off. Boss, we will meet again in Divine Desolate. Shiman Dazhuang said with smile. At that time, Hercules will become Ice Hercules, haha. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor and Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother warned Xianxia repeatedly to be careful of 9 nether realms powerful creatures. Xiaoyun, I won't say much, I will wait for you in Divine Desolate. Qinlong said. Everyone, take care. Xianxia laughed, cupped his hands towards everyone and then opened the beast skin teleportation formation. The space fluctuated and Xianxia suddenly disappeared. The beast skin teleportation formation also cracked and lost its function. Boss is truly awesome, you went to 9 nether realm just like that. Shiman Dazhuang said with smile. I wonder what is the situation in 9 nether realm. Divine Universe Ice Dragon curiously said. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia arrived in 9 nether realm. What made him puzzled is that he did not get teleported to Floating Cloud City but arrived in a gloomy forest. He jumped into the sky and looked at the sky. There is no sun in the sky, only a white and misty sky. The sky is not blue, rather it is white and misty, as if it is covered by a layer of glowing white mist. What is going on with 9 nether realm? Why is it so bright? Xianxia remembers that 9 nether realm rarely has this kind of weather. Let's find my floating cloud city first. Xianxia took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal. Floating Cloud City originally had many Floating Clouds Heavenly Seal's imprints. Now that Floating Clouds Heavenly Seal has become Divine King Heavenly Seal, he can still sense those imprints through it. He quickly sensed the direction of Floating Cloud City, then took out the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and rushed over. Xiaoyun, 9 Nether Realm and Seabed Treasure Domain are connected. If you take away Floating Cloud City's altar, will you be able to go to Sacred Desolate through Seabed Treasure Domain? Ling Yin'er said. After entering Seabed Treasure Domain, once it senses that I am late-stage quintessential saint, it will suck me into Sacred Desolate. Xianxia said. He is now quintessential saint but there is no problem in 9 Nether Realm. Back in 9 Nether Realm, he encountered a very powerful mantis monster and was almost killed. If he encountered it now, he would not need to be afraid, he could easily kill it. Foster Father and Boss Xia are both in 9 Nether Realm. Xianxia said in his heart and then summoned the Nether Realm Heavenly Lion. After the Nether Realm Heavenly Lion came out, he turned into a handsome black-cloaked youth. Xiaoming, help me find Foster Father and Boss Xia. Xianxia informed the Nether Realm Heavenly Lion about the situation of Netherworld Great Emperor. Yes, I will find them as soon as possible. Nether Realm Heavenly Lion finished speaking and turned into black gas and disappeared. Xianxia continued rushing towards Floating Cloud City. It's really strange, why didn't I fall in Floating Cloud City? Is it because I was teleported to Sun Holy Land, so there was a deviation? Xianxia is puzzled in his heart. The Heaven Leaping Shuttle flew for a long time. Xianxia did not go to Floating Cloud City, which made him somewhat anxious. And along the way, he did not encounter any living thing. When Xianxia was the 9 Sun Palace King, he was already acquainted with the overlord of 9 Nether Realm, the Netherworld Great Emperor, who later became his foster father. But he doesn't know much about 9 Nether Realm, he only knows that it is a place where dead spirits gather. Humans can move freely in 9 Nether Realm and 9 Nether Realm has no spatial hierarchy. 9 Nether Realm belongs to the Nether Realm, unlike the Yang Realm, it is divided into human, immortal, saint, god and many other space or heavenly domain. Of course, there are also regional divisions in 9 Nether Realm. Generally speaking, the strong of 9 Nether Realm will not run to the place of the weak. Even if they run to the place of the weak, they can't kill indiscriminately. If they kill too much in 9 Nether Realm, they will be captured and sent to the Samsara Sea and all their memories will be erased. In the past, Nine Nether Overlord often warned Qin Yun that once he comes to Nine Nether Realm, he must not let go of killing too much, otherwise no one can save him. This was something that Qin Yun kept in mind to this day. Although Nine Nether Realm is the Yang Realm, the living beings of the Yang Realm can move here and even live here for a long time without being affected. Nine Nether Realm is really a very strange world, it is not controlled by heavenly Tao. Ling Yin'er said. Indeed. If I refine souls here, I won't be punished by heavenly Tao. Qin Yun always wanted to refine some inscription spirits through spirit creation heavenly cauldron. But he needs Xiao Yuemei's help and Xiao Yuemei is inside the Mother Moon. Thinking of this, Qin Yun felt very regretful. He went to the Mother Moon to kidnap Xiao Yuemei. But not only he failed to kidnap Xiao Yuemei, even Zi Qingqing and the others were taken away by the Mother Moon. Otherwise, Qin Yun could pinch the beautiful steamed bun from time to time. Qin Yun can clearly sense the direction of Floating Cloud City through the Divine King Heavenly Seal. This made him feel a lot relieved. At least Floating Cloud City was not destroyed. I wonder if Floating Cloud City is the same now. Qin Yun believes that the Floating Cloud City he built is very strong. Unless a very powerful Saint Realm Master appeared, Floating Cloud City could not be destroyed. Floating Cloud City was located on the edge of the Nine Netherworld realm, so generally speaking, there wouldn't be any masters coming here. But now, it was hard to say. The Yang Realm's heavenly Tao had undergone a huge change, and the Ninth Netherworld realm space had expanded. After flying for more than 10 days, Qin Yun finally saw Floating Cloud City. The heaven-leaping shuttle flew high in the sky. Although it was night, Qin Yun could see a huge city on the ground from the main control room. It was brightly lit. Previously, when Qin Yun saw the city glow from afar, he found it strange. When he got closer, he saw that there were lights. What the hell? Qin Yun was alarmed as he immediately stood up and flew out of the heavenly leaping shuttle. He stood on the heaven leaping shuttle and looked at the land in front of him. There was a city there. However, this wasn't the Floating Cloud City he was familiar with. Floating Cloud City originally had walls and gates, but now the walls and gates were gone. Moreover, the entire city had expanded by a lot. There were many array pillars that formed a barrier that protected the entire city. If it weren't for the huge pyramid-like altar in the center of the city, Qin Yun wouldn't have believed that this was Floating Cloud City. Floating Cloud City had undergone earth-shaking changes. When Qin Yun saw the sparkling golden sun altar in the center of the city, he felt more at ease. At least the altar was still there. Just from the sky, he can see that the barrier is very strong. Strange, isn't this at least Saint Tier barrier? Qin Yun stored away the heaven-leaping shuttle and landed on the ground. Floating Cloud City is no longer there, all the familiar buildings inside are gone. Only the altar is left. Qin Yun suddenly wondered why Floating Cloud City had been completely destroyed, leaving behind only a single altar. Later, someone built a city with the altar as the center. Qin Yun flew close to the ground, circled around the city's barrier and finally found the entrance. There is a large stone tablet at the entrance with the words, Transcending Xianxia City written on it. Qin Yun suddenly recalled Transcending Xianxia region. Could it be that the construction of this city is related to Transcending Xianxia region? Qin Yun said with frown. Transcending Xianxia region is very close to Immortal Desolate and there is an underwater treasure domain that is connected to the Nine Nether Realm. If Transcending Xianxia region is destroyed, then the people of Transcending Xianxia region, as well as the great races, will surely find this underwater treasure domain. If they don't want to go to Immortal Desolate, they will surely come to the Nine Nether Realm. At least they won't have to worry about world destruction in the Nine Nether Realm. Qin Yun carefully thought about it and felt that all the great races of Transcending Xianxia region must have come to the Nine Nether Realm and joined hands to build this city. Why is the sun altar the center? Qin Yun is somewhat puzzled. Nine Nether Realm contains special energy, there is no need to go through the sun altar. Moreover, although the sun altar is releasing golden light, it is not releasing any energy. Qin Yun can forcibly break through the barrier but he still wants to honestly enter the city and find out who built it first. He has many friends in Transcending Xianxia region. For example, Lu Haikong, Zhuge Qingxiong, Duan family head, Hu Nongtian and others. They are all his friends, they fought shoulder to shoulder with him when he first came to the underwater treasure domain. What Qin Yan did not expect is that entering the city is very easy, he just needs to directly walk in. Although the guards have fierce expression on their faces, they did not interrogate the people entering the city. Qin Yan has more or less grasped the layout of the city while he was flying. After entering the city, there is a wide road that leads directly to the sun altar at the center of the city. And this sun altar is inside a villa. The villa is protected by a barrier and there are many pavilions inside. It must be the faction that controls the city. Qin Yan inquired while walking and found out that the people who built this city are all his acquaintances. They are precisely Lu Haikong and others. They built this city and took in many races from transcending Xianxia region, making this place very flourishing. Back then, Lu Haikong, Duan family head, Hu Nongtian and Zhuge Qingxiong went to explore the secret of the underwater treasure domain. They must have obtained many secret treasures, this can be considered as their fortuitous encounter. Qin Yan found out that Lu Haikong's Lu family residence is at the center of the city. Lu Haikong is from Sea Dragon race, later he met an old dragon who lived in transcending Xianxia region for many years. That old dragon also followed Lu Haikong to explore the underwater treasure domain. Qin Yan thought that they would go to Immortal Desolate, he did not expect them to stay in the Nine Nether Realm for a long time and even build this transcending Xianxia city. Transcending Xianxia city is very big and very flourishing, there are even many living beings from the Yin world. They must have obtained many inheritances, that is why they created such a strong barrier. Qin Yan found out that many people are immortal realm while walking inside the city. Occasionally he saw immortal kings and immortal emperors, it means that the cultivation environment here is very good, it is comparable to Immortal Desolate. The reason why there is this kind of cultivation environment is because the Nine Nether Realm has undergone great transformation, otherwise it would be very difficult to become immortal in this kind of borderland. Qin Yan did not sense any aura of Saint Realm experts. It must be known that Qin Yan is a peak late-stage quintessential saint, he can even fight against half-gods. In this kind of place where immortal realm experts are everywhere, he is an unparalleled existence. Since this is Lu Haikong's territory, Qin Yan is very well behaved. Otherwise, he would have directly rushed towards Lu family residence with great momentum. After a while, Qin Yan arrived at the gate of Lu family residence. Lu family residence is very strict, the tightly closed gate is heavily guarded, there are also experts patrolling all around the city wall. Qin Yan walked over and politely asked the soldiers guarding the gate, after understanding the situation, the surprise in his heart immediately dissipated. Although Lu family residence was built by Lu Haikong and the group of people who built the city are no longer here, they have entered deeper into the Nine Nether Realm. In other words, Qin Yan cannot find these acquaintances, if he wants to take away the altar, he will have to use a more barbaric method. He also does not know if taking away the altar will affect the city. He believes that this city should be very important to Lu Haikong and the others. After all, this is the place where their descendants live. Qin Yan is in a dilemma, because according to his investigation, the altar is still very important, it can be said that the Lu family, Zhuge family, Duan family, and Hu family protect it with their lives. If he forcibly takes it away, it will definitely lead to a bloody battle. Qin Yan strolled around the city, but his mind is on how to quietly take away the altar. This is not very difficult for him, it just needs a thorough plan. Suddenly, someone on the street shouted, "City Lord is coming back, City Lord is coming back." The person shouting on the street is in charge of passing the news. Hearing this news, many people are very excited. City Lord, Qin Yan thought of Lu Haikong. If he comes back, then this matter will be a lot easier. Qin Yan wants to ask whether or not the City Lord is Lu Haikong. There is no need to ask, he heard many people discussing that the person who came back is indeed Lu Haikong. Apart from Lu Haikong, there are also Zhuge Qingxiong and Hu Nongtian. It is said that they went to the depths of the Nine Nether Realm to break through and transform into saints. Now that they have returned, it is clear that they have already become saints. Although everyone is very happy, they also learned a very grave news. Even the Duan family head had been killed. Duan family head is one of the most important people who built this city. And the ones who killed Duan family head are precisely those extremely vicious and evil factions. Duan family head was killed on the way back. Those extremely vicious and evil factions have been causing trouble in the vicinity of transcending Xianxia city for many years. now that Lu Haikong and the others have been ambushed on the way back. This means that transcending Xianxia City might start a war with those vicious and evil factions. After learning about Duan family head's death, Qin Yan let out a long sigh in his heart. After all, Duan family head is his friend. Not long after, another news arrived in transcending Xianxia City. Nether Realm's 4 great immortal sects will dispatch people to assist transcending Xianxia City. These 4 great immortal sects have very good relations with transcending Xianxia City. Lu Haikong's daughter Lu Qingyu has very high position in one of these immortal sects. Lu Qingyu? Ever since I came to Undersea Treasure Domain, I have never seen her again. Qin Yan also recalled this woman. Transcending Xianxia City has been facing a crisis for many years. Because the main target of those evil factions is that altar. The sun altar is not releasing any energy aura, but it is always flickering with golden light. It is very normal for people to target it. Even if they don't know what use the altar has, they can see that it is a very precious item. Moreover, transcending Xianxia City is so prosperous that many people believe that it is due to the altar. According to Qin Yan's information, Lu Qingyu will return to transcending Xianxia City in 3 days. She will return a few days earlier than Lu Haikong and others. Qin Yan found a pawn shop inside the city and pawned a holy fruit to exchange for many immortal jade beads. Immortal jade beads are the currency used in this place. Qin Yan had a lot of them back then, but they have already been put into pill transformation heavenly furnace to refine pills. The holy fruit was still very precious to the people here. Qin Yan casually obtained a few holy fruits in Sacred Desolate, but here he can exchange them for several 100 million immortal jade beads. 500 million immortal jade beads should be enough for me to use. Just as Qin Yan left the pawn shop, he received news from every street and alley. Lu Haikong, Zhuge Qingxiong and Hu Nongtian were ambushed on their way back from Sacred Transformation and their whereabouts are unknown. This news came from Lu Haikong's followers. They were sent back through some birds. The entire transcending Xianxia City's gate has been closed. People can only leave but not enter. People who come in must go through strict interrogation. Did something happen to Senior Lu and others? Qin Yan is very worried in his heart. I hope they are all right. Since he doesn't understand the situation here, he wants to go help but he doesn't know where to go. Now he can only wait for Lu Qingyu's return. He has inquired about Lu Qingyu's matter very clearly. Lu Qingyu has entered Rising Dragon Sword sect and is now a very formidable immortal emperor. It is said that she will be the successor of Rising Dragon Sword sect's sect master. Because of Lu Qingyu, 4 immortal sects have said that they will help transcending Xianxia City. But some people also said that they will just watch without lifting a finger. They will at most try to persuade transcending Xianxia region. They will not take action. Because even the 4 immortal sects are not a match for those evil powers. Only if the 4 immortal sects bring out their strongest power will they be able to fight against those evil powers. Those big sects are not reliable at all. It seems like I will have to take action when the time comes. Qin Yan doesn't want to start a massacre in 9 Nether Realm. If he had no other choice, he could only take action. As long as he did not kill the innocent in the 9 Netherworld realm, it was fine. However, Qin Yan did not know if he would be punished. Lu Qingyu is Lu Haikong's descendant. If something happens to Lu Haikong, Lu Qingyu will inherit and become transcending Xianxia City's city master. Although there were still many members of the Lu family in the Lu family villa, they were all descendants of Lu Haikong's brother. They were not qualified to inherit the position of the city lord. As Qin Yan walked on the street, he kept thinking of the worst possible outcome. If Lu Haikong really did not return, then a fierce battle for power would definitely break out in the Lu family matter. After all, there was a mysterious and powerful altar in the Lu clan's matter. Furthermore, everyone wanted to be the city lord. That's because becoming a city master is equivalent to leading a powerful faction. Moreover, one can also obtain a large amount of cultivation resources through the various taxes of transcending Xianxia City. Now that Qin Yan has enough immortal jade beads, he changed into a set of luxurious golden inscription master robe and bought a luxurious carriage. In this way, he would not be looked down upon when he entered the Lu clan's matter. If not for some special reason, he would not want to put on a show. At that time, he will have to exert his strength to protect transcending Xianxia City and repel those evil factions. After ensuring the safety of transcending Xianxia City, he can take away the altar. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed by. During these 3 days, Xianxia scattered many immortal jade beads and hired people to deliver the latest news to him. He found out that the 4 great immortal sects have dispatched a very strong team. These teams are the core strength of the 4 great immortal sects. There are a few elders and many young core disciples. It is said that the successor of the sect master is also among them. But according to outside speculation, the 4 great immortal sects have not come to help transcending Xianxia city. Their main goal is to ensure that the altar is not taken away by evil factions. It is very likely that they want to snatch the altar from the hands of evil factions. If Senior Lu and the others don't return, those evil factions will be even more relaxed in snatching the altar. If the altar is snatched away by evil factions and they manage to leave transcending Xianxia city, then the 4 great immortal sects will take action to snatch away the altar and it will have nothing to do with transcending Xianxia city. Xianxia carefully thought about it and realized that these 4 great immortal sects have bad intentions. They will surely use helping Lu Qingyu as an excuse to enter transcending Xianxia city. What puzzled Xianxia the most is that these evil factions are very mysterious, they have never shown their faces. Xianxia also wants to find out where these evil factions are so that he can take revenge, but he can't find out anything. The people from the 4 great immortal sects have already arrived at transcending Xianxia city. Lu Xiaoka of the Lu family manor was a very talented young man. He was the strongest of the younger generation in the Lu family manor. It was said that he was even stronger than Lu Qingyu, and he was also a disciple of the Coiling Serpent Palace, one of the 4 great immortal sections. Lu Qingyu has already returned to Lu family manor, but she has been very low-key. She has not shown her face since she returned. Lu Xiaoka, on the other hand, is completely different. He has invited many guests in a very high-profile manner, especially the young disciples of the 4 great immortal sects, as well as the young generation of transcending Xianxia city's great factions. Therefore, Lu family manor is now very lively. Xianxia arrived at the entrance of Lu family manor on a luxurious carriage and calmly walked in. Lu family manor's banquet requires invitation cards. People without certain status don't dare to casually enter Lu family manor. If they are caught, they will be brutally beaten. Lu family manor is very big. After Xianxia arrived, he cannot find Lu Qingyu's whereabouts. If he wants to find Lu Qingyu, he will either have to make a big commotion or spend some time to find her. Lu family manor's plaza is very lively. As soon as Xianxia arrived, he saw many immortal youth chatting and drinking wine. From their clothes and cultivation, it can be seen that they are the peak existences of transcending Xianxia city. Naturally, Xianxia's clothes are also not bad. His exquisite golden rune long robe is rather eye-catching. After all, young inscription masters are rarely seen anywhere. If one is not a true inscription master, they wouldn't dare to wear this kind of inscription master robe because if they are exposed, it will be very shameful. Those who dare to wear this kind of robe are mostly very high-level inscription masters. Only a few shameless and half-baked inscription masters dare to be so ostentatious. Xianxia's appearance is very handsome, he looks mature and steady, his face is filled with warm smile. However, all the youngsters here are very unfamiliar with him, because they have never seen such a young inscription master before. In their circle, there were only a few young inscription masters, there was no such person. Moreover, they can't sense Xianxia's cultivation. Xianxia is hiding his aura. If he completely releases his aura, it will cause a big commotion. Maybe it will attract many Saint Realm experts and beasts. His main goal here is to take away the altar. Because this Lu family manor is closely related to Lu Haikong, he doesn't want to take it away by force, at least he wants to greet the person in charge of this matter. This young master, you have a very unfamiliar face. Are you really an inscription master? A woman wearing red skirt, her appearance is tender and beautiful, her figure is very good, she walked over and asked with light smile. N. Xianxia nodded. He is looking all around, his attention is not on the red skirt woman. He is currently looking for Lu Qingyu. The red skirt woman smiled charmingly and said, "Young master, may I know which aristocratic family you are from?" "I am Xianxia, I have no aristocratic family." Xianxia faintly smiled and said, "Young master Qin, are you pretending to not know me? Or do you really not know me?" The red skirt woman is somewhat doubtful, she said with light smile, "Young master Qin, are you pretending not to know me? Or do you really not know me? At this time, Qin also discovered that many people are pointing at him and whispering to each other. Qin expression is calm as he said, I really don't know you. I came here to find someone. At this time, someone yelled, Fake inscription master, she is the heaven's daughter of the famous Bai family, Bai Fumei. You actually don't know her? In transcending Xianxia city, who among the 4 great immortal sects doesn't know Bai Fumei, great beauty Bai Fumei? I have never heard of her. Qin said with frown. He has inquired many things about the 4 great immortal sects but he has never heard of Bai Fumei. Dozens of people around immediately burst into laughter and began discussing among themselves. Bai Fumei is the strongest young generation of purple cloud matter, her strength and cultivation are above many older generation. Her brother Bai Kunji is even more outstanding. He is so young, a peak immortal emperor and also the vice sect master of Rising Dragon Sword sect. He is about to take over the position of sect master. Bai Fumei and Lu Qingyu are known as transcending Xian-Tu beauties, they are the number 1 beauties of the 4 great immortal sects. You don't even know this, what kind of inscription master are you? All the young guests here are about to take over important positions in the 4 great immortal sects. Qin is a young inscription master, yet he doesn't know such a beauty. This is truly laughable. Bai Fumei leisurely smiled and said, Young Master Qin, this is a banquet hosted by young Master Lu Xiaoka. Don't tell me that you don't even know young Master Lu? At this time, a rather handsome man wearing purple gold embroidered robe appeared, he is Lu Xiaoka. Lu Xiaoka said with smile, I indeed don't know this person, it seems like he also doesn't know me. Someone said with smile, this guy just picked up an inscription master's robe and came here to freeload? He looks quite decent, I was almost deceived by him. Qin originally thought that wearing an inscription master's robe would make people respect him and attract many people's attention. Young Master Qin, we don't know you and you don't know us. Then please leave. Bai Fumei's smile turned into a sneer. Bai Fumei is indeed very beautiful. Qin also noticed that the woman in front of him is indeed somewhat beautiful. But in his eyes, she was just so. Not to mention the 9 young divine maiden that he knew, even the women in Guanghan Palace were all much more beautiful and outstanding than Bai Fu. Therefore, he did not put Bai Fumei in his eyes. Qin combed through, Bai Fumei is a disciple of the Purple Cloud Villa of the 4 great sects. Moreover, she is the strongest youth. Bai Fumei's brother Bai Kunji is the vice sect master of Dawn Dragon Sword sect. Like Lu Qingyu, he is the strongest immortal emperor in Dawn Dragon Sword sect. Lu Xiaoka is from Coiling Snake Palace. Beside Bai Fumei, there is a white-clothed man, Bai Kunji. His face is filled with cold arrogance. Although he is also quite handsome, he is not as good as Qin. Lu Xiaoka is also at the side, looking at Qin with hostility. Because this banquet is being held by them, they are the main characters. If a young inscription master appeared, and one that is very handsome, they would be overshadowed. So it is like this, Bai Fumei, right? The number 1 beauty with Lu Qingyu? I indeed don't know you but I know Lu Qingyu. I have also seen her. Honestly speaking, you are quite lacking compared to Qingyu. If she is number 1, you can only be number 11. Qin calmly smiled and swept his gaze over Bai Fumei and Lu Xiaoka. As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. There are hundreds of young elites here, who does not know Bai Fumei? Who does not know the power of Bai family? That is a very powerful family in transcending Xianxia city. But now, there is someone who dares to provoke a Bai family disciple. Moreover, it is Bai Fumei, a dragon among men, a favored daughter of heaven. Bai Fumei is startled. She did not expect that the person in front of her would say that she is not as beautiful as Lu Qingyu. This kind of thing, Bai Fumei cannot refute. Others also do not dare to refute. Because this is Lu Qingyu's territory, who is Lu Qingyu? Behind her was Lu Haikong, the founder of transcending Xianxia city. Although his whereabouts were unknown, his prestige was still there. Only Qingyu is so broad-minded that she doesn't mind someone sharing first place with her. However, there is someone who is so shameless that they insist on taking first place. Qin continued to smile. Bai Fumei, Lu Xiaoka, and Bai Kunji's gazes became slightly cold because they could see that this person was stirring up trouble. Qin could tell with a glance that Bai Fumei and Lu Xiaoka were a couple. The banquet was organized by Lu Xiaoke, and Bai Fumei was considered the female host. Therefore, they were considered the masters of this place. Qin Yin knew very well that Lu Qingyu should be the master of this place. However, these people completely disregarded Lu Qingyu's feelings and actually held a banquet. With Lu Haikong's life and death unknown, Lu Qingyu would definitely be extremely anxious, so she naturally wouldn't participate in such a banquet. Lu Xiaoke took this opportunity to hold a banquet to announce to everyone that he, Lu Xiaoke, was the true master of the Lu residence. Qin Yin could see through such thoughts at a glance. Qin Yin swept his gaze over the stunned crowd and faintly smiled. Everyone, I said that Lu Qingyu is a few levels more beautiful than Bai Fumei. Do you have any objections? Bai Fumei is already angered to the point of death. Her charming face gradually became cold. This young Master Qin, the banquet does not welcome you, please leave. Lu Xiaoke coldly said. He already gave the order to leave. I already said that I came to find Qingyu. Qin Yin said. Young Master Qin, do you really know Qingyu or are you pretending to know her? Lu Xiaoke said with sneer. Who doesn't know that Sister Qingyu has extremely strong dragon martial spirit? She is the strongest dragon sword disciple of Dawn Dragon Sword sect. Bai Fumei also coldly said, Sister Qingyu and Dawn Dragon Sword sect's bisect master Bai Kunji are a pair that everyone thinks is good for. And we have a very good relationship with Sister Qingyu. We are not someone you can provoke with just a few words. Furthermore, Sister Qingyu is usually very low-key, she rarely comes in contact with people and is often in seclusion cultivation. How could she know someone like you who has a sharp tongue and is just a freeloader? Qin Yin said, when I first met Qingyu, it was in transcending Xianxia region. At that time, she still had not become immortal. If you let Qingyu come out, you can prove that I am not lying. Wishful thinking, do you think Qingyu is someone you can meet whenever you want? A guy like you is not worthy to meet her. White-clothed Bai Kunji furiously said with grave and stern expression. Although my brother is the vice-sect master of Dawn Dragon Sword sect, Sister Qingyu has a very strong dragon spirit. Moreover, she obtained the guidance of the old dragon, she drank dragon blood all year long and obtained the dragon inheritance. Her future is limitless, the day she becomes a sage is just around the corner. There are many people who want to meet her. What qualifications do you have? Bai Fumei said with sneer. At this time, many large men have already surrounded them. From their expression, it can be seen that they are preparing to attack. Qin Yin no longer spoke and yelled, Qingyu, I am Qin Yin, I have a matter to discuss with you. His voice is very gentle but it is extremely loud, it can be said that it can be heard throughout the entire Lu family matter. Qin Yin originally thought that he would be able to meet Lu Qingyu by participating in the banquet. But now it seems that Lu Qingyu will not participate in this kind of thing. She might not even know that her Lu family manor is being eyed by many people. Even the altar is being coveted by the 4 great sections. If you continue to cause trouble, don't blame us for attacking. Bai Kunji furiously said, don't disturb Qingyu's rest. Sister Qingyu is currently in seclusion, maybe she is at the critical moment of becoming a sage. If you disturb her like this, you will harm her. Lu Xiaoke also angrily said. It seems like you want to see Sister Qingyu so much that you have gone crazy. Bai Fumei said with sneer, truly a reckless person. Sister Qingyu's temper is not good, just wait for her to teach you a lesson. Qin Yin stood there with an indifferent expression. Although others are constantly criticizing him and telling him to leave the Lu family manor, no one dares to attack him. Because they are worried that Qin Yin is really someone that Lu Qingyu knows. If he is, then when Lu Qingyu finds out and they attack, they will have to suffer Lu Qingyu's anger. Everyone knows that Lu Qingyu's temper is not good, she is that kind of fiery woman. Not long after Qin Yin finished shouting, a woman wearing red body-tight clothes with braids flew over. Lu Qingyu has appeared, her appearance is cold and elegant, she has a pair of charming beautiful eyes but her eyes are filled with a kind of dragon might. Her domineering aura is completely natural, it is the aura of a mad dragon descending. Lu Qingyu's arrival caused all the women present to lose their luster, feeling Lu Qingyu's dragon might, everyone retreated one after another. Lu Qingyu's dragon spirit was obtained by Qin Yin in the past. Moreover, Lu Qingyu obtained the weapons and armor that Qin Yin refined for her, so she has a very deep impression of Qin Yin. In her eyes, Qin Yin is a very powerful great master. However, Lu Haikong later told her that she can consider Qin Yun as her big brother. Lu Qingyu is indeed in seclusion. When she heard Qin Yun's voice, she was incomparably shocked. She stared blankly for a long time and recalled many things related to Qin Yun. Because she always thought that she would never be able to see Qin Yun again in this life, Qin Yun went to Immortal Desolate. If he became a sage, he would definitely go to Sacred Desolate. It would be difficult for him to return to 9 Underworld Realm. And if she wants to go to Sacred Desolate, she can only go after becoming a sage. After being shocked, Lu Qingyu dressed herself up and hurried out. Big brother Qin. When Lu Qingyu saw Qin Yun, she, who has always been stubborn and domineering, actually had tears in her beautiful eyes. Everyone knew that Lu Qingyu is a very fierce and domineering woman. After all, she has a dragon spirit, so everyone understood. In the eyes of many people, this kind of character is also natural. Now that they see Lu Qingyu crying, they are instead very surprised. Of course, they are even more shocked. This seemingly fake inscription master actually knows Lu Qingyu. Furthermore, their relationship is very good, so good that even Lu Xiaoke does not recognize Lu Qingyu. After Lu Qingyu called out Big Brother Qin, she threw herself into Qin Yun's embrace. Qin Yun can feel Lu Qingyu's sadness. He also knows that Lu Haikong, Zhuge Qingxiong and the others are most likely doomed. He can only hope that their souls will have a good ending in the 9 Nether Realm. Everything will pass. Qin Yun gently patted Lu Qingyu's back. When everyone saw Lu Qingyu take the initiative to throw herself into a man's embrace, they are all dumbstruck. That Bai Kunji is gnashing his teeth and tightly clenching his fists. Incomparable jealousy and hatred in his heart caused his face to become gloomy and slightly distorted. Bai Fumei's beautiful face also turned pale with fright. She did not expect that this fake inscription master would actually know Lu Qingyu. From Lu Qingyu's reaction towards Qin Yun, it is clear that their relationship is not ordinary. Let's go. Lu Qingyu pulled Qin Yun and flew towards the altar. In the Lu family matter, only Lu Qingyu and Lu Haikong can enter the barrier of the altar. Seeing them leave, everyone sighed endlessly. Lu Xiaoke, who is that guy? Have you never heard of him? Bai Fumei asked in low voice. Many elders from that time are either old or have left. If he really knows Sister Qingyu in transcending Xianxia region, then he might be an old lover. Lu Xiaoke finished speaking and patted Bai Kunji's shoulder. It can be seen that Bai Kunji has been pursuing Lu Qingyu for many years but has not succeeded. That bastard, who the hell is he? Bai Kunji's eyes are burning with jealousy and anger. Looking at the altar, killing intent welled up in his heart. Qin Yun followed Lu Qingyu to the side of the altar and passed through a barrier. Lu Qingyu's mood has stabilized a lot. She has a trace of smile on her face. It can be seen that she already knows that Lu Haikong has been killed. She has a strong character, she has been enduring until now. Only when she saw Qin Yun, she could no longer suppress the sadness in her heart. Qingyu, I will avenge them. Qin Yun held Lu Qingyu's hand and said, you can rest assured, this is 9 Underworld Realm. Their souls will return to 9 Underworld Realm and they will have a new beginning. Lu Qingyu lightly nodded, then looked towards the direction of the plaza where the banquet is held. She said in low voice, are those guys deliberately making things difficult for you? They are not qualified to make things difficult for me. If I did not give you face, I would have flipped the entire city over with one hand. Qin Yun faintly smiled. That's right, since Big Brother Qin can come to 9 Underworld Realm, you must be very strong. Lu Qingyu said with light smile, Big Brother Qin, I heard from Grandpa Tiger Turtle that this altar is yours. Qin Yun took out the Godly King Heavenly Seal and walked to an entrance. He touched the altar's outer wall with the Godly King Heavenly Seal and opened a door. Let's go take a look. Qin Yun said, Qingyu, tell me why Floating Cloud City was breached. Lu Qingyu nodded and followed behind Qin Yun. Qin Yun believes that the reason why Floating Cloud City was breached is because someone specifically attacked crazily. Floating Cloud City was built by him, even after so many years, its defense is still very strong. Lu Qingyu followed behind Qin Yun and entered the inner area of the altar. She has been living near the altar for a very long time but has never entered the inner area of the altar. It is also very difficult to open it. Qin Yun casually touched the outer wall and a door opened. This caused Lu Qingyu to be somewhat shocked in her heart. Lu Qingyu slowly narrated the events that happened in the city these past few years. Qin patiently listened. This will help him understand the situation of Nine Nether Realm, as well as who is plotting against this altar. Because of Qin matter, the young people of Lu family manor also caused some embarrassment, but this did not affect them from hosting the banquet. All the young elites here will be taking over the management of the four great sects as well as transcending Xianxia city in the future. They will have to interact with each other for a very long time. At this time, a middle-aged man suddenly arrived. His expression is very grave as he said to Lu Xiaoka, "Young Master Lu, a door has been opened." Lu Qingyu and that guy surnamed Qin entered the altar. What? The altar has not been opened for many years, how can it suddenly be opened now? Lu Xiaoka gritted his teeth and said, "It must be Lu Qingyu, she and Lu Haikong should know how to open it, they have not opened it yet." Transcending Xianxia city's altar has a very great significance, it is regarded as the city's cornerstone item. Because the altar is very powerful, even the four great sects are plotting against it. The four great sects of Nine Nether Realm are Purple Cloud Manor, Coiling Snake Palace, Rising Dragon Sword Sect and Nether Immortal Sect. Now the future sect masters of these four sects, as well as their strongest young disciples are all here. They want to establish good relations with Lu family and also want to figure out the secret of the altar. For example, Bai Fumei was from the Purple Cloud Villa and a member of the Bai clan. She and Lu Xiaoka had their eyes on the altar in the Lu clan's villa. A large part of the reason why Bai Kunji wanted to pursue Lu Qingyu was because of that altar. Of course, Lu Qingyu's charm was also great, and she was a rare and powerful woman. Lu Xiaoka was from the Lu clan's villa and was also known as the Young City Lord. He was also a disciple of the Coiled Serpent Palace, so many people believed that he would obtain the altar. However, everyone in the Lu family knew very well that after Lu Haikong's death, only Lu Qingyu could enter the barrier of the altar. Back then, the barrier was set up by Zhuge Qingxiong, the inscription master. Only they could enter and exit the barrier. Where did that Qin brat come from? Why does Qingyu value him so much? Bai Kunji looked at Lu Xiaoka. I really don't know. Lu Xiaoka shook his head and said with a serious expression, "No matter what, we have to control that altar as soon as possible." Bai Fumei's eyes flickered with cold light as she said in low voice, "So long as we join hands, we can make Lu Qingyu concede. The altar is very important to our transcending Xianxia city and the four great sects, we cannot let a temperamental woman like her control it. Then let's adjourn the meeting, we will go talk to the elders." Bai Fumei said, "Great enemy is about to attack the city, when the time comes, we can use this to threaten Lu Qingyu and force her to hand over the right to enter the altar." Many young heroes nodded their heads one after another. They are the successors of the city's major powers, many of them are from the four great sections. If they don't take action and resist the evil forces attacking the city, the transcending Xianxia city will surely be breached. And the evil forces attacking the city are also aiming for the altar. With Lu Qingyu's power alone, she won't be able to defend the altar. When the time comes, Lu Qingyu will surely ask them for help. They all have their own plans and quickly adjourned the meeting. Qin Yan and Lu Qingyu are inside the altar. After hearing Lu Qingyu's narration, Qin Yan let out a long sigh and said, "I really didn't expect that my altar would give rise to so many incidents. Floating Cloud City has been attacked by many sects before and finally it was breached. Later on, it was the tiger turtle who brought a large group of powerful beasts to repel that group of people. Later on, Lu Haikong, the old dragon and the others came over and started to build a city. Although the altar has never been opened, there is a natural energy source below the altar. This energy source can supply energy to the entire city. Originally, the main source of energy for the Floating Cloud City's barrier came from this energy source. Qin Yun built the Floating Cloud City at this place and set up a barrier to extract energy from the energy source to maintain the operation of the city. The energy source is hidden very deeply and very difficult to extract. Therefore, it is very difficult for people to discover it. Over time, transcending Xianxia city's people all believe that the energy provided by the city comes from that grand and magnificent ancient altar. After entering transcending Xianxia city to cultivate, one's breakthrough speed will be greatly increased and all aspects will be strengthened. For great sects people have entered the city many times to investigate and they are even more certain that the rich energy inside the city is coming from the altar. Big Brother Qin, this region is filled with rich energy flow, is it truly because of the altar? Lu Qingyu asked, she also doesn't know about this matter. Qin Yan laughed and shook his head, of course not. This altar isn't operating, and it's not that easy to operate this altar. Soon after, Qin Yan informed Lu Qingyu about the energy source underground. After Lu Qingyu finished listening, she realized that this altar has been very quiet for many years. Qingyu, I want to take away this altar. But you can rest assured, after this altar is taken away, transcending Xianxia city will still have energy. Qin Yan said. Lu Qingyu said, it seems like Venerable Master Zhuge knew about the energy source underground. Transcending Xianxia city's great formation was set up by him, the energy must have come from the energy source underground. Indeed. This great formation is very good, but it has been operating for a very long time, moreover it has not been maintained. I can help modify it. Qin Yan said. Lu Qingyu clenched her teeth and said, Big Brother Qin, don't worry about this city. After you take away the altar, you should immediately leave. Why? This city is your blood, sweat, and tears. Qin Yan doubtfully said. It was before but not anymore. Lu Qingyu said with sigh, all the aristocratic families in this city have been infiltrated by the four great sections. Even the people with real power in the Lu family manor are from the four great sects. Qin Yan roughly understood after hearing this. This city was originally built by Lu Haikong and Zhuge Qingxiong to gather people from transcending Xianxia region. But the four great sects coveted the altar, they can't use forceful methods to snatch it, so they slowly infiltrated the aristocratic families. The most senior members of the aristocratic families in the city had either left or died. As for the younger generation, they were bewitched by the four great sects, and didn't want to protect the city. They just wanted to take the altar for their sections. Although I don't go out very often and don't have any contact with them, I am very clear about what they want to do. Lu Qingyu's expression suddenly became cold as she said, therefore, I have always been diligently cultivating. Only by obtaining formidable power can I protect this altar. Since it is like this, I will take away the altar and take you away from this place. Then we will go find those evil factions and take revenge for old Lu and the others. Qin Yan grabbed Lu Qingyu's hand. Big Brother Qin, although you are very strong, those evil factions are still very strong. Moreover, after you take away the altar, you will be besieged by many factions in the city. You should take the altar and leave, I will take care of the rest. Lu Qingyu said. Fool, your Big Brother Qin is very strong, even if those guys join hands, they are not my match. Qin Yan said with laugh. But Lu Qingyu knows that Qin Yan is very strong, but she cannot see through his cultivation. She also can't imagine that Qin Yan is already peak heavenly sage. Qingyu, how about this, I will take away the altar. Then you say that you are the one who took it and see what their reaction is. You must understand that you are the master of this city. If they oppose you, you can directly fight back, I will take care of everything. Qin Yan said with smile. No, this city is Big Brother Qin's. The altar is yours, Floating Cloud City is also yours, and it was your subordinate Tiger Turtle who took it down. Lu Qingyu smiled sweetly. Qingyu, next, let's see what kind of face they have. Qin Yan said with smile. Those evil factions are about to attack. Big Brother Qin, can you really deal with them? Lu Qingyu is still very worried. Qingyu, what weapon do you use now? Qin Yan asked. I mostly use swords now. Lu Qingyu said. Qin Yan took out a purple gold divine universe sword and a set of purple gold heavenly armor and said with smile, take a look. Over the years, Lu Qingyu has a good understanding of magic tools and weapons. She can tell with a glance that these are very powerful weapons and protective gear. Very strong, is this Saint Tier? Lu Qingyu said in shock. God Tier. However, it has a certain lifespan. After the energy inside is used up, it becomes useless. Qin Yan said, it can still be used for a period of time. This must be very precious. Lu Qingyu doesn't dare to take it. Not precious. Qin Yan said with smile. He obtained these by killing those heavenly beings. Moreover, the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother also has a lot of them, she gave some to him back then. Seeing these equipment, Lu Qingyu knows that Qin Yun must have even stronger ones, so she accepted them with ease. Big brother Qin, you can take away the altar. Lu Qingyu said. Qin Yun nodded and then pulled her out of the altar. After arriving outside, with a thought, Qin Yun stored the altar into the 9th Sun Divine Soul. The 9th altar has finally returned to Qin Yun's hands and it is also his altar. After the sun altar was taken away by Qin Yun, the energy in the city was still as dense as before. The disappearance of the altar did not have any effect on the city at all. However, the people in the city are all panicking. The reason why so many people have gathered in this city is mainly because there is a very dense energy that can be absorbed by people to cultivate and increase their cultivation. And most people believe that the dense energy in the city is brought about by the altar. Therefore, after the altar disappeared, it caused a lot of panic. Qin Yun and Lu Qingyu are inside the Lu family villa. Just as the altar disappeared, a large group of people flew over. Lu Qingyu has already expected this situation, so her expression is calm. Qingyu, where is the altar? An old man is very anxious, his tone is rather stern as he shouted. The altar is mine, of course it was taken away by me. Lu Qingyu said coldly, third uncle, don't worry, the altar has not been taken away by anyone else. You, what right do you have to take away the altar? That third uncle very angrily said. Lu Xiaoka has already arrived, he looked at Qin Yun and shouted, you bastard, what kind of bewitching soup did you give Sister Qingyu to make her take away the altar? It has nothing to do with big brother Qin. The altar is mine, I can do whatever I want, what does it have to do with you? Lu Qingyu's face is filled with anger, her tone is somewhat ice-cold. Qingyu, how can you be so willful? Do you know that those evil powers are about to attack? Patriarch was killed by those evil powers. After that third uncle calmed down, he said. Of course I know, but I'm not afraid of him. Lu Qingyu just obtained good equipment from Qin Yun, causing her confidence to double. Lu Xiaoka glared at Qin Yun and said coldly, Surname Qin, who the hell are you? You actually bewitched Sister Qingyu to do such a preposterous thing. At this time, Bai Kunji, Bai Fumei and other powerful children returned one after another. They originally wanted to return to discuss matters with their elders, but when they saw the altar suddenly disappear, they hurriedly returned. Bai Kunji, Bai Fumei and many other young children believed that Qin Yun instigated Lu Qingyu to take away the altar, so they all glared at Qin Yun. You with the surname Qin, you have caused trouble. Bai Fumei's beautiful face was filled with coldness as she gritted her teeth and said. She was originally going to marry Lu Xiaoka, and Lu Xiaoka was very likely to become the Lu clan's patriarch. At that time, she, Bai Fumei, would also have half of the altar. This was a wonderful thing for her, but now the altar had been taken away by Lu Qingyu. Previously, Lu Qingyu had never entered the altar's interior. But after Qin Yun arrived, she led him into the altar and took it away. I told you, this has nothing to do with big brother Qin. The altar belongs to me. I can do whatever I want. Why do you have such a big problem with it? Lu Qingyu finally saw the true colors of these people. Lu Haikong had been killed by an evil force, but Lu Xiaoka and the others were still holding a banquet here. They were not sad at all that the Lu family's old patriarch had been killed. Instead, they seemed to be celebrating, as if they would soon be able to possess that altar. Thinking of this, Lu Qingyu became even more furious. Suddenly, a butler shouted, Rising Dragon Sect leader has arrived. Quilling Snake Palace Master has arrived. The Purple Cloud Manor Master has arrived. 3 big shots of the 4 great sects have arrived. After the announcement, 3 imposing auras rushed over majestically. Not only the big shots of the 3 factions have arrived, they also brought a large group of experts. Only Dark Immortal Sect Master has not arrived. Respectful greetings Sect Master. Respectful greetings Palace Master. Bai Fumei, Lu Xiaoka, Bai Kunji, and other arrogant young geniuses lowered their arrogant heads and politely greeted these powerful seniors. Only Lu Qingyu did not greet Rising Dragon Sect Master. There is no need for her to do so because Rising Dragon Sword Sect received Old Dragon's help. Old Dragon is Lu Haikong's sworn brother. Lu Qingyu going to Rising Dragon Sword Sect is a matter of course, she can enjoy all kinds of benefits. Moreover, she has a powerful dragon spirit. The reason why she can become so powerful is because of her own efforts. Soon after, the Bai family, Long family, Yi family, and other big families elders of transcending Xianxia city arrived. They have been waiting inside the city for a long time, waiting for the evil force to attack. They originally planned to watch with folded arms when the evil force attacks and not take action. Only if Lu Qingyu asks them to take action and agrees to let them enter the altar. This is what they have discussed in private. After Lu Haikong and the others were killed, the altar was inherited by Lu Qingyu. They are all jealous of this little girl Lu Qingyu. She can inherit the altar by herself. They all want a share of the soup and also divide the power of transcending Xianxia city. This was something that Lu Qingyu and Qin Yun had already discussed before in the sacrificial altar. Qingyu, we haven't met for many years, you are still so rude, an old woman from Bai family said with sneer. Politeness depends on the person, there is no need to be polite to a malicious old woman like you. Lu Qingyu coldly groaned and said, you people, why did you come to my Lu family? Little girl, shut up, that third uncle furiously rebuked. Sister Qingyu, you have been bewitched by a scoundrel. That guy clearly wants to hog the altar for himself. Bai Fumei shook her head and said. You are the scoundrel, you are the one who wants to hog the altar for yourself. Lu Qingyu became even more furious because the altar originally belonged to Qin Yun. Rising Dragon Sect Master is an old man, he coldly looked at Qin Yun, young Master Qin, I have already heard about your matter from Kunji. You knew Qingyu in transcending Xianxia region, moreover you are her old lover. You lured her to take away the altar, this is not right. Bastard, is the altar in your hands? Quickly hand it over. Coiling Snake Palace Master yelled, it is a short and small old man. You must have drugged Qingyu or threatened her. If you don't hand over the altar today, don't even think about leaving. Purple Cloud Manor Master is a middle-aged fat woman, she furiously rebuked Qin Yun. Bai Fumei, Bai Kunji, Lu Shaoka, and other young geniuses all unsheathed their swords one after another and surrounded Qin Yun and Lu Qingyu. Lu Qingyu immediately took out a jade pendant and said in cold voice, if you dare attack Big Brother Qin, don't blame me for activating the killing formation. While she is speaking, the jade pendant is throbbing with lightning. The barrier around the Lu family manor suddenly flashed with thunder and lightning, one after another lightning dropped down on the ground. This killing formation was also set up by Zhuge Qingxiong and the others. The thing controlling the killing formation is in Lu Qingyu's hands. Seeing the frantic lightning, everyone is secretly alarmed in their hearts. Even those formidable older generation are worried that they will be injured, they don't dare to get too close to Qin Yun and Lu Qingyu. Qingyu, without the altar, transcending Xianxia city will collapse, third uncle Lu advised with good words and said with sigh, it was not easy to build this city. Qin Yun finally opened his mouth and said, although the altar has been taken away, the energy source here has not been lost. Don't tell me you still don't understand? The energy inside the city is not coming from the altar. Shut up. You don't understand fart. Lu Shaoka shouted. I don't understand? You don't understand? Qin Yun said with sneer, when I and Lu Haikong entered the seabed treasure domain, you were not even born. Lu Qingyu said with sneer, Big Brother Qin, don't pay attention to this guy. Even Venerable Master Zhuge admires Big Brother Qin's inscription technique to the point of prostrating himself in admiration. These guys have eyes but can't see. Everyone is startled in their hearts, Zhuge Qingxiong's inscription technique is very brilliant, everyone knows this. Even the people of the four great sects are very respectful towards him. And the Big Brother Qin mentioned by Lu Qingyu is actually someone Zhuge Qingxiong respects very much. Naturally, they immediately felt that Lu Qingyu is swindling them. Because no matter how they look, they cannot see that Qin Yun is a formidable person. Qingyu, the altar is not only very important to transcending Xianxia city, it is also very important to our four great sects. If you are willing to release the altar, our Rising Dragon Sword sect is also willing to cooperate with transcending Xianxia city and protect it. Rising Dragon Sect Master said. My Purple Jade Villa is also willing, the fat female Villa Master of the Purple Cloud Villa said. As long as the altar is here, Coiling Snake Palace is willing to participate in the war and protect transcending Xianxia city. Our Bai family is also willing. Soon after, the big shots of Yi family, Long family, and other aristocratic families expressed their stance one after another. As long as the altar is here, they are willing to protect transcending Xianxia city. Qingyu, if you don't have the altar, third uncle can only take Lu family and leave. We don't want to protect this dead city without any energy, third uncle Lu said. Sister Qingyu, you must think clearly, if we all leave, everyone in the city will also leave. Bai Fumei said with sneer. Qingyu, without the taxes of so many people in the city, what use do you have for this city? Bai Kunji said. After they finished expressing their stance, they fixed their gaze on Lu Qingyu. Their attitude is very clear, if there is no altar, they will not care about transcending Xianxia city. Lu Qingyu looked at Qin Yun and said in low voice, Big brother Qin, I will listen to you. Everyone is stunned, they really did not expect that a woman like Lu Qingyu who always keeps people at arm's length would actually listen to a man's every word. Qin Yun's deep and bright eyes are filled with cold light, he swept his gaze over everyone and said one word at a time, all of you scram. Everyone is startled again. They thought that Lu Qingyu would beg them to stay. After all, it was impossible for her and that man to resist so many evil forces by herself. But that man actually told them to scram. Did you hear that? Big brother Qin told you to scram. Why are you still not scramming? Do you want me to activate the killing formation to drive you away? Didn't you want to leave just now? Quickly leave. Lu Qingyu feels that this city belongs to Qin Yun, whatever Qin Yun says goes. Lu Qingyu, you will regret it. I really did not expect you to be such a stupid woman, you are actually head over heels in love with a man. Bai Fumei furiously said. Lu Qingyu said with sneer, Bai Fumei, I really did not expect you to be such a stupid woman. You can't even see how strong the man beside me is. You ignorant snob, quickly scram from this city. Lu Qingyu's expression was gloomy as she shouted angrily, You bunch of people, what are you blabbering about? I told you to get lost, so why are you still here? She knows how powerful Qin Yun is, so she is not afraid of transcending Xianxia city being breached. Moreover, she feels that it is time for transcending Xianxia city to fall. Because the news of Lu Haikong's death had spread, the aristocratic families in the city, as well as the people in the city, didn't feel sad at all. They didn't remember how the city was built. They didn't remember the hardships Lu Haikong and the others went through to build the city. All the families in the city had been infiltrated by the 4 major sections. The people in the city have been influenced by the 4 great sects and believe that transcending Xianxia city should not belong to the Lu family. Qingyu, don't cry when the time comes. Bai Kunji glared angrily at Qin Yun, turned around and flew away. The group of seniors and young elites spread the news, telling them that the altar had fallen into the hands of outsiders. He said that Lu Qingyu was too infatuated and was bewitched by men, so she wanted to monopolize the altar. This disappearance was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. In just a short moment, everyone in the city knew about it. After learning that the experts of those families and the young geniuses of the 4 great sects will not participate in the defense, they packed up their things and left transcending Xianxia city. Many people in the city cursed Lu Qingyu, saying that she was selfish and wanted to monopolize the altar. Even though they were cursing, they knew very well that the altar belonged to Lu Qingyu, and the city belonged to her as well. The operation of the barrier in the city was under Lu Qingyu's control. Those who know the inside story are rather surprised. They thought that the 4 great sects would be able to take control of transcending Xianxia city from Lu Qingyu's hands. Lu Qingyu was able to control all of the barriers in the city. Thus, even those of the older generation did not dare to rashly make a move. Otherwise, they would have snatched it long ago. Several hours passed, and the city was deathly silent. Everyone left because the evil powers were about to attack the city and the great families and 4 great sects were not going to take action, so it was highly likely that transcending Xianxia city would fall. Qin Yun and Lu Qingyu flew to the top of a tall building and looked down at the empty transcending Xianxia city. Big brother Qin, they haven't left yet. Lu Qingyu looked into the distance and said, They are stationed outside, could it be that they want to watch transcending Xianxia city get destroyed? It should be. Qin Yun's expression turned cold as he said, I suspect that those guys are acquainted with the so-called evil forces. Lu Qingyu said angrily, I also have the same suspicion. I've secretly investigated those evil forces, but I couldn't find any clues. They've hidden themselves very well. I only know that the cultivation technique they use is somewhat similar to the four great sects. If it's really related to the four great sects, I won't let them off. Lu Qingyu said. I'm just suspecting. Qingyu, killing people in the Nine Nether Realm is rather dangerous. We need to investigate thoroughly before we act. Qin Yin said. I hope it's not them. Lu Qingyu snorted. There was no one left in the city. Lu Qingyu sealed the entrance, so no one could enter or leave. Qin Yin brought Lu Qingyu to the energy source deep underground. Deep underground, there was a huge underground palace. This underground palace is very well hidden, it is protected by illusion formation. If one can't pass through the illusion formation, they won't be able to see the underground palace. So this is transcending Xianxia City's energy source. Lu Qingyu saw the energy source inside the spacious stone room of the underground palace. It is a very large light blue water ball. This light blue water ball is floating inside the stone room, it has a height of several tens of meters. It is slowly rotating and overflowing light blue water vapor. The water vapor has been absorbed by all kinds of runes and then released to every corner of the city through the formation on the ground. This energy source is very good. But because it has been here for too long, it has been almost consumed. Qin Yin said. Then how should we deal with it? Lu Qingyu asked. Wait until those evil forces come. Come, I will help you transform into saint. Qin Yin said with laugh. Ah? Can I transform into saint? Lu Qingyu said in amazement, I have been in seclusion for a very long time and it has been very difficult for me to break through. No problem. Qin Yin faintly smiled and took out the Nine-Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation. Nine-Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation can absorb the power of Divine Universe Golden Stone, it can allow people to cultivate even faster. Moreover, Lu Qingyu herself cultivates dragon power, so it is even more suitable for her. The Nine-Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation is frantically operating, releasing nine-colored energy and pouring it into Lu Qingyu's body. Qin Yin is guiding Lu Qingyu from the side to refine it. Lu Qingyu can already sense the benefits of this kind of energy, it is much stronger than the energy she absorbed in Rising Dragon Sword sect. Previously, when she was cultivating, the energy that she absorbed into her body was like a trickling stream. But now that the Nine-Dragon Divine Universe power has entered her body, it can be said that it is like a great river rushing forward. Lu Qingyu's foundation is very good, she is strengthening in all aspects. Her body has already cultivated sacred veins, her body is also sacred body, only her martial spirit and soul are not sacred spirit. But with the help of the Nine-Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation, she can very quickly transform her martial spirit and soul into sacred spirit. Outside transcending Xianxia City, people from all the influential families and four great sects have set up camp. They are waiting for those vicious barbarian evil forces to attack. That little girl is too willful in the end, wait until she sees how dreadful those guys are, she will cry and beg us to take action. Rising Dragon Sect Master said with smile. Qingyu is really something, how can she be bewitched by a guy she hasn't seen for many years? Bai Kunji's expression is filled with melancholy as he said, how am I inferior to that guy? Bai Fumei said with charming smile, brother, Qingyu is just an infatuated woman with no experience. Wait until she sees how formidable those evil forces are, she will naturally know that you are her true support. Lu Xiaoke said, at that time, she will also know how useless that surnamed Qin brat is. Third Uncle Lu furiously said, that surnamed Qin brat actually told us to scram. This is truly infuriating, I want to see how he will beg us to return. The people inside the city have not gone far, apparently they are all waiting for Lu Qingyu to beg them to take action. Violet Cloud Manor Master said with sneer, it seems like everyone knows that Lu Qingyu is a stupid woman. Coiling Snake Palace Master laughed loudly and said, there is no way around it, after all she is a little girl with shallow experience, she has not experienced any wind and rain, she cannot clearly see the situation. The earth suddenly shook, everyone who was chatting and laughing immediately became alert. They're here. Lu Xiaoke shouted in alarm, are those evil forces here? What a strong aura. They are quite strong, don't worry, they are not here for us. Rising Dragon Sect Master said. They have spies in the city, they should know about this situation of the altar. Third Uncle Lu said, looking at their formation, they should be directly attacking the city. Coiling Snake Palace Master said, "How come none of those fellows from the Dark Immortal sect are here? Where did they go? I suspect that those fellows from the Dark Immortal sect are part of the evil forces," Violet Cloud Manor Master said. When everyone heard this, their expressions were very calm, as if they already had their suspicions. By Family's Patriarch said, "They should know that we are all watching the battle. If they don't want to cause trouble, they definitely won't attack us. After all, this group of fellows are also very afraid of death." Dust and sand are rising from the distant earth, several 100,000 several-meter-long gray wolves are madly rushing over. On the back of these gray wolves, there are strong and sturdy armored experts. They are holding spears in their hands, they are roaring in unison. They are majestically rushing towards transcending Xianxia City like a tidal wave. Transcending Xianxia City's barrier has already been opened, but those evil forces are not afraid at all. They did not slow down at all and directly rushed over. When these wolf cavalry soldiers rushed over, several light balls flickering with devilish red light suddenly flew over from the distance. Boom boom boom, a series of trembling sounds echoed. The barrier outside transcending Xianxia City has been directly broken. The expression of Rising Dragon Sword Sect Master and others who are watching from the sidelines greatly changed. Their faces are filled with shock. How is this possible? The barrier has been broken in a short while. Rising Dragon Sect Master yelled in alarm. That barrier is very strong. Coiling Snake Palace Master's voice is slightly trembling. Those guys who attacked just now are all very formidable sacred transformation experts. It seems like they are great sage experts. Great sage attacking the city? No wonder. Bai Kunji said, "It seems like Qingyu is dead for sure. Luckily that little girl Lu Qingyu let us go, otherwise we would not be able to resist with our strength." Purple Cloud Manor Master said with lingering fear in his heart. Qingyu deserves to die. If we were here, those guys would not dare to attack the city like this. Bai Fumei coldly groaned and said, her beautiful eyes flickered with a proud expression. Because now that Lu Qingyu is dead, no one can compete with her for beauty. After the several 100,000 savage wolf cavalry entered the city, they are like a tide, destroying all the buildings inside the city. Many people who have come out of the city are looking down from the sky. Seeing this scene, they repeatedly shook their heads. They feel that if the sun altar is here, the barrier will not be broken so easily. Very soon, all the buildings inside transcending Xianxia City have been destroyed. There is a very strong barrier around the sun altar. Even though the altar is gone, the barrier is still very strong. Several powerful old men from the evil forces appeared. They shot out balls of red light and bombarded the barrier, but they were unable to break it. The barrier at the center of the city is completely empty, there is nothing at all. But those old men know that there must be something hidden inside. Qin Yin and Lu Qingyu are underground. Lu Qingyu is still cultivating, she is about to break through. Qin Yin sensed that there is a great movement above. He said with frown, "The barrier has been broken. Qingyu, continue cultivating, I will go up and take a look." "Big brother Qin, I want to go with you, I am worried about you," Lu Qingyu promptly said. "Qingyu, don't you know my cultivation? You are still worried about me?" Qin Yin said with laugh. There are a lot of wolf riders attacking the city, they have tightly surrounded the barrier at the center of the city. A few old men wearing black robes are leading them. Although they look old, they are very strong. They are not wearing armor and are floating in the air, looking at the empty city center. The big shots of the sects and families who are watching from afar are shocked when they see the old men. Rising Dragon Sect Master said in shock, "Aren't those elders of the Dark Immortal sect? Did they all become saints?" Becoming a sage was still a very difficult task for these big shots. It must be known that the Nine Nether Realm is not as good as the Immortal Desolate. There are a lot of resources bestowed by the Nine Suns. Therefore, if they want to become saints, they need to endure for a very long time. If they enter the depths of the Nine Nether Realm to search for cultivation resources, it is very risky and they might die inside. Therefore, if they enter the depths of the Nine Nether Realm to search for resources, they are prepared to die and they go in groups. For example, Lu Haikong and the others were killed on the way back. The powerful great saint old man in the lead is the sect master of the Dark Immortal sect. Violet Cloud Villa Master's eyes flickered as he said in low voice, "Let's go, since the Dark Immortal sect knows that we are nearby and did not attack us, they are not afraid of us." Quilling Snake Palace Master said, "Then what are we going to do?" Third Uncle Lu said with smile, "Of course we are going to rely on the Dark Immortal sect. They obviously have some secret method to smoothly become saints. If we rely on the Dark Immortal sect and become their subordinates, our days will be good." Bai Kunji nodded, "With the Dark Immortal sect's strength, they will force us sooner or later. It is better for us to rely on them. We did not help Lu Qingyu defend against them. If they can successfully break into the city, their attitude towards us will definitely be very good." Bai Fumei said. After the big shots of the sects and families finished discussing, they flew over. The wolf cavalry army on the ground also sensed that someone was approaching. They all became alert and began to stir. Among the 5 old men floating in the air, the tallest old man suddenly raised his hand and said in deep voice, "Quiet." Not long after, Rising Dragon Sect Master, Coiling Snake Palace Master, Violet Cloud Villa Master and other big shots of the major families arrived beside the Dark Immortal Sect Master. When they flew over, their faces were plastered with stiff and fake smiles to show their intentions. "Headmaster Nether Immortal, long time no see. Congratulations on successfully becoming a sage and becoming a great sage with outstanding strength." The Rising Dragon Headmaster hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed. He looked extremely humble. The others followed suit. When they got closer, they found out that the elders of the Dark Immortal sect were all in the Sage Realm. Only the sect master of the Dark Immortal sect was in the Great Sage Realm. This made them even more excited, because the Dark Immortal sect's elder and sect leader had only recently broken through, which meant that they had grasped a secret technique. If they could curry favor with the Dark Immortal sect, they would be able to become saints very quickly. The Nether Immortal sect master's face was gloomy, and the corners of his mouth curled upwards. Coupled with his wrinkled face, he looked incomparably ghastly and strange, causing one's hair to stand on end. "I've heard about what happened to you. I didn't expect such a variable to appear in the altar." Nether Immortal sect master nodded her head and said, "You didn't stop us from attacking the city. This is a very wise decision. There were hundreds of elders from the sects and clans. It could be said that they were the strongest existences in this area. However, in the face of a saint transformation expert, they were not even fart." At this moment, Qin Yin pulled Lu Qingyu and flew out from the ground. Seeing the two of them appear, everyone let out a burst of low cry. Especially the tens of thousands of spectators, they thought that Qin Yin and Lu Qingyu were hiding very well and wouldn't come out. They didn't expect that they would come out at this time. This is simply courting death. "Qingyu, why are you still not obediently handing over the altar to the Nether Immortal sect master?" Third Uncle Lu saw Lu Qingyu come out and immediately rebuked her. "Lu Qingyu, the Nether Immortal sect master is a great Sage Realm expert. You should know how strong a great Sage Realm expert is, right?" Bai Fumei's face is filled with sneer, "Your lover seems to be only a peak Immortal Emperor. The Nether Immortal sect master can slap him to death with a single palm." Bai Kunji said coldly, "Qingyu, if you hand over the altar, I can plead for you and guarantee that you won't die. But that Qin brat won't be so lucky, he must die." Lu Xiaoke shouted, "Qingyu, the Nether Immortal sect master is a great Sage Realm expert and the other elders of the Nether Immortal sect are Saint Realm experts. No matter how strong you two Immortal Emperors are, what's the use? Can't you see the situation clearly?" The other seniors also nodded their heads. The Nether Immortal sect master looked coldly at Qin Yun and said, "Your barrier is a bit strong but it won't last long. Hurry up and hand over the altar. Lu Qingyu, hurry up." The Rising Dragon sect master is eager to curry favor with the Nether Immortal sect master. He shouted, "You are a disciple of my Rising Dragon Sword sect. I order you as the sect master to hand over the altar and give it to the Nether Immortal sect master." Lu Qingyu's expression is ice cold and she is very angry. She wants nothing more than to rush out and start a massacre. Qin Yan's expression is calm. He held Lu Qingyu's hand and said indifferently, "The altar is in my hands now. Don't make things difficult for Qingyu." Everyone is immediately alarmed and furious. Lu Qingyu really gave the altar to this person. "Qingyu, you prodigal girl, how can you give such a precious altar to him?" Third Uncle Lu is extremely angry. Lu Qingyu, you stupid woman. Bai Fumei is also flustered and exasperated. She angrily cursed, the Nether Immortal Sect Master will not let you off. She is jealous that Lu Qingyu is more beautiful than her, more powerful than her, more outstanding than her, and also has the precious altar in her hands. Bai Kunji shook his head and sighed, then said with sneer, I really misjudged you. Lu Qingyu, I was infatuated with you in vain. I didn't expect you to give the altar to someone you haven't seen for many years. You are truly an extremely stupid woman. The Nether Immortal Sect Master's sinister eyes flickered with fierceness. He looked at Qin Yun and said, no matter who has the altar, you must hand it over today. May I ask, how much do you know about that altar? Why do you say that the altar is yours? Qin Yun faintly smiled. That altar is my Nether Immortal Sect's sacred object. Naturally it belongs to my Nether Immortal Sect. Nether Immortal Sect Master coldly shouted, less nonsense, quickly hand over the altar. Qin Yun suddenly waved his hand and the altar appeared. Now it has become very small, like a small table floating in the air. Seeing the altar appear, everyone let out a burst of low cry. They did not expect that the altar could become so small that it can be carried by a single person. Hand it over. Nether Immortal Sect Master's eyes are filled with fanaticism as he loudly shouted. Immediately after, Qin Yun took out another altar and said, you said that the altar is the Nether Immortal Sect's sacred object. Then may I ask, which of these two altars belongs to your Nether Immortal Sect? Two small altars appeared and floated in the air. Everyone is dumbstruck looking at this scene. There are actually two altars. What is even more frightening is that after the two altars flew out of the barrier, they became very large and floated in the air like mountains. Everyone present, including Lu Qingyu, are looking at the two altars shining with bright golden light, their faces are filled with shock. Especially the group of people far away, they are constantly crying out in alarm. Two altars, moreover, they are releasing two different energy fluctuations. They can confirm that these are real altars and not illusions. Nether Immortal Sect Master, can you confirm which one belongs to your Nether Immortal Sect? Qin Yun asked. These two are ours. Our Nether Immortal Sect has two altars, these are our sacred objects. Although Nether Immortal Sect Master is amazed, he immediately calmed down. He knows that these two altars are not easy to control. However, he believes that with his great sage strength, as long as he kills the person who owns the altar, he will be able to control the altar easily. Rising Dragon Sect Master and other big shots immediately realized something when they saw the two altars. Lu Qingyu, this mysterious big brother Qin has an altar. The altar at the center of transcending Xianxia city is very likely related to this big brother Qin. Does your Nether Immortal Sect truly have two altars? Qin Yun said with sneer. Indeed, I saw it with my own eyes, my Nether Immortal Sect's ancestor built it. Back then, it was very difficult for us to build these two altars. Nether Immortal Sect Master said with certainty. Qin Yun laughed, then waved his hand and a golden light flew out of the barrier. Another burst of exclamation came from the distance. Because another altar has appeared in the sky. 3 altars, Qin Yun said with smile, Nether Immortal Sect Master, you just said that your Nether Immortal Sect only has 2 altars? Then what about the third one? Nether Immortal Sect Master is stunned. Everyone is stunned. They don't know what it means to have these altars, they only know that they are very strong. Qin Yun's 3 altars have not been modified by the heavenly law divine domain, so they look exactly the same. These 3 altars are rather old, I will let you take a look at the modified ones. Qin Yun finished speaking and took out another modified altar. This sun altar is even bigger, it looks like a 10,000 feet tall golden mountain. It is floating in the sky, its might is overflowing to the heaven. The new altar burst out with even more dazzling golden light. Just the dreadful and boundless divine power caused everyone present to tremble from head to toe. Lu Qingyu already knew that this altar belongs to Qin Yun, but she did not expect that there would be so many of these formidable altars. What caused people to be shocked the most is that Qin Yun is still putting down more altars. More and more altars appeared one after another, shocking everyone present. 9 altars appeared and formed a circle around the surrounding stars. The wolf cavalry soldiers on the ground all retreated one after another because they are feeling incomparably uncomfortable from the pressure. Lu Qingyu said coldly, these altars belong to Big Brother Qin. You don't know, but Big Brother Qin was the immortal Desolate's floating cloud immortal king several tens of thousands of years ago. That floating cloud city from before was built by Big Brother Qin. Everyone cannot help but feel alarmed. If he was an immortal king several tens of thousands of years ago, then it is impossible for him to be an immortal emperor now. The sun altar has been in transcending Xianxia city for a very long time. The big shots of the four great sects have seen it from close range, but they don't know what use it has. They believe that it can bring energy to transcending Xianxia city, so they want to obtain it. And now, they can see 9 mountain-like altars floating around. They suddenly realized that these altars have offensive power. Good, you are awesome. You actually have so many of these altars. Nether Immortal Sect Master said with evil smile, I am indeed unable to take away the altars, but as long as I kill you, the altars will no longer be under your control, they will belong to me. Originally, Rising Dragon Sect Master and others were worried that Qin Yun is very strong. But now that they saw Nether Immortal Sect Master so confident, they felt a lot more relieved. In their opinion, even if Qin Yun is a great sage, he will not be able to defeat a great sage like Nether Immortal Sect Master. Moreover, there are several great sage elders beside Nether Immortal Sect Master. Nether Immortal Sect Master attacked Qin Yun with a palm strike. Saint power surged violently and condensed into a red shockwave. Qin Yun and Lu Qingyu are inside the barrier. The barrier is still very strong, but at this moment, after being attacked by the powerful Saint power, the barrier also began to distort. Explosion sound echoed and gave rise to a burst of gale. The gale rushed all around, whistling continuously. Although the barrier has become distorted, it has not been broken. This situation is very awkward because Nether Immortal Sect Master has been accumulating power for a long time. Rising Dragon Sect Master reacted the fastest. He exclaimed in admiration and said, Nether Immortal Sect Master is very strong. Just this punch alone is enough to make us prostrate ourselves in admiration. Soon after, he furiously rebuked Lu Qingyu, wretched girl, quickly tell your lover to hand over the altar to Nether Immortal Sect Master. Otherwise, when he breaks the barrier, the one who will die will be you. Lu Qingyu, you have already seen Nether Immortal Sect Master's strength. Even if your man is a great sage, he is still too young. He is certainly not a match for the Dark Immortal Dean. Bai Fume sneered and said, so what if he has 9 altars? He can only use them to scare us and keep up appearances. At this time, Qin Yun's body suddenly flickered and he left the barrier. Rising Dragon Sect Master and others immediately retreated, they are extremely scared in their hearts. Nether Immortal Sect Master is also startled, he really did not expect that Qin Yun would leave the barrier. Die. The Nether Immortal Sect Master's reaction was extremely fast. She quickly dashed forward. Her fist condensed with berserk saint power and smashed into Qin Yun's abdomen. Rumble, a deafening sound erupted as the ground was torn apart. Shockwaves erupted in all directions as the saint energy between the heavens and the earth surged up and down. The imposing manner was like a raging wave, extremely shocking. What was even more shocking was that Qin Yun's abdomen was hit by the fist, but he was completely fine. Qin Yun floated there motionlessly. Such a powerful attack was actually unable to make him retreat at all. The hearts of those immortal emperors were filled with fear. They were very clear that if that fist of the Nether Immortal Sect Master landed on their bodies, they would definitely turn into ashes. For Qin Yun to be able to block it without any damage meant that he was not afraid of such power. You want to obtain the altar with your measly strength? Do you really not know the origin of these altars? As Qin Yun spoke, he punched out. Nether Immortal Sect Master realized how powerful and dreadful Qin Yun is. His reaction is also very fast. He wanted to escape, but his body was wrapped up by a gravitational force, making him unable to move. Bang! Qin Yun's seemingly gentle punch overflowed with saint energy, wrapped in 9 layers of saint radiance. It directly penetrated the Nether Immortal Sect Master's chest and came out from his back. Everyone was standing behind the Nether Immortal Sect Master. They could clearly see that Qin Yun's fist covered in layers of saint radiance hit the Nether Immortal Sect Master's back. At this moment, everyone was shocked, and their faces were filled with terror. Rising Dragon Sect Master, Coiling Serpent Palace Master, Violet Cloud Manor Master, Third Uncle Lu, Bai Fumei, Bai Kunji, Lu Xiaoke, and the other big shots were dumbstruck. They looked at Qin Yan slowly retracting his fist in a daze. They looked at the Nether Immortal Sect Master, who was a great sage, trembling in fear. 9 layers of Saint Radiance, you are late quintessential Saint Realm. Nether Immortal Sect Master looked at the 9 layers of Saint Radiance on Qin Yan's fist. His face turned ashen and he screamed miserably, "Senior, please spare this lowly one's dog life." 9 layers of Saint Radiance, late quintessential Saint Realm. After knowing Qin Yan's cultivation realm, everyone present was so scared that their hearts almost stopped beating. The surrounding space seemed to have frozen in an instant. Bai Fumei looked at Qin Yan in a daze. Then, she looked at Lu Qingyu. Previously, she had been mocking Lu Qingyu for being a stupid woman and mocking her. But now, she knew how powerful Qin Yan was. Such a young late quintessential Saint Realm meant that he was about to become a god, let alone the quintessential Saint Realm. Even the Sage Realm was out of reach for immortal emperors like them. Otherwise, they wouldn't kneel and lick the Nether Immortal Sect Master's boots. Bai Kunji finally understood why Lu Qingyu looked down on him. It turned out that Lu Qingyu knew a peerless expert who was even stronger and more talented. Third Uncle Lu's face turned ugly. If he knew that Lu Qingyu's big brother Qin was so powerful, he wouldn't have treated Lu Qingyu like that. Rising Dragon Sect Master, Coiling Serpent Palace Master, and Violet Cloud Manor Master felt regret in their hearts. Their faces were very interesting. A late quintessential Saint Realm expert was a peak existence of the Saint Realm. A casual guidance from him might be able to help them break through, but they had misjudged. They schemed to take control of the altar from Lu Qingyu's hands. But now they realized that the altar is not something they are qualified to possess. Those who left transcending Xianxia city before are now endlessly regretting. They are cursing those great aristocratic families in their hearts. If they knew that transcending Xianxia city was protected by a quintessential Saint Realm expert, they would not have left. But now, what use is there in regretting? Say, Senior, don't. Nether Immortal Sect Master said in trembling voice. Senior Lu, Brother Zhuge, Family Head Duan, Brother Hu, they were all my friends. Qin Yan's voice is ice-cold and penetrating to the bone. His words are very clear. Lu Haikong, Zhuge Qingxiong, Duan Family Head and Hu Nongtian were all his friends and now they have been killed. The ones who attacked them are precisely Nether Immortal Sect Master's group. Qin Yan's 2 fingers joined together and pointed at Nether Immortal Sect Master. Heaven Extinguishing Finger power erupted. Boom, Heaven Extinguishing Finger shot out a frantic saint power and landed on Nether Immortal Sect Master's body. After the explosion sound, Nether Immortal Sect Master's body turned into ashes. Great Sage Realm experts are unreachable to Rising Dragon Sect Master and the others, but they were killed in one move. Senior, please spare our lives. Those few Nether Immortal Sect elders promptly begged for mercy. Qin Yan did not say a word, his expression became cold and supergravity suddenly rushed out. The supergravity enveloped them, and they felt the gravity impact from all directions. For Saint Realm elders of Nether Immortal Sect felt as if their bodies are being pressed down by transparent walls coming from all directions. In the blink of an eye, their bodies have been pressed down to the size of palm-sized bricks. Seeing this scene, everyone felt their hair stand on end. Saint Realm elders have been pressed into bricks by formidable power in the blink of an eye. This kind of power is simply unheard of. Even Lu Qingyu is so scared that her heart is jumping crazily. This is the power of late-stage quintessential Saint Realm, it can easily crush any great sage. Qin Yan waved his hand and took back the 9 altars. He said coldly, these altars come from the divine wilderness. Even powerful deities are unable to control them. You people are as weak as ants, yet you want to seize them? Feeling Qin Yan's threatening killing intent, Rising Dragon Sect Master and the other big shots begged for mercy. As Qin Yan spoke, a vast and mighty supergravity surged out and then pressed down on the ground majestically. The hundreds of thousands of armored wolf riders on the ground were immediately pressed into the ground and their bodies were crushed. Rising Dragon Sect Master and the others were also pressed down by the supergravity. After they fell to the ground, they screamed miserably. The bones in their bodies emitted cracking sounds. Fortunately, they are immortal emperors. Otherwise, they would have been crushed into mud like those hundreds of thousands of wolf riders. The powerful hundreds of thousands of wolf riders are incomparably terrifying. When they arrived, their aura was so frightening. But now, those armored and huge gray wolves have been crushed into meat paste. Their bodies melted into the mud and turned into mud. Those hundreds of thousands of wolf riders have not died, but they are even more miserable than death. Xianxia floated in the sky and said in cold voice, "The energy here is not gathered from the altars, rather it is from the underground energy source. Back then, to maintain the operation of Floating Cloud City, I specially found a place with energy source." After he finished speaking, the earth suddenly trembled. The altar that was originally placed on the ground suddenly bulged up and a light blue energy source floated up. It looks like a large amount of light blue glowing clear spring water has converged together. Third Uncle Lu and the others vomited blood due to the supergravity and suffered serious injuries. Now that they can see the true energy source of transcending Xianxia City, they vomited blood again. Even if the altar was taken away, it wouldn't affect them at all. The true energy source of transcending Xianxia City is actually underground, but they don't know about it. Originally, this was left for transcending Xianxia City, but you are not worthy of it. Xianxia said with sneer and took away the energy source. Everyone felt bitter and hateful looking at this scene. At this time, Lu Qingyu's body suddenly overflowed with a burst of golden light. Frantic dragon power violently rushed out. "Big brother Qin, the power you poured into my body is reacting. I am about to break through." Lu Qingyu suddenly yelled in pleasant surprise. Just as she finished speaking, golden light rushed out of her body. The sacred power released from her body has 3 layers of sacred radiance lingering around it. "Qingyu, you have broken through. Moreover, you have directly entered late-stage saint realm. In a few days, you will become great sage," Xianxia said with smile. Seeing this scene, Bai Fumei and the other young elites are extremely jealous. They are feeling extremely regretful in their hearts. It hasn't been long since Lu Qingyu met this big brother Qin and she has already transformed into a saint. Moreover, she has directly entered late-stage saint realm. What they find most difficult to accept is that in a few days, Lu Qingyu will become great sage. "Qingyu, I have already avenged Elder Lu and the others. Let's find a place to properly pay our respects to them." Xianxia pulled Lu Qingyu's hand, released the heaven-leaping shuttle and entered it. The heaven-leaping shuttle flew away in a blink of an eye. Looking at the direction where the heaven-leaping shuttle disappeared, everyone's mood is very complicated. They have lost a great opportunity to become stronger. Especially Third Uncle Lu and the others, they are the most regretful. Because they can see that Xianxia is a very easy person to talk to. If he was a little bit nicer to him and helped them, they would have become saints. Especially Bai Fumei, she always thought that Lu Xiaoke was outstanding enough. She also felt that her brother Bai Kunji was an outstanding man, enough to match Lu Qingyu. But after seeing Xianxia, she realized that in Xianxia's eyes, they are not people at all. They recalled that Lu Qingyu said before that Xianxia is a person that Venerable Master Zhuge respects and has a good relationship with Lu Haikong. But they did not believe it. Now they believe it and also regret it. The heaven-leaping shuttle is flying in the air. Lu Qingyu tightly held Xianxia's hand and said in low voice, "Big brother Qin, thank you. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to take revenge. Elder Lu and the others are also my friends. Don't worry, they died in the 9 nether realm, their souls have a place to go. If there is no accident, the person who receives their souls will be my friend." Xianxia patted Lu Qingyu's hand. "Big brother Qin, you are really awesome. You have such powerful friends in the 9 nether realm. Moreover, you are a late-stage heavenly sage." Lu Qingyu looked at Xianxia with incomparable worship. Xianxia looked ahead and said, "I came to the 9 nether realm to take the altar. I did not expect that such a thing would happen. Now that the matter has been resolved, I will go to the sacred desolate. Are you coming with me?" N. Lu Qingyu promptly nodded. "Big brother Qin, you must bring me along." "All right," Xianxia said with smile. He plans to help Lu Qingyu enter late-stage heavenly sage realm and then help her become a deity. This way, she can directly enter the divine desolate. The heaven-leaping shuttle is flying at high speed towards the seabed treasure domain. Xianxia originally wanted to stay in the 9 nether realm for a few more days, but he remembered that he still has important matters to attend to in the sacred desolate. The sky was dark. There were no stars or moons in the Nine Underworld, so it was very dark at night. While the Skyleap shuttle was flying at high speed, it was suddenly stopped by a powerful and mysterious force. Xianxia immediately became vigilant. In the Nine Underworld, people who could keep up with the sky-leaping shuttle's speed were definitely very strong. Big brother Qin, what's wrong? Lu Qingyu also sensed something. Nothing, I will go out and take a look. Xianxia immediately went out and arrived outside the sky-leaping shuttle. After he went out, he sensed that someone was nearby, and that person was hidden in a ball of energy. Suddenly, something shot out at high speed. It was a black claw that was connected to a chain. It was a hook. The claw's speed was very fast and very strange. It grabbed Qin Yun's arm in an instant. The hook claw grabbed Qin Yun and tried to drag him over. However, it did not succeed because Qin Yun was not someone to be trifled with. Foster father, don't be mischievous. Qin Yun said with smile, this kind of wretched weapon is clearly yours. A white-haired old man wearing a black robe slowly floated over. He laughed and said, Little Fuyun, you have already recovered your memories as the Hall King, yet you still call me foster father. I seem to have taken a great advantage of you. Qin Long is also my father. Qin Yun said with smile, I am a person who came out of my mother's womb. I am not like those previous lives whose origin is unknown. That's right, you are more like a person like this. Netherworld Great Emperor nodded and said with smile. Is Boss Xia with you? Did he not come? Qin Yun asked. No, he has many things to do. After all, he wants to become the overlord of the Nine Nether Realm. He is not like you who flirts with girls all day long. Netherworld Great Emperor said with mischievous smile. Qin Yun said with stern expression, Foster father, is Boss Xia really going to inherit the position of Nine Nether Overlord? What about you? Me? I am selling my body to pay for the heavenly Tao. Netherworld Great Emperor said with sigh, your foster father is now just a heavenly servant. Yunlong is now in charge of the heavenly Tao pawnshop. I haven't seen him for a long time. Qin Yun also knows that Netherworld Great Emperor paid a great price to save Xia Wufeng. That old scoundrel Yunlong is busy swindling people all day long. It is not easy to see him. Netherworld Great Emperor said with mischievous smile. Then foster father, what do you mainly do in the heavenly Tao pawnshop? Qin Yun is rather curious. Well, I just swindle and seduce some people to sell their bodies to the heavenly Tao pawnshop. Netherworld Great Emperor curled his lips and said, it feels like a brothel keeper. Qin Yun cannot help but laugh and said, the former overlord of the Nine Nether Realm is actually doing this kind of thing. Netherworld Great Emperor laughed at himself and said, what can I do? Then again, I am only temporarily down and out. You, Nine Yang Palace King, weren't you also very down and out in the Immortal Desolate? Foster father, what kind of threat is the Nine Nether Realm facing? Qin Yun asked, I don't know much about the Nine Nether Realm. Netherworld Great Emperor's expression became grave as he shook his head. At the center of the Nine Nether Realm, there are 10 primal chaos divine sons. I remember you once said that you encountered a group of very dreadful people in the ancient desolate. Primal chaos race. Qin Yun's expression changed as he said, primal chaos race also appeared in the Nine Nether Realm? You also know that those people are primal chaos race? Netherworld Great Emperor said, you are very well informed. What is the situation of those people in the Nine Nether Realm? Qin Yun asked. Very powerful existences, they turned the center of the Nine Nether Realm upside down. Those primal chaos divine sons devoured a large number of souls and then created the bodies of primal chaos race people or primal chaos beasts. Netherworld Great Emperor said. I have a few friends, they were killed in the Nine Nether Realm. Will their souls fall into the hands of primal chaos race? Qin Yun told Netherworld Great Emperor about Lu Haikong and the others. If it is only the souls of immortals and saints, those guys won't care. They are still under the control of Nether sect. I will go back and inform Xianxia to take good care of your friends. Netherworld Great Emperor said. Father, will Boss Xia stay in the Nine Nether Realm from now on? Qin Yun asked. Not necessarily. In short, the Nine Nether Realm will be connected to the divine space in the future. Netherworld Great Emperor's expression suddenly became grave as he said again, that old traitor Yunlong told me that the situation in the ancient desolate is becoming more and more complicated. The primal chaos race there is very strong, they can create primal chaos divine sons. They need a lot of primal chaos beast souls to expand the primal chaos race. Xianxia said in amazement, could it be that the primal chaos divine sons in the 9 nether realm were created by them? Netherworld Great Emperor nodded and said, the possibility is very high. In short, it is better to become stronger. Sooner or later, the primal chaos race will break through the space restriction and dominate all the worlds. No matter what, I must ensure the stability of the 9 Sun Heavenly Domain. When the 9 Sun Heavenly Domain reappears, it will become even stronger. Xianxia is very confident. If that is the case, remember to help me redeem my freedom. This way, I can go back and get a good job. Netherworld Great Emperor said with smile. All right. Xianxia said, Foster Father, I am preparing to go to Sacred Desolate. I can go from Seafloor Treasure Domain. Going from Seafloor Treasure Domain to Sacred Desolate is very troublesome. Furthermore, didn't Sacred Desolate suffer extermination? Netherworld Great Emperor said. What? That sun fell? Xianxia said in amazement. In the past few days, Immortal Desolate and Sacred Desolate have turned into a sea of flames. Netherworld Great Emperor said, do you still want to go to Sacred Desolate? Xianxia thought for a bit and said, I will go and take a look. Those flames shouldn't be able to burn me. Then do as you wish. When you go to Seafloor Treasure Domain, the space will sense you and send you to Sacred Desolate. Netherworld Great Emperor said. Foster Father, goodbye. Xianxia said with smile. Take care. Netherworld Great Emperor nodded and said with smile. Xianxia returned to the sky-leaping shuttle and continued rushing towards Seafloor Treasure Domain. Lu Qingyu is very curious about who Xianxia met outside. Xianxia said that it is his foster father and also told her that Lu Haikong and other souls will receive special care. Lu Qingyu is very happy after hearing this, the sadness in her heart also lessened by a lot. Ling Yuner said, Xiao Yun, you are going to Sacred Desolate to borrow the sun flame to modify the sun altar, right? Moreover, I want to refine some things and make sufficient preparations. After entering Divine Desolate, I will have enough power. Xianxia said. Although he has been reborn many times, he has never deeply felt how strong the sun is. The sun fell into Great Desolate, it must have left behind many good things. However, without sufficient strength, it is impossible to walk in the scorching Great Desolate. Xianxia feels that he can do it, so he wants to go to Sacred Desolate to see if the sun brought any good materials after it fell. Inscription Divine Mountain and Mother Moon are in that sun holy land. If they become gods there, they can directly enter Divine Desolate. Xianxia said, I don't know if Mother Moon will appear in Divine Desolate or not. If so, it will definitely cause a great commotion. After flying for several days, Xianxia finally arrived at Seafloor Treasure Domain. Lu Qingyu was also placed inside the 9 Sun Divine Soul. Xianxia just arrived at Seafloor Treasure Domain and was sucked into sacred space. When he entered the sacred space, he was tormented and his body was attacked by a very strong power. Fortunately, he is a late-stage Heavenly Sage Realm expert, his body has already been cultivated into a formidable divine body. Furthermore, he used Heavenly Firm Dao technique and Heavenly Might Tyrant body to protect himself, so he was not tortured very painfully. After passing through several layers of space, he finally arrived at Sacred Space and appeared in Sacred Desolate. Just as he arrived at Sacred Desolate, he felt incomparably hot. His skin was immediately burnt black. Just as Xianxia arrived at Sacred Desolate, he was burnt to a crisp. He wore the purple gold heavenly armor but it was unable to block that dreadful flame. Xianxia did not expect that after the Sacred Desolate was exterminated by the sun, the environment would be so vile. It is much worse than what he imagined. This was especially true for the incomparably scorching fire liquid here. The rising heat was like an incomparably violent flame. If he were to fall into the fire liquid, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, the floating cloud pagoda used to be the 9 Sun Heaven-raising pagoda. It is something refined inside the sun, so it is not afraid of this kind of fire liquid. Xianxia looked at the sea of fire liquid outside through the transparent walls of the floating cloud pagoda. When the golden-red fire liquid is boiling, a terrifying flame will rise up. Xianxia was burned by that flame and his skin became charred black. Fortunately, when he came over, he was well prepared, so he could barely hold on. Even if his body was very strong, if he didn't use all kinds of techniques to protect his body, he would definitely be injured more seriously. Those flames are good for refining weapons. It's a pity that my current strength is not enough to control the fire liquid. Xianxia looked at the fire liquid and many thoughts of refining emerged in his mind. He wanted to break through here and head to the divine wilderness. Before entering the divine wasteland, if he had made sufficient preparations, he would have enough confidence to face the natural law divine realm after arriving there. Xianxia was also released from the 9-sun divine soul. She said she wanted to see what the sacred desolate is like. When she came out, she saw that Xianxia was covered in burns. She felt her heart ache. Although this kind of injury was painful, it was nothing to Xianxia. Back then, when he was captured and tortured by the natural law divine realm, burns were a common occurrence. Xianxia released the 9 dragons' heavenly origins array and cultivated with Xianxia inside the array. Xianxia's cultivation was relatively simple, so she broke through faster. As for Xianxia, he was different. He had a very solid foundation. He needed to cultivate all aspects to the extreme before he could break through. It would also take a relatively long time. For example, he needed to restore his 9 souls and 9 spirits. He just needed to restore them to the level of a god. Next was the body. He had to cultivate a powerful divine body and transform his 9 solar sacred meridians into 9 solar divine meridians. As long as he could do these 3 things, he would basically be sensed by the god-level space and be sucked into it. As for the so-called demigod, they had to achieve 2 of these points. For example, having a divine soul and divine body, or cultivating divine veins and divine body. Everyone's cultivation method was different, and so was the area they should focus on first. Xianxia's situation was rather complicated. His 9 souls and 9 spirits were originally very powerful divine-level souls. However, after being sealed in the heavenly Tao pawnshop for many years, it had deteriorated greatly. Now, all he needed to do was recover his divine-level soul. His body could be said to be very strong, but his flesh and bones did not produce god power, so it was not a complete god body. Of course, with his current physical body, he was comparable to an ordinary true god. This was mainly because he cultivated the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra. The 9 Extinction Heart Sutra had the 9 Extinction Divine Body, and what he cultivated was also the 9 Extinction Holy Body. Coupled with the Heaven's Might Tao technique, he could release a very powerful Heaven's Might Tyrant body barrier. The 9 Ultimate Divine Physique is not complete yet. You need to refine your divine body, divine soul, and divine spirit before you can start to nurture your saint meridians and turn them into divine beings. While Xianxia was recuperating, he looked inside his body. There's no rush. Take your time. Xianxia said, although the sacred desolate has become like this, I feel that this might be the place to cultivate the super strong 9 Extinction Divine Body. Xianxia nodded and said, yes, but there will be a lot of trouble. Xianxia said with a smile, Xiaoyun, when you were at your strongest, you were the 9 Yang Palace King, but at that time, you couldn't even defeat those fellows from the primal chaos race. If you want to become stronger than you were back then in this life, you have to pay a price. That's true. Xianxia said with a smile, wait until I'm healed, I'll start cultivating. After I become stronger, I'll be able to modify the altar. Of those altars, 3 of them are rather ancient and the other 6 have been modified by the heavenly law divine domain. He did not like the altar that had been modified by the heavenly law divine domain, so he still had to make some changes. What made him feel even more regretful is that he still hasn't found the 9 divine universe dragon pearls. Otherwise, he would be able to set up an even stronger divine universe 9 dragons formation. The 9 dragons heavenly origin formation is very strong. If the 9 dragon rune heavenly sabers that formed the 9 dragons heavenly origin formation were placed in the divine desolate, they would not be enough. Therefore, Xianxia planned to strengthen the dragon rune heavenly saber and then fuse it with the 9 altars. This is a very difficult matter, but Xianxia is confident that he can complete it. This is also a huge challenge for him. If he could complete it, his level of inscription would rise by a huge realm. Xianxia absorbed the power of the 9 dragon divine universe to heal his injuries and recovered extremely quickly. In just 2 days, he had completely recovered. Are we going to go out directly? Xianxia looked outside through the transparent wall. Golden red light flickered outside and waves of heat surged violently. Big brother Qin, you want to go out? Lu Qingyu said in surprise, you'll get injured. Xianxia wanted to use the fire liquid to cultivate, but he also knew that not long after he left, he would definitely be injured. When he was wearing the purple gold heavenly armor, he was unable to withstand the scorching energy, let alone soaking in the fire liquid. No, I just want to use the heavenly sun fire liquid to temper my body. Xianxia said with a smile. Ah? It's too dangerous. Lu Qingyu could feel the terror of the flame from inside the floating cloud pagoda. That kind of flame carried a very berserk aura. Xianxia thought for a moment and suddenly thought of something. It was the small black bottle that contained the holy oil. He took out the small bottle and looked at it carefully. Xiaoyun, what exactly is this small bottle? With your experience as the Nine-Yang Palace King, you should know, right? Ling Yin'er said. I really don't know how this small bottle was formed. In short, it's very ancient and it's also a very powerful storage magic tool. Xianxia carefully observed the runes on it and said, the material used to refine it is very special. I can't tell what kind of material it is. Ling Yin'er knew what Xianxia wanted to do. Xianxia definitely wanted to store a large amount of fire liquid inside the small bottle. The holy oil was good in the sacred desolate, but it might not be the same in the divine desolate. However, Xianxia was worried that he would damage the small bottle. At that time, the gains would not make up for the losses. Just as he was hesitating, Mo softly shouted from the Nine-Yang divine soul, Big brother, Sister Yang is awake. Xianxia was alarmed. Yang should have been asleep for a long time. Only by using the quark crystal mother could she wake up temporarily. Yang suddenly woke up at this time. It was most likely because of the environment here. Xianxia immediately released Yang. The ninth heaven Xian sparrow is a sun spirit. Currently, she looks like a very beautiful little bird. Sometimes, she would also turn into a very cute little girl. After Yang came out, she turned into a little girl carved from jade. With a very happy expression, she rushed towards the door of the floating cloud pagoda. Little girl, where are you going? Xianxia quickly went over and picked her up. Big brother, I want to go out and play. Yang shouted. What a cute little girl. Lu Qingyu saw the little girl in red dress and liked her very much. She walked over and touched Yang's face. This little girl who looks a few years old is actually a sun spirit and a divine beast. Lu Qingyu did not know this. It's very dangerous outside. Xianxia said with a frown and then told her about how he was burned. Big brother, you are too weak. I'm not as weak as you. Yang's voice is very sweet, she giggled and said, Big brother. I'm going out to play, it can make me stronger. Really? But I'm afraid that you'll be injured. When Xianxia saw such a cute little girl, he could not bear to let her run into such a dangerous sea of fire liquid. Little sister, it's really hot and dangerous outside. Lu Qingyu advised. Big brother, I'm going to evolve. After I evolve, I'll become even stronger. Maybe I won't have to sleep often in the future. Yang mumbled, I'm really not afraid of the fire liquid. To me, it's like warm water. The corner of Xianxia's mouth twitched. Thinking that Yang was formed from a sun spirit, he let her out. Lu Qingyu watched worriedly. After Yang went out, she turned into a little bird with 9 beautiful tail feathers. She was like a duckling happily swimming around in the fire liquid. Sometimes, she even drilled into the fire liquid. Big brother, do you want to come down and play with me? I'm so bored playing by myself. When Yang's voice came, she turned into a little girl again. Xianxia laughed dryly. You play by yourself. If I go down, I'll be using my life to play. I can't afford to play. He found it funny. This little thing, Yang, was actually deliberately teasing him. She clearly knew that he wasn't strong enough, yet she still let him go out to play. Yang laughed happily, Big brother, I will become stronger here. I want to protect you. Help me get a little fire liquid. There's no need for too much, just a little is enough. Xianxia suddenly said. All right. Yang immediately flew back to the floating cloud pagoda. After returning, she spread out her small hands and spat out a small mouthful of fire liquid from her mouth. Seeing this scene, Qin Yun and Lu Qingyu were stunned. They were very close to the fire liquid and knew how hot it was. However, Yang Yang could actually drink this kind of fire liquid. Qin Yun immediately used the small black bottle to store the fire liquid in Yang Yang's palm. After careful inspection, he found that the small bottle could withstand the fire liquid. Yang Yang, help me fill this small bottle. You can play while you fill it. After Qin Yun finished speaking, he said, I have some divine dragon meat and divine fruits here. You can go play after you're full. You'll be happier. All right. When Yang Yang heard that there was food, she immediately smiled sweetly. Qin Yun could not help but pinch her cute little face. Yang Yang ate a lot of divine dragon meat and divine fruits. Then, she took Qin Yun's small bottle and eagerly jumped into the sea of fire liquid. Lu Qingyu looked at Yang Yang outside and was still very worried. She said, Brother Qin, there shouldn't be any other dangerous things here, right? I'm worried that Yang Yang will be attacked by other powerful beings. I am not afraid, Yang Yang's strength is not weak. Qin Yun said with smile, if there is any danger, she will run back immediately. Afterward, he reminded Yang Yang, who was playing in the fiery liquid ocean. After hearing this, Yang Yang nodded obediently and said, Don't worry, big brother. If I meet someone I can't beat, I'll definitely hide. Yang Yang, who was playing in the sea of fire liquid, absorbed the energy within the fire liquid, which was very rich in sun energy. Only the sun soul within the sun could easily absorb this kind of fire liquid. Yang Yang, if I hand over the 9 sun divine hammer and heaven trampling divine boots to you, it won't be a problem, right? Qin Yun asked. Sure, let me play. Yang Yang laughed. Qin Yun took out the 9 sun divine hammer and heaven trampling divine boots and handed them to Yang Yang. He told her to soak the 2 sun soul divine tools in the fire liquid. The 9 sun divine hammer and the heaven trampling divine boots were in a state of hibernation. As Qin Yun's strength grew stronger and stronger, the energy stored in the mother crystal core could not be maintained for long before it ran out. Qin Yun could only think of another way to allow him to use the 2 divine tools for a long period of time. They are extremely powerful items. Yang Yang could easily control the 9 sun divine hammer and heaven treading god boots. Floating around in the fire liquid was a very fun thing for her. Lu Qingyu sat by the wall, absorbing the energy of the 9 dragons' heavenly origin array while keeping an eye on Yang Yang. She also told Yang Yang not to go too far. She knew that Yang Yang was very strong, but she was very worried about this cute little girl. She was very worried that something would happen to Yang Yang. Qin Yun took out the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron and got Yang Yang to help him store some sun flame liquid. The sun flame liquid inside the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron was very hot, but the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron could withstand it. After storing a bit of solar flame liquid, Qin Yun placed the heavenly lion dragon suppression cauldron in the middle of the array. Lu Qingyu, on the other hand, went to another level to refine the absorbed energy. This time, when Qin Yun used the fire liquid to cultivate, it would not affect Lu Qingyu. Qin Yun did not know what would happen if he used the solar flame liquid to cultivate. However, he had a powerful body. Even if he encountered any accidents, he would be able to deal with them. The 9 dragons' heavenly origin array absorbed the solar flame liquid within the cauldron. Combined with the energy within the divine universe metal stone, it automatically refined an extremely scorching 9-colored energy. Qin Yun's 9 sun sacred veins can sense those 9 types of burning hot energy and quickly absorb them into his body. After the energy entered Qin Yun's body, he let out a low roar. Amazing! Although Qin Yun felt a burning pain in his body, he was extremely surprised. That's because the extreme yang fire liquid combined with the divine cosmos power produced very good results. Using this kind of energy to temper my body, I will be able to cultivate a very strong 9 ultimate divine body very quickly. Qin Yun said in his heart, maybe even 9 sun sacred veins will be refined into divine veins. This is simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. This cultivation method did not strengthen the soul. Qin Yun was in no hurry to cultivate his soul. Although his soul was still relatively weak, it was still very powerful compared to many powerful quintessential saints. Ling Yuner said, Xiao Yun, you have the nether moon. It's only a matter of time before your soul becomes strong. It's best for you to cultivate a strong body and soak in the sun flame liquid to cultivate. Only then will you be able to be reborn even faster. If his body had just become a divine body, it would still be insufficient for Qin Yun. He needed a stronger body to be able to penetrate the barrier of the divine level space. Yang soaked in the sun flame liquid and grew very quickly. The 9 sun divine hammer and heaven trampling divine boots soaked in the sun flame liquid have awakened and become very powerful. Great, as long as I have enough sun divine liquid in the future to soak my sun soul, I won't need to rely on the core crystal mother. Qin Yun looked at the divine hammer and divine boots that Yang gave him and said with a smile. Yang has been holding the small bottle and helping Qin Yun fill it with sun flame liquid. It has already filled a lot, but it is still not full. The small bottle is like a bottomless pit, the space inside is astonishingly large. Even Qin Yun doesn't know how big the space inside is because with his current mental power, he can't see how big the space inside is. The sun flame liquid is very useful. If it was used to refine artillery shells, its power would definitely be extremely strong. He also needs to cultivate now. Otherwise, they could try using the pill. Transformation heavenly furnace to refine the fire liquid into artillery shells. That kind of power would definitely be very violent. Qin Yun felt excited just thinking about it. This sun flame liquid is even stronger than the star flame divine liquid that the star god gave him. There aren't many star flame divine liquid, it was obtained with great difficulty by the star god. Even in the divine desolate, it is a very precious material. And the sun flame liquid here can be said to be inexhaustible. Qin Yun stored the 9 sun divine hammer and heaven trampling divine boots. Yang felt that there is nothing to play with and suddenly felt very bored. Qin Yun thought for a moment and decided to take out the Divine Universe Fire Dragon Pearl and Divine Universe Ice Dragon Pearl for Yang to play with. The Divine Universe Fire Dragon Pearl absorbed the energy of the sun flame liquid, it also helped to strengthen it. The Divine Universe Ice Dragon Pearl is even more strange. It likes to absorb scorching energy, and the more it absorbs, the stronger it becomes. These 2 dragon pearls are rather ancient and a lot of energy has been lost. Soaking in the sun flame liquid can help to strengthen it. Yang is a very curious little girl. Whatever is in her hands, she can play with it to her heart's content. The 2 Divine Universe Dragon Pearls were made bigger by her and then she jumped around on top of them. Qin Yun took out the Divine Universe Devil Dragon Pearl and Divine Universe Evil Dragon Pearl and gave them to Yang to play with. He asked her to help purify the tyrannical energy inside them. After purification, they became 2 pure energy dragon pearls. Yang has nothing to do, so she is very willing to help Qin Yun. The spirit formation stage is rather difficult for Qin Yun, it requires a lot of time. Fortunately, he is very safe here. Moreover, he has enough energy to absorb, so cultivation is not too boring. While he is cultivating and enduring the pain, he is also deducing the operation and combination of runes in his mind. This allows him to become more familiar with runes. Especially now that he wants to transform those altars, he will need to use many profound rune combinations. He has mastered the Tao Evolution Sun rune, as well as a very profound rune like the Sun Dragon Totem. This will be of great help to him in transforming the altars. Those 9 altars were created by the 9 suns and they are very ancient. Although the runes inside are very profound Tao Evolution Sun runes, Qin Yun is still not strong enough. He needs to use the even stronger Sun Dragon Totem. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed by. Qin Yun spent 3 years to finally cultivate the 9 Extinction Divine Body. Although he has just cultivated it, it is a very powerful divine body in the Divine Desolate. His 9 sun sacred veins have been tempered for 3 years and successfully evolved into 9 sun divine veins. Yang looks like a little girl, but after she transformed into a big 9th heaven Xian sparrow, her strength has become even stronger. Furthermore, she helped Qin Yun cultivate the 4 Divine Universe Dragon Pearls and became very strong, causing Qin Yun to be very satisfied. Big brother, this small bottle of yours looks very small but the inside is very big, it can't be filled no matter what. Yang looked at the small bottle and softly mumbled. She has been hanging the small bottle on her body and soaking it in the sun flame liquid, controlling the small bottle to crazily absorb the flame liquid. 3 years have passed but the small bottle is still not full. Then let's continue, Qin said with smile. In these 3 years, Yang often went to Floating Cloud Pagoda to eat and drink with Qin, or returned to the Nine Sun Divine Soul to play with Momo, Little Jade Rabbit, Spirit Creation Heavenly Cauldron and Little Ant Queen. Lu Qingyu is very fond of this cute little girl Yang, she treats her like her own little sister. Yang is also very good to Lu Qingyu, she even helped her cultivate Divine Body. Lu Qingyu cultivated Dragon Divine Body, her soul is also a god-level soul, it is just that her sacred veins have not yet cultivated divine veins. With Divine Body, she is no longer afraid of the scorching power released by the sun flame liquid, but she is still unable to touch it. From time to time, she would spar with Yang who is transformed into a ninth heaven Xian sparrow to increase her combat experience. Qin has Divine Body and Divine Veins, but his soul has not recovered to God level. Qin, who has cultivated the 9 extinction Divine Body, has no problem soaking in the sun flame liquid. The most amazing thing is that the Heavenly Might Tyrant body barrier he released allows him to submerge in the sun flame liquid without burning his clothes. However, the time he can sustain it is limited, it is not very long. Qingyu, we are only one step away from becoming gods. Qin said, you will definitely break through faster than me. Before that, I will help you prepare the equipment you need to enter the Divine Desolate. Big brother Qin, can't we go to the Divine Desolate together? Lu Qingyu said with some melancholy. She really wanted to be with Qin. Qin shook his head and told Lu Qingyu about cursing the heavenly punishment. It would be very difficult for him to enter the Divine Desolate. If he went alone, it would be much easier. Lu Qingyu already has the purple gold heavenly armor and the purple gold divine universe sword. Qin only needed to refine some divine talismans, divine talisman tools and teleportation treasures for her. She would have enough power to protect herself in the Divine Desolate. In the Divine Desolate, Qin has many acquaintances, such as the Spatial God, Star God, Lu Yuxian's clone and Tree Goddess. If the Divine Inscription Divine Mountain and the Divine Universe Ice Dragon went to the Divine Desolate, it would be even better. As for whether the Mother Moon went or not, Qin still does not know. However, he felt that the Mother Moon should evolve into the Primal Chaos Divine Moon. The women in the Guanhan Palace would definitely advance by leaps and bounds because of this. The space in the Divine Desolate has changed. The spatial runes that Qin mastered before are useless. Fortunately, he has the Little Ant Queen. He can use the Little Ant Queen's spatial power to refine a teleportation magic tool. Qin refined so many things mainly to practice. When he was the king of gods, he could refine divine weapons and divine talismans. Now, he was just familiarizing himself with it. In his life, he has grasped many inscription spirits, so he is able to carve runes very quickly. Forget about the king of gods, even the king of the Nine Yang Palace could not compare to the current him. Big brother Qin, my sacred veins have yet to transform into divine veins, I can still accompany you for a while. Lu Qingyu is really reluctant to part with Qin. This was mainly because she knew that when Qin stepped into a higher level space, he would encounter a great obstruction. It was extremely likely that he would not be able to enter. If the two worlds were separated, it would mean that they would never be able to meet again. If they were both in the god-level space, it didn't matter even if they didn't see each other for many years, because they could still meet again in the future. I will soon be able to help you cultivate divine veins. Qin said with mischievous smile, I have discovered this secret technique for many years but I have never tried it. Lu Qingyu smiled and said, Big brother Qin. Do you really wish for me to quickly go to the divine wilderness? The earlier you go, the stronger you will become. Qin spoke and took out many divine flame leaves. The star god had given him those divine flame leaves. There were many of these divine flame leaves in the divine wilderness. At most, they could only produce a very strong flame. No one knew the specific effects. However, Qin knew how to use it. He needed to coordinate it with the Divine Universe Goldstone's energy. He placed several dozen divine flame leaves into the pill-melting heavenly cauldron. Then, he controlled the 9 dragons' heaven origin formation to circulate, releasing the power of the 9 dragons' divine universe and pouring it into the pill-melting heavenly cauldron. Big brother Qin, what pill are you refining? Lu Qingyu asked. Over the years, she knew that this furnace was very powerful. It could turn anything into a pill. This pill can allow your dragon vein to evolve into a divine dragon vein. Xianxia said, it's very useful for sacred transformation. Even in the divine wilderness, this pill still has a very strong effect. Really? Can I quickly cultivate a divine vein? Lu Qingyu was still a little excited when he thought about how he was going to enter the divine wasteland. Xianxia nodded and said with a smile, Qingyu, I have many friends in the divine desolate. Go to the divine desolate and find them as soon as possible. Big brother Qin is really amazing. He even has so many powerful friends in the divine wasteland. Lu Qingyu laughed, you have powerful friends everywhere. Not long after, the pill transformation heavenly furnace condensed a pill. Lu Qingyu took the pill and asked, if I break through, I will directly enter the divine wasteland, right? If you leave the floating cloud pagoda, you will be absorbed by the god-level space's power. You will need some time to refine this pill. Xianxia said. Lu Qingyu swallowed the pill and went to another floor to cultivate in seclusion. Yang ran over and shouted, brother, what pill is that? I want to eat it too, I want to eat it too. It's very bitter, not tasty. Xianxia pinched her little face. How bitter? I want to suffer. I have never tasted bitterness before. Yang shook Xianxia's arm and tenderly shouted, big brother, give me a pill. Xianxia found it very funny. He could only use the divine flame leaf to refine one for the gluttonous girl. Because he didn't use many divine fire leaves, the pills came out very quickly. Yang very happily took it and said with a smile, thank you big brother. After eating the pill, Yang frowned, then her face wrinkled like a small bitter gourd. It can be seen that the pill was very bitter. This is bitter, it's so unpalatable. Yang said, immediately took out the small bottle and drank the fire liquid inside. Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Because it was too bitter, Yang could only drink the sun flame liquid to relieve the bitterness. Xianxia can now soak in the sun flame liquid but he still doesn't dare to drink it. Yang said that the sun flame liquid is very tasty and often let Xianxia drink it. This little girl said that when she was inside the sun, this kind of sun flame liquid was like a sweet spring to her. Yang continued to jump into the sea of fire liquid to cultivate and play. Sometimes she could sleep in the fire liquid for several days. If I also eat the pill refined from the divine flame leaf, my soul will be able to recover quickly. Xianxia said, however, now is not the time for me to go to the divine wasteland. I want to use the fire liquid here to modify the 9 altars. Lu Qingyu is still refining the pill. Xianxia took the opportunity to refine something. It can be considered a very special weapon. Just like a crossbow, it has a trigger. However, what is fired is not a crossbow arrow but something called a bullet. Back when he was the 9 Palace King, he traveled everywhere and once went to a heavenly domain. In that heavenly domain, there was a beautiful blue star. There were many people on that star and there was a type of firearm called gun. What he is currently refining is a small pistol and on that blue star, there are all kinds of firearms. Those firearms are very lethal to the local creatures. However, to the 9 Palace King back then, hitting his body would only be enough to tickle him. On the other hand, there is something called a nuclear bomb that can blow him up. Of course, the small pistol that Xianxia is refining now has great power. The small bullets that it shoots out are all refined from fire liquid. After the fire liquid enters the Dan transformation heavenly furnace, it condenses into a small pill, which is the bullet. There are several storage spaces inside the small pistol. It can store many small bullets or fire liquid. It can spit out flames, it can also shoot out bullets or even some poisonous bullets. It has a very good effect when attacking from a long distance or a short distance. This fiery red small pistol was refined by him for Lu Qingyu. Even though it is something for practice, its power is very good. He plans to modify the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon into a small pistol that can be easily shot. This is a kind of sinister weapon. Because the people of the Divine Desolate have never seen a pistol before, they will definitely be defenseless when they see him holding this small thing. If he were to hold a bow or something like that, the other party would be on guard. A few days later, Lu Qingyu refined the pill. The sacred veins in her body have evolved into divine veins. She has become a god. Her later stage of cultivation is through the power of the divine universe. Her body and divine power are very strong. Ordinary gods are not her match at all. Xianxia handed the small pistol to her and told her how to use it. Lu Qingyu likes this beautiful red pistol very much and also enjoys the feeling of shooting bullets. Xianxia has refined several kinds of bullets for her. Some have penetrating power, some can seriously injure the soul, and some will explode after being shot. There are also some that were refined using the Divine Universe Ice Dragon Pearl and can freeze people. Because time is limited, there are not many bullets, but it is enough for Lu Qingyu to counterattack. Big brother Qin, when you come to the Divine Desolate, you must contact me. Lu Qingyu's eyes are red. Got it. Xianxia waved at her and said with a smile, I will definitely go to the Divine Desolate. Xianxia used the little ant queen's spatial power to refine a communication talisman for Lu Qingyu. In the future, when Xianxia goes to the Divine Desolate, he can immediately contact her. Lu Qingyu touched Yang Yang's face and kissed her cute little face. Then she walked out of the floating cloud pagoda. After she left, the space around her body distorted and sucked her into the god-level space. Big sister Qingyu is gone, I will miss her. Yang Yang is also somewhat reluctant to part with this big sister who has accompanied her for several years. Xianxia said, Yang Yang, you should have become a god, right? Why don't you go to the Divine Desolate? Yang Yang said with a smile, if I don't want to go, then I don't need to go. If I want to go, I can go. That's great. Xianxia is secretly envious. Yang Yang is a sun soul divine beast, she is protected by the 9 Desolate. Big brother, I also want to play with those small pistols. Refine one for me. Yang Yang said. Alright. Xianxia took out some wood and made several large and small wooden pistols. These pistols can be filled with water and shot out water. The smallest one is very, very small. It is for Momo, the palm-sized fairy, to play with. It allows them to play around inside the 9 Sun Divine Spirit. Yang Yang has something new to play with. She doesn't cultivate and instead entered the 9 Sun Divine Spirit to fight a gun battle with Momo. She is so engrossed in it that she can't extricate herself. She even said that whoever wins a round can eat a chicken leg or something like that. Xianxia began his great project of modifying the 9 altars. The reason he modified the altars is so that they can perfectly fuse with the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation. Therefore, he needs to add the sun dragon totem and many other kinds of dragon transformation runes inside the altar. In addition, he wants to melt many divine dragon bones and refine them into the altar to help it become stronger. He still has some divine tier materials in his hands. Back in the buried heaven land, he collected quite a few, but it is still not enough. Helpless, Xianxia can only call out Yang Yang and accompany him to search for materials in the fire liquid ocean. Yang Yang was originally very unwilling. She is having a great time playing gun battle, but when she heard that Xianxia wants to refine even more fun things for her, she immediately agreed. Back when he was the 9 Sun Palace King, he traveled to many heavenly regions and saw many strange things. He casually changed them into very fun things, especially for a little girl like Yang Yang who has never seen much of the world. Yang Yang turned into a beautiful divine bird, dragging 9 long 9-colored tail feathers and flying in the sky. Xianxia is sitting on the back of the divine bird, holding a disc in his hand. It is a tool used to detect divine tier materials. When the sun falls, there will indeed be some remnant divine tier materials. Moreover, they are very good. As long as one can find a little, it will be of great use. After flying for more than 10 days, Yang Yang suddenly said excitedly, there's a dragon, I want to eat it, I want to eat a big dragon. There's actually a dragon here? Xianxia is also extremely astonished. A dragon that can live in the fire liquid ocean must be very strong. He immediately left Yang Yang's back. Yang Yang now has divine tier strength, Xianxia does not want to participate. The beautiful divine bird flew in the sky and suddenly drilled into the fire liquid ocean. It's really down there. Xianxia floated in the air and watched. He held the floating cloud rod in his hand and prepared to sneak attack. The fire liquid ocean suddenly churned, the movement below is extremely great, roar. Qin Long's fire dragon god was still very strong. Otherwise, he would have been injured by Yang Yang long ago. Fortunately, Yang Yang listened to Qin Yun and immediately stopped chasing the fire dragon. She turned into a little girl and floated to Qin Yun's side. The huge fire dragon in the sky was still dripping with a lot of fire liquid, turning into a huge ball of flames. The ball of flames gradually shrank and turned into a tall, handsome middle-aged man wearing a red cloak and golden red armor. The divine totem on Qin Long's face was already gone, and he looked somewhat similar to Qin Yun. When he saw that the divine bird that was chasing him was a little girl, he suddenly started to doubt his life. A little girl who was only a fart could actually be so powerful. You damn brat, when did you get such a powerful thing? Qin Long scolded as he flew over, wanting to reach out his hand to pinch Yang Yang's cute little face. Yang Yang did not let him pinch her. She opened her mouth and spat out flames, forcing Qin Long back. Qin Long chuckled and said, "This little girl, I won't lower myself to her level. I'm a good-tempered person, and I don't like fighting, so I didn't fight with her. Otherwise, she wouldn't be my opponent at all." Yang Yang made a face at Qin Long and said, "Uncle, you were almost eaten by me just now." Qin Yan stroked Yang Yang's head and said, "Luckily you didn't eat him, he is not tasty at all." "Xiao Yun, I didn't expect you to have a sun soul in your hands." Qin Long chuckled and said, "And it's so powerful." "Dad, aren't you in the sun sacred land? How did you appear here?" asked Qin Yun. "I can't stay in that place anymore. I'm going to be bored to death." Qin Long laughed, "That's why I came here to take a look. I've been here for 2 to 3 years. Qin Yun said with smile, "I have been here for 2 to 3 years, why didn't I meet you before?" Qin Long looked around at the endless sea of fire liquid and said, "This sacred wasteland is so big, and you and I did not go too far, so naturally we did not meet. I've only been running around recently to see if I can pick up some good stuff. What a coincidence, I also want to pick up some things, that's why I am walking around." Qin Yun said with smile. "Did you pick up anything?" Qin Long smiled. "No. When the sun falls, with such a strong temperature, almost everything that can be burned has been burned." Qin Yun shook his head and said, "The rest must be very small things." Qin Long laughed and said, "Xiao Yun, in terms of picking up things, you can't compare to me. I've fished up a lot of good materials." "Ah? What are they?" Qin Yun quickly asked and then took out the floating cloud pagoda. After they entered the floating cloud pagoda, Qin Long began to take out the things he had fished up. They were all fist-sized stones that looked like crystals. They were multicolored and gave off powerful light. "I don't know what these things are. I found them when I went underground." Qin Long said, "My body is big enough. When I get close to the bottom, I can sense a large range." When Qin Yun saw the stones, he was shocked. He quickly picked up a black crystal. Qin Long said, "This stone is the most special. It doesn't have any weight at all and it's extremely sturdy." This was a gravity god stone. Qin Yun had obtained half a chest of divine universe gold stones from the Nanyang royal family. The chest he used was refined from gravity divine stones. And this kind of gravity divine stone can only be found in the nether sun core. "Xiao Yun, what's wrong?" Qin Long saw Qin Yun's golden face and asked. "Big brother, there are many of these stones inside the sun." Yang Yang said, "In the past, when I was in the sun, when I entered the depths, I saw many of these stones. These are gravity divine stones. Only the nether sun core can produce these stones." He looked at the 2 suns in the sky and cannot help but ponder. After the suns fell, they produced gravity divine stones. This means that there is already a nether sun core inside, it means that it will become a nether sun. He really can't understand why the 9 suns have this kind of change. "What about these stones?" Qin Long asked again. "I still don't know, they might be stones produced when the nether sun core exploded. This kind of stone is very rare." Qin Yun said. "To be able to soak in the fire liquid ocean and not melt, it must be a very powerful material." "Xiao Yun, what do you want to refine?" Qin Long asked again. "I am preparing to go to Divine Desolate. If you want to refine something, I will stay for a while and help you find materials. I want to transform the 9 altars." Qin Yun said. "Alright, then I will stay and help you." Qin Long said with smile, "I met Yun Long before, this guy said that when I go to Divine Desolate, I will be able to see your mother." Really? Qin Yan's face is immediately filled with joy. Qin Long left to help Qin Yan find all kinds of materials. Yang Yang found out that Qin Yan wants to find those beautiful stones. She also drilled into the bottom of the fire liquid ocean and helped find materials. Qin Yan began transforming the altars. Even the fire liquid cannot melt that kind of stone. If Qin Yan wants to melt it, he will have to spend a lot of effort. Fortunately, he has the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. Through this formation and the divine universe golden stone, he can release a strong enough flame to melt that kind of material. Yuner, there are stones inside the sun that can only be created by the great nether Sunday. Moreover, there are many of them. What does this mean? Qin Yan asked. It means that there is a very big nether sun inside the sun. The sun is creating a nether sun inside the sun, I just don't know how. Ling Yuner also feels that this matter is very strange. She said again, logically speaking, the 9 suns of the 9 suns heavenly domain are all very small. Moreover, they are repeatedly undergoing nirvana, they are basically not enough to become nether sun. Qin Yan said, that's strange, could it be that every time the 9 suns are reborn, they become a lot stronger? There is another possibility, that the 9 suns used some kind of secret technique to attract the nether sun and then devour it. Ling Yuner said, nether suns are very difficult to find and they are all very small. It is very possible that they were devoured by the 9 suns. Qin Yan's expression is solemn as he said, Yuner, I feel that this time the 9 suns' extermination of the world is different from before. Maybe this is the last time and there will be a great change. Is this your premonition? Ling Yuner said. This time the 9 suns' extermination of the world is very different from before, especially the heavenly law divine realm's strong intervention, as well as the change in the 9 nether realm. Also, the primal chaos divine sun appeared in the sacred desolate sun sacred land, plus the appearance of the sun seed, the mother moon transformed into the divine moon. All of these phenomena had never happened before the sun had set. The sun altar can become very small. At its smallest, it can be placed in the palm of one's hand, it is as big as a small bowl. The materials used inside the altar are all very top-notch. Now, with the addition of many materials from the nether sun, it is even more powerful. For more than half a year, Yang Yang and Qin Long have picked up all kinds of rare and precious materials from the nether sun. These materials were all refined by Qin Yan into the 9 altars. In addition, Qin Yan also used those materials to refine a saber, a shield and a set of armor for Qin Long. The 9 altars are not completely refined, they still need to add and modify the runes inside. The project is very huge. Most of the materials had been used up. Qin Long is only short of soul transformation. He ate the divine pill refined by Qin Yun using the divine flame leaf. After breaking through, he directly entered the god-level space. Next, Qin Yun began carving runes inside the altar. The altar is like a pyramid but the top is not pointed, instead, it is a very flat small platform. When the altar is created, it is stacked layer by layer. After the altar becomes smaller, it is split up in carved runes on each stone slab. Finally, it is reassembled. Carving runes is not a difficult matter for Qin Yun, especially since he has mastered many kinds of inscription spirits. Coupled with his formidable blood spirit power, carving runes is as smooth as flowing water. Moreover, the needle spirit inside his nether moon allows him to carve runes with twice the result with half the effort. He has to carve many runes, after all, there are 9 altars and each altar has 18 layers to carve. Qin Yun has to carve many kinds of runes, Tao Evolution Rune, Sun Dragon Totem, Divine Tear Star Rune, Divine Tear Moon Rune, Sun Rune, as well as the Nether Sun Totem he mastered not too long ago. These runes and totems have their own uses, they can be combined into different types of energy. After all, the 9 altars will be combined into the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. After combining with the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation, its might will be even stronger. There is a dragon rune heavenly saber inside each altar. The dragon rune heavenly saber has also been remodeled, materials from Nether Sun have been added into it. Just one of them is a very strong divine weapon. After going to Divine Desolate, the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation can only be operated by Divine Universe golden stones to suppress those formidable gods. Qin Yin sighed and said, I must use divine universe golden stones sparingly because the more I use them, the less they will be used. This means that he cannot use the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation at will to avoid wasting divine universe golden stones. He stored the 9 sun divine hammer, went outside and looked at the sky. Unknowingly, he has been carving runes by himself for 2 years. I have been in Sacred Desolate for more than 5 years. Xianxia has already finished remodeling the 9 altars. He waved his hand and 9 small and exquisite altars emitted faint golden light. They floated around his body and revolved around him. The altars seem to have changed greatly. Lifelike dragon carvings have been carved on their surface. These dragon carvings are formed by combining many kinds of runes. It was a naturally formed dragon sculpture. It was not something that Xianxia had intentionally created. 9 dragon heavenly origin formation, open. Xianxia's expression is grave as he shouted in a deep voice. The 9 small altars spread out in all directions and then suddenly became incomparably huge, like 100,000 feet tall majestic mountain. What is shocking is that on the surface of these mountain-like altars, there is a huge dragon with shocking dragon might revolving around them. It looks as if on the surface of the mountain that is flickering with golden light, there is a dragon swimming around crazily. From time to time, it will release majestic dragon might, energy will surge and explode, it is like a dragon's angry roar. Tao Evolution Rune, Dragon Transformation Roaming, this should be an extremely high realm of Tao Evolution Rune. Xianxia looked at the 9 mountain-like altars around him and felt incomparable pride in his heart. In these few years in the Sacred Desolate, Xianxia has not grown up at all. She is still the same as before. Xianxia also refined many fun things for her, allowing her to have fun with Momo and the other little fairies. Xianxia suddenly flew out from the bottom of the lava because she could feel the power of the 9 altars. Ah, so powerful. Xianxia jumped back and forth on top of the altar, giggling. Xianxia, didn't you say that there's something wrong with those 2 suns? I asked you what's wrong but you said you don't know. Xianxia asked. Xianxia frowned slightly as she flew to Xianxia's side. Xianxia put away the altar and opened his heavenly eye. He looked at the 2 suns and said, I don't see anything wrong with them. I can't explain it clearly. I just feel that the grandpa suns I'm familiar with are no longer around. Those 2 suns aren't the suns I'm familiar with. Xianxia said with a sad expression, the grandpa suns are all old, they're all gone. Xianxia patted Xianxia's head and said with smile, don't be sad, grandpa sun will be reborn. Xianxia shook her head. After my rebirth, I'm the new big brother sun, not grandpa sun. The 2 suns in the sky are brother sun? Asked Xianxia. Xianxia nodded and said, yes, grandpa sun didn't fall, so he's gone. He even became big brother sun. Xianxia was alarmed as he thought of something, the 2 suns in the sky most likely wouldn't fall. Something big must have happened. The most bizarre thing was that before the sun even set, it had already transformed into a new one. He could understand what Xianxia meant when she said that she was no longer Grandpa Sunday. This was because the 9 suns would self-destruct and regenerate, and the Sun Soul and Sun Soul would be reborn. This was unlike Xianxia's reincarnation, where it was ultimately the same soul. Xianxia carefully pondered over Xianxia's words. Based on his years of research on the 9 suns, he muttered softly, could it be that the 2 suns in the sky suddenly became very strong and didn't need to fall? Xianxia, is there any difference between the 2 suns? For example, energy? Xianxia asked. In terms of energy? No, it's still the same as before, but a little stronger. Xianxia said, brother, I think those 2 suns are fighting with something. Fight? Xianxia felt the need to use his heavenly eye to observe the situation around the sun. He took a deep breath and concentrated all of his energy into his heaven eye. The last time he did this, he wanted to see the primal chaos divine sun. It was very difficult to see a primal divine Sunday. If there was really a primal divine sun around the 2 suns, he wouldn't be able to see it with his current strength. Not only him, even many of the gods in the divine wasteland found it difficult to see. Furthermore, if there really was a primal divine sun high up in the sky, it would definitely be impossible to see it due to the interference of the 2 suns. Xianxia opened his heavenly eye with all his strength. It was possible for him to see things that were difficult to see. he still didn't fully understand the use of the heaven eyes. He only knew that they were left behind by the heavenly Tao before it underwent nirvana. He had obtained it without any rhyme or reason. The two suns in the sky were quite far apart. When Xianxia looked at the sky, he looked left and right. Suddenly, he saw a gray shadow in the middle of the two suns. He continued to stimulate all kinds of powerful forces within his body, absolute yang energy, mental power, physical strength, all of them focused on the heaven eyes. Because he wanted to see clearly what the gray shadow between the two suns was. He had seen the gray energy before. It was the unique color of primal divine sun. However, he wasn't sure if there was a primal divine sun in the middle of the two suns. After all, the gray energy was not only primal divine Sunday. As Xianxia gathered even more energy from his body and concentrated it in the heaven eyes, he gradually saw the gray shadow in the middle of the two suns. It is an incomparably huge gray oval-shaped object. It is emitting a lot of gray energy. Under normal circumstances, it would be very difficult to see the gray energy. Xianxia could only vaguely see it through the heaven eyes. Between the two suns, there is an incomparably huge gray oval-shaped object. That gray oval-shaped object is many times bigger than the two suns. If the two suns were as big as walnuts, then that gray oval-shaped object would be a big watermelon. Is that a primal divine sun? Why is it so big? Xianxia is filled with fear. The primal divine sun he saw in the sacred desolate was very small. At that time, he thought that it was a bit small. But now that he saw a primal divine sun that was many times bigger than the sun hidden in the sky, his mind suffered a great blow. He suddenly thought of something. Maybe that primal divine sun has always existed but he could not see it. If Xianxia did not say that the two suns were fighting with something, Xianxia would not have thought that there was a primal divine sun in the sky. Big brother, what did you see? Xianxia pulled Xianxia's clothes and very curiously asked because she saw that Xianxia is standing there in a daze. His face is filled with fear. I saw a very dreadful thing, Xianxia said. He had no choice but to put away his heaven eyes because if he continued to look, his power would be sucked dry. Opening heaven eyes consumes a lot of energy. Xianxia saw the primal divine sun for a very short time but he discovered to his amazement that although the two suns are small, they are constantly devouring the energy of the primal divine Sunday. Could it be that there is a very small nether sun inside the suns? Nether sun has super strong devouring power. Xianxia is very familiar with nether Sunday. Nether sun's devouring power can be described as ants swallowing an elephant. Although it is very small, it can release devouring power that can dissolve energy and then absorb it into the nether sun to be refined. Even if nether sun devours a lot of energy, it will not become very big. Instead, its devouring power will increase and the energy stored inside will become even stronger. What the hell is going on? It seems like the change of 9 suns and 9 desolate is so great and fast that no one can predict it. Xianxia floated above the flame-liquid ocean and looked at the two suns together with Xianxia. Unknowingly, night fell. Fiery red light rushed out from the ground. Xianxia and Xianxia are inside the light released by the flame liquid. Xianxia entered the floating cloud pagoda and began refining pills with the divine flame leaf. So long as he strengthens his soul, he will be able to enter divine desolate. He doesn't know what kind of challenge he will encounter after entering divine desolate. No matter what, he must face it. He can't escape because he must enter divine desolate. Apart from ancient desolate, divine desolate is the highest level of 9 desolate, great desolate. Ancient desolate and divine desolate are connected. In other words, entering divine desolate is his last hurdle. So long as he can enter divine desolate, he can reach the highest level space. Pill transformation heavenly furnace will soon produce pills. Xianxia opened the pill transformation heavenly furnace and took out the pill. Just as he was about to eat it, the little girl Xianxia came bouncing to his floor. It is late at night, the flames outside soared to the sky. At night, Xianxia often played outside or counted the stars. It is rather rare for her to run to Xianxia's side. Big brother, a big moon appeared in the sky. Xianxia gestured with her hand and said, a very big and beautiful big moon. I have never seen such a big and beautiful moon. Xianxia quickly put away the pill and went outside with Xianxia. For many days, the moon has not appeared in the sky, and now, there is a very big moon in the night sky. The moonlight is very gentle and beautiful. In this scorching hot and violent sacred desolate, being illuminated by this kind of moonlight gives one a very comfortable feeling. It is hard to say whether it is warm or cool. Not only is it very comfortable, when looking at the moon, one's mood also becomes a lot better. It is as if one is looking at a very beautiful thing, it is very pleasing to the eye, relaxing and happy. It is a very strange feeling, it comes from the comfort of one's mind. Mother Moon has evolved. Xianxia stared at the moon, lost in thought for a long time, then let out a long sigh. Just now, he felt as if he was intoxicated by the beautiful moonlight, it made him recall many beautiful memories. A strong and beautiful happiness welled up in his heart. This kind of strange feeling is very intoxicating. While his mood is happy, his body is bathed in the moonlight, giving him an indescribable feeling of comfort. Xianxia also understood why Yang said that it is a very beautiful moon. Is this the primal chaos divine moon? Ling Yinar asked. I don't know. In short, it is the divine moon. Xianxia shook his head and said, this kind of moonlight contains a very strong divine power, it can sublimate people's mental power. Such a beautiful moon, how can it not be the primal chaos divine moon? Yang pulled Xianxia's clothes and said, Big brother, I once landed on the moon. Back then, Xianxia found Yang's sun soul on the moon, but that was the moon of immortal desolate. Later, the moon of immortal desolate merged with the mother moon. Therefore, Yang also has a special feeling towards the moon. Yang, do you have any feeling towards this moon? Xianxia asked. Because Yang is the sun's soul and the moon and the sun have a very close relationship, maybe there is some other feeling. This big moon is very powerful. It has a very strong divine power that can make me stronger. Yang said. She is the sun's soul and the power of the moon is very helpful to the improvement of the soul. After the mother moon evolved, it became more powerful than Xianxia imagined. He is also very happy from the bottom of his heart because Xianxia and others have obtained the protection of the mother moon. They will definitely be very safe inside the mother moon. Ling Yinar said, Xiao Yun, try and see if you can contact the mother moon. Xianxia has mastered many moon runes, among them there is a kind of moon rune that can transmit information to the moon. Xianxia immediately took out a beast skin and entered the floating cloud pagoda. He began carving moon runes and added moon totems. Not long after, the beast skin formation is ready. Xianxia spread out the beast skin formation and placed it on top of the floating cloud pagoda. He sat in the middle of the formation and released formidable nether moon mental power, fusing it with the formation. After the formation absorbed the moonlight, the runes flickered with multicolored light and began to react. Palace King. An aged but very kind voice entered Xianxia's mind. Yang is also beside Xianxia, she can also hear the voice, she immediately delicately shouted, Grandma, I am Yang. Little girl, you're already so big. Muyu smiled kindly. Grandma, I want to go to the moon to play. How can I get there? Yang asked with a smile, is there delicious food up there? Yes. When you come to the divine desolate, you can come to Muyu. Muyu laughed. It was obvious that she liked Yang very much. Although the moon that Yang had descended on wasn't the mother moon still had memories of that moon after it merged with the mother moon. Grandma, what's the situation with the mother moon? Has it evolved into the chaos divine moon? No, it's stronger than the chaos divine moon. Even so, I can't hold on much longer. Muyu sighed. Why? Didn't you evolve? Xianxia said with a frown. Time and tide wait for no man. Muyu smiled and said, I have also lived for many years, I am content. Xianxia felt very sad in his heart. In his heart, Mother Moon was indeed like his biological grandmother. Thinking of the imminent death of Mother Moon, he felt very melancholic. Is there no way to extend your lifespan? Asked Xianxia. The one Xianxia was conversing with was the Mother Moon's soul. No, I've lived long enough, and my mission has been accomplished. I have no more regrets. Muyu said with a smile, Palace King boy, you've contributed a lot to my growth, haven't you? Is that so? Why do I feel like I didn't do anything? Xianxia carefully thought about it, he did not help Muyu at all. No, you're the key. If it wasn't for you facilitating so many causes and effects, I wouldn't have been able to last until today, And those girls even more so wouldn't have been able to gather together to send me on my final journey. Muyu said. Grandma, did I really help you? Back then, I almost killed you. Qin recalled the matter and still felt very guilty. This was because he had once advocated to help the Mother Moon evolve, but at that time, all the conditions were not ripe yet. I am very grateful to you. Muyu smiled and said, after I leave, there will be a new successor. Those girls will be the heirs of the divine moon of the heavens. Myriad Heaven's divine moon? Qin heart palpitated. The brilliance of the divine moon illuminates the heavens. I will be the only moon in the universe. The Mother Moon smiled proudly. In the future, I will be seen in the night sky of all the realms. Celestial moon, after the Mother Moon evolved, it actually became so powerful. Its moonlight pierced through many layers of space and appeared above the myriad worlds, illuminating all living beings. Grandma, do you know my background? After Qin recovered from his astonishment, he thought of many things and asked, I once communicated with Heavenly Eye. I have a family but I don't know that family. Palace King, your background is very strange. I advise you not to take it to heart. After you leave home, you no longer belong to that family. Now, you have your own true family. They are related to you by blood, and they love you very much. Muyu said. Qin clenched his fists. He felt that Muyu was right. Although he was drifting around, he still had his parents and wife. They would definitely be together in the future. That was his new home. Grandma, I found a very large primal divine sun near the sun. What's going on? Qin recalled this matter. He felt that Muyu should know about this matter. Muyu's voice suddenly turned serious as she said, Young Hall King, the divine world is about to usher in the greatest change in its history. And all of this has been planned by the 9 suns for many years. Great change in the God world? And it's only the divine wilderness? Qin said in alarm, the power of the 9 suns can affect the entire divine level space? The entire divine level space was also known as the divine world, and it included the divine level spaces of other heavens. The ancient 9 suns and I will both come to an end. The world will welcome a transformation. And it will start from the divine realm. The Mother Moon said, the myriad worlds and heavens will gather together, with the divine desolate as the center. They will form a huge wasteland, becoming the divine desolate of all heavens. Qin's jaw dropped. This meant that the 3,000 heavenly regions surrounding the 9 suns heavenly region would merge with the 9 suns heavenly region. The 9 suns will transform and fuse together to become the strongest divine sun in history. 9 suns as one, 9 suns illuminate the heavens. Muyu said. Qin had always felt that this mysterious world had many powers fighting behind it. Now, it was indeed so. The heavenly Tao will undergo nirvana, the divine sun will be born, the 9 suns will illuminate the myriad worlds, the divine moon will illuminate the heavens. This will be a great unification, and all of this has been led by the 9 suns for many years. The divine sun will become incomparably powerful and all living beings under the divine sun and divine moon will become even stronger. They will no longer fear the heavenly Tao and will no longer be manipulated by the heavenly Tao. The primordial divine sun has existed since a long time ago. It will be completely devoured by the 9 suns. Muyu said again, not long after, the divine sun will be born and the divine desolate will usher in a new era. 9 suns, didn't 7 of them fall? Qin asked. Just as he finished asking, he thought of something. Muyu said with a smile, 9 suns, 9 desolate lands, the sun has fallen into the 9 desolate lands. But it is still hidden in the Great Desolate, using the Great Desolate as its bed. It is only temporarily sleeping. I understand, the 9 suns are using the Great Desolate to set up a formation to devour the primordial divine sun. Qin exclaimed, the other Great Desolate lands are currently crazily devouring the power of the primordial divine Sunday. Is that right? Yes. The sacred desolate is also devouring but you can't sense the primal chaos divine power. Muyu said. When will the divine sun reach large success? Qin asked. Soon, in a few days. Muyu said, the day the divine sun appears is also the day I return to heaven. Qin is extremely shocked. It is actually in a few days, during the day, he saw that the primordial divine sun was very big. That primordial divine sun was so big, yet it was devoured in a few days? Palace King Brat, I am more worried that you won't be able to come to the Divine Desolate and won't be able to catch up to the great era of the Divine Desolate. And the environment of the Sacred Desolate will also become even more vile. Muyu said with a sigh. Is the Heavenly Tao punishing me or is it tempering me? Qin said with a bitter smile. Both. As long as you come to the Divine Desolate, your trial will be completely over. And your potential is even more terrifying. I even suspect that after the Heavenly Tao Nirvana, there will be no rebirth. Why? Qin asked. The Heavenly Eye is on you, the Heavenly Tao Nirvana, it is very likely that you are the new Heavenly Tao. Muyu's voice is somewhat trembling, the Heavenly Tao has placed extremely high hopes on you, now it is up to you to pass the final test. Qin is startled, he finally understood the meaning of obtaining the Heavenly Eye. Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother was very shocked about this matter before, it can be seen that she also knows what it means, Muyu said again, Palace King Brat, the Heavenly Eye still has the biggest secret. It is also the most powerful aspect of the Heavenly Eye but it is very difficult to control. What exactly is hidden inside the Heavenly Eye? Qin took a deep breath and asked. Suddenly knowing so many shocking secrets, Qin found it hard to digest in a short period of time. The Heavenly Venerable Inscription Spirit is inside the Heavenly Eye. Muyu said, it is the legendary one and only Heavenly Venerable Inscription Spirit. Obtaining the Heavenly Venerable Inscription Spirit will allow one to wield heavenly runes. Qin's heart trembled, Heavenly Venerable and Sun Emperor, these two inscription spirits only exist in legends, and Sun Emperor was later confirmed to be an inscription spirit and was obtained by Qin. Only Heavenly Venerable has not appeared anywhere. The Heavenly Venerable Inscription Spirit is actually hidden inside the Heavenly Eye. Qin did not sense the Heavenly Venerable Inscription Spirit and also doesn't know how to sense it. Is this true? Qin doesn't dare to believe it. To wield the Heavenly Tao, you need the Heavenly Venerable Inscription Spirit. The power of the Heavenly Tao comes from many heavenly runes. Muyu said with smile, Palace King Brat, it seems like you still don't know your own situation. I just didn't expect that I would be so lucky. Qin said with emotion. Lucky? If you enter the Divine Desolate, the Heavenly Tao's punishment for you will also end. But your other tribulation will begin. Muyu chuckled a few times, you control Heavenly Venerable, Sun Emperor, Moon Lady, Star Lord, do you think others will let you go? Qin said with smile, I will hide it very well. Without enough strength, I won't expose myself. That is not up to you. Myriad worlds heavens have merged, all kinds of strange people must have gathered in the Divine Desolate, they must have a way to find out. Muyu said. Myriad worlds heavens. Qin once traveled to other heavenly domains but he only went to dozens of heavenly domains. Heavenly Law Divine Domain, 9 Nether Realm, Primal Chaos Realm, they will all merge together. Among them, 9 Nether Realm and Primal Chaos Realm have all kinds of super strong fellows. Muyu said with smile, the Divine Desolate will be very lively but also very cruel. 9 Nether Realm is going to merge with the Divine Desolate, this is something Qin did not expect. What frightened him the most is still the Primal Chaos Realm, the Primal Chaos race people are most likely from the Primal Chaos Realm. Of course, it won't be completely merged, there will only be a passage connecting it. Muyu added. Yang mumbled in low voice, Grandma, doesn't that mean there will be a lot of delicious food? Qin pinched Yang's face, this little girl actually only thinks of more delicious food. Yang, you will also become delicious food in the eyes of others, you must protect yourself. Muyu warned. Yang spat in low voice, no one can eat me, I am very strong. I will also protect Big Brother, I won't let him be eaten. Qin's thoughts are myriad because the Divine Desolate he is about to go to is no longer the Divine Desolate he is familiar with, but the newly born Divine Desolate, still at the beginning of the Great Era. He doesn't know what will happen, no one knows. Palace King Brat, you must master the 9 Sun World Extermination Scripture as soon as possible. Let those 2 girls teach you. I'll let them talk to you. Muyu said. Yang Shiyu and Liu Shuyan have mastered the 9 Sun World Extermination Scripture. 9 Sun World Extermination Scripture is very profound, mastering it is not easy. Liu Shuyan obtained 9 Sun World Extermination scripture a long time ago, but she was unable to master it. Only after she recovered Slaughter God's memories did she gradually master it. Later on, with Xianxia's talent, they joined hands and gained a deeper understanding of 9 Sun World Extermination scripture. Xiao Yun, let's make it short. We will first tell you the contents of 9 Sun World Extermination scripture and explain the difficult parts we can understand. Xianxia said. Don't learn it in Sacred Desolate, it might cause you to suffer even heavier heavenly punishment. Come to God Desolate first, after you pass this last hurdle, you won't have to worry anymore. Liu Xian's voice also transmitted into Qin Yun's mind. Qin Yun heard their voice and promptly said, Sister Yang, Sister Shuyan. You should quickly begin. Back when Liu Shuyan changed her name to Yao Feng, she stayed inside the 9 Sun Divine Soul for a very long time and spent all her time comprehending 9 Sun World Extermination scripture. Therefore, her understanding of 9 Sun World Extermination scripture is very deep, and now she is the one teaching it. Xianxia supplemented from the side or explained the difficult parts further. It can be said that their understanding of 9 Sun World Extermination scripture is very shallow, so it is not enough for Qin Yun to completely master it. In the future, Qin Yun will have to comprehend it himself. Qin Yun listened patiently. What made him feel puzzled is that the 9 Sun World Extermination scripture's cryptic and profound chants are not that difficult to him. Just by memorizing it, he was able to capture many key points. From them, he knew how to circulate power and release the 9 Sun World Extermination scripture's formidable world extermination technique. Of course, he only has an initial understanding. Next, he will have to comprehend it himself. Also, he can't master it now, he will have to wait until he reaches Divine Desolate to learn it. Not long after, Liu Shuyan and Xianxia finished teaching. They are inside Divine Moon, they can't meet but they can communicate. Wait until I go to Divine Desolate, I will come find you. Qin Yun said. Palace King Brat, if you truly come to Divine Desolate and want to enter Divine Moon, you will need a certain level of strength. Divine Moon is in a special space. Muyu said. It doesn't matter, I will go to God Desolate and grow up very quickly. Qin Yun is very confident in himself. Xiao Yun, Divine Desolate is completely different from the Divine Desolate you are familiar with. Liu Shuyan said, everything here has changed greatly. It's hard for me to explain the details to you. Can the natural law divine realm threaten you? Qin Yun was more worried about this. The natural law divine realm is also unable to enter the space we are in. Only those who have cultivated the divine moon heart can freely enter and leave our divine moon world. Muyu said, Palace King Brat, this is not to restrict you, it is for the safety of Moon God realm. The divine moon of the heavens must have opened up a very powerful space. This space was connected to the myriad worlds, so the divine moon could be seen in the myriad worlds. This meant that all living beings in the infinite worlds could go to the mystic moon. That was why a mystic moon realm had to be created and restricted to prevent the experts of the myriad realms and heavens from going there to disturb them. Qin Yun knew the reason with a single thought. Alright, wait until I go to the Divine Desolate, we will contact each other again. Qin Yun said with a smile, Sister Shuyan, Sister Yang, please send my regards to Yuan and the others. Palace King Brat, take care. Muyu said. Grandma Muyu, goodbye. Qin Yun bid farewell to Muyu this time. His heart is extremely heavy because Muyu is about to leave forever. Don't be sad, I'm just going home. Muyu Ci said with a smile. After Muyu finished speaking, she cut off contact with Qin Yun. Qin Yun could no longer sense any news from Muyu. He looked at the beautiful divine moon in the sky and said with a frown, Go home? Grandma Muyu's home, is it related to my home? Big brother, your small bottle can't hold it anymore. Yang handed over the small bottle to Qin Yun. For the past few years, it has been hanging on her body. The small bottle contained a lot of sun flame liquid. Now that it can no longer be filled, it should be full. The 9 Sun Divine Hammer and Heaven Trampling Divine Boots are soaked in the small bottle. When needed, they can be taken out directly. Yang, you go in and play with Momo and the others. Big brother wants to go into seclusion and go to Divine Desolate. Qin Yun stroked Yang's head and said with smile. I'll go in and drive with them. Yang said with smile. There are all kinds of fun toys inside the nine-sun divine spirit, as well as all kinds of strange and bizarre things. They were all made by Xianxia. Xianxia entered the floating cloud pagoda and took out a small cauldron. This small cauldron is white in color. It is a container refined by Xianxia. It is called Hidden Dragon Cauldron. Inside the cauldron is the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon. The Devil Star Tyrant Dragon has fused with the Divine Universe Heavenly Dragon's egg yolk for many years. Back then when Xianxia killed the Divine Universe Evil Dragon, he obtained the Divine Universe Evil Dragon's corpse and put it inside to fuse with the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon. And now, he poured a large amount of sun flame liquid into the Hidden Dragon Cauldron. A dragon is being nurtured inside the cauldron. This dragon is a puppet dragon. It doesn't have its own consciousness and is completely controlled by Xianxia. Xiaoyun, once the dragon in the Hidden Dragon Cauldron is born, it will no longer be the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon. What will it be? Ling Yan'er asked curiously. Let's call it Nine Sun Divine Dragon. Xianxia said with a smile, moreover, it can transform into human form. As for the specifics, we will only know after it takes shape. Xianxia rarely used it. When he needed to use it, it would be used to save his life or at a critical moment. However, he felt that after it takes shape, it will definitely become Yang Yang's favorite toy. Xianxia inspected the items he had refined once. The Nine Heavens Dragon Lion Cannon has already been modified by him. It can be turned into a pistol and there are many bullets inside. Alright, let's eat the pill. Xianxia took out the pill refined from the Divine Flame Leaf. After eating it, he began to strengthen his soul. Xianxia is also secretly looking forward to what will happen to the Divine Desolate. He is not afraid that the changes in the Divine Desolate will be detrimental to him because he is confident that he can grow up in the Divine Desolate and become an expert of a region. What he is more curious about is the divine position of the Divine Desolate. Those divine positions are still rather important. Later on, the Heavenly Law Divine Realm also intervened. If the Myriad Realm's Divine Sun truly appeared, then the Heaven Creation Divine Palace would definitely make a move. The Myriad Realm's Divine Sun might give birth to a powerful race to fight against the Heavenly Law Divine Realm and at the same time control the Divine Desolate. Therefore, a new divine position will definitely appear again. Xianxia also doesn't know if his Divine King Heavenly Seal will still be useful at that time. What he can be sure of is that many experts in the Divine Desolate will definitely not recognize him as the old Divine King. The Divine King of the Divine Desolate will be incomparably important and his status should be extremely high. I wonder if the Goddess of Love can still be the Divine King. Xianxia thought about this matter as he refined the pill. If the Goddess of Love became the Divine King of the Divine Desolate, she would be the Divine King of the Heavens. This name sounds very resounding. Ling Yan'er lightly snorted and said, what right does she have to become the Divine King of the Heavens? Why don't we see if the fellows from the Primal Chaos Realm are happy or not? The previous Divine King was only a self-proclaimed title in the Divine Desolate of the Nine Suns' heavenly domain. But in the future, the Divine King would be the Divine King of the Myriad Realms. It would definitely depend on strength to become one. Xianxia said with a smile, what if there are more than one Divine King? The Divine Desolate is so big, no one will be willing to submit to anyone and then call themselves Divine Kings. That's just courting death. In the Divine Desolate, there will definitely be one strongest guy who won't allow others to call themselves Divine Kings, so they will go and destroy other guys who call themselves Divine Kings. Ling Yan'er said with a smile. That's true, those old fellows who are tired of living must be very bored and also very concerned about face. Apart from fighting and killing, they have nothing to do. Xianxia said. Xianxia's soul was originally very strong but because he pawned it in the Heavenly Law pawnshop, it regressed a lot. Now he doesn't need to improve anymore, he just needs to recover. The divine pill refined from the divine flame leaf can help him recover extremely quickly. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. My soul has finally recovered to the god level, but it is still not my peak state back then. Xianxia secretly sensed the power of his blood soul and nodded in satisfaction. He went outside and immediately stored the floating cloud pagoda, waiting to be sucked into a higher level space. Outside, Xianxia looked at the sky. There is only one sun in the sky. This sun is much bigger than the previous one. The sunlight that shone down is also filled with dense and powerful divine power. Is this the myriad realm's divine sun? It is indeed terrifying. This kind of power is much stronger than the primal chaos divine sun. Qin sighed in his heart. Will there only be one sun in the future? Ling Yin sighed and said, without the 9 suns, I am not used to it. I don't know, maybe the 9 suns have already fused into one. Qin wanted to see if the super huge primal chaos divine sun is still there. If he opened the heavenly eye, it would consume a lot of energy, and he is about to enter the divine desolate, so he must save enough energy. What made Qin depressed is that after waiting for a while, there is no spatial fluctuation around him. Damn it, I have not been sucked into the divine world. Qin cursed a few times, is this my final tempering? If he is not sucked into the divine world, there is no other way. In the past, the gate of the divine desolate could be opened, but now it definitely won't appear. If it was anyone else, once they broke through and became a god, they would be easily sucked into the divine world. It can be said that they could easily go to the upper realms. And Qin released formidable absolute yang divine power and randomly attacked all around, but there is no reaction at all. This is not difficult for me. Qin chuckled, luckily I have the little ant queen. He had already let the little ant queen release a lot of spatial power and combined it with the Dan transformation heavenly furnace to refine a very strong spatial cannonball. This cost him more than 1,000 divine universe golden stones. Originally, this cannonball was used to send enemies into the chaotic space. But now, he can only use this precious spatial cannonball to break the space and let the little ant queen bring him into the divine world from the chaotic space. Qin let the little ant queen come out and then shot the spatial cannonball. Qin used the light transformation sacred pupil and immediately rushed into the spatial hole. After entering, he immediately felt how terrifying the spatial turbulence of the god-level space is. Fortunately, this is not the first time he encountered it. After entering the chaotic space, he released a powerful force to stabilize himself and not let the turbulence blow him away. Even though Qin has a powerful 9 extinction divine body, his body is currently being torn apart by the chaotic space turbulence, causing him severe pain. He had no choice but to release a Heaven's Might tyrant body barrier to protect himself and reduce the pain. After the divine desolate was formed, the space also became stronger and the turbulence became even stronger. Only after Qin entered did he realize how great the change was. Back then, when he was tortured by the heavenly law divine domain, he was thrown into this kind of space. However, the current spatial turbulence is many times stronger than what he felt back then. Xiaoyun, can you hold on? Ling Yin said, if you can't hold on, can you return to the sacred desolate? It's not easy to go back. Qin is surrounded by darkness in the chaotic space. Ling Yin is suddenly very worried. Qin just broke through to divine man and he is already facing such a powerful blow. Xiaoyun, how can we go to the divine desolate? You can't go on like this. Ling Yin is very anxious. The space wall of the divine desolate must have strengthened a lot. I need to wait for the little ant queen to accumulate power. Qin said, contact the little ant queen and tell her to start accumulating power. Fortunately, he still has a lot of divine universe golden stones in his hands, which can allow the little ant queen to condense a powerful spatial power. The spatial power released by the space Xian ant queen from the dark space is still very strong. Even if the space wall of the divine desolate is strengthened, the space is still based on the primordial space. The space Xian ant can still open a hole in the space wall of the divine desolate. However, because the little ant queen is too young, she can't easily open it. She needs to absorb more power from the divine universe golden stones. Ling Yin communicated with the little ant queen and told her to start quickly. Qin is protecting his own body and allowing the spatial turbulence to push him forward. Not good, I've encountered a time turbulence. Qin cursed in a low voice, I hate time turbulence the most in space. The chaotic space is filled with all kinds of tyrannical power or time power. It is also because of this that the time changes in each space are different. If one were to encounter spatial turbulence and fall into a time vortex, it would cause the time one experience to speed up or slow down. If the spatial distortion in the time vortex was reversed, then Qin would have spent 10 years in the divine wilderness for only a few days or dozens of days. This was nothing. Such a reversal of time was still acceptable to Qin. What he was most worried about was that a few days would pass in the time whirlpool, while a few years or decades would pass in the gods desolate. This was equivalent to stealing time. He had experienced this kind of thing before, and there was nothing he could do to change it. The time turbulence swept Xianxia away. The time turbulence was extremely powerful. Combined with the spatial turbulence, Xianxia was unable to struggle free. He could only watch helplessly as he was sucked into the time vortex. However, not long after, he sensed that he was trapped in a place with a very strong suction force. His surroundings were pitch black and filled with tyrannical energy. No matter what, I will be able to go to God desolate. Xianxia calmed himself down. If he entered the chaotic flow of time, he wouldn't be as badly impacted by the chaotic flow of space. He also doesn't know what kind of reversal of time is. Even if he knew, he wouldn't be able to change it. Xianxia patiently waited. The little ant queen needed time to condense her power. Moreover, in order to ensure success, she needed to condense even more spatial power. I hope the time reversal won't deviate too much, Xianxia said in his heart. Now he has calmed down and is comprehending the 9-sun world extermination scripture in his mind. Inside the 9-sun world extermination scripture, there is a chapter on the destruction of space and time. Using space and time, one can create very terrifying destruction. For example, space collapse. Space collapse is very terrifying. It can lead to spatial turbulence and suck everything into the chaotic space. And the destruction caused by time is also very powerful. Accelerating time on a person's body, in a blink of an eye, he would have lived for tens of thousands of years and directly die of old age. This is more terrifying than any seal. Of course, this is very profound and difficult to master. Xianxia is currently in the time and space vortex, so he can't help but think of the 9-sun world extermination scripture. Time and space can be said to be the most mysterious power. Xianxia said in his heart, although I have mastered many spatial runes, I am unable to use spatial power. Space Xian ants like the little ant queen are innately able to control spatial power. And Xianxia has also seen time power control before. For example, Xianxia, she can see what will happen in the next few seconds or even have a premonition. As for how much she has mastered, Xianxia has never tried to find out. Because Xianxia has a small mirror, the power she has mastered is very mixed. It is impossible for her to master time power. Xianxia patiently waited for more than 10 days. Little Ant Queen is finally done. Little Ant Queen can directly come out of the 9-sun divine soul. What made Xianxia amazed is that Little Ant Queen has also grown up. Originally she was just a white light ball, but now she has a pair of substantial fairy wings flapping inside the light ball. Little Ant Queen condensed spatial power and released it. At the same time she sensed the space of myriad heavens divine desolate. Not long after, she completely used up all the power she condensed and opened a small crack. Let's go. After Xianxia stored Little Ant Queen into the 9-sun divine soul, he used light transformation sacred pupil to turn himself into a beam of light and passed through the small crack. After coming out, Xianxia immediately relaxed. He has finally arrived at myriad heavens divine desolate. Now it is broad daylight, moreover it is noon, the sun is very fierce. Even though he has cultivated 9 extinction divine body, his skin is hot and uncomfortable because of the intense sunlight. If a living being did not cultivate divine body, it would be very easy for them to be burnt to charcoal in just noon. Myriad heavens divine desolate sun is indeed stronger. Xianxia looked at the sky. Even though he has the heavenly eye, he is unable to directly look at the myriad worlds divine sun in the sky. The light is very intense, it pierced his eyes and burned them. What surprised him is that beside the huge myriad worlds divine sun, there is actually a small sun. That small sun is only relatively small compared to the myriad worlds divine Sunday originally. The 9 suns of the 9-sun heavenly domain were the same size as that small sun. Myriad worlds divine sun gave birth to a small divine sun? Xianxia said in shock, it seems like the new 9 suns have already begun to be reborn, so fast. Xiaoyun, you stayed in the time whirlpool for more than 10 days. Could it be that more than 100 years have passed outside? Ling Yun'er shouted in shock. Damn time whirlpool. Xianxia cursed a few times. He is also unable to determine how much time has passed in myriad heavens divine desolate. But when he thought about how the myriad worlds divine sun gave birth to a small divine sun, he knew that a long time has passed in myriad heavens divine desolate. He was currently in a desert. It was a boundless sea of sand, without a single plant. Myriad heavens divine desolate is indeed completely different from the divine desolate he is familiar with. Myriad heavens divine desolate has gathered the myriad heavens of the God world. The land has become extremely vast and the space has become even stronger. Even the little queen ant can't easily open the space. Even if I fly, it will take more than 10 years to get to the other side, right? Xianxia flew in the sky and recalled that it also took a very long time to cross the heaven domain in the outer heaven domain. He can only wait for the sky to turn dark and the divine moon to appear, then contact the divine moon to ask about the situation. The sky turned dark and the divine moon of the heavens appeared. The divine moon seen in myriad heavens divine desolate is bigger and rounder. Xianxia flew for more than half a day, but he is still in the desert without any shadow. He let Momo, little queen ant, Yang, little jade rabbit and spirit creation heavenly cauldron come out. These little things loved the moon very much. Look at the moon, I'll try and see if I can contact the Guanghan palace. Xianxia took out a beast skin formation. He came to myriad heavens divine desolate. He doesn't know if his curse heavenly punishment still exists. He can't help but worry that he would be forgotten. He experienced it before, being forgotten by his acquaintances. Xianxia sat inside the beast skin formation and injected energy into it. He began to sense the divine moon of the heavens. Only late at night did the beast skin formation react. Xiaoyun, the voice came from Xiao Yuelan. Yuelan, my little wife, I missed you so much. Xianxia happily shouted, quickly bring me along, I don't know when I will be able to fly out of this desolate desert. Little husband, I also missed you very much. I thought I would never see you again. Xiao Yuelan's excited voice could be heard. Yuelan, I only started heading to myriad heavens divine desolate when the myriad heavens divine sun appeared. How long has it been since then? I entered the spatial turbulence and fell into a time whirlpool. I was trapped for more than 10 days before arriving at myriad heavens divine desolate. Xianxia promptly told Xiao Yuelan about his experience. Little husband, it's already not easy for you to come to myriad heavens divine desolate. Congratulations, you have completely broken free from the curse heavenly punishment. I really want to see you immediately and kiss you. I miss you so much. Hearing Xiao Yuelan's words, Xianxia roughly guessed that a long time must have passed in myriad heavens divine desolate. Yuelan, what about Sister Kiru and the others? Xianxia asked. They all went out. Our 9-son divine maiden all have that damned mission. Xiao Yuelan mumbled, I will also be leaving the divine moon world soon. How long has it been since the myriad heavens divine sun appeared? Xianxia really wants to know how long he has been tricked. More than 100 years. Xiao Yuelan smiled tenderly and said, don't mind it, it's only been 100 years. You are the 9-son palace king, your soul is also very ancient, this bit of time is nothing to you. Xianxia curled his lips and said, but I fell behind. Xiao Yuelan smiled tenderly and said, Xiaoyun, wasn't Sister Rujing deprived of her emotions? Xiao Yuelan is giggling non-stop, Xianxia doesn't know what she is laughing about. Yuelan, what is so funny about this? From now on, this ice mother tiger will not bite me anymore. Xianxia said. That's where you are wrong. Sister Rujing has now become an infatuated melancholic beauty, suffering from lovesickness and drowning her sorrows in wine all day long. She is the ice and snow goddess, also known as wine god. Xiao Yuelan said with smile. Xianxia is startled, he suddenly feels bad for Xian Rujing, she has become like this. Yuelan, is she still the ice and snow goddess? Xianxia asked. She is a very famous goddess in myriad realms divine palace. In short, those with god position have more or less recovered. Xiao Yuelan said with smile, Yu Qing heavenly dragon god, little moon dragon god, father fire dragon god, your sister Shuyan killing god and my most beloved sister star god, all have returned. This is contrary to Xianxia's expectation, he thought that the god position would be reshuffled, he did not expect there to be no change. What about Sister Kiru? She is moon god. Xianxia asked again. She did not go to myriad realms divine palace, she has her own things to do. Of course, if she reports to Myriad Realm's divine palace, she will be able to return to her position. Xiao Yuan paused and then said again, oh that's right, there is also foster father underworld god, boss Xia the sword god, they will all report to their positions. Qin Yin immediately took out his divine king heavenly seal and said with frown, I am sun god, the king of gods. Can I return to my position? Xiao Yun, you must not go. Sister Kiru said that any god can return to their position but you can't. Because Sun God's position is very special, it is currently vacant because there is no good candidate. Xiao Yuan said. Why can't I return? Who built Myriad Realm's divine palace? Qin Yin asked. The formation of Myriad Realm's divine palace is very complicated. In short, Divine Yang World took the lead, then our Divine Moon World, Nine Nether Realm, Heaven Creation Divine Palace, Heavenly Law Divine Domain, Primal Chaos Realm and many other great worlds cooperated to build it. Xiao Yuan warned, Xiao Yun, your Divine King Heavenly Seal is very important, you must take good care of it. Alright, since Sister Kiru said that I can't return, I won't think about this matter anymore. You are all living very well, I am relieved. Qin Yin stored away the Divine King Heavenly Seal. Xiao Yun, you have to hide well. If you don't have enough power, don't be too ostentatious. There are crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the Heavenly God Desolate. Even our Divine Moon World has to be very cautious. Xiao Yuan said. I know, the Divine Desolate has become so big, moreover, there are myriad realms Divine Sun, there must be many experts gathered here. Qin Yun naturally knows. You have 9 altars in your hands, don't expose them unless necessary. Xiao Yuan warned again. Qin Yin looked around and said, Yuan, how can I see you? Is there any way to teleport me to a place with people? There's no other way. In the divine court of the myriad worlds, there is no longer a god position of space and god position of time. This is to prevent these two gods from using these two powers, which is against the laws of nature. Also, space and time runes will be classified as taboo runes. They are not allowed to be used in public. Only the myriad realms divine court can use them. Xiao Yuan warned in a grave tone because Qin Yin has mastered this kind of taboo rune. Qin Yin thought of the space god and said with a sigh, Space god, this old brother, I wonder how he is doing. Xiao Yuan said, Xiao Yun, if you want to come to the divine moon world, you might need to fly for several decades. Only by taking the shuttle ship of the myriad realms divine court will you be able to arrive faster. Several decades? Qin Yin is startled, this is too far away. That's right, even if you want to go to the myriad realms divine court, it will still take you 10 to 20 years. Xiao Yuan said, the area you are in is a newly opened area of the divine desolate. There are no living beings in this kind of place. You will need to fly for about half a year and you should be able to see a mountain forest. Qin Yin sighed, he can only accept the reality. It seems that if he wants to go to the center of the divine desolate, it will still take a very long time. Yuan, are the Heavenly Lion King and the rest all right? Qin Yin asked. The Heavenly Lion King is already safe, he is guarding the door of the myriad realms divine court. Xiao Yuan said with a smile, this guy volunteered to guard the door. Qin Yin feels that the Heavenly Lion King must have some other purpose for going to the myriad realms divine court to guard the door. What about the love goddess? Have you heard of her? Is she still a divine king? When Qin Yin asked about the love goddess, his voice became much colder. She is his enemy. Divine king? Now, whoever dares to call themselves divine king is courting death. She doesn't dare. She should just obediently return to being her love goddess. Xiao Yuan also knows that the love goddess betrayed Qin Yin, so she also hates the love goddess very much. She snorted and said, I will kill her sooner or later. Qin Yin said in deep voice, she is a heavenly mother and her position in the heavenly law divine realm is extremely high. She is not easy to deal with, we must be cautious. Yes, even in the myriad realms divine court, her position is extremely high. She is very popular. This hypocritical woman, she won't live for long. Xiao Yuan groaned and said. Yuan, if you want to leave the divine moon world, then arrange for someone to contact me. This way, I can understand the situation from time to time through you and familiarize myself with the divine desolate. Qin Yin said. Then I'll let Shuiru or Little Phoenix contact you. You are very familiar with most of the girls in the Guanhan Palace anyway. Xiao Yuelan said with mischievous smile. It can be seen that Little Phoenix and Namgong Shuiru have been taken advantage of by her. I will become stronger as soon as possible and then go find you. Qin Yan said with smile. Anne, come quickly, we all miss you very much. Xiao Yuelan said, Xiao Yun, this is a new great era, it is a new beginning for us. Qin Yan missed 100 years, so he will temporarily fall behind in all aspects. Fortunately, he is used to this kind of thing. Soon after, Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan chatted about many things. Xiao Yuelan met her mother Su Qing and Qin Yan's mother Qin. Speaking of this matter, Qin Yan suddenly recalled the Heavenly Law pawnshop. Every 100 years, Heavenly Law pawnshop can pawn things and exchange them for things they need or need. He feels that he can make good use of the Heavenly Law pawnshop to help him leave this damned place even faster. He doesn't want to spend another year and a half on the road, he will die of boredom. After Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan cut off contact, he took back Yang Yang and the other group of cute little things into the Nine Sun Divine Soul. He took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal and began summoning the Heavenly Law pawnshop shopkeeper. Not long after, a white cloud floated over and an old man with a beard that is like a fluttering white cloud appeared. This old man has a head full of white hair that looks like fluttering white cloud. After he saw Qin Yan, he said in shock, Io-yo, isn't this Lord Palace King? Yun Long, are you looking down on me? Qin Yan curled his lips and said, I just arrived at Divine Desolate, I am indeed very weak but this is only temporary. Lord Palace King, you also know about Divine Desolate? It seems like you know quite a bit. Yun Long said with smile. I know a lot of things. Qin Yan groaned, what are you calling me Lord Palace King? I feel like you are mocking me. Yun Long chuckled and said, no, you are after all an influential person. It is said that you have 9 sun altars in your hands. Just this point, your future is limitless. Do you want to pawn the altar now? Don't even think about my altar. Qin Yan said with smile. Alright, then what do you want to pawn? Yun Long said with sinister smile, although the Heavenly Tao is in Nirvana and Divine Sun has appeared, this Heavenly Law pawnshop's business is getting better and better. I suddenly feel that the Heavenly Law pawnshop is like a black market. Qin Yan said. We are doing business openly and above board. Yun Long said. Qin Yan thought about it. What he needs the most right now is to increase his strength, but the Heavenly Law pawnshop will definitely not be able to help him. Qin Yan doesn't know what to exchange for a once-in-100 years pawn. Yun Long, are the 8-9 Sun sects still around? Qin Yan suddenly asked. They are, and they are all very strong sects. Yun Long nodded and said. Then did my Divine Inscription Mountain come to Divine Desolate? Qin Yan asked again. It came, the Divine Universe Ice Dragon is also here. Yun Long said with smile, Lord Palace King, seeing that we are friends, I told you so many things. After knowing that the Divine Inscription Mountain had arrived, Qin Yan felt a lot more at ease. He said with a smile, Yun Long, where do you think I should go to develop now? You are only a divine man, but with your strength, dealing with profound God shouldn't be a problem. But facing great God, you can only flee, so it would be better for you to go to the area where Divine Man and Profound God are. Yun Long also gave Qin Yan a suggestion. Divine Man, Profound God, Great God, these are the first 3 realms of cultivation. Qin Yan is currently only a divine man and he has just arrived at Divine Desolate, but his strength is comparable to Profound God. This is Yun Long's judgment. Alright, immediately send me to the area with more Profound God and Great God. Qin Yan said, how many Divine Universe Golden Stones do you need? Well, 20. Yun Long said. So many? Why don't you go rob them? Qin Yan snorted. Quite a few. Yun Long laughed. Then forget it. Tell me, the closest place with people gathering, I'll go myself. Although Qin Yan did not lack those 20 Divine Universe Golden Stones, he could not spend them carelessly. 1 Divine Universe Golden Stone consultation fee. Yun Long chuckled. Qin Yan rolled his eyes at him and could only take out a Divine Universe Golden Stone. Yun Long told Qin Yan that the desert was in the southernmost region of the Gods Desolate. If he flew west for about half a year, he would reach the region where the divine court of the myriad worlds passed by. In that region, there was a divine position god overseeing it. As for what kind of god it was, Yunlong was not too sure. He only knew that the one in charge of that place was at most a great god. Although the little black donkey always called itself the black tortoise great god, the great god was nothing in the divine desolate. After Qin Yan bade farewell to Yunlong, he took out the heaven leaping shuttle and released the little queen ant. He let the little queen ant absorb 10 divine universe golden stones so that the heaven leaping shuttle would have enough power to travel through space. This way, he wouldn't have to waste a pawn opportunity and wouldn't have to let Yunlong cheat 20 divine universe golden stones. Qin Yan finally arrived at the area that Yunlong had mentioned. Qin Yan looked at the myriad realms divine sun in the sky and felt the powerful divine power. Then, he absorbed the divine power through the 9 yang divine vein. The divine power of the divine desolate is much stronger than before. This can make living beings stronger even faster. When Qin Yan was still the king of gods, even though he was very close to the 9 suns, the divine power he absorbed was only this much. Now, just a single myriad realm's divine sun has this kind of divine power. Soon, all kinds of living beings in the divine desolate will be very powerful. Even the flowers, plants, and trees in the great desolate will become very strong because of this. The mountain range in front of him was filled with lush green trees that exuded vitality. The mountains pierced through the clouds and the trees on the mountains were shrouded in beautiful mist. This mountain range had just recovered. The trees were greedily absorbing the energy of heaven and earth and then releasing a fragrant and lively aura. Qin Yan was previously lifeless in the desert, but after coming to this mountain forest, he immediately felt that it was very different. He felt much more energetic. However, this mountain forest was actually called 8 Evil Mountain Range. This was what Xiao Yuan had told him before. 8 Evil Mountain Range was a relatively remote freshman area in the divine desolate. After many heavenly regions joined in, those heavenly regions with dense evil aura were merged into this place and transformed to purify most of the evil aura. Therefore, when Qin Yan came to 8 Evil Mountain Range, he didn't feel the slightest bit of evil aura. Since this 8 Evil Mountain Range is a combination of many evil heavenly regions, it must be very big. Although Qin Yan entered the 8 Evil Mountain Range, he didn't know where to find people. Xiao Yuan said that the fact that there was a divine position god in charge of the 8 Evil Mountain Range meant that the myriad realms divine court attached great importance to this place and would send ships over from time to time. The myriad realms divine court ship could travel through space. If Qin Yan wanted to quickly go to the strongest area of the divine desolate, he could only use the myriad realms divine court's ship. Therefore, he came to the 8 Evil Mountain Range to cultivate and raise his cultivation. He also wanted to wait for the myriad realms divine court's ship and also understand the movements of the divine desolate. Although the divine desolate was a new beginning, Qin Yan's enemies were still there, so he had to be cautious. The natural law divine realms heavenly mother Moai and the 8-9 sun sects were all his great enemies, and there was also the mysterious primal chaos race. If there was a primal chaos realm in the divine wilderness, it meant that the mysterious primal chaos race would gradually surface. The primal chaos race was extremely powerful. In the future, it was very likely that they would dominate the entire god desolate heavens. After entering the 8 Evil Ridge, Qin Yan did not know where to go. He could only land on the top of a mountain. As night fell, the beautiful and gigantic all-heavens divine moon slowly rose into the sky. The myriad worlds and heavens were enveloped by the gentle and beautiful moonlight. Even at night, the myriad worlds and heavens seemed extremely bright. Qin Yan took out a beast skin array. It was used to communicate with the Moon Palace. After some effort, he finally got in touch with the Moon Palace. Big Brother Yun. Little Phoenix's voice could be heard. From her voice, one could tell that she was very happy and excited. Little Phoenix, long time no see. Qin Yan said with smile. Little Phoenix was originally Nangong Shuiru's maid. Later on, with Qin Yan's help, she was able to enter the Guanhan Palace and has been accompanying Nangong Shuiru ever since. Big Sister Yuan told me that you need help. Little Phoenix hastily said, Big Brother Yun, what problem do you have now? Little Phoenix admires Qin Yan very much. She has been cultivating very hard, wanting to become stronger and help Qin Yan in the future. Don't worry, I don't have any problem right now, Qinyan said with smile. He remembers that little Phoenix is a very warm-hearted and pure girl. She is also very hardworking. That's good. Big Sister Yuelan said that you have been delayed for more than 100 years to come to God Desolate. Your current cultivation is very low, there is no protection in God Desolate, it is very dangerous. Little Phoenix is still very worried about Qinyan. Little Phoenix, I am at the 8 Evil Ridge. The 8 Evil Ridge is too big, I might not even be able to fly for a year and a half. Do you have a way to help me find a place where there is a boat? Qinyan asked. Sure, I will tell you the location. Little Phoenix smiled and then immediately told Qinyan many things about the 8 Evil Ridge. There are several forces in the 8 Evil Ridge. On the surface, these forces are supported by the myriad world's divine court. Their main purpose is to help the evil forces in the 8 Evil Ridge to turn over a new leaf, or to suppress the development of evil forces in the 8 Evil Ridge. In God Desolate, there are many such places where evil forces gather. The myriad world's divine court will send God thrones to manage these places to prevent these evil forces from doing anything out of line. In the 8 Evil Ridge, there is a heavenly evil cult whose leader is a God throne. As for what kind of God it is, the myriad world's divine court did not announce it. They only said that the God is from the myriad world's divine court and is very powerful. The reason why they did not announce it is to maintain a sense of mystery and make people fear the power of the God. According to Little Phoenix, in the 8 Evil Ridge, only the heavenly evil cult is doing serious things, helping the evil forces to turn over a new leaf. The other forces took advantage of the convenience given by the divine court of the myriad realms and did not do anything serious. They continued to develop their evil forces. Heavenly evil cult? Just the name alone doesn't sound like a good thing. Qinyan shook his head and smiled. The leader of the heavenly evil cult is quite capable. I heard that he is the only positive force in the 8 Evil Ridge. He chose the name Heavenly Evil Cult mainly to blend into the environment of the 8 Evil Ridge. Little Phoenix said. How strong is the leader of the Heavenly Evil Cult? Qinyan asked. I don't know, no one knows. The myriad world's divine court said that the gods they send are very powerful, so the other evil forces don't dare to do anything to the Heavenly Evil Cult. Little Phoenix said. Qinyan looked around and smiled. The environment of the 8 Evil Ridge is not bad, but it is still a very remote place. A god throne is far away from the myriad world's divine court and is sent to such a remote place. I'm 80% sure he is not a powerful guy. Qinyan could see through this kind of thing at a glance. He felt that the god throne must be very unreliable, so the myriad world's divine court packaged him in a mysterious way to deter other evil forces. Maybe. Little Phoenix said. Brother Xiaoyun, just go to the Heavenly Evil District and wait for the ship. The ship of the myriad world's divine court usually comes once every 2 to 3 years. Just wait patiently. 2 to 3 years is nothing to Qinyan. He nodded and said, Little Phoenix, I'll contact you if I have any questions. Alright, goodbye Brother Xiaoyun. Little Phoenix said happily. Qinyan put away the beast skin formation and looked at the stars in the sky. Little Phoenix's guidance was mainly based on the stars and constellations in the sky. After Qinyan determined the direction from the stars in the sky, he immediately flew to the Heavenly Evil District. He was only a true god now, but even if he faced a profound god whose cultivation was much higher than his strength was definitely not weak. The Heavenly Evil District was close to the north of the 8 Evil Ridge, but it was also close to the center of the 8 Evil Ridge. Because it was under the jurisdiction of the gods sent by the myriad world's divine court, the divine ships of the myriad world's divine court would stop there. Qinyan flew for a few days before arriving at the Heavenly Evil District. The Heavenly Evil District was more prosperous than he had imagined. Moreover, it was very orderly. Although the entire area was very large, the various buildings were neatly planned and built very beautifully. Looking down from the sky, it was very beautiful. Just looking at it made one feel very comfortable. The Heavenly Evil District was very large, with a length and width of 1,000 miles. It was surrounded by huge divine mountains and used the divine mountains as pillars to set up formations. In the sky above the Heavenly Evil District, there were many stars of all sizes floating, setting up the Star Luo divine formation to protect the entire heavenly evil district. It could be seen that the Myriad Worlds Divine Court attached great importance to this heavenly evil district and had put in a lot of effort to build it. It's not as bad as I thought. Xianxia only looked from the sky. He was unable to fly to the sky above the heavenly evil district. He landed at a low altitude and flew above the forest, heading towards the entrance of the heavenly evil district. At the entrance area, there were many people queuing up. The people in line all had the aura of evil spirits on them. Most of these people who cultivated the evil devil Dao had no choice but to come here to change. They also knew that cultivating the evil devil Dao was not a long-term solution. Xianxia has traveled to many heavenly regions and knows that because the evil devil energy is too heavy, they were born tainted with that kind of evil power. It seems like this Myriad Worlds Divine Court really has some ideas. Xianxia saw many people queuing up to enter the heavenly evil district and secretly nodded his head. He also went to queue up. He wanted to quickly enter the heavenly evil district and catch the next big ship. The God Desolate is too vast. If he wanted to cross the Great Desolate and go to another region, it would take a very long time. Moreover, he would encounter many dangers on the way. To enter the heavenly evil district, one must sign a soul contract. Inside the city, one must abide by the rules and not cause trouble everywhere. Otherwise, one will suffer a backlash from the soul contract. Their soul will be in great pain and might even fly away and scatter. If there was anything, one would have to leave the heavenly evil district to solve it. When Xianxia entered, he was checked. If the evil devil power on his body is too heavy, then other arrangements will be made. If one doesn't have evil devil power, it would be very easy to enter. When Xianxia was queuing up, he saw many people receiving cultivation techniques and some pills. Those pills are not free. After receiving them and entering the heavenly evil district, one has to repay them by doing things. The heavenly evil spirit sect often arranged for people to go out and do some hard work. Xianxia smoothly entered the heavenly evil district. After entering, he was able to absorb more divine power. This is mainly because of the great formation inside the city. This city is a place to turn over a new leaf and become a new person. I feel strange coming to this place. Xianxia shook his head and smiled. Xiaoyun, it's the same as starting over. Ling Yin'er said with a smile. Most of the god-tier materials in Xianxia's hands have been used up and he has nothing left to sell. Only the Divine Universe golden stones and many other scary things can be sold. But even if he sells the Divine Universe golden stones, no one can afford them. The only thing he could sell was to make some divine talismans or divine artifacts. But this way, it will be too ostentatious. After all, he is still a newbie who has just entered the Divine Desolate. He doesn't have enough understanding of the Divine Desolate, so he doesn't dare to be too high profile. Xianxia was once the Nine-Yang Palace King, the King of Gods. Now that he has returned to the Divine Desolate, he can start from the beginning. To him, it is just cultivation, it can temper his mental state and let him have a better understanding of the Divine Desolate. In the center of the heavenly evil district, there is a large and elegant building, surrounding a manor with a lake and river. There were a few mountains in the center, and one of the mountains had a spectacular waterfall flowing down. When approaching the center, the vast manor makes people yearn for it. Especially the waterfall, it looks like it is a divine spring that is drawn from the ground to the top of the mountain and then poured down, causing the divine spring to emit water vapor. The peaks of the mountains are filled with spiritual mist. From time to time, many huge divine cranes would fly over the waterfall, passing through the dense divine power mist. Xianxia stood outside the walls of the manor and observed the mountains. He discovered that these mountains are not ordinary mountains, they have been specially refined. There are many golden runes on the surface of the mountains, and the trees on the mountains have vines that hang down, naturally forming the runes. Others might not be able to discover the wonders of these mountains, but Xianxia can tell with a glance that this is a formation created by an expert imitating nature. Although they are man-made mountains, they are no different from naturally formed mountains after being arranged ingeniously. They can connect to the divine desolate land and absorb the divine sun energy of the myriad worlds. There are quite a few experts in the myriad worlds divine court. Xianxia inwardly praised those mountains. That formation can be said to be the core of the entire Heavenly Evil District's Great Formation. The energy it condenses has a kind of heart-clearing power that can suppress evil thoughts. The Heavenly Evil Spirit sect is not evil at all. Following the wall, Qinyan came to the entrance and saw many people queuing up to join the Heavenly Fiend God sect. After joining the Heavenly Evil sect, not only would they be able to turn over a new leaf, their cultivation would also soar. Qinyan observed from the entrance. Those who wanted to join the Heavenly Evil God sect had to answer honestly about the evil deeds they've done in the past. Those who had committed serious crimes would be imprisoned for a period of time, at least 1,000 years, at most 10,000 years. Not to mention, he was going to be shackled by soul shackles. The so-called soul shackles was an even stronger soul contract that forbade one from doing evil again. Otherwise, one's soul would scatter. The Myriad World's Divine Court is really smart to use this method to tame the demons. Qinyan also queued up. Since he didn't have any nefarious aura on him, he could pass the interview and be assigned to the Heavenly Evil sect as a disciple. He was different from other demons. He didn't need to be shackled by soul shackles. Also, he said that he was good at growing medicinal herbs and received very good treatment. This place was very lacking in people who could grow medicinal herbs. The Eight Evil Ridge was a new area with many demons. It was dangerous to go out, and the future was bleak if one stayed here. Those who knew how to grow medicinal herbs rarely came to this place. Most of them would go to better places to develop. After joining the Heavenly Evil sect, Qinyan planned to grow medicinal herbs and cultivate his mind. He would wait for the Myriad World's Divine Court ship to arrive and see if he could break through as soon as possible. The Heavenly Evil sect's herb garden had a few hundred acres. This herb garden was already abandoned, and it was next to the mountain with the waterfall. There were many dying medicinal herbs in the herb garden. When Qinyan was brought here, the supervisor told Qinyan many things about the herb garden. Little Qin, if you grow it well, the higher-ups will not mistreat you. Life here will be very boring, so I hope you can bear with it. Supervisor Wang patted Qinyan's shoulder and smiled. The sect leader attaches great importance to this herb garden, but he couldn't find anyone to take care of it. Supervisor Wang, I've just become a deity. I'm not even in the initial stage. It'll be difficult for me to grow it. Qinyan said. Little Qin, don't worry. If you can grow good medicinal herbs, the sect leader and the elders will reward you. At that time, you will surely soar to great heights. Supervisor Wang said. Let me tell you some good news. After a period of time, the Myriad World's Divine Court will send a few people to help take care of the herb garden. They are all experts from the Divine Court. This is your opportunity. Qinyan is secretly startled. The Myriad World's Divine Court actually sent people to plant medicinal herbs here. He carefully observed the herb garden again. Although it is filled with half-dead medicinal herbs, the divine power here is very dense, so it shouldn't be like this. Supervisor Wang, when can I see the sect leader? Qinyan wants to see which god will come to oversee this place. Don't worry, you will be able to see the sect leader. Supervisor Wang patted Qinyan's shoulder, then exhorted a few things and left. After leaving the herb garden, Supervisor Wang shook his head and said with sneer, a small character wants to see the sect leader? This daddy has never seen the sect leader. In a few days, the people from the Myriad World's Divine Court will come. If I can't find someone to guard the herb garden, they will say that I am neglecting my duty. With Qinyan in charge of guarding the herb garden, Supervisor Wang happily left. Supervisor Wang is a late-stage true god. He is not a very powerful person. Therefore, he has to be humble when facing the people from the Divine Court. Inside the herb garden, Qinyan walked inside the herb garden, looked at the medicinal herbs and shook his head. What kind of people are these? Even a good seedling would be planted like this. His heart ached when he saw this. As the Nine-Yang Palace King, the former King of Gods, although he is not very proficient in alchemy, he is still very familiar with the basics. He just didn't put much effort into alchemy. The Tao of alchemy can be said to be difficult, but it is also not easy. Just like Inscription Master, it consumes a lot of materials. It requires a lot of materials to practice in order to enter the Tao. Too much water. Qinyan immediately knew the problem with one look. There is a big waterfall nearby. The person who looked after the herb garden must have thought that there is too much divine spring, so he watered it with all his might. Xianxia looked around and found no one nearby. This place is also a relatively remote area of the manor. Usually, no one comes here, mainly because the waterfall is too noisy. Also, the herbs here can't grow, so some people say that the death energy here is too heavy, so they don't want people to come near. No one is nearby. Xianxia began drawing 10 lines. In an instant, he drew a simple water-drawing rune and guided the water from the waterfall over. Before, it was overwatered, but after being abandoned for many days, it also needs to be irrigated. In order to let the medicinal herbs better absorb the energy of the divine spring, Xianxia also drew several groups of runes in a few areas of the herb garden and imprinted them on the soil. To him, this is a very easy matter. After all, he is an inscription dome master. He can draw runes by releasing the power of his blood spirit. It is very convenient for inscription masters to do anything, otherwise they would not have the title of inscription pill master. After Xianxia finished doing all this, he cleaned a small house and waited inside for the night. At night, he watered it again and then drew patterns on the soil to let the medicinal herbs absorb the power of the divine moon. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia cultivated for a few days. This kind of quiet life was very suitable for his cultivation. He, who had just entered the divine desolate land, had missed 100 years of time. His heart was originally very restless and even a little anxious. After a few days of meditation with his eyes closed, he finally adjusted his mentality. I, the king of the gods, will definitely rise up in this great desolate land. Heavenly law, divine realm, god of love. Just you wait. Xianxia walked out of the hut and saw the lush green medicinal field outside. His mood immediately became incomparably comfortable. In just a few days, those medicinal seedlings had been reborn and were growing extremely well. However, this morning, other people came to the medicinal field. Xianxia stood in front of the wooden hut and saw 3 beautiful men and women dressed in luxurious brocade robes or dresses walking over. Supervisor Wang was very respectful in front of them. His face was full of smiles and he didn't even straighten his back. He kept bowing as he followed beside them. With a glance, it was obvious that the 3 youths were sent by the Myriad Realm's divine court. Supervisor Wang, didn't you say that the medicinal seedlings here have withered badly? The rather beautiful woman in the red dress came in from the door and said with a frown when she saw the medicinal seedlings in the medicinal field. This is also called withering? A white-robed youth said coldly, Supervisor Wang, how long has it been since you last came to this medicinal field? I just haven't been here for a few days. Supervisor Wang looked at Xianxia outside the hut and was extremely shocked. He never expected that this fellow called Little Qin would be able to revive the medicinal seedlings in this medicinal field in just a few days. And he immediately thought that this was definitely a coincidence. Xianxia was dressed in simple gray clothes. His handsome face was well-defined and filled with masculinity. He had a faint smile on his face and a pair of bright eyes that were very gentle. With a glance, it could be seen that he was an extremely easygoing person. Little Qin, what's going on? Supervisor Wang hurriedly came to Xianxia's side and asked in a low voice. I watered it with some water and then took good care of it. Finally, the medicinal seedlings were revived. Xianxia said casually. Humph. Nonsense. How could something like growing medicinal herbs be so easy? And these are all very precious divine medicines. When the white-robed man saw that Xianxia was more handsome than him, he felt jealous and sneered. Supervisor Wang immediately smiled apologetically and said, Master Li is right. After all, he is a master from the Myriad Realm's divine court. He is experienced and knowledgeable. Qin Huayu smiled faintly and said softly, Young Master Li, Li Xuanda's great name is truly well known. Among the 3 of us, Young Master Li and Young Master Long's achievements are far above mine. You're flattering me. Our reputation is undeserved. You are the one who has become a profound god in the Qin family for many years, and you are also proficient in flowers. Li Xuanda laughed self-deprecatingly. As for me, I'm a 3,000-year-old cured meat. My 3,000-year-old years can't even compare to your 100 years of cultivation. Young Master Long had already walked into the medicinal field and used his hands to touch the seedlings, carefully checking the growth of the seedlings. Qin Huayu shook her head with a smile, and also walked into the medicinal field. Seeing that the medicinal herbs were growing extremely well, her expression became much more relaxed. If the medicinal sprouts here were really about to wither and die as Manager Wang said, then their workload would be great. Li Xuanda looked at young Master Dragon and said, "Brother Long, I heard that you only became a profound god when you were 5,000 years old. But you are also quite amazing, you are actually an inscription pill master. I, Long Lang, am just a piece of trash. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been arranged to do such boring things here." Only then did Long Lang speak. His words also caused Li Xuanda's expression to stiffen. Qin Yan felt that Long Lang was not bad. When he came here, he did not speak much. He directly checked the medicinal seedlings. He was a person who wanted to focus on his work. On the other hand, Li Xuanda did not do anything. Not only did he go and pick up girls, he even secretly mocked Long Lang for only becoming profound god at the age of 5,000. Qin Yan also understood that many of the major families in the divine wilderness would send their young disciples to the divine palace of myriad worlds. In the god realm, 5,000 years was indeed considered young. That Qin Huayu was only 100 years old and had already become a profound god. Qin Yan only watched from the side, neither servile nor overbearing. Manager Wang didn't dare to interrupt. He was still a little afraid. He really didn't expect that this medicinal field could really come back to life. After Qin Huayu inspected a dozen or so medicinal sprouts, she exclaimed in admiration, "The medicinal sprouts are growing extremely well. Who planted these in the first place? There's clearly such a capable person, so why did you send us here?" Long Lang Kai also looked at Manager Wang in confusion. Manager Wang was stunned. Before Qin Yan came, this medicinal field had been abandoned for more than 2 years. It was Qin Yan's arrival that all the medicinal sprouts in the medicinal field were revived. "Speak truthfully," Long Lang said in a deep voice. "Before little Qin came, it was that old man Wu who took care of it. However, he drew too much water and soaked this place. He even said that this kind of medicinal herb should be planted like this. Later on, before the medicinal seedlings could grow, he ran away." Supervisor Wang glanced at Qin Yan and continued, "After 2 years of neglect, little Qin came a few times. Heavens, the medicinal sprout has regained its vitality." Li Xuanda looked at Qin Yan and said with a sneer, "Looks like our luck is pretty good. Just as we arrived, the medicinal sprout has been revived. This little god can get lost now." Master Li, the sect leader, said that someone must watch over the medicinal field. "Are the 3 of you going to stay here for a long time?" Manager Wang asked in a low voice. "Of course." After Long Lang finished speaking, he took out a small house from his storage magic treasure and went inside. With a bang, he slammed the door shut. Qin Huayu released an enormous red flower bud that was over 10 meters tall. That flower bud was her residence. She had also entered it, probably to rest. What Li Xuanda released was a magnificent building. "Xiao Qin, I will arrange something else for you." Manager Wang promptly brought Qin Yan out of the medicinal field and said in a low voice, "It's really good to have 3 experts watching over it." Qin Yan left with Manager Wang and was arranged to stay near the medicinal field. The main task is to cut meat, a lot of beast meat. The beast meat is to be fed to the divine eagles. There are many divine eagles in the heavenly evil god sect. They are used to search outside or to pass on information. These are all chores. To Qin Yan, it is very easy. He secretly used a very sharp weapon and quickly cut the beast meat. After finishing, he began cultivating. The god realm has 3 small realms. God realm mainly cultivates 3 divine profound Tao images. After cultivating 1 divine profound Tao image, one can enter the early stage God realm. The so-called divine profound Tao image is to use divine power and mental power to condense a virtual image around the God life crystal and then cultivate the virtual image into a true body. Qin Yan has already started early on. His heavenly Tao fierce power little heavenly lion, heavenly Tao flame violent power little divine hammer and heavenly Tao proud power little divine dragon are the initial state of the 3 divine profound Tao images. Right now, he only needed to cultivate further and condense the 3 of them into his true body. When the divine profound Tao image cultivated its true body, its divine power would also become stronger. When the three divine profound Tao images were completely cultivated, they would be able to open the profound God Tao meridian and step into the profound God realm. Qin Yan had experienced this several times, so it was very easy for him to cultivate in this life. It is impossible to use Divine Universe Golden Stone to cultivate the Divine Profound Tao image. Divine Universe Golden Stone is only suitable for cultivating the physical body and soul. Qin Yan was very clear about this, because he had tried it before. The Divine Profound Tao image was a very special thing. It could be said that it was cultivating one's own Tao. The Divine Profound Tao image would gradually become stronger in the future, and the divine power it displayed would also become stronger. That Long Langkai from before was born in the divine wasteland. If his parents were both gods, then he would definitely be a god after he was born. However, it took him 5,000 years to become a profound god. One must know that he was still a disciple of an aristocratic family. If it was any other ordinary person, it would be even more difficult to become a profound god. Fortunately, it was a great era, so he would grow up much faster. If he had enough resources, his breakthrough speed would be very fast. Xiaoyun, the medicinal ingredients they are growing are wanted by the Myriad Realms Divine Court. The Myriad Realms Divine Court came all the way here to grow medicinal ingredients. What kind of medicinal ingredients are they? Ling Yin'er asked. I have never seen those medicinal ingredients before. Ask Shuiru or Little Phoenix. Qin Yan said with frown. Nangong Shuiru is an inscription pill master. She has already gone to the Myriad Realms Divine Court. No one knows what she is going to do. The Divine Moon World's Guanghan Palace has a share in the construction of the Myriad Realms Divine Court, so Nangong Shuiru can also go there. Qin Yan patiently cultivated and waited for the Divine Moon to appear at night before contacting Little Phoenix. With the 9-sun divine vein, he can absorb the power of the divine sun very quickly. Even so, if he wants to condense a divine profound Tao image, it will take a very long time. He estimates that it will take about 10 years. Condensing 3 divine profound Tao images will take 30 years to break through to the profound God realm. This can be said to be very fast, but Qin Yan feels that it is too slow. At night, Qin Yan used the beast skin formation to contact Little Phoenix. Little Phoenix is with Nangong Shuiru. She is also very fond of flowers and grasses. Qin Yan even helped her transform her martial spirit, making it suitable for growing medicinal ingredients. Therefore, she is very proficient in medicinal ingredients. Great Master Little Phoenix, I have something to ask you. Qin Yan said with smile. Brother Xiaoyun, why are you calling me that? I can't afford it. Little Phoenix is overwhelmed by the favor. She has been in the Guanghan Palace for a long time. She knows that Qin Yan used to be the 9-sun Palace King and the God King. No matter which title, they are all very famous. I am growing a kind of medicinal ingredient in the Heavenly Evil God Sect's medicinal garden. That kind of medicinal ingredient is wanted by the Myriad Realms Divine Court. That kind of grass is green, its leaves look like fairy wings. Qin Yan did not even finish speaking when Little Phoenix cried out in alarm. That is Xianwing Divine Grass. Little Phoenix promptly said. Xianwing Divine Grass? Qin Yan has been away from Divine Desolate for tens of thousands of years. It is not strange for him to have new medicinal ingredients. The seeds of Xianwing Divine Grass are very useful. They can allow people to quickly condense profound spirit Tao image. The name also implies that if you eat the pill refined from the seeds, you can quickly fly to profound God realm. The conditions to grow Xianwing Divine Grass are very harsh, yet the Myriad Realms Divine Court has so many seedlings. Little Phoenix said. Qin Yan's eyes moved quickly. This kind of medicinal ingredient is very difficult to grow. The sect leader must have known that it is impossible to grow it, so he had no choice but to wait for the Divine Court to send people over. How harsh are the conditions to grow it? Qin Yan asked. You need to harmonize the power of sun and moon. You also need divine spring that contains divine power, and you also need to water it properly. The most difficult part is this kind of Xianwing Divine Grass. It needs to be protected very well. You need to set up several great formations. Little Phoenix said. Qin Yan finds it very strange because he casually made the seedlings grow again. Moreover, they are growing very well. It is not as difficult as Little Phoenix said. Little Phoenix, you don't have many of these medicinal ingredients, right? Qin Yan asked. Of course not. Even the myriad realms divine court doesn't have many. Our Guanghan palace is also planting them, but the output is very low. Little Phoenix's voice sounded. From what you said, the myriad realms divine court attaches great importance to those medicinal fields. That's why they used so many seeds to grow them. When Qin Yin was planting them, he secretly planted quite a few seedlings and placed them inside the Nine Sun Divine Spirit. He planned to secretly plant a few and use them with Divine Flame Leaf and Divine Universe Golden Stone to refine pills. This would speed up his cultivation and allow him to cultivate 3 divine profound Tao images as soon as possible. Because he is near the waterfall, Qin Yin very easily obtained a lot of divine spring. The environment inside the first pearl of the Nine Sun Divine Spirit is also very good, it just lacks the illumination of the Divine Sun and Divine Moon. It's not easy to plant, I need to plant it in that medicinal field. Qin Yin tried for a few days and realized that the planting conditions are quite harsh. Today, he went to cut the beast meat to feed the eagle and met Manager Wang. According to Manager Wang, the medicinal seedlings in that medicinal field have started to turn yellow. Those leaves that look like fairy wings have all curled up and some have even fallen off. Even the 3 young experts of the Myriad Realms Divine Court are now badly battered, they are trying to find the reason. Qin Yun is even more astonished in his heart because Qin Huayu, Long Langkai, and Li Xuanda all seem to be a pretty good level, but they are actually unable to make those medicinal ingredients grow stably. Could it be that the runes I inserted into the ground have dissipated, that's why there are problems? The runes drawn by Qin Yun using inscription battle technique are very useful because they are condensed from very strong blood spirit power. They can perfectly fuse with the soil and the roots of the medicinal plants. The place where Qin Yun is at is filled with piles of bloody beast meat. Those beasts were all killed and then sent here to be cut up. Therefore, the environment of this slaughterhouse is rather terrible. However, Qin Yun does not care. He has seen many bloody scenes than this place. However, Long Langkai, a young master with relatively high status, actually came here. After Qin Yun recovered from his astonishment, he felt that Long Langkai might have come to find him. He quickly turned around and when he saw Long Langkai, he politely said, "Hello, young Master Long." Long Langkai is wearing a light golden inscription master robe. After he arrived, he looked at the cut beast meat and said, "To be able to easily cut these powerful beast meat, it seems like your meat cutting tool is pretty good." Experienced people can see many things at a glance from the cut. Long Langkai is a person who has lived for 5,000 years, so he can naturally see this. "That is a weapon I obtained by chance," Qin Yin said with a smile. "I heard from Manager Wang that your name is Qin Fei." Long Langkai said with a stern expression, "Qin Fei, how did you revive the medicinal sprouts in the medicinal field?" Qin Yin had already guessed that Long Langkai came to find him for this matter. Therefore, he had already thought of an excuse. Just as he was about to reply, he saw 2 people walking into the slaughterhouse. Other than Manager Wang, there is also a woman wearing light red clothes. It is Qin Huayu. When she saw Long Langkai here, she was quite shocked. Then, she flew up and arrived in front of Qin Yun and Long Langkai. "Master Long, Master Qin, if you have something you need to find little Qin, I can call him to see you. There is no need for you to come to this kind of sloppy place." Manager Wang's head is full of sweat, he seems very nervous. Manager Wang is very worried. The problem with the medicinal sprouts is related to Qin Yun. If it was related to Qin Yun, then he, as Manager Wang, would not be able to escape. "Little Qin, right? You stayed in the medicinal field for several days before those medicinal sprouts were revived." Qin Huayu's face has a light smile, her eyes flowed and she asked softly. After Manager Wang heard this, he was alarmed. Long Langkai came by himself, Qin Huayu was brought by Manager Wang. They all had the same goal, they came to find Qin Yun and ask how those medicinal plants were revived. "Little Qin, you are also an inscription master, right?" Long Lang saw that Qin Huayu has arrived, moreover, she has a smile on her face, so he asked with a smile. "I just came from the lower realms. I am indeed an inscription master." Qin Yun was neither servile nor overbearing. He replied with a smile, "I previously used some inscription techniques to plant those medicinal herbs. Coincidentally, I was able to regenerate them." Qin Huayu's beautiful eyes flickered, and she said with a light smile, "So, you came from the lower realms. Those from the lower realms are all great talents. Those who came from the lower realm would have to go through a lot of hardships to become gods and ascend to the upper realm." As for Qin Yun, he had climbed up step by step from the lowest level of the lower realm to the highest level of the god world and arrived in the god wilderness. Therefore, in terms of the state of mind, most of the people who came from the lower realm were extremely high. No wonder. If he came from the lower realms, he might even be older than me. Long Langkai was already certain that the rebirth of the medicinal seedlings in the medicinal field was all done by Qin Yun. Because during this period of time, the three of them had put in a lot of effort but were unable to stop the Xianwing divine grass seedlings from withering. If they couldn't complete this task and return to the Myriad Realms divine court, they would definitely be punished. Furthermore, they would be scolded by the sect master of the heavenly evil god sect and wouldn't even receive a reward. Although Qin Huayu and Long Langkai were disciples of famous sects and their status was extremely high, they were pretty good, unlike that Li Xuanda. "Little Qin, our surnames are both Qin, we can be considered to be from the same family." Qin Huayu smiled sweetly and arrived beside Qin Yun. She said, "Let's go, follow me back to the medicinal garden." Director Wang is stunned, he never expected that this little god would actually have such great ability. "Little Qin, don't worry. If you succeed in growing the medicinal herbs, you will receive the reward you deserve." Long Langkai said, "Let's go back to the medicinal garden. Little Qin, you just came from the lower realms, so you don't know much about the god wilderness. In the god wilderness, inscription masters and pill masters all have extremely high status. You don't need to be too modest." Qin Huayu said again, "Look at this big brother Long, he is an inscription pill master, the treatment he received is very good." Qin Yun nodded and said, "Then this brat will follow the two of you back to the medicinal garden. Director Wang, little Qin will follow us back. Find someone else to take over the work here." Qin Huayu said. "Yes." Director Wang nodded repeatedly, secretly blaming himself for making an error of judgment. Just like this, Qin Yin followed Qin Huayu and Long Langkai back to the medicinal garden. Qin Yin had long wanted to go back because only there could the Xianwing divine grass grow better. He wanted to secretly plant some for his own use. After returning to the medicinal garden, Qin Yin saw that the soil here is very moist. Clearly, it has been watered with divine spring water. "Little Qin, why are these medicinal sprouts like this?" Qin Huayu asked in low voice. Qin Yin squatted down and released his formidable mental power. At the same time, he secretly opened his heavenly eye to observe the reason why these medicinal sprouts are gradually withering. If he could figure it out, even if he was not in this place, he would know how to quickly grow Xianwing divine grass. Very quickly, he discovered the reason. Xianwing divine grass cannot actively absorb divine power to grow, or it could be said that the speed at which it absorbs divine power is very slow. Furthermore, when absorbing divine power, it cannot be affected by any kind of influence. If there was a sudden gust of wind, rain, or vibration, it would scare the medicinal sprouts, causing them to seal themselves for a very long period of time. After being frightened, the medicinal sprouts would completely protect themselves. Although this kind of protection is not very effective, it is an instinctive reaction. And Qin Huayu and the others are unable to discover this point. They thought that they did not water enough, so they constantly increased the amount of irrigation. This also caused the medicinal sprouts to be frightened. Qin Yin has heavenly eye, he can see through the situation inside the medicinal sprouts. Therefore, he can discover things that many people cannot see. Although the Xianwing divine grass he planted inside the Nine Sun divine spirit was not frightened, it was not acclimatized to the environment, so it did not absorb divine power to grow. This place with divine spring is the favorite place of the Xianwing divine grass. Or it could be said that the water and soil here allowed the Xianwing divine grass to integrate into it. To the Xianwing divine grass, it is a paradise. Qin Yin observed, Long Langkai and Qin Huayu did not disturb him. At this time, Li Xuanda arrived. This Li Xuanda is actually wearing the white robe of an inscription master. After he came in and saw Qin Yin, he angrily rebuked, "What is this guy doing? How can you let him run in? Quickly make him scram out." "Li Xuanda, this is an inscription master from the lower realms. We invited him here to help us revive the medicinal sprouts. Long Lang Kai glanced at Li Xuanda and said with sneer, Li Xuanda, I remember that you are not an inscription master. I am not an inscription master, it does not prevent me from wearing clothes with runes. Li Xuanda coldly snorted and said, Long Lang Kai, are you sick in the head? In a desperate situation, you seek this guy's help? Only a stupid pig would do such a thing. Qin Huayu said faintly, I also asked little Qin for help. So you are saying that I am also a stupid pig? Li Xuanda is startled, he really can't see what kind of ability Qin Yan has. Because if the three of them can't do it, this little god definitely can't do it either. I am the captain. You did not discuss this matter with me and directly brought others to this important place. Are you not putting me in your eyes? Li Xuanda can already see that Long Lang Kai and Qin Huayu are very disgusted with him. Therefore, he used his status as captain to suppress them. Captain, we have been looking for you for the past 2 days. Where did you go? Qin Huayu's voice became a bit colder. I reckon that he pretended to be an inscription master and went everywhere to pretend. Long Lang Kai said mockingly. Good. You two actually joined hands to attack me, the captain, for this little god. Li Xuanda immediately became furious and said in deep voice, I understand, you deliberately brought this guy here to provoke my dignity. Qin Yan said, I will now begin drawing runes to help the medicinal sprouts absorb divine power. Drawing runes? You can draw fart, stop pretending. Li Xuanda said angrily, quickly get the hell out of here. Qin Huayu said with frown, Li Xuanda, don't think that just because you are the captain, we are afraid of you. Li Xuanda said with sneer, Qin Huayu, don't think that just because you have some good looks, I will kneel and lick your boots. You are just a woman, you will definitely be a slut in bed. Why are you pretending to be noble and virtuous? Qin Huayu's expression changed as she said in cold voice, say that again. Li Xuanda laughed loudly and said, you two idiots, do you know what I have been doing these past 2 days? I went to beat up some heavenly evil god cult elders. 2 of them have already called me brothers. We will be staying here for a long time in the future. If you don't even understand this, it's no wonder you can't become captain. This medicinal field will ultimately be under the heavenly evil god cult's control. I will inform those 2 elders to come over and chase you out of this medicinal field. While speaking, Li Xuanda shot something that looked like a firework into the sky. It was a kind of signal that could inform nearby friends to come over. Not long after, there were 2 slightly powerful auras of divine power that blew over along with a gust of wind. Qin Yan frowned secretly. The black-winged divine grass here was most afraid of such fluctuations. He finally understood why the black-winged divine grass was so hard to grow. Sure enough, there were 2 elders here. The 2 elders were middle-aged men and looked like brothers. Their faces were slightly square and they had a beard. Their bodies were also rather tall and sturdy. They were naturally profound god and their strength was stronger than Li Xuanda and the other 2 young profound god. Great Elder Wei, Second Elder Wei. Li Xuanda immediately walked over and said with a clear smile, something happened here, that's why I troubled the 2 of you to rush over. Although Long Lang Kai and Qin Huayu came from the myriad world's divine court, their cultivations weren't very high. Thus, they had to be polite to the elders of the heavenly evil sect. After all, the elders of the heavenly evil sect were appointed by the heavenly evil sect master. The heavenly evil sect master was a god with a god seat. His position in the myriad world's divine court was extremely high. In the heavenly evil cult, Hua Jiayu and the rest had to behave themselves to avoid offending the deity throne god. Shaoli, what's the matter? Grand Elder Wei asked. From his expression, he seemed to be a bit impatient. Elders, I believe you know the importance of this herb field, right? Li Xuanda glanced at Qin Yan and said, this is an important place where outsiders are not allowed to enter. But Qin Huayu and Long Lang Kai allowed a worker to enter. Afterwards, Li Xuanda told the 2 elders what had happened in a loud voice, not letting Qin Huayu and the others have any chance to interrupt. After hearing this, the 2 elders looked at Qin Yan with anger on their faces. Elders, please listen to our explanation. Long Lang Kai wished he could pinch Li Xuanda to death, so he quickly cupped his hands. Li Xuanda sneered, explanation my ass. The 2 of you, without our permission, let random people in, and caused this herb field to become like this. This is your responsibility. Li Xuanda, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to push the blame onto us? Although Qin Huayu was a woman, she still shouted angrily. What do you mean push the blame onto you? This is clearly your responsibility. I've been with the two elders for the past 2 days, imparting cultivation techniques to the 2 young masters of the elders. I just came back and the herb field has become like this. Li Xuanda said. Clearly, Li Xuanda wanted to push the blame onto Long Langkai and Qin Huayu. This way, even if the myriad world's divine court blamed them, it would have nothing to do with him. The 2 elders seemed to believe that this was Long Langkai and Qin Huayu's responsibility. Since this place has been ruined by you two, then I won't stay either. Li Xuanda said, Elders, you have to testify for me. This has nothing to do with me. Alright, we will report this matter to the sect leader tonight. Shaoli, don't come to the herb garden during this period of time. Otherwise, they will implicate you. Grand Elder Wei said coldly. Little Li, follow us to meet the hierarch. We will explain this matter and determine the person responsible. Second Elder Wei said. Li Xuanda smiled and nodded, alright, then let's leave this place now. Since they think that the odd job worker has a way, then let them be. First Elder Wei continued, I will arrange for people to guard the herb garden. None of them are allowed to leave this place. They have to bear the main responsibility. Qin Huayu and Long Lancai's faces were gloomy. They weren't a match for the 2 elders, so there was nothing they could do. They could only wait until they returned to the divine court of myriad worlds to explain the matter. Li Xuanda and the 2 elders left, and they were even talking and laughing. Those 2 elders are definitely in charge of the herb garden. They want to push the blame on us. Long Lang sneered, these 3 guys have underestimated the myriad realm's divine court's method of determining responsibility. How does the myriad realm's divine court determine responsibility? Qin Yan asked. When determining responsibility, they will make all the participants sign a soul contract. Then they will interrogate them. Whoever lies will die. Qin Huayu coldly snorted and said, that bastard Li Xuanda dares to act so recklessly just because he has people behind him. It seems like he doesn't know how strict the laws of the myriad realm's divine court are. Qin Yan said, then I'll begin. Oh right, this herb garden should have a great formation. Soon after, Qin Yan also gave a simple explanation about how the medicinal herbs couldn't be stimulated. Long Langkai and Qin Huayu immediately went to activate the great formation to prevent it from being blown in by the wind. That great formation is quite strong, even profound God can't break it. Even if the 2 elders came again, they wouldn't be able to easily enter. Qin Yan began drawing runes with his hands. He drew one rune after another and sent it into an acre of medicinal field. This caused Long Langkai and Qin Huayu to be extremely apprehensive. Because this is an inscription battle technique, even in the Divine Desolate, inscription masters who can master inscription battle technique are quite rare. There are already very few inscription masters, and those who can master inscription battle technique are even rarer. Brother Qin, you are truly amazing. 10 rune drawing inscription battle technique, this is really rare. Long Langkai is filled with admiration in his heart and said with a smile. Little Qin, you and I have the same surname, we are both surnamed Qin. How about you follow me back to the Qin family? Qin Huayu said with a smile, don't worry, big sister will protect you in the Qin family, I guarantee that you won't be bullied. Long Langkai also wanted to rope Qin Yan into the Long family, but after thinking about it carefully, his method of roping people in is far inferior to Qin Huayu's. Qin Huayu is a woman and very beautiful at that. She is also gentle and considerate to people, and her talent is also extremely high. Long Langkai cannot compare to her. I don't have that plan for now. Qin Yan said with a smile. Our Qin family welcomes people with the surname Qin to join us. Even if you don't have the bloodline of the Qin imperial clan, we still welcome you. Qin Huayu said. Big sister Qin, your Qin family is from the Qin imperial clan? Qin Yan is somewhat surprised. Yes. Qin Huayu smiled, and then she looked at Long Langkai and said, Big brother Long is from an imperial clan as well. The Arch race could be said to be the descendants of the 9 Sons royal race. Half of them had the 9 Sons royal race's bloodline. Qin Huayu was from the Qin imperial clan, while Long Lang was from the Imperial Dragon clan. They were both from Imperial clans. It was no wonder that they appeared to be so united. The Divine Wilderness the Arch clans were also a rather powerful faction. When I was in Immortal Desolate and Sacred Desolate, I also heard about Emperor Race. Qin Yin said again. Little Qin, I didn't expect you to come from the Immortal Desolate. That's too awesome. Qin Huayu said with a smile after a moment of shock. The imperial clans of the Gods Desolate have already split up. It is no longer a whole. Long Lang sighed. Isn't this all because of your imperial dragon race? A good imperial clan was turned into this by him. Qin Huayu sighed bitterly. The various clans of the imperial clan have all gone their separate ways. Qin Yin shook his head and said, you should unite. Otherwise, it would be impossible for us to gain a foothold in the God's wilderness. Qin Huayu said, my Qin imperial clan's clan king has now proclaimed himself as the Qin imperial clan's emperor. His strength is still very strong. Don't worry. Long Lang sighed and said, our imperial dragon race has disintegrated greatly. The dragons and humans are all divided into several factions. Your Qin imperial clan is still the most united. Of course, our Qin imperial clan has always been united for many years. Qin Huayu sighed lightly. The other clans have all disintegrated from within. For their own interests, they are unable to gather together. Qin Yin said with smile, if it's the Qin imperial clan, then I would be happy to join. Back then, when I was in the Immortal Desolate, I also joined the Qin imperial clan. That's great. After this matter is finished, I'll bring you back to our Qin Medicine King City. Qin Huayu said. Ah? Aren't we going to the Qin Imperial clan? Qin Yin asked. The Qin Imperial clan has 1 clan emperor and 10 clan kings. Qin Huayu is from the Qin Medicine King side. Long Lang said, even though we are separated, when we need to, we will unite together. This is something our Imperial Dragon race is unable to do. Long Lang still wants to be united because only by being united can they become even stronger. All these years, Qin Yin has never thought about this Imperial clan. He remembers that back then Elder Qin said that the Qin Imperial clan's clan emperor in the Divine Desolate is very strong. Moreover, just like him, when testing bloodline, the bloodline crystal is black. When testing bloodline, the bloodline crystal is black. It has a special meaning. It is said that it is the person being tested by the heavenly Tao. As for whether it is true or not, Qin Yin doesn't know because he has never heard of such a thing. Therefore, Qin Yin wants to meet the Qin Imperial Clan Emperor and see what kind of situation he is in. He also has a certain amount of Qin Imperial Clan's bloodline in his body. It can be said that the Qin Imperial Clan is his root. When he was in the Immortal Desolate, the Qin Imperial Clan's clan king and elders were rather protective of him and treated him very well. Now that he met Qin Huayu in the Divine Desolate, she is also a very good person. From this, it can be seen that the overall atmosphere of the Qin Imperial Clan is rather united. It is so united that Long Lang is very envious. At night, Qin Huayu is staying in her flower bud house. Long Lang Kai is also resting in his own house. And Qin Yin is busily drawing runes and inserting them into the soil. This is used to help absorb the power of the divine moon. He calculated that every 10 days or so, he needs to draw new runes and insert them into the soil. This will allow the Xianwing divine grass to fuse with the water and soil very well. Qin Huayu and Long Lang Kai are in their house. They are also quietly looking at the medicine field outside. They really want to see what kind of runes these are. How can they be so brilliant? Long Lang is an inscription pale master, so he is very clear about the great taboo of inscription masters. They cannot ask for other people's runes. After Qin Yin finished, he looked at the divine moon in the sky and then returned to the floating cloud pagoda to rest. Although his floating cloud pagoda used to be the famous 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda, its surface is now full of potholes. Not many people can recognize it as the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda. During the day, Qin Yin secretly gathered a lot of soil and placed it inside the floating cloud pagoda. He also planted a lot of Xianwing divine grass inside the floating cloud pagoda for his own use. Qin Yin also released the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation to try to help the Xianwing divine grass grow, but it didn't succeed. The Xianwing divine grass is very picky. it only absorbs the power of the divine spring. Fortunately, I only need this kind of medicinal ingredient to enter the profound God realm. If I need this kind of medicinal ingredient in the future, it will be rather difficult to grow it. Even at night, Qin Yan did not rest. He carefully took care of the dozens of Xianwing divine grass. Next day, early morning, Qin Yan woke up early in the morning. He saw that the medicinal sprouts in the medicine field have become very green, the curled-up leaves have already unfolded. He felt a lot more at ease. Qin Huayu and Long Langkai even more exclaimed in admiration from the bottom of their hearts. Did you offend someone in the myriad world divine court? That's why they deliberately sent you here to do this kind of thing. They clearly want to mess with you. Qin Yan said. Long Langkai frowned, shook his head and said, No, I am mainly responsible for looking after a few medicine fields in the myriad world divine court. I have never offended anyone. I don't know who I have offended. In short, many people pursued me but I ignored them. Qin Huayu said with frown, It is possible that I have offended someone. Long Langkai thought for a moment and shouted, I understand. Someone wants to eliminate us. What kind of selection are you doing? Qin Yan asked. Pill God and Medicine God are selecting disciples from the myriad world divine court. They will test us for a period of time. Qin Huayu lightly groaned and said, Who is playing tricks behind the scenes? Isn't it said that the myriad world divine court is very strict? Why would someone do such a thing? Qin Yan asked. It seems like we were sent here for the selection of Pill God and Medicine God. It has nothing to do with the myriad world divine court. Long Lancai's expression turned serious and said, Li Xuanda should have known, that's why he dared to frame us. Pill God and Medicine God are gods with divine position, moreover, their status is not low. Have you seen Pill God and Medicine God? Qin Yan recalled the matter of these two gods in his mind. Back then, he was the king of gods. His relationship with these two gods is very good, they can be considered good friends. I haven't seen them but I heard that Pill God and Medicine God are old men, they are brothers. Long Langkai said. Qin Yan was secretly delighted because these two gods were familiar to him. They were the two brothers. Qin Yan asked again, What about Thunder God? Have you seen him? Thunder God? That is one of the four great protectors, how could we have seen him? Long Langkai laughed at himself, for great protectors, they are very powerful existences in the myriad world divine court. For great protectors, who are they? Although Qin Yan calmly asked, hatred surged in his heart. When he was the king of gods, Thunder God was his disciple, both Thunder God and Love God betrayed him. The four great guardian gods are the Thunder God, the Fire God, the War God, and the Sword God. I heard that the Sword God was the weakest. I heard that he was very young and unexpectedly obtained the Sword God's deity position. Long Lang said. The Sword God was Xia Wufeng, Qin Yan nodded. He had a general understanding of the myriad world's divine court. It was a place where a large group of gods gathered to maintain order in the divine wilderness. On the surface, all the gods seemed to abide by the rules, but in the dark, no one knew. Qin Yan did not believe that the Cupid God and the Thunder God would be so obedient. Then who's the strongest in myriad world's divine court? It was rare for Qin Yan to come into contact with someone from myriad world's divine court, so he naturally had to ask. The strongest? No one knows. Some say it's the Love God, some say it's the Thunder God, and some say it's the Fire God. Long Langkai shook his head and said, They haven't fought it before, so no one knows. Qin Huayu smiled, Little Qin, the strongest in the myriad world's divine court is not necessarily the strongest in the divine wilderness. Our Qin clan emperor is very strong, he is not inferior to the strong gods of the myriad world's divine court. Long Langkai laughed and said, Our Emperor Dragon Clan's emperor is not weak either. Of course, it's also not certain who is the strongest in the divine wilderness. It was indeed difficult to conclude who was the strongest. Because of this, no one dared to call themselves the divine king. At any moment, they would be challenged by stronger people. Even the monsters of the primal chaos realm did not come to the divine wilderness to proclaim themselves as the overlord. Clearly, they were afraid of being slapped in the face by stronger people. This made Qin Yan feel that the divine wilderness of the heavens was simply too bizarre. Even the monsters of the primal chaos realm did not dare to be arrogant. Clearly, they knew that there were stronger people hidden in the divine wilderness. There was no limit in the universe. The true experts were very clear on this point. Back then, Qin Yan was the Nine-Yang Palace king and thought that he had reached the peak of the divine realm. However, in the ancient desolate, he was beaten by a child of the primal chaos race to the point that he doubted his life. This was something that left a deep impression on him. When the myriad worlds heavens gathered together, even the people of the primal chaos realm had to keep a low profile. Otherwise, it would be easy for them to be taught how to behave. Why didn't the myriad worlds divine court choose a divine king? Qin Yan asked. The divine court is without a leader. Who should they choose? Previously, under the protection of the heavenly Tao divine realm, the love god called herself the divine king. But when the divine wilderness formed, even she did not dare to. Qin Huayu shook her head and said, "It's not that they can't choose, it's that no one can catch up." Long Langkai said, "In the myriad worlds divine court, I heard that there was a very weak divine king who died without knowing why. He lost the very precious divine king heavenly seal. That divine king heavenly seal is very precious. There is a rumor in the myriad worlds divine court that if the heavenly seal is not found, there will not be a new divine king." Long Langkai continued. Qin Yan secretly curled his lips. He was that legendary weak divine king, but he was not weak at all. He was killed because he was betrayed by the love god and the thunder god. Of course, no one would believe such a thing because the god of love and the god of thunder had great prestige in the myriad worlds divine court. The myriad worlds divine court now only has the elder pavilion. When important decisions are made, many elders will vote. Qin Huayu said. The three of them talked about the myriad worlds divine court in the medicine garden. Qin Yan gained a lot from this. He has a better understanding of the myriad worlds divine court. That is the center of power that he will face in the future. It will be helpful to understand it earlier. While chatting, Qin Yan asked from time to time if they have heard of the Nine-Yang Palace King or Qin Yun. Long Langkai and Qin Huayu have never heard of him. Qin Yun was trapped in the space-time turbulence for more than 100 years. He did not cause any trouble for such a long time. In addition, many big things happened in the divine desolate land, so many people gradually forgot about him and did not talk about him anymore. He suddenly felt that his 100 years of delay was not a bad thing. At least his fame disappeared in the divine desolate land. Long Langkai is from the D-Dragon clan, so he knows very much about the Dragon clan. Qin Yan asked about the immortal desolate land Dragon Emperor. After he came to the divine desolate land, he became very famous and was called Long Ju. Long Ju is most famous for his 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. Originally, the D-Dragon clan of the divine desolate land also had a 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. However, that 9-dragon heavenly origin formation is too old and is already finished. Therefore, Long Ju's 9-dragon heavenly origin formation is the only one that exists in the divine desolate land, although the immortal desolate land Dragon Emperor came from the immortal desolate land, because he has the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation and is together with the divine universe Ice Dragon, he began to strengthen his power. Even Long Langkai wants to rely on Long Ju. Qin Yan also asked about the divine universe Dragon Pearl. Long Langkai does not know much about it. He only said that this kind of thing is only known by experts like the clan emperor. Little Qin, do you know what kind of medicinal herbs these medicinal seedlings are? Long Langkai smiled mysteriously. What kind of medicinal herbs are they? It seems to be very important to the myriad worlds divine court. Qin Yan pretended not to know and asked in a low voice. This is the Xianwing divine grass. It is used to refine the Xianwing divine pill. It can allow gods to advance by leaps and bounds. Long Langkai said, this kind of medicinal herb is extremely rare and difficult to grow, but its grade is not high. Qin Huayu said, even if it is refined into a pill, it is very difficult. Only the pill god of the myriad worlds divine court knows how to refine it. The medicine god knows how to extract the seed. As for how to grow it, even the medicine god does not know. I am now a god. How much is the Xianwing divine pill? Qin Yan asked. It is very precious. Long Langkai shook his head and said, usually, it is not sold. It is mainly refined for the elders of the myriad worlds divine court. The elders bring it back to the younger generation and let them reach the Xian god realm quickly. If I could buy it, I would have become a Xian god long ago. Qin Huayu sighed. I have endured for 5,000 years to become a Xian god. Long Langkai smiled bitterly. Qin Yan was moved and asked, how long does it take to break through after eating the Xian Wing divine pill? It is said that one can form a Xian god Dao statue in a month. Qin Huayu said, my Qin imperial clan only has one elder position in the myriad world's divine court. So we can only get one Xian Wing divine pill every year. The stronger the clan or sect, the more elder positions they have in the myriad world's divine court. Then they can get more pills. Long Langkai said again. Qin Yan felt that it would not be a problem for him to refine many of these pills. He only needed to grow them. His heavenly pill melting furnace is very powerful. It would be able to easily condense the Xian Wing divine grass into divine pills. Bang! 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 Suddenly, a muffled sound came. Someone is attacking the barrier. Qin Yan whispered. It must be that bastard Li Xuanda. Long Langkai immediately stood up and walked to the entrance of the herb garden. After the herb garden opened the barrier, even if someone attacked the barrier, the movement would be very small. Li Xuanda could not enter the barrier. He could only float in the air and look at the herb garden through the barrier. He found that the seedlings were recovering well. He was secretly angry. I didn't expect that little servant to have a way to recover. Li Xuanda, don't mess around here. Qin Huayu said. In 3 months, people from the myriad world's divine court will come to collect the Xian Wing divine grass. They need 1,000. If you can't grow them, you will all be finished. But I will be fine. Li Xuanda sneered. 3 months? Long Lancai's expression greatly changed. He said in deep voice, Li Xuanda, what did you do? Li Xuanda laughed loudly and said, I told Grand Elder Wei and the others to inform the myriad world's divine court. I told them that the herbs here are growing well. I just want you to die faster. The one who will die faster is you. Qin Huayu angrily said, you are toying with the people of the myriad world's divine court. Aren't you afraid? What am I afraid of? This is a mission sent by Pill God and Medicine God. It is not through the myriad world's divine court and there is no need to sign a soul contract. Li Xuanda finished speaking and flew away. Qin Yan's expression is indifferent. He said, 3 months, there is still time. Brother Long, go and set up an illusion formation to prevent outsiders from seeing the situation of the herb garden. Lest Li Xuanda sees that the seedlings are growing well and comes to cause trouble. Little Qin, it's up to you. If we can complete the mission, we can become disciples of Pill God and Medicine God. After we become rich, we won't forget you. Long Langkai knows that Qin Yan is very powerful, so he placed his hopes on Qin Yan. Xian Wing divine grass is very difficult to grow. Although there are many seeds distributed, there is no requirement for all of them to grow. More than 10,000 seeds required to hand over 1,000 mature Xian Wing divine grass. This can be seen from this point. Although Qin Yan had quite a number of Divine Universe Goldstones, just having Divine Universe Goldstones was not enough to cultivate in the Divine World, especially in a new era like the Divine Wilderness. To become stronger, he still needed to rely on the power of the Myriad Realm's Divine Sunday. The medicinal herbs that grow in the God Desolate are formed by absorbing the power of the Myriad Realm's Divine Sunday. If they can be used to refine pills, they can quickly obtain power and become stronger. Therefore, in the God Desolate, pills are very important. Long Langkai is also a pretty good inscription master. He quickly set up an illusion formation according to Qin Yan's instructions. This way, when looking at the medicine garden from the outside, it would be impossible to see the exact situation inside. For example, looking at the medicine garden from the outside, the inside is fixed at the time when the illusion formation was set up. Even after 3 months, when the medicinal sprouts mature, the situation from the outside is still that of the medicinal sprouts in a half-dead state. This kind of illusion formation can pass off the fake as the real and confuse the enemy to investigate the situation. Qin Yan did not want Li Xuanda to know the true situation of the medicine garden. If he saw that the medicinal sprouts here could grow, then Li Xuanda would definitely make a big fuss and say that all the credit is his. He might even take away all the medicinal sprouts and take a portion for himself. This Li Xuanda, if he knew that we could grow the Xianwing divine grass, he would definitely regret it to death. Qin Huayu said with a smile, therefore, we must not let him know that we have improved here. Otherwise, all the credit will be taken away by him and he might even slander us for being lazy or something. Long Langkai and Qin Huayu can also predict Li Xuanda's methods, so they understand the importance of setting up an illusion formation. There are a total of 12,000 medicinal sprouts here. If they all grow, we will only need to hand over 2,000. Qin Yan said in a low voice. When Qin Huayu and Long Langkai heard this, their hearts trembled. The reason why they are shocked is not only because Qin Yan wants to embezzle the Xianwing divine grass but also because Qin Yan is very confident that he can make all the medicinal sprouts grow. Little Qin, according to the situation I have grasped, the medicine god distributed a total of 15,000 seeds here and 3,000 medicinal sprouts died in succession. Now, there's still 12,000 left. We just need to plant 1,000 matured medicinal herbs and hand them over. Qin Huayu said in a low voice. Logically speaking, out of 12,000 seeds, 600 would be required. If we hand over 2,000, it will be completely enough. Long Lang thought carefully and hurriedly said. Qin Huayu smiled lightly. Little Qin, if you can really make the medicinal sprouts here grow, then do whatever you want. Only then did Long Lang nod his head and say, Brother Qin, we absolutely won't tell anyone about this matter, you can rest assured. If it weren't for you, we would have been tricked by Li Xuanda this time. Qin Yan originally thought that it would be rather difficult to accomplish this matter. He never expected that Long Langkai and Qin Huayu would agree so readily. Long Langkai and Qin Huayu are not stupid. They know that Qin Yan is very powerful. Having a good relationship with such a capable person will be of great help to them in the future. Of course, they are still very surprised that Qin Yan's appetite is so big that he wants to swallow so many medicinal seedlings. Little Qin, if you obtain these medicinal herbs, you have to be careful when you make a move so as to avoid arousing suspicion. Qin Huayu warned. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Qin Yan said with a smile. Brother Qin, you can't be thinking of using it to refine pills, right? Long Langkai is slightly shocked and asked. That's exactly what I'm thinking. With so many medicinal herbs to practice with, I should be able to succeed. Qin Yan chuckled and said, wait until I refine the Xianyi divine pill. At that time, I'll ask the two of you to help me test its effects. Definitely, definitely. Long Langkai promptly said with a smile, with Brother Qin's outstanding talent, you might really be able to refine the Xianyi divine pill. Qin Huayu's beautiful eyes flickered. If Qin Yan could really refine it, he could hand it over to their Medicine King City to handle. This would allow Medicine King City to nurture even more profound God. This is only Qin Huayu's current thoughts. As for the specifics, she still has to wait for Qin Yan to refine the pill. Qin Yan's 3 lives as the 9-Yang Palace King, King of Gods and immortal King Fu Yun are all extremely proficient in inscription. His current mastery of inscription can be said to be very thorough. He completely has the energy to walk the Tao of alchemy. With his foundation as an inscription master, this will make his Tao of alchemy even smoother. 3 months passed by very quickly. Li Xuanda came yesterday and informed Qin Huayu and the others outside the medicine garden's barrier that the people sent by the medicine god to collect the medicinal ingredients would arrive in a few days. When Li Xuanda arrived, he only saw an acre of medicine field with medicinal seedlings still alive. This was mainly revealed through the illusion formation. The real situation inside the medicine garden is that the medicinal seedlings have grown very well. They have grown to the height of half a person and produced many grass seeds. Those grass seeds are like rice grains. They are wrapped in shells and emitted a very rich fragrance. The grass seeds are inside the white shells. When taken out, they look like round pearls that glowed at night. At night, Qin Yan and company were busy harvesting. They harvested over 10,000 mature Xianyi divine grasses, leaving only 2,000 behind for the people from the medicine god sect to collect. A few days later, early in the morning, Li Xuanda's annoying voice sounded. Qin Huayu, Long Langkai, the medicine god has sent a few seniors to collect the medicinal ingredients. Why aren't you coming out to welcome me? Li Xuanda said with a sneer, don't tell me you want to hide inside and not come out to avoid responsibility? Qin Huayu, Long Langkai, and Qin Yan immediately walked out from the back door and went around to the main entrance. When they arrived at the main entrance, they saw a few white-robed old men. They seemed to be very strong, profound god, but their specific strength could not be seen. Since they were sent by the medicine god, they must be very strong. Li Xuanda, Great Elder Wei and Second Elder Wei were all outside, smiling as they accompanied the few old men sent by the medicine god. Even First Elder Wei and Second Elder Wei had to be respectful to the people sent by the alchemy god, as if they were their grandchildren. They were afraid of offending these seniors. When Li Xuanda saw Qin Huayu and the others come out, he hurriedly said to a bald old man, Elder Zhua, these are the two fellows who harmed the medicinal field. They are from the Qin Imperial clan and the Imperial Dragon clan respectively. One is surnamed Qin, the other is surnamed Long. The bald old man nodded and said, these two little friends, we heard about your matter from little Li. Sigh. You guys are too careless. Elder Zhua, how will we be punished? Qin Huayu asked in a low voice. Originally, this was a great opportunity for you guys to perform. If you succeeded, you would be able to see the medicine god and the pill god. If you could enter their eyes, then your future would be limitless. Elder Zhua shook his head and sighed. What about Li Xuanda? Long Langkai coldly glanced at Li Xuanda. According to Great Elder Wei and Second Elder Wei, the two of you have been taking care of the medicinal field these days. And Li Xuanda did not directly harm the medicinal seedlings, so he will not be punished. Elder Zhua said. Li Xuanda is our captain. Qin Huayu lightly snorted. Great Elder Wei hurriedly said, before Li Xuanda came, the medicinal seedlings in the medicinal field were already growing very well. After he came to the Heavenly Evil God sect, he has always been a guest at our place and has never stepped into the medicinal field. Second Elder Wei also nodded and said, he doesn't know the situation in the medicinal field at all. It's just that when he returned, he saw the medicinal seedlings withered. Li Xuanda said with a pained expression, I don't know the situation in the medicinal field at all. I also don't want to know because seeing you destroy those medicinal seedlings, I am truly sad. Elder Zhua, if we can give you enough mature Xianxia divine grass, will Li Xuanda receive a reward for not participating in the planting of the medicinal herbs? Long Langkai asked. Naturally, he will not receive a reward. Instead, he will be punished because he did not participate. Elder Zhua frowned and asked, did you guys succeed? Li Xuanda raised his brows and glanced at the calm Qin Yun. He suddenly had a bad premonition. Elder Zhua, please. Qin Huayu suddenly opened the door of the medicinal field very wide. After the door of the medicinal field was opened, the peculiar fragrance of the Xianxia divine grass suddenly rushed out. Elder Zhua immediately became incomparably excited and shouted, this is a lot of Xianxia divine grass and they are growing very well. Otherwise, there would not be such a strange fragrance. The few elders behind Elder Zhua were all extremely excited. As long as the medicine god personally planted it, it is possible to grow Xianxia divine grass that emits a strange fragrance. Could it be that the medicine god is inside? One of the elders hurriedly walked in. After entering, they saw a small medicinal field with a bunch of very large mystic wing divine grass growing on it. Every single mystic wing divine grass was filled with many grass seeds. Seeing this scene, Li Xuanda was immediately stunned. This was because what he saw in the air was not like this. What he saw were some medicinal sprouts that were about to wither. 2000, and it's such a perfect Xianxia divine grass. Great, great. Elder Zhua caressed the leaves of the Xianxia divine grass and praised it incessantly. He looked very excited. Li Xuanda, Great Elder Wei and Second Elder Wei all felt like they were king dogs. You guys set up an illusion array. Li Xuanda was also not stupid. He immediately realized that he had been tricked by the illusion array and hurriedly shouted, Elder Zhua, they joined hands to deal with me and ostracize me. Qin Huayu hurriedly explained, Elder Zhua, Li Xuanda saw that the medicinal sprouts were growing very poorly and wanted to make us take the blame. He had no intention of saving us at all. This person is extremely despicable and wants to use this opportunity to frame us. In order to prevent him from destroying the growth of the medicinal sprouts, we used an illusion array to prevent him from seeing the growth of the medicinal sprouts. If we do well, he will embezzle from it. Elder Zhua was an old fellow after all. An old fox like him immediately understood that this was a contest between youngsters. And he was also very biased towards Qin Huayu and Long Lang Kai. To be able to grow such good Xianxia divine grass, they definitely had a certain level of experience. Even a senior like Elder Zhua was very impressed. Elder Zhua, we've figured out the trick to growing the Xianxia divine grass. Let's exchange some pointers. Long Lang Kai chuckled. Elder Zhua, this is not my fault. They conspired to deceive me. Li Xuanda was also flustered and exasperated. He really did not expect that things would turn out like this. He was originally confident of victory because even if those seedlings could grow normally, they would not be able to grow so much in 3 months. However, they matured in a heaven-defying manner and grew very well. Little Li. No matter what, you did not participate in the work of the herb garden. Elder Zhua patted Li Xuanda's shoulder and said, how about this, you stay here and continue to plant Xianxia divine grass. Take the remaining 10,000 seeds. You just need to plant 1,000 of them. Li Xuanda took the storage bag and quickly calculated in his heart. He suddenly said, Elder Zhua, Qin Huayu, and Long Lang Kai were able to grow such good Xianxia divine grass because they had the help of an expert. After calming down a little, Li Xuanda also confirmed that little Qin was a very talented person in planting medicinal herbs. If Li Xuanda wanted to complete the task of planting, he could only ask Qin Yan for help. Otherwise, he would not be able to complete the task. Expert? Elder Zhua was slightly surprised and looked at Long Lang Kai and Qin Huayu. It's this little Qin. I think his name is Qin Fei and he came from the lower realm. Li Xuanda said, I always thought that he was messing around. I didn't expect that he really mastered a strange technique that can make medicinal herbs grow quickly and well. Long Lang Kai and Qin Huayu had previously told Qin Yun that they would recommend him to Myriad World's divine court. Qin Yun also thought of going to Myriad World's divine court, but after learning that Love God and Thunder God had great power in Myriad World's divine court, he decided to temporarily cultivate in seclusion for a period of time. With his current strength, it was far from enough to fight against Love God and Thunder God. Qin Huayu explained, little Qin came from the lower realm. He accidentally used the secret technique he obtained to make medicinal herbs grow well. He also shared that secret technique with us. Elder Zhua, we originally wanted little Qin to go to Myriad World's divine court, but he has his own reasons, so he did not plan to go. Long Lang Kai also said. Elder Zhua, this kid's aptitude is extremely poor. He just happens to know how to grow Xianxia divine grass. Qin Yan quickly replied, I know my own limits, so I won't go to the Myriad Realm's divine court for the time being. It won't be too late for me to go to the assessment when I become a profound god. Elder Zhua nodded and said, you have a good temperament. You don't bite off more than you can chew, and you know how to be down to earth. The godly court of Myriad Worlds looked sacred and full of authority, but the situation inside was not as good as what the outside thought. You've just come from the lower realm. You have neither power nor backing. It's indeed inconvenient for you to compete in that kind of place. Li Xuanda immediately had a hypocritical smile on his face as he walked over and patted Qin Yun on the shoulder. He said with a smile, Elder Zhua, then little Qin will stay here and guide me in planting medicinal herbs. After I'm done planting them, you can come and collect them. Little Qin has already joined the Heavenly Evil God sect as a disciple, and the sect leader of the Heavenly Evil God sect is a divine seat god of the Myriad World's divine court. In other words, he can be considered as one of us. Qin Yan understood Li Xuanda's intention very well, but he did not show it. He said with a faint smile, I'll stay here and plant the profound winged divine grass. It can cultivate my mind and nurture my character. I'm very happy. That's good. That's good. Elder Zhua said with a smile, little Qin, when you become a profound god, I'll recommend you to the Myriad Realm's divine court. Then, they exchanged pleasantries. Qin Yan had already made an agreement with Qin Huayu that when he became a profound god, he would go to the Qin Medicine Royal City and enter the Qin family. Qin Huayu and Long Lang Kai could also become disciples of the medicine god and pill god this time. Originally, Qin Yan planned to ask Qin Huayu and Long Lang Kai to send a letter to the medicine god and pill god. However, after careful consideration, he decided to give up this idea. This was because he did not know the situation of the medicine god and pill god. If they joined the Love God and Thunder God, they might betray him and implicate Qin Huayu and Long Langkai. Ever since the Love God was his subordinate and the Thunder God was his disciple, they were the most trustworthy people around him, but they betrayed him later. He had not been in contact with the Pill God and the Medicine God for many years, so he did not understand the current situation of the two brothers. But the Space God was different. When he was the king of gods, he received help from the Space God. Later, when he became the Floating Cloud Immortal King, he still received help from the Space God. It could be said that they were friends in adversity. Now, Qin Yan also wanted to find the Space God. The space in the Myriad Realm's divine wilderness had changed greatly, so the Space God had nothing to do with it. And the Space God's power would definitely be weakened. It could be said that he was a very sad god. Long Langkai and Qin Huayu followed Elder Zhua and the others. After collecting the profound winged divine grass, they left the heavenly evil district. They had a very precious teleportation talisman that could teleport them to the nearest big city and then wait for the big ship there. Even if it was them, it would take several months to return to the Myriad Realm's divine court. After Qin Huayu and the others left, the herb garden was sealed off. Grand Elder Wei and Second Elder Wei sent people to seal off the entire herb garden, not letting anyone in or out. Qin Yan was currently inside the floating cloud pagoda. Li Xuanda was outside, shouting and cursing, "Qin brat, get out here. Sow the seeds and let the profound winged divine grass mature quickly. I want to rest, we'll talk about it tomorrow," Qin Yan lazily said. Inside the floating cloud pagoda, he took out the soul creation heavenly cauldron and placed his soul inside. He wanted to refine a soul contract. When he entered the heavenly evil district, he signed a soul contract that forbade him from fighting and killing in the heavenly evil district. And he learned that Li Xuanda and the other disciples from the Myriad Realm's divine court did not need to sign a soul contract. In other words, when the time comes, Li Xuanda could attack him and he could only run away. Qin Yan thoroughly understood what kind of person Li Xuanda was, so he had to be prepared. If Li Xuanda really wanted to attack, then he would not be polite. Damn guy. Li Xuanda vigorously kicked the floating cloud pagoda. Li Xuanda left the herb garden. Grand Elder Wei and Second Elder Wei were outside. When they saw Li Xuanda come out, they quickly came over. "Little Li, what's the situation? What's the secret method that guy used to grow the profound winged divine grass? Didn't you get it?" Grand Elder Wei quickly asked. If they got the secret method, they would be able to grow a lot of profound winged divine grass and achieve meteoric success. "That guy is hiding in a broken square stone building, I can't go in." Li Xuanda cursed in a low voice, "That bastard is not easy to deal with, and he is very cautious. Now that I have a favor to ask of him, I can't use force." Grand Elder Wei sinisterly smiled, "I have a little daughter, she is quite beautiful. I will arrange for her to enter the herb garden and use her beauty to trap him." "That brat, didn't he hand over the secret method because he liked Qin Huayu's beauty?" Second Elder Wei laughed, "This trick is guaranteed to work." Li Xuanda laughed, "Qin Huayu is so noble, she definitely won't let him touch her. If Grand Elder Wei's daughter is a little more proactive, it will definitely work." Grand Elder Wei chuckled a few times. "Grand Elder Wei, how is your daughter? Is she reliable?" Li Xuanda asked. "Don't worry, my daughter is very good at this. She specializes in this kind of thing." Grand Elder Wei said, "She played her husband's whole family in circles before." "She has a husband?" Li Xuanda frowned. "It's fine, that happened somewhere else, that Qin brat won't know. Besides, her husband's whole family is dead." Grand Elder Wei laughed, "I was the one who went to collect their bodies." "It seems like your daughter is a very vicious woman." Li Xuanda revealed a sinister smile, "That brat is finished. She is in the heavenly evil district, I will immediately send someone to bring her here." Grand Elder Wei quickly said. "Alright, I will go and talk to her about the details." Li Xuanda was also secretly wary of Grand Elder Wei's daughter, he didn't want to be eaten alive. In one night, Qin Yan refined the soul contract power in his soul, this made him feel much more relieved. Early in the morning, he walked out of the floating cloud pagoda and saw a woman wearing a pink dress. Her cold face is extremely beautiful, giving people a feeling that although she is cold, she is also very delicate. Especially when she looked at Qin Yan, There was a trace of tenderness in her cold and clear beautiful eyes when they flickered. The woman was waiting outside the floating cloud pagoda. She saw Qin Yin come out, bit her lips and hesitated. "Miss, who asked you to come?" Qin Yin asked. He could tell with a glance that this woman is a late-stage true god. It's my father and young Master Li, they asked me to come." The woman in pink bit her lips and did not continue speaking. Qin Yin frowned and said, "Who is your father?" The woman in pink said in low voice, "Grand Elder Wei, he asked me to serve young Master Qin," he said. "I will do whatever young master wants me to do. I don't need to be served." Qin Yin said with smile, "You can go back." "Young master, where did I not do well enough?" The woman in pink frowned. "If you are not satisfied with me, I will be punished when I return." "What is your name?" Qin Yin asked. "Wei Jia." "Young master, you can just call me Little Jia." Wei Jia faintly sighed, "I am truly a woman with a hard life, always being used as a tool." "Tool?" Qin Yin asked doubtfully, "Why do you feel that way?" Wei Jia's expression turned cold as she said, "My father always wants me to use my body to help him achieve his goal. Otherwise, he will punish me. He has made me do this many times. Don't worry, I won't touch you." Qin Yin smiled slightly, "I will also let you stay in the medicine garden." "Young Master Qin, I have a purpose for coming here. I hope you can understand me." Wei Jia said. "I can understand. I've seen this kind of thing many times." Qin Yin nodded. "Young Master Qin is truly a good person. But unfortunately, you have been targeted by young Master Li and my father this time." Wei Jia sighed lightly. Qin Yin said, "Where's Li Xuanda?" "I previously agreed with him to plant medicinal herbs today." Qin Yin took the bag of seeds and began sowing. He is not afraid that Li Xuanda will make a move now because it will take a lot of time to plant the Xianwing divine grass. If Li Xuanda can't plant it, he can forget about returning to the Myriad Realm's divine court. This matter concerns his future, so he doesn't dare to provoke Qin Yin. Wei Jia just stood at the same place and watched Qin Yin sow the seeds from afar. She did not go over to help, nor did she say anything. However, she stood there alone, giving people a feeling of pitiful loneliness, making people feel pity for her. When Qin Yin was burying the seeds, Ling Yin'er said with a smile, "Xiao Yun, that Li Xuanda is really something. He actually used a honey trap to get your secret technique. Although the beauty they sent is beautiful, her level is too low." "Is that so?" Qin Yin faintly smiled in his heart. "That girl is really pitiful. She has been used by her father many times. Moreover, she also admitted that she was often betrayed by her father. She must have seen that you are not bad, so she confessed this matter. She must have had enough of being manipulated." Ling Yin'er sighed and said, "Xiao Yun, then help her." Qin Yin sowed the seeds and said with a smile, "Yun'er, you are too young." Ling Yin'er asked doubtfully, "What? Why do you say that about me?" Qin Yin said, "Li Xuanda and the others found this Wei Jia. Her level is extremely high and her methods are also very rare. She did not directly throw herself into my arms, but she really wants to cultivate feelings with me." "How do you know?" Ling Yin'er asked. "She said that she is very miserable, but she is a late-stage true god. Moreover, when I used my heavenly eye to check her, I found that there are at least a few very powerful divine talismans in her body. Even Li Xuanda doesn't have those kind of divine talismans." Qin Yin said. "Ah?" Ling Yun'er immediately understood. This woman is very good at dealing with men. She will improvise according to different men. Qin Yin said, "Moreover, she is definitely a ruthless character. She kills without batting an eye and eats people without spitting out bones." Ling Yun'er was startled and said, "Xiao Yun, does that mean that she really came here to obtain your secret technique?" She told half-truth and half-lies about her situation, so it seems that she is very trustworthy." Qin Yin said, "I suspect that after this matter is completed, she will obtain great benefits. After all, it is a secret technique to grow Xianwing divine grass." Ling Yin'er said with a smile, "As expected of a palace king, he is actually so vigilant." Qin Yin laughed self-deprecatingly, "I have also suffered losses. Back then, the love god had been hiding by my side for so many years. His methods were truly brilliant. Compared to the love god, this Wei Jia is too tender. Then how are you going to deal with this woman? Ling Yan'er asked. Wearing a smile on your face, talking to her about everything but keeping your distance. Qin Yan chuckled and said, with her level, she is far from being able to deal with me. In just a day, Qin Yan buried all the seeds. He did it very seriously because he already treated these Xianxia divine grass as his own. Therefore, he had to plant them very seriously. After planting, Wei Jian naturally walked over and praised Qin Yan for his hard work. Then, she found a topic to chat with Qin Yan. Qin Yan pretended to be very interested in her topic, and the two of them chatted very congenially. While chatting, Wei Jiehe was very lively and cheerful, as though she had met a confidant. However, she maintained a distance from Qin Yan and did not do anything else. At night, Qin Yan was in the floating cloud pagoda, processing a large number of Xianxia divine grass seeds. After the grass seeds were boiled in very hot water, they actually tasted very good and even a bit sweet. Yang Yang and Mo, these two little foodies, ate bowl after bowl. Qin Yan also ate some and discovered that it was indeed very helpful in cultivating the divine profound Tao image. If it was refined into a pill, the effect would definitely be even better. I wonder how many grass seeds would be needed to refine a pill. Qin Yan has a lot of grass seeds in his hands. 10,000 Xianxia divine grass, there are hundreds of thousands of grass seeds. With so many grass seeds, it is definitely not possible to refine one seed into a pill. I have so many grass seeds in my hands, I'll use a bit more to try. Qin Yan took 10,000 grass seeds and placed them into the Dan transformation heavenly furnace. Then, he processed some divine flame leaves and added them in. The reason why divine flame leaves are so useful is mainly because they can absorb a lot of 9 sun divine power and gather a large amount of sun, moon, and stars power to grow. Only by adding the divine universe golden stone would there be a reaction. Only Qin Yan knows this secret. What the Dan transformation heavenly furnace absorbs is the power of the divine universe golden stone, and it is released through the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation. This kind of energy can make the effect of the divine flame leaves even better. The Dan transformation heavenly furnace automatically operated and began to condense the pill. It didn't take long before it stopped. What's going on? Qin Yan said with a frown. He looked inside the Dan transformation heavenly furnace and saw that it did not condense into a pill, only a drop of white liquid. Without enough materials, it would be impossible to condense a pill. Qin Yan is secretly alarmed. He never expected that he would need to consume so many grass seeds. Could it be that their Xianxia divine pill needs to be refined with other medicinal ingredients? Qin Yan pondered and then continued to add in the grass seeds. He felt that the refining method of the Xianxia divine pill refined by the pill god was definitely different from his. This time, he added 10,000 grass seeds. After he finished, he began to operate the Dan transformation heavenly furnace. The Dan transformation heavenly furnace's operation speed is very fast. This can be seen mainly from the energy it absorbed. A few hours later, a very small pill was finally condensed inside the Dan transformation heavenly furnace. It was slightly bigger than a grain of rice. I've finally refined it. Qin Yan looked at the pill and felt that it is a bit small. Xiao Yun, isn't this going to consume too many grass seeds? Ling Yan'er said, 10,000 grass seeds are needed to refine one pill. Qin Yan said with a smile, it doesn't matter, I have a lot of grass seeds in my hands. Maybe with this kind of refining method, the effect of the Xianxia divine pill refined will definitely be very good. He swallowed the very small pill and immediately felt a strange energy erupt from his body. Let's refine the heavenly lion first. Qin Yan began to guide the energy and poured it into the little heavenly lion. Previously, the little heavenly lion was only a kind of soul body existence. Now that it wants to evolve and become a divine Xian Dao image, it will become even stronger and be able to erupt with even stronger divine power. The strength of a divine man's divine power mainly depends on how strong the divine Xian Dao image is. The divine Xian Dao image I condense should be very strong, so I need to absorb a lot of energy. What surprised Qin Yan is that the energy brought by the Xianxia divine pill is very difficult to quickly refine. There is a lot of energy in the pill, but it is impossible to refine it in a short time. It seems like it will take at least 10 days to completely refine this divine pill. Qin Yan closed his eyes and began meditating. At daybreak, he walked out of the floating cloud pagoda, drew runes, and inserted them into the ground. Then he guided the water of the divine spring to water the ground. Wei Jia entered the medicine garden. Inside a small house, she saw the runes Qin Yan drew and is secretly astonished. Because it is the method of inscription do technique, after Qin Yan finished, Wei Jia walked out of the house and went to chat with Qin Yan. Qin Yan only catered to her, he even showed a bit of interest in her. Wei Jia still kept her distance from Qin Yan. She showed a feeling that it would be very easy to pursue her. After Qin Yan and Wei Jia chatted for a while, he entered the floating cloud pagoda to cultivate. At this time, Wei Jia also walked out of the medicine garden and went to meet up with Xianxia and her father. At the east side of the heavenly evil god sect, inside Great Elder Wei's luxurious mansion, Wei Jia, Xianxia, and her father Great Elder Wei met in a secret room. Inscription do technique? It seems like this person is a very extraordinary person in the lower realms. Great Elder Wei said with frown. Xiao Jia, how is your progress now? Xianxia asked. Not bad, he is a bit interested in me. This person seems to be the kind of person who enjoys peace and quiet. Wei Jia said with smile, he likes to talk to me and is very polite to me. Great Elder Wei said, Xiao Jia, can you quickly get your hands on his secret technique? Xianxia nodded and said, if we can get our hands on the secret technique, we can plant it ourselves and quickly get rid of this guy. Can you find an inscription do master? Wei Jia asked. No problem, we must get his runes first. My Li family has an inscription do master. Xianxia said. Wei Jia said, to be honest, although this person seems to be interested in me, he might not necessarily hand over the secret technique to me. Great Elder Wei said, why do you say that? This person will not turn into a stupid pig when he sees a woman. Wei Jia shook her head and said, if he knows that I want his secret technique, he will definitely be very vigilant. Then how did Qin Huayu and the others get his secret technique? Xianxia asked. I suspect that Qin Huayu and Long Langkai used something to exchange with him. Wei Jia said, this is a kind of exchange of benefits. Great Elder Wei said, Xiao Jia, do you have any ideas? I propose a deal with him, you think of a way to satisfy his request. Wei Jia said, if you want it to be faster, this is the only way. Xianxia's eyes flickered, he said with sneer, this is easy, as long as you satisfy his request, then get rid of him and snatch it back. Whatever happens after that is up to you. In short, this is the fastest way. Wei Jia said with smile, I am currently dating Protector Su's son, I hope he doesn't know about this. Protector Su, follow the sect leader to investigate the whereabouts of the Dragon Pearl, I might be able to find some clues. Protector Su's son? I have seen that guy, his future is boundless. Xianxia said with smile, looks like I have to curry favor with him, he is the sect leader's disciple. After all, the sect leader of the heavenly evil god sect has a god position, no matter how bad he is, he can't be that bad. This also made Xianxia very envious. Of course, I haven't succeeded yet. When the time comes, I hope young Master Li can help me raise my status. Wei Jia said with charming smile. Alright, we will help each other. Xianxia repeatedly replied. Then I will go back. Wei Jia promptly left and returned to the medicine garden. Although he is cultivating in the floating cloud pagoda, he is very clear about the movements of the medicine garden. He knows how long Wei Jia has been gone. Xiao Yun, this woman is very difficult to deal with. Do you think she will use some kind of trick to trick you? Ling Yan'er also discovered Wei Jia's brilliance in these 2 days. Wei Jia returned and walked back and forth outside the floating cloud pagoda. She wanted to enter the floating cloud pagoda, but when she entered, she was blocked by a very strong barrier. So she could only walk around the floating cloud pagoda, waiting for Qin Yun to come out. Wei Jia looked very polite to Qin Yun on the surface, but in her heart, she hated Qin Yun. She thought that it wouldn't take long for her to take down Qin Yun. But after coming into contact with Qin Yun, she found that this man was not easy to deal with. Wei Jia also knew that Qin Yun had mastered a very brilliant secret technique that could quickly mature a hard-to-grow herb like the Xianxia divine grass. After waiting for a few hours, Wei Jia didn't see Qin Yun come out. She could only curse in her heart and then walked back to her hut. Just as she returned to her hut, she suddenly heard someone knocking on the door of the herb garden. Since Wei Jia came, the barrier of the herb garden was controlled by Qin Yun. If others wanted to enter or leave, they needed to get his permission. Qin Yun was cultivating in the floating cloud pagoda. He also knew that someone was knocking on the door, but he didn't go to open the door because he didn't know anyone here. If someone was in trouble, Wei Jia would go to help. Wei Jia originally wanted to have a good rest, but seeing someone knocking on the door and Qin Yun not going out, she had to go to open the door. Unknowingly, the herb garden seemed to be completely under Qin Yun's control. Wei Jia was secretly surprised when she noticed this. Li Xuanda and the elders seemed to be very helpless and couldn't stop Qin Yun from controlling the herb garden. This was the benefit of mastering an extraordinary secret technique. Li Xuanda needed mature Xianxia divine grass, and only Qin Yun could grow it, so he could only tolerate Qin Yun. This also made him want to quickly get the secret technique and then immediately get rid of Qin Yun. When Wei Jia opened the door, Qin Yun controlled a wisp of his divine sense to fly out to see who came. After opening the door, it was an extraordinarily handsome young man in a purple gold robe. Beside him were two extremely flirtatious women. Young Master Su. Wei Jia was surprised, then revealed a charming smile and said softly, "Young Master Su, why are you here?" When Qin Yun was in the slaughterhouse, he heard about this young Master Su. He was the son of Great Protector Su, and his name was Su Liguang. He was one of the few disciples of the Heavenly Demon sect leader. Thus, Su Liguang was someone that many elders and nobles in the Heavenly Evil God sect wanted to curry favor with. "Little Jia, I learned that you were in this herb garden, so I came to see you." Su Liguang reached out to touch Wei Jia's face as he spoke. Wei Jia didn't stop him because in her eyes, Su Liguang was a person of extremely high status. Even though there were many women around Su Liguang, she still wanted to stick close to him. "Young Master Su, can we talk further?" Wei Jia quickly closed the door and said in a low voice. Su Liguang looked at the two coquettish women beside him and smiled. "It's all right, they are my female slaves, we're all on the same side." "Little Jia, what are you doing in this medicinal garden? How come I didn't know that you know how to grow medicinal herbs?" Wei Jia originally did not wish for Su Liguang to know that she was here to seduce Qin Yun, but now that Su Liguang had exposed her, she had another plan. "Young Master Su, what little Jia is about to say is very important. You must listen carefully. This matter concerns your future," Wei Jia said with a serious expression. Su Liguang nodded. Soon after, Wei Jia told Su Liguang about how she was arranged by Great Elder Wei and Li Xuanda to confuse Qin Yun and obtain the secret technique. After Su Liguang finished listening, he said with a sneer, "Your father and that Li Xuanda are really useless. They can only use this kind of method. Young Master Su, the reason why I agreed to them is because I also want to obtain the secret technique and then give it to you so that you can obtain the sect master's appreciation and raise your position in the sect master's heart." Wei Jia smiled faintly. "I'm not doing this for them but for you." At this moment, Su Liguang also wanted to obtain the secret technique. He said with a smile, "Little Jia, you are truly worthy of being the woman that I, Su Liguang, have set my eyes on. Although you haven't succeeded yet, I want to reward you now." "What reward do you want?" "Young Master Su, I only want to be your woman." Wei Jia looked at the two coquettish female slaves beside him and said with slight anger, "You have me, isn't that enough?" "Enough, enough." Su Liguang laughed repeatedly. His hand suddenly placed on the heads of the two female slaves and shot out a black energy. Whoosh, the two female slaves instantly turned into black gas and dissipated. In order to make Wei Jia happy, Su Liguang killed the two female slaves. An incomparably charming smile immediately appeared on Wei Jia's face. This Wei Jia is indeed a very powerful woman. That Su Liguang is also a ruthless person. Ling Yan'er could also see everything that happened outside the medicine garden's gate. Qin Yun was not surprised at all. He had long seen through what kind of woman Wei Jia was. "Su Lang, I heard that you went out with your father, Great Protector Su, to search for the Dragon Pearl. Has there been any progress?" Wei Jia asked. "Progress, no. This is mainly because Thunder God asked my master to look for it. Thunder God said that in this 8 Evil Ridge, there is a divine cosmic thunder dragon pearl. If I find it, my master's position in the myriad realms divine court will rise by a lot and we will also soar. Su Liguang said with a smile. Qin Yan was secretly alarmed. The Eight Evil Ridge actually has a dragon pearl. The divine cosmic thunder dragon pearl is in the Eight Evil Ridge and the sect master of the heavenly evil god cult is secretly searching for it. Su Lang, do you have any good ideas that can help us quickly get Qin Fei's secret technique? Wei Jia said in a low voice. Qin Yan secretly laughed in his heart. These two people actually thought that he was a dead man and would not discover the situation outside the medicine garden. But then again, his floating cloud pagoda is still quite far from the gate. Come to my house and talk in detail. I have a way. Su Liguang quickly flew away with Wei Jia. At this time, Qin Yan was thinking about how to get the divine cosmic thunder dragon pearl. Xiao Yun, that dog couple is very powerful. If they conspire, they will definitely come up with a very powerful method. Ling Yuner was somewhat worried about Qin Yan. Don't worry about that. Qin Yan said with a smile, in another 3 months, when this batch of Xianxia divine grass matures, I will stop. He stayed in the medicine garden to find a way to find out the details of the sect master and see what kind of god he is. To his surprise, the sect master turned out to be Thunder God's subordinate. One must know that Thunder God was once Qin Yan's disciple and had betrayed him. Therefore, Qin Yan subconsciously classified the sect master as his enemy. A few days later, Qin Yan came out of the floating cloud pagoda and began to take care of the medicinal seedlings. Wei Jia had already returned. She had been waiting for Qin Yan to come out for the past few days. Early this morning, she saw Qin Yan coming out of the floating cloud pagoda but she did not immediately go over. Instead, she waited for Qin Yan to finish taking care of the medicinal seedlings before slowly walking towards Qin Yan. She handed Qin Yan an invitation and said with a smile, Young Master Qin, this is an invitation from Great Protector Su's son, Su Liguang. He wants to invite you to his mansion to attend a banquet. I want to take care of these medicinal seedlings. I don't want to leave the medicine garden. I'm really sorry. Qin Yan did not accept the invitation and tactfully declined. Young Master Qin, there will be many great figures of the heavenly evil sect attending. They will discuss the future development of the heavenly evil district or exchange many important matters. Wei Jia quickly said, also, young Master Su will talk a lot about the divine cosmic thunder dragon pearl. This is something many people want to know, the secret of the divine cosmic thunder dragon pearl. Qin Yan did not want to go because he knew that this banquet was very likely to target him. He looked at the time and saw that it was 3 days later. In another 3 days, he would be able to cultivate a divine profound Tao image and step into the early stage of the true God realm. At that time, he would have enough power to face the profound God. Will Li Xuanda participate? Qin Yan asked. Li Xuanda, my father and second uncle will all participate. Wei Jia said, young Master Su is the sect leader's disciple. Maybe the sect leader will also appear. This was a chance to see the heavenly evil sect leader. Qin Yan nodded and said, all right then, I will participate. Thank young Master Su for me. Qin Yan took the invitation and returned to the floating cloud pagoda. He had not completely refined the Xianxia divine pill he had eaten before. He had to speed up his refinement and let himself break through. He had to cultivate a divine profound Tao image first. With a divine profound Tao image, the absolute yang divine power released would increase by a lot. When necessary, the divine profound Tao image could also erupt with a very strong power. The divine profound Tao he cultivated was like that little heavenly lion. It could erupt with the fierce power of the heavenly Tao. Coupled with the nether sun totem, its power would definitely be extremely strong. Coupled with the equipment in his hand, even if the banquet was a trap, he would not be afraid. 3 days later, Qin Yan has already cultivated a divine profound Tao image. 9 Sun Heavenly Lion Tao image, if released, its power will definitely be very strong. Qin Yan looked at the heavenly lion beside the nether sun. The heavenly lion is not angry, it has a very strong ferocious aura. After the absolute yang divine power is transformed by the heavenly lion, it will become even more ferocious and berserk. Qin Yan changed into a light blue inscription master robe. Li Xuanda, Great Elder Wei and the others all know that he is an inscription master from the lower realm. So when he went to the banquet, he directly wore this robe to show his identity. He and Wei Jia sat in the same carriage and set off in the evening. Inside the carriage, Wei Jia's expression became somewhat ice-cold. "Qin Fei, I told you before that I came to the medicine garden with a purpose," Wei Jia said coldly. Her attitude towards Qin Yun is completely different from before. Qin Yun is not surprised, he can vaguely sense that Wei Jia hates him very much. "I remember you said that." Qin Yun nodded. "At the banquet, you must conduct yourself with dignity. Don't talk nonsense. Moreover, there really is nothing going on between us," Wei Jia said again in cold voice. Wei Jia is worried that Qin Yun will ruin her plan to climb up the big tree that is Su Liguang. Moreover, she is very certain that Su Liguang will obtain that secret technique during the banquet. Most importantly, if Qin Yun hands over the secret technique, his death will come. Back when he was delivering the invitation, Wei Jia was still talking and laughing with him. He was not surprised by Wei Jia's current attitude. With a glance, he could tell that Wei Jia had gotten close to Su Liguang. She was worried that Qin Yun would ruin their relationship, so she tried to distance herself from him. "I won't talk nonsense, I just went there to freeload," Qin Yun said. "Qin Fei, I know that you've mastered a very powerful secret technique that allows you to quickly grow the profound winged divine grass, but even so, you're still far inferior to young Master Su." Wei Jia said, "I'm already young Master Su's lover. If you're smart, you'll behave yourself during the banquet." Qin Yun remained silent. He would definitely behave himself tonight. He was afraid that young Master Su would not behave himself and force him to make a move. When Wei Jia saw that Qin Yun did not speak, she said, "Qin Fei, if you know what's good for you, you'd better offer the secret technique to young Master Su now and become his subordinate. According to what I know, if Li Xuanda obtains the secret technique in your hands, he will definitely kill you." With Qin Yun's deity realm cultivation, facing a profound god like Li Xuanda, he didn't even have the strength to fight back. Furthermore, he didn't have any power or influence. If he was killed in the heavenly evil god sect, no one would stand up for him. "I'll think about it," Qin Yun said indifferently. "You don't have time to think about it," Wei Jia said. "Tonight, young Master Su will definitely ask you for that secret technique. You can only give it to him or not. You'd better offer the secret technique to me now." The carriage was very quiet. Qin Yun looked at Wei Jia with a calm expression. At that moment, he was seriously considering it. He was not considering if he should hand over the mystic technique, but if he should kill Wei Jia. At that moment, Wei Jia was no different from a dead person to Qin Yun. Wei Jia was only a late true god. Even though she managed to cultivate 3 profound God Dao images, Qin Yun's divine profound Dao image was equivalent to 3 of hers. Moreover, Qin Yun's equipment made Wei Jia unable to even struggle. "We'll talk about it when the time comes." After careful consideration, Qin Yun gave up on the idea of killing Wei Jia here. He wanted to attend the banquet. Only then could he kill those who wanted to kill him. If he killed Wei Jia here, he could only escape, which would alert the enemy. If it was during the banquet, he would be able to kill as many people as possible. If everything went smoothly, he would have enough time to return to the herb garden and collect all the medicinal seedlings. Wei Jia was wearing a luxurious red dress. She smiled disdainfully. "When you see young Master Su, you will know how outstanding he is. Compared to him, you are nothing." "Can you tell me how outstanding he is here?" Qin Yun said with a smile. He only wanted to understand what kind of person Su Liguang was. He is profound God, he has the 8 fire divine veins in his body, he has 3 middle-grade divine weapons in his hands, and he is the sect leader's proudest disciple. The sect master comes from the divine court of the myriad worlds and is a god with a divine seat. Wei Jia said proudly. In her eyes, Su Liguang had a bright future and was extremely outstanding. He was also a man that she was very satisfied with. Qin Yun's expression did not change because in his eyes, Su Liguang was just a fart. Not long after, the large carriage arrived outside Su Manor. Wei Jia was the first to walk out, followed by Qin Yun. After arriving at the entrance of the Su Manor, Wei Jia ordered someone who looked like a housekeeper to lead Qin Yun into a luxurious and spacious hall while she went to another place. After Qin Yun arrived at the hall, he casually found a seat and sat down. He came to the banquet to hear about the divine universe Thunder Dragon Pearl and then see what kind of god the mysterious sect leader was. Qin Yan casually found a seat in the hall and patiently waited for Su Liguang to appear. Not long after, the wide golden walkway in the middle of the hall suddenly lit up. At the entrance of the hall, a group of luxuriously dressed people with extraordinary temperaments walked in. They released a very strong profound god aura. There were middle-aged, old and young men and women. There were 2,000 to 3,000 people in the hall, all of them were famous figures in the Heavenly Evil God sect or young elites. When they saw the group of people walking in, they immediately stood up. Their eyes were filled with envy and reverence as they stared at the group of people. The hall was very quiet at this moment, everyone was looking at the group of people. Qin Yan secretly curled his lips. He thought that the sect leader had come, but he didn't expect that it would only be Great Protector Su, Great Elder Wei, Second Elder Wei, and a few other elders. They brought their own juniors, and when they entered, they released their powerful profound god aura. They walked on a bright golden path, and it was very ostentatious. This banquet was hosted by Su Liguang, and he was also among the group of people. He was dressed in luxurious robes, holding Wei Jie's hand as he walked in behind his father. Wei Jie's face was filled with pride, and her eyes were filled with arrogance. When she walked in, she also glanced at Qin Yun. Li Xuanda was also among the group of people who came in, because they were the main characters here today. This group of people were the most powerful figures in the Heavenly Evil district other than the Heavenly Evil sect leader. Qin Yun felt that it was a little funny, because amongst that group of people, the strongest was only a profound god, and there wasn't even a single great god. It was rare to see great gods in the Heavenly Evil district, and it made Qin Yun wonder if those great gods didn't want to stay in this ghastly place. Great Protector Su was a burly middle-aged man with a full beard. When he walked to the front, he gave a polite greeting to everyone before toasting. Next, it was Great Elder Wei and the other elders who exchanged some pleasantries. Finally, it was Su Liguang's turn to speak. After Su Liguang finished his pleasantries, he smiled. Everyone, an extraordinary person has come to our Heavenly Evil sect, and I believe everyone has heard of it. When he finished, his gaze fell on Qin Yun, who was seated at the back, and he spoke out, "Expert Qin Fei, you're an esteemed guest of mine, Su Liguang. Can you give me some face and sit with me?" After a brief pondering, Qin Yun stood up and walked up with a smile. The upper echelons of the Heavenly Evil sect had heard of the herb garden, so they weren't unfamiliar with Qin Fei's name. Li Xuanda looked a little uneasy as he cursed Wei Jie in his heart. Of course, he knew that Wei Jie was secretly working with Su Liguang to obtain the secret technique in Qin Yun's hands. Qin Yun walked down the aisle. When he reached the middle of the hall, 5 strong men wearing green clothes suddenly jumped out. Their faces are like green jade. There are many small flags stuck on their bodies. Those flags seem to have been inserted into their bodies, and each of them held a large flag in their hands. After they came out, they surrounded Qin Yun and stuck the large flags into the ground, causing the hall to shake. Everyone quickly stood up in surprise. This was out of Qin Yun's expectations because he didn't expect Su Liguang to be so direct and use a flag array to trap him. The 5 green jade-like people had small flags stuck on their bodies and their bodies were covered in poison. With a glance, Qin Yun could tell that these 5 robust men were poisonous flag array puppets. The flag array puppets had flags stuck on their bodies. When needed, the person who set up the array would control the puppets to suddenly appear and set up the flag array. "Young Master Su, aren't I your esteemed guest? Is this how you treat your esteemed guest?" Qin Yun asked expressionlessly. He is not afraid of this poisonous flag array. To the Nine-Yang Palace King, this flag array is no different from paper. The old fellows who were able to attend the banquet have all seen the wind and waves. They immediately calmed down and understood what Su Liguang and the others wanted to do. Su Liguang and the others wanted to snatch the secret technique of growing the Xianwing divine grass. If they could obtain this secret technique, the Heavenly Evil God cult's position in the Myriad Realms divine court would rise by a lot. Surname Qin, this is our very powerful 5 poison divine formation. For us to use such a powerful divine formation to entertain you, it is enough to show that we attach great importance to you, our esteemed guest. Su Liguang laughed loudly, then pulled Wei Jie and walked towards Qin Yun. Great Protector Su, Great Elder Wei, Second Elder Wei and Li Xuanda also walked over. The rules of the Heavenly Evil God cult are too childish. They actually used such a despicable method to snatch the secret technique from my hands. Young Master Su, can you guarantee that today's matter will not be spread out? Qin Yan smiled. The Heavenly Evil God cult's mission is to help the devils in the 8 Evil Ridge turn over a new leaf. But Great Protector Su and the other higher-ups of the cult actually used such despicable methods to snatch it. Qin Fei, I captured you today because you once tried to take advantage of me. Wei Jia immediately cursed. Su Liguang is my fiancé. The reason he held this banquet today is also to capture a pervert like you. Great Elder Wei reacted and immediately said, Qin Fei is a despicable person. He grasped a secret technique to grow the Xianwing divine grass and used it to threaten me. He made me send my beloved daughter to accompany him in growing it. I never thought that he would be a beast in disguise and try to take advantage of little Jia. Fortunately, Su Liguang came in time. Otherwise, I would have already been defiled by this bastard. As Wei Jia spoke, she shed tears of anger and pain. Then, she leaned into Su Liguang's embrace and acted very well. Great Protector Su's expression turned gloomy as he shouted, Qin brat, I'm the Great Protector of the Heavenly Evil God cult. My job is to protect the rules of the Heavenly Evil God cult. You broke the rules and used the 5 poison divine array to deal with you. You deserve it. At this moment, there was also a large group of people who were criticizing and cursing Qin Yan. Qin Yan has seen this kind of slanderous trick many times, so he wasn't surprised at all. However, he found it strange that this group of people seemed to be acting on the spot. Before they made their move, they actually came up with a reason. This group of people still lacked experience in doing this kind of thing. Qin brat, you have the secret technique to grow divine grass. If you hand over the secret technique and sincerely apologize, we can let you leave the Heavenly Evil region alive. Great Protector Su said. My father is very magnanimous to give you a way out. Otherwise, you will have to suffer the pain of the 5 poison devouring heart for 100 years before being executed. Su Liguang said coldly. The father and son echoed each other, making the matter of seizing by force sound righteous. After Qin Yan finished listening to them, he looked at Li Xuanda and said with a smile, Li Xuanda, if I die, no one will be able to grow the Xianwing divine grass. If you return to the Myriad Realms divine court, not only will you be punished, you will also miss the opportunity to become a disciple of the medicine god and the pill god. Just now, Li Xuanda had cursed the Su father and son, Great Elder Wei and Wei Jia many times in his heart. Now that he saw Qin Yan threatening him, he began to curse Qin Yan in his heart again. Yes, if Qin Yan was finished, then he, Li Xuanda, could only pack up and scram back to the Li family. Moreover, he would bring shame to the Li family and be ridiculed by the other disciples of the family. Brother Li, don't worry. A despicable person like him will definitely be afraid of death. If he is unwilling to hand over the secret technique, then we will use the 5 poison punishment on him. Under the pain of the 5 poison devouring heart, he will definitely hand over the secret technique. Su Liguang hurriedly said. The reason why Li Xuanda was able to enter the Myriad Realms divine court was mainly because of the Li family. The Li family had some ability, so Su Liguang was quite worried about this. Then I hope you can handle it well and not affect my future. Li Xuanda's expression eased up a little. He had heard of the might of the 5 poison divine formation, ordinary people would not be able to withstand it. Qin Yan was inside the 5 poison divine formation, so it would be troublesome for him to break it. If he wanted to break it, those people would definitely attack him from the outside. Therefore, he dispelled the idea of breaking the formation and sat cross-legged on the spot. He closed his eyes and said, then activate the 5 poison divine formation. Even if I die, I won't hand over the secret technique to you. Everyone raised their heads in anticipation, wanting to see what would happen when the 5 poison divine formation tortured people. Seeing others being tortured made many people look forward to it. You asked for it. Su Liguang's expression turned cold as he said in a deep voice. Divine formation, open. Great Protector Su laughed sinisterly. The great formation opened and all kinds of poisonous mist transformed into lightning and entered Qin Yan's body. After Qin Yan felt the lightning poison enter his body, he immediately controlled the Nether Sun and released an extremely strong devouring power. All the poison was devoured, dissolved and purified by the Nether Sun. This kind of crappy thing is far inferior to the heavenly law divine realm. Qin snickered in his heart. What kind of suffering had he not suffered before? He had even seen poison formations that were stronger than this one. But he pretended to be in pain, rolling on the ground and screaming. Seeing his pained expression, Su Liguang immediately laughed out loud. Great Protector Su, Great Elder Su, Wei Jia, and the others were all wearing sinister grins on their faces. Li Xuanda was very worried that Qin Yan would be tortured to death. Su Liguang sneered, "This is the consequence of touching my woman. Surname Qin, now you know how terrifying the 5 poisons divine formation is, right? If you don't hand over the secret technique, you will be tortured for 100 years. When everyone in the hall saw Qin Yan's pained expression and thought of being tortured for 100 years, they couldn't help but feel their hair stand on end. How terrifying was that? Actually, Qin Yan was not in pain at all. He was just pretending. He struggled and twitched in pain for a while. Suddenly, his eyes rolled back and he lay on the ground, no longer screaming. Black foam and black blood came out of his mouth. His skin was black and emitting black gas. With one look, it was obvious that he was deeply poisoned and was already half dead. Qin Yan's body twitched slightly. It was a tragic sight to behold. Everyone secretly shook their heads. At the same time, they are very afraid of the 5 poisons divine formation. This guy is just a little god. It's normal for him to faint in less than 2 hours. Second Elder Wei said with sneer. Great Protector Su said with smile, "This is for the best. I can use soul-searching technique on him and search his soul's memories to find the secret technique." When Li Xuanda heard this, his taut expression immediately relaxed a lot. As long as he obtained the secret technique and helped him grow enough Xianwing divine grass, he would be able to survive this tribulation. Great Protector Su controlled the 5 poisons divine formation to close. The 5 poison puppets were also stored in the storage magic tool. Qin Yan, who was lying on the ground, suddenly recovered his eyes and a very strong divine power surged out of his body. Everyone in the surroundings immediately turned pale with fright, especially the Su father and son. They never expected that a person who was ravaged by the 5 poisons divine formation would still have such a powerful and vigorous divine power. Wei Jia is very cunning. The few divine talismans hidden in her body suddenly activated and formed a very strong barrier. Just now, she felt the intense killing intent that Qin Yan burst out with. Qin Yan's first target is not Wei Jia but Su Liguang. Su Liguang is a profound god but he is very young and his status is extremely high. Qin Yan originally thought that he would be able to find out a few things about the Thunder Dragon Pearl in this banquet. He never expected that Su Liguang and the others would make their move so quickly. Therefore, he is very disappointed. No matter what, someone must pay the price for his disappointment in this banquet. The moment Qin Yan jumped up, a spear suddenly appeared in Great Protector Su's hand and fiercely stabbed forward. The tip of the spear is black and emitted a sinister green poison gas. Qin Yan used the light transformation sacred pupil and his body flashed like light. At the same time, he took profound steps and strangely circled to Su Liguang's side like a ghost. Boom, the heaven-severing finger power that Qin Yan had been condensing for a long time burst out. Piercing sky. Heaven-severing 9 fingers, piercing sky, the fierce and oppressive absolute yang divine power was condensed and pierced through. Su Liguang was indeed worthy of being the sect leader's disciple. He had a pretty good protective soft armor on his body. In that moment of danger, a very strong divine barrier appeared on his body. However, Qin Yan's index power was simply too strong. It directly pierced through the barrier, pierced through Su Liguang's body, and shattered the origin divine crystal in his body. The surrounding powerful profound god elders were shocked to the extreme. The divine power that a god realm fellow could unleash was actually so strong that it could directly injure a young genius of the profound god realm. What was even more frightening was that even the air shield released by the soft armor was directly broken. Boom. Sensing that there were powerful profound god rushing over from all directions, Qin Yan immediately released an incomparably powerful supergravity domain. As the supergravity domain enveloped the entire hall, everyone immediately felt a majestic and vast power charge down from the top of their heads. Boom, boom. Boom, the hall instantly collapsed. Before those powerful profound god elders could even get close to Qin Yun, they were already suppressed to the point that their footsteps slowed down. The other juniors, on the other hand, were struck by the terrifying gravity to the point that they vomited blood. Wei Jia's heart was filled with extreme fear. She never thought that this man, who seemed to enjoy peace, would actually grasp such a terrifying power. In terms of strength and ability, Su Liguang was far inferior to him. Wei Jia was extremely regretful in her heart. If she had known that Qin Yun was so terrifying, she might not have pretended to chase after Qin Yun. Even though she had a few divine talismans protecting her body, she was still pressed down by the gravity to the point of vomiting blood. She was lying on the ground, unable to turn over. The hall collapsed, and everyone was crushed by a large amount of debris. It had to be said that the dozens of powerful profound god elders here were quite powerful. If they joined hands, they could break through the supergravity. After all, Qin Yun was only at the first level of the divine realm. Facing dozens of old profound goddess, the pressure was indeed quite great. He quickly extended 2 fingers and pointed at Su Liguang. The heaven-extinguishing 9 fingers shot out once again. After pointing out that finger, Qin Yun did not even look at Su Liguang and directly flashed towards the medicine garden. The lower half of Su Liguang's body was hit and turned into flames that splattered everywhere, accompanied by a large amount of shattered stones and tiles. The people in the hall were all covered in dust. When they crawled out of the ruins, they saw the dozens of profound god elders rushing towards the medicine garden. Li Xuanda crawled out of the ruins with a face full of shock. He never thought that the little god would be so terrifying. Wei Jia stared blankly at the fragments around him. Su Liguang screamed miserably again and again. He only had his upper body left, and the part below his navel had been shattered. Furthermore, the destiny crystal in his body had also exploded. It could be said that he had become a complete cripple, living a life worse than death. The most unbelievable thing was that the person who had beaten Su Liguang, a profound god, into such a state was actually just a little god. Furthermore, he had only used 2 moves, and he had even attacked in front of so many old profound god. "You bunch of idiots, look at what you've done." Li Xuanda scolded loudly, "I'm going to be screwed by you guys. That guy is finished. This is the heavenly evil god sect. After causing such a huge commotion, the sect leader will definitely appear." Wei Jia said coldly. "No matter what, I won't be able to complete the mission." When Li Xuanda saw Qin Yun running towards the medicine garden, a string of profanities surged up in his heart. "Don't worry, the sect leader will definitely be able to force him to hand over the secret technique." Wei Jia immediately comforted Li Xuanda. Her Su Lang had already been crippled, so she naturally had to find a new good target. She discovered that Li Xuanda was also a good choice. "You're a woman who has thousands of men on top of tens of thousands of men. Get lost." Li Xuanda was very clear what kind of person Wei Jia was. Qin Yun ran towards the medicine garden and not long after, he returned. The medicine garden had a very strong enchantment. After the enchantment was activated, even those profound god would not be able to attack it easily. Therefore, Qin Yun had enough time to collect the medicinal seedlings. Has the sect leader made his move? Qin Yun was still very calm. He was not afraid of the heavenly evil sect leader. Those old profound goddess were also very shocked. Someone was fighting in the heavenly evil district and was actually not devoured by the soul contract. As long as one entered the heavenly evil district and was not a core disciple of the heavenly evil god sect, they would have to sign a contract and not be allowed to fight in the heavenly evil district. Only the core disciples and upper echelons of the heavenly evil god sect could kill others in the heavenly evil district. Qin Yun had long since removed the contract from his soul. This was not a difficult matter for him at all. In the past few days in the medicine garden, Qin Yun had already collected enough divine spring water and dug a large amount of soil from the ground. Even if he left the medicine garden, he would still be able to plant the Xianxia divine grass. When Qin Yun was collecting the medicinal seedlings, a very powerful divine power suddenly enveloped him. "The sect leader is here." Great Protector Su shouted excitedly. "Sect leader, quickly break through the medicine garden's barrier and get rid of that bastard." Great Elder Wei shouted. Qin Yun had just finished collecting the medicinal seedlings. Boom, the barrier was instantly destroyed by the heavenly evil sect leader. Qin Yin used the light transformation sacred pupil to look at a tall mountain in the distance and instantly arrived at the top of the mountain. The dozens of old Xian goddess of the heavenly evil gods sect felt relieved after feeling the power of the sect leader. The sect master was very strong, far surpassing these old profound goddess. One must know that the heavenly evil sect leader has a god position and came from the divine court of myriad realms before establishing the heavenly evil god sect here. The other elders and protectors of the heavenly evil god sect were recruited by the sect leader later and not from the divine court of myriad realms. The divine court only provided a lot of pills and cultivation techniques or sent inscription masters to help build the heavenly evil god sect. Sect leader, that bastard will definitely die a horrible death. Great Elder Wei said. We must kill that guy. Great Protector Su's eyes are red with anger because his son Su Liguang has been completely crippled. The other elders recalled the scene of Su Liguang being beaten up and felt a lingering fear in their hearts. They are still incomparably afraid of the strength of that little god. If they faced Qin Yin alone, they would not have a chance of winning. Only by joining forces would they dare to chase after Qin Yin. If that bastard is a profound god, I'm afraid we will all be finished today. Second Elder Wei said in a deep voice, why is this person so powerful? In the eyes of many people, Su Liguang is a genius. But there is actually a god realm guy who beat up a profound god realm genius. Thinking of this, everyone secretly exclaimed in their hearts. This kind of thing is also beyond his understanding. Qin Yin is still in the heavenly evil god sect's villa, using the light transformation sacred pupil to fly in the air. His speed is very fast, even if the heavenly evil sect leader wants to catch him, it would not be easy. What makes Qin Yin puzzled is that the heavenly evil sect leader is very strong but not as terrifying as he imagined. Does this sect leader really have a god position? It seems like he is just a relatively strong great god. While flying, Qin Yin secretly felt the aura coming from behind him. Xiao Yun, can a great god have a god position? Ling Yin'er asked, you were the king of gods back then, you should be more clear about the standard of having a god position, right? If you are lucky, a great god can also obtain a god position. Qin Yin nodded, similar to my previous guess, the god position in the Eight Evil Mountain range is relatively weak, otherwise they would not have been sent to this damned place. The environment in the Eight Evil Ridge was not very good. In the Myriad Realms Divine Court, if one had no power or influence, being sent here was equivalent to being banished to the Cold Palace. It didn't take long for Qin Yin to reach the boundary of the heavenly evil god sect's villa. At the boundary of the barrier, Qin Yin executed the penetration divine ability and left the heavenly fiend sect's matter. The heavenly demon sect leader, who was chasing closely behind, was shocked, but he also passed through the barrier in pursuit. One of his disciples was crippled, and he even caused such a huge commotion in the heavenly evil god sect's matter. As the sect leader, if he didn't capture the culprit and bring him back, he would definitely lose his prestige. Seeing the sect leader and Qin Yin fly out of the villa, the dozens of old profound goddess all cried out in alarm. They started to worry again. If the sect master didn't catch that person, he would definitely be laughed at. The heavenly evil zone is very large. Qin Yin is currently flying towards an uninhabited forest area. After arriving at the forest, the heavenly demon sect leader finally made his move. The great god was powerful, and this was the reason why he did not make a move in the heavenly evil sect's villa or the heavenly evil region. Otherwise, there would be countless casualties. Qin Yin deliberately came to the uninhabited forest area to see the strength of the heavenly evil sect leader. A very strange evil power suddenly burst out and attacked Qin Yin. Sensing the evil power, Qin Yin almost laughed out loud in his heart. This heavenly evil sect leader is actually the evil god he is familiar with, he is the trash at the bottom. Qin Yin finally knows why Star God and Xian Rujing looked down on this trash at the bottom. It's just that the great god's cultivation is really not much. Evil god, I trust you have been well since we last met. Qin Yin dodged the evil god's black lightning and said with mischievous smile, we finally meet. You are. The evil god has a very black face, he looks like a middle-aged man but his hair is completely white. The tall and skinny evil god wore black armor, making him look much more ferocious. He held a large saber that gave off an evil aura. He looked at Qin Yin with face filled with shock and said with trembling voice, little ancestor. Qin Yin said with smile, we finally meet, let's have a good chat. While speaking, he took out the floating cloud pagoda and placed it in the forest below. Evil God is somewhat reserved, his heart is filled with apprehension as he followed Qin Yun into the floating cloud pagoda. After entering, he said in low voice, "Little ancestor, is this the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda?" "Indeed, do you recognize this pagoda?" Qin Yun said with smile. "I don't recognize it, but I have heard of it." Evil God exclaimed in admiration. When Divine Desolate was controlled by Love God and Heavenly Law Divine Domain, Evil God never contacted Qin Yun again. Later, he found out that Qin Yun took away the Sun Altar. In Myriad Realms Divine Court, he also found out that Qin Yun was the 9-sun Palace King, the former King of Gods, and has a Divine King Heavenly Seal. Evil God also knows that Qin Yun has the 9-sun Divine Spirit, but he never mentioned it. The 9-sun Palace King is a character from the beginning of the 9-sun Heavenly Domain, someone who caused the Heavenly Law Divine Domain to suffer great losses. "Sit," Qin Yun said with smile. Evil God is still in a half-stupefied state because in the last 100 years, the matter regarding Qin Yun has gradually disappeared. Very few people talked about this influential figure, even the Heavenly Law Divine Domain didn't mention it again. The Evil God had secretly inquired about it and only heard that Qin Yun had been punished by the heavens and was unable to come to the God-level space. This was what the Heavenly Law Divine Domain said. Now that the Evil God saw Qin Yun, he knew that those rumors were nonsense. "Little ancestor, what did you do in the Heavenly Evil God cult?" The Evil God smiled bitterly. "Did you just come to the God Wasteland?" The moment Qin Yun came to the God Wasteland, he caused trouble in his place, causing the Evil God to be very depressed. "There's nothing I can do. Those guys forced me to do it. I've already restrained myself." Qin Yun shook his head and smiled, then explained what had happened. After hearing it, the Evil God said angrily, "That brat Su Liguang, that father and son pair have been using my name to act tyrannically all day long. When I return, I will definitely kill them." "Evil God, do you rarely take care of the matters of the Heavenly Evil God cult?" Qin Yun asked. "Sigh, isn't it all because of that damned Thunder God? He forced me to help him find that whatever ghost god space Thunder Dragon Pearl." When the Evil God mentioned this matter, his face was filled with anger. "I don't even have time to take care of the Heavenly Evil God cult, so I left it to those protectors and elders." Qin Yun said with a smile, "If you find any clues to the Dragon Pearl, what reward will Thunder God give you?" The Evil God immediately gritted his teeth and said, "What the hell did he give me? This bastard is very strong. He forced me to sell my life for him and forced me to sign a soul contract to help him find the Dragon Pearl. He said that as long as I perform meritorious deeds, my servant level will be raised a little." "Servant level?" Qin Yun said with a frown, "Is this Thunder God that arrogant in the Myriad Realms Divine Court? I am currently a third-rank servant of the Thunder God. If I make a contribution, I can become a second-rank servant." The Evil God clenched his fists and said angrily, "If I don't go find the Dragon Pearl, I will be devoured by the soul contract. I only have 1 day of rest every month." Qin Yun said with a gloomy expression, "This Thunder God, sooner or later, I will make him pay the price." "Little ancestor, that Thunder God is very powerful. You don't need to fight him for me." The Evil God waved his hand. "In any case, I have already accepted my fate." Qin Yun said, "On one hand, you want to complete the task given by the Myriad Realms Divine Court, and on the other hand, you want to help the Thunder God? Does the Myriad Realms Divine Court know about this?" The Evil God shook his head and said, "The Myriad Realms Divine Court doesn't care about this. Who told me to not have any backing? Besides, the Thunder God has a very high position in the Myriad Realms Divine Court. No one will offend the Thunder God for a lowly trash like me. Originally, this job was not bad for me. Who knew that there would be a Thunder Dragon Pearl hidden in this area? The Thunder God found me and stepped on my face to force me to sign a soul contract. I can help you remove the soul contract. But you have to help me find the Dragon Pearl." Qin Yun said with a smile. The Evil God is startled and said in disbelief, "Can you really do it?" Qin Yun helped the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother remove the soul contract, and the Evil God also helped him remove it. Therefore, he is very confident. "Of course I can. When I entered the Heavenly Evil region, I signed a contract that I can't fight inside the Heavenly Evil region. Qin Yan said with a smile. Your Excellency Divine King, I am willing to be loyal to you, the evil god immediately said with excitement. Soon after, Qin Yan took out the soul creation heavenly cauldron and used soul refining technique to refine the soul contract of the evil god's soul. After refining, the evil god became extremely excited. He shouted something like Palace King is mighty and Divine King is unparalleled and so on. Your Excellency, I will do my best to help you find the Dragon Pearl. But please don't go find the Thunder God. This guy is very strong and he is very close to the primal chaos race, the evil god said. The Thunder God used to be my disciple. He betrayed me and that's why I fell. Qin Yan said coldly, that bastard wants to usurp my Divine King position. With his little ability, he is not worthy of the Divine King heavenly seal. The evil god said in amazement, he is your Excellency's disciple? And betrayed you? That bastard truly deserves to die. I want to return to the heavenly evil god sect and cultivate wholeheartedly. I will also use the medicine garden to plant some medicinal ingredients to concoct pills. Qin Yan said. Alright, we will go back now. I'll kill those bastards. The evil god said with gloomy and cold expression, those bastards actually did so many dirty things behind my back. I will not let them off. Qin Yan asked, Evil god, can you contact the Myriad Realms Divine Court? The evil god nodded, I can, but every time I contact them, the content will be monitored. Do you have any news about the space god? He is my good friend. Qin Yan asked. Evil god has always been looking forward to Qin Yan coming to God Desolate. When he heard that Qin Yan couldn't come to the upper realms due to heavenly punishment, he felt sad for a while. In his mind, Qin Yan is a very good boss, very worthy of following. Especially now that he was forced by Thunder God to sign a soul contract, he hated the people of Myriad Realms Divine Court to the bone. Evil God prostrated himself in admiration towards Qin Yan. Soul contract is very difficult to remove, especially for a powerful god like Thunder God. It is even more difficult to remove a soul contract. Qin Yan very easily helped Evil God remove the soul contract. Just this point alone made Evil God want to kneel down. Evil God, have you made any progress in searching for the Divine Universe Thunder Dragon Pearl? Qin Yan asked. A little progress, I found traces of Thunder Dragon. That place is very dangerous, I don't dare to go alone. Speaking up to here, Evil God vigorously patted his head and said, I will send this news back to Thunder God, that bastard said he will send people to help me. Thunder God won't come himself? Qin Yan asked. Thunder God's position in Myriad Realms Divine Court is very high, he rarely participates in this kind of thing. Moreover, he doesn't want to have too much contact with a trash like me. Evil God groaned, this bastard has many opponents in Myriad Realms Divine Court, I think he won't be able to leave. Qin Yan got up and walked back and forth a few steps, then said, Did Thunder God say who he will send? How strong are they? He said he will send Rain God. Evil God said, This is the news I sent back 2 or 3 months ago, Rain God is about to arrive. Rain God? Is it an old man? The Rain God Qin Yan knew back then was an old man. Not an old man, a young man. That old man passed on his divine position. I think it was most likely Thunder God who forced him to pass on his position. Evil God said, Rain God's divine position is pretty good. Qin Yan doesn't know how strong Rain God is, but he still hopes to get rid of Thunder God's subordinate. Let's wait for Rain God to arrive first. Qin Yan said, in short, he is Thunder God's subordinate. We can't let him go back. Thunder God's capable subordinates should be eliminated one by one. The evil god nodded and said, Your Excellency, let's return to the Heavenly Evil Villa now. Initially, the sect master had been managing the Heavenly Evil Spirit sect with all his heart. But in the end, the Thunder God came looking for him, and he had no choice but to abandon the Heavenly Evil Spirit sect to search for the Dragon Pearl. Not long after, Qin Yan and the evil god returned to the Heavenly Evil Villa and arrived at the sect palace. The main hall of the Divinity Palace was paved with black stone bricks, and there were several huge round glowing stones hanging from the ceiling. The evil god sat at the top of the hall. When First Elder Wei and the others learned that the cult master had returned and summoned them to the cult palace, they immediately rushed over excitedly. Protector Su was dejected as he carried the other half of Su Liguang's body to the cult palace. Wei Jia was with her father and she didn't even look at Su Liguang. Su Liguang was crippled, and it could be said that he had lost his status. From now on, he was a useless person. She could not be with Su Liguang again. When Su Liguang came into contact with Wei Jia's cold gaze, his heart was filled with anger. He wished that he could kill Wei Jia, but not to mention killing her, it was impossible for him to even touch her. Sect Master, did you personally kill that fellow with the surname Qin? Grand Elder Wei hurriedly bowed and asked. Let's not talk about this first, tell me the whole story. Evil God said coldly, don't tell me that you guys bullied people too much and caused such a thing to happen. Feeling the cold and slightly angry tone of the evil god, the group of old profound gods' heart trembled. Only now did they remember that the sect master of the heavenly evil spirit sect came here to guide the evil devils to turn over a new leaf. And what they did to Qin Yun could be said to be extremely evil, it was definitely not something that a righteous person would do. Sect master, this matter was caused by that guy, he was the one who took liberties with little Jia first. First Elder Wei promptly stood up and replied. Evil God glanced at Wei Jia, his face filled with disdain and ridicule. Evil God knows that Qin Yun's relationship with the star god and the snow goddess is extremely good, how could he have taken a fancy to trash like Wei Jia? Really? Evil God stared at Wei Jia and Great Elder Wei and asked in a deep voice. Absolutely. Great Elder Wei's heart trembled as he promptly replied in a loud voice. How about this, you guys sign a soul contract with me first, then we can talk about this matter. I want to make sure that what you said is the truth. Evil God sneered a few times. Hearing Evil God's words, the expressions of the dozens of old profound goddess present, as well as Great Elder Wei and the others, greatly changed. They never thought that this sect master would actually take this kind of matter so seriously. Sect master, that guy is just someone who has mastered some secret techniques and knows how to grow medicinal herbs. Great Elder Wei said somewhat anxiously, the main reason we are dealing with him is to obtain his secret technique and then hand it over to you, sect master. Evil God said coldly, do you know who that person is? Great Protector Su and the others looked at each other in dismay because they had investigated and found out that Qin Yun had no background at all. At most, he had only come into contact with Qin Huayu and Long Langkai before. However, they all felt that after Qin Huayu and Long Langkai left, they would no longer care about the matters here. Who is he? Great Protector Su saw that Evil God's expression was not right and felt even more terrified in his heart. Evil God sat on a very large chair. Qin Yun suddenly walked out from behind the chair and looked down at the group of people below and said, I didn't want to provoke you guys and I am also very serious about growing medicinal herbs for the heavenly Evil God sect. However, you guys have repeatedly tried to make a move against me. After Qin Yun came out, Evil God immediately stood up and gave up his seat. He said in a low voice, Lord, please sit. Lord, the sect master of the heavenly Evil God sect called Little Qin as Lord, the group of people below all had an expression as if they had seen a ghost. They thought that Qin Yun had already been killed by their sect master. They never expected that nothing would happen to him and he would even become their sect master's Lord. Lord is a very respectful way of addressing someone. Wei Jia's delicate body swayed. She didn't dare to believe that this man who had always been quiet in the medicinal garden was actually so mysterious and powerful that a divine rank god would call him Lord. Su Liguang was completely dumbfounded. Everyone present looked at Qin Yun who was sitting on the sect master's seat in a daze. They suddenly understood why a fellow at the true god realm could beat up a genius at the profound god realm. Because this person was their sect master's boss. Lord, how do you want to deal with them? Evil God asked. Just as Evil God finished asking, Wei Jia immediately knelt down and cried, Young Master Qin, please spare my life. I had no choice, I was forced to cooperate with them to harm you. Please spare my life, I am willing to do anything for you, I am willing to be your slave. She felt that with her beauty, nothing would happen to her. However, she was too confident in herself. Qin Yun said indifferently to Evil God, do as you wish. Great Protector Su, Great Elder Wei and the others suddenly sensed Evil God's dreadful killing intent. They were immediately scared out of their wits. Sect Master, please spare my life. Great Protector Su promptly knelt down and begged for mercy with a trembling voice. Evil God wielded a large saber, turned into a black shadow and ran back and forth among the crowd, crazily waving the saber in his hand. Miserable screams resounded unceasingly in the main hall, blood splattered everywhere. In just a short moment, those dozens of old profound God and some youngsters were all killed by Evil God. Even Su Liguang, who only has half a body, was killed by Evil God. They all saw Lord take action, so we absolutely can't let them live to prevent them from leaking out. Evil God said. There is also Li Xuanda. He should still be in the heavenly evil villa. Xianxia nodded and said. I have already sent people to invite him over. He is from the Li family, but don't worry, when the time comes, I will just say that he went out to play and then his whereabouts are unknown. Evil God chuckled and said, that guy's status is not high, even if he dies, no one will take it seriously. Not long after, Li Xuanda arrived. The corpses in the main hall have already been cleaned up by Evil God. After Li Xuanda arrived and saw Evil God, he promptly saluted respectfully. Sect Master is indeed Sect Master. As soon as you took action, you killed that madman. Li Xuanda said with smile. Li Xuanda, who are you calling a madman? Xianxia suddenly appeared behind Li Xuanda with a smile on his face. He is holding a small fiery red pistol in his hand. It is transformed from the Nine Heavens Dragon Lion cannon. When Li Xuanda heard Xianxia's voice, his expression abruptly changed. After he turned around, he saw Xianxia standing there and pointing something at him. Xiao, a bullet let out a sharp whistling sound. After it was shot out, it pierced through Li Xuanda's abdomen and shattered the divine power life crystal inside his body. Li Xuanda secretly joined hands with Great Elder Wei and Wei Jie to steal his secret technique. Moreover, after obtaining the secret technique, he wanted to kill Qin Yun. Therefore, Qin Yun will not let Li Xuanda off. You. Li Xuanda's heart trembled. He never thought that Qin Yun would actually know that sect master. The evil god suddenly appeared behind Li Xuanda and slapped down with his palm, directly killing Li Xuanda. He said, this guy is from the Myriad Realm's divine court after all. I'm worried that he has something sinister in his hands. Just now, Qin Yun had also tested his small pistol. It could penetrate the defenseless body of the profound god. Sir, you should return to the medicine garden and pretend that nothing happened. When the rain god comes, I'll go find you. The evil god said. Qin Yun's current strength was not strong enough, so he did not rashly search for the Thunder Dragon Pearl. He wanted to go back and raise his cultivation as soon as possible so that he could become a profound god as soon as possible. Once he became a profound god, his strength would not be too weak. Even if he faced those great gods, he would still have the power to protect himself. Qin Yun returned to the medicine garden and continued planting the Xianyi divine grass. Qin Yun returned to the medicine garden and placed the Xianwing divine grass seedlings he collected back into the medicine garden and continued to plant them. Because those medicinal seedlings have received a lot of stimulation, their current state is not very good. In the next few days, Qin Yun very carefully took care of them. During this period, he also used the pill transformation heavenly furnace to refine another Xianwing divine pill. The Xianwing divine pill he refined before was refined with 10,000 grass seeds. And now, he used 50,000 grass seeds to refine a slightly larger Xianwing divine pill. Even though he had cultivated a profound God Dao idol, he felt that there was still room for improvement in that profound God Dao idol. That's why he wants to refine an even larger Xianwing divine pill. Qin Yun is not only cultivating the second divine profound Dao image, he is also strengthening the first one. The divine profound Dao image cultivated by the deity realm must have a solid foundation. When many deities cultivate the divine profound Dao image, they hurriedly cultivate the three divine profound Dao images and then impatiently open the Xian divine veins. This is not right. After opening the Xian divine veins, one can become a Xian god. However, if the divine profound Dao image is not strong enough, the Xian divine veins opened will also be very weak. I want to cultivate the divine profound Dao image to the limit and then open my meridians. This way, when I become a Xian god, my divine power will definitely be much stronger than those of the same level. Qin Yun has cultivated before, so his life's divine cultivation is even more stable. Xiao Yun, can you open the seventh pearl of the Nine Sun Divine Spirit? Ling Yaner asked. Not yet. Qin Yan said, this seventh pearl is very difficult to open. The power required is neither divine power nor mental power. I will have to ask Sister Kiru about the specifics. Qin Yun did not dare to forcefully open the seventh pearl because the seal inside is very powerful. It was created by Mog using the power of the heavenly law pawnshop back then. If he forcefully opened the seventh pearl, it would cause the space inside to collapse and the things inside would be gone. Qin Yan ate the Xianwing divine pill and quietly refined it inside the floating cloud pagoda. Meeting the evil god in the 8 Evil Mountain range and mastering the Xianwing divine grass allowed Qin Yan to cultivate here in peace for a period of time. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yan cultivated for 10 days. He is somewhat depressed because cultivating the second divine profound Tao image is much more difficult than before. How strange. Normally speaking, with the Xianwing divine grass, I can break through even faster. Qin Yan's second divine Xian Dao idol is precisely that small divine hammer. In 10 days' time, he had completely refined that profound wings divine pill. One had to know that the profound wings divine pellet this time was several times more powerful than the one before, but he did not manage to cultivate a mysterious God Tao image. Qin Yan closed his eyes and checked the condition of his body. Nether Sun. Qin Yan suddenly thought of something and concentrated all of his mental power into the Nether Sun. Inside the Nether Sun, there were many golden threads swimming around. Inside each thread, there were even more threads converging together. Those were heavenly Tao divine inscriptions. Qin Yan previously devoured a few heavenly mother's energy. That kind of heavenly Tao power entered the heavenly Tao divine rune. The 9 heavenly veins that fused with his 9 yang divine veins are absorbing the power of the heavenly Tao at all times and entering the heavenly Tao divine rune. Ling Yuner asked, Xiaoyun, did you find anything? Have you found the reason? I found it, it's really inconceivable. Qin Yan said, when I cultivate the mysterious God Tao image now, I am not cultivating a single mysterious God Tao image. What do you mean? Ling Yuner asked. I have several mysterious God Tao images, they can be regarded as a whole but they can also be said to be not. This is a very strange state. Qin Yan said with smile. Ah? Apart from Little Heavenly Lion, Little Divine Hammer and Little Heavenly Dragon, you have other mysterious God Tao images? Ling Yaner is very shocked. I should be able to cultivate 5 mysterious God Tao images. The 4th should be Nether Sun, the 5th should be formed by the heavenly Tao divine rune. Qin Yan laughed and said, when I ate the second Xianwing divine pill, more than half of the energy was absorbed by the Nether Sun and the heavenly Tao divine rune. After finding out the problem, Qin Yan is very happy. This means that he will obtain even stronger power. Both 9 Yang Palace King and King of Gods have less potential than him in this life. I need more Xianwing divine pills. Qin Yan still has a lot of grass seeds in his hands. He wants to select some and refine them into seeds to plant. Medicine God knows how to turn grass seeds into seeds through a secret method. Qin Yan has the help of Heavenly Eye. After observing those grass seeds, he also knows how to turn grass seeds into seeds. In fact, it is necessary to inject a certain amount of energy into the grass seeds and cultivate tooth germs inside the grass seeds. This is not difficult for Qin Yan at all. Very quickly, he produced several tens of thousands of seeds. This medicine garden is very big and it is not full yet. Qin Yan promptly sowed those tens of thousands of seeds in the field. After tossing and turning for several days, Qin Yan finally made the seeds germinate. Only then did he feel at ease to refine pills. Qin Yan finished refining the pill and just ate it. He did not even have time to refine it when Evil God arrived. Evil God entered the medicine garden and waited outside the floating cloud pagoda. Qin Yan controlled the floating cloud pagoda and teleported Evil God to the 20th floor. After Evil God came in, he looked somewhat flustered and said, Boss, Rain God is here. I asked Rain God's followers and learned that there is a very strong God coming together with Rain God. A very strong God? Qin Yan said with frown, what kind of God is that? I still don't know. That follower also doesn't know that Rain God did not enter the heavenly evil region, instead he released a palace outside. That guy is a lot stronger than me, plus he is Thunder God's favorite, he looks down on me. Evil God said. Is the god together with rain god also outside the heavenly evil region? Xianxia asked. I am not too sure. In short, that god did not show himself. I am worried that this guy is very strong and will kill us all. Evil god said anxiously. Then we will talk after we understand the situation of the other god. You go see rain god first and understand the situation. Xianxia is actually very calm and said. Yes. Evil god promptly left. Xianxia thought for a bit, then took out some formation pillars and strengthened the medicine garden's barrier. Just as he finished setting up the formation, one of his soul-chasing talismans reacted. Xianxia promptly took out the soul-chasing talisman and said in amazement, It is Sister Rujing's soul-chasing talisman, is she nearby? According to the soul-chasing talisman's reaction, Xian Rujing is still some distance away from him, she is not nearby. Within a certain range, soul fluctuation can be sensed by the soul-chasing talisman. Night time. Xianxia released a beast skin formation at the top of the floating cloud pagoda to contact Little Phoenix. Little Phoenix is now in the southeast direction of the heavenly evil region. Why would she appear there? Xianxia asked. Southeast direction? Roughly how far? Little Phoenix asked. Xianxia gave a few approximate distances. Little Phoenix said, probably out of the 8 Evil Mountain Range, probably at Medicine King City. After a period of time, Medicine King City will become very lively. Medicine King City? Xianxia said in pleasant surprise, after I become profound god, I will go to Medicine King City. Why is it so lively there? Because it is a Pil Grand Assembly, hosted by Medicine King Qin. Little Phoenix said with smile, there will be many people participating at that time, maybe I will also go. This time, I planted very beautiful flowers, I will participate in the Flower King contest. There is such a thing. Then why is Sister Rujing going there? Xianxia asked. Brother Xiaoyun, Sister Rujing might want to take a look and see if there is any good divine medicine to brew wine. She is very fond of drinking wine now. Little Phoenix said with smile. Little Phoenix, I will contact you if I need anything. Xianxia said. Alright, see you Brother Xiaoyun. Little Phoenix said sweetly. Xianxia looked at the soul-chasing talisman in his hand and said in low voice, If Sister Rujing knows I am here, I wonder if she will come over or not. Xian Rujing also has a soul-chasing talisman, if she senses Xianxia is here, she might come over. Night time, evil god arrived. This time he did not smoothly enter the medicine garden because Xianxia strengthened the barrier to prevent rain god from rushing in. Xianxia let evil god in. Evil god arrived at the top of the floating cloud pagoda and said, Boss, don't worry, rain god will not come here. He said that this is a lowly place, he won't come here. That's good. Xianxia said with laugh. I inquired about the god beside him, it is Snake God. That guy is very awesome, he is a very strong poisonous snake. Evil god said. Snake God? Xianxia said with smile, if it is truly Snake God, then I am not too worried. Yang is a divine bird, she loves to chase down those small snakes and such. Boss, Rain God is preparing to leave for that dangerous place to search for clues about the Dragon Balls. He wants me to accompany him. Evil God said, he doesn't want to go at all. Take me with you. Xianxia said. This. Boss, your cultivation is so low, I am afraid you will have an accident. Evil God is truly worried about Xianxia. It doesn't matter, I will break through on the way. I remember you said that place is very far, right? Xianxia said. Evil God nodded, Rain God said that he will leave in 3 months. Will we have enough time? Enough. Xianxia nodded and said. 3 months is enough for him to plant Xianwing divine grasses. Moreover, by that time, he might have already cultivated his 3rd divine Xiandao idol. Rain God is also a great god, he is a bit stronger than Evil God. This is mainly because Rain God follows Thunder God, so he has very good equipment. After Evil God left, Xianxia immediately began cultivating. If everything goes smoothly, after obtaining the Dragon Balls, I will go to Qinyao King City and meet Sister Rujing. Xianxia also wants to see this female wine god. Xiao Yuelan said that because Xian Rujing has not seen Xianxia for many years, she has been drowning her sorrows in wine. Because of this, she has produced many good wines and gained the nickname of Wine God. I wonder if big sister Rujing will come in 3 months' time. If she only cares about drinking and doesn't pay attention to the spirit-chasing talisman, then maybe she won't come. Qin Yan stored away the spirit-chasing talisman. While refining the Xianwing divine pill, he is also comprehending 9 Sun world extermination scripture. The seeds of the Xianwing divine grass he planted earlier are enough for Qin Yan to use for a period of time. Originally, he estimated that the seeds of the profound wings divine grass would be enough for him to break through to the late true God realm and cultivate 3 profound God Dao statues. Later he discovered that each of his divine profound Dao images requires a lot of energy to be condensed. Especially the hidden divine profound Dao images, like Nether Sun and Heavenly Dao divine runes, they can transform into divine profound Dao images. This means that he will need to consume even more Xianwing divine grass. Luckily he has enough Xianwing divine grass. The Xianwing divine grass planted in the medicine garden can also grow very quickly. I wonder if Sister Rujing will come or not. Qin Yan only hopes that when Xian Rujing comes, she can smoothly meet him. Inside the Heavenly Evil Spirit sect, Evil God takes care of the medicine garden, so other people don't dare to approach. Although the herb garden was in the Heavenly Evil sect, it still belonged to the alchemy god. That's because the barrier and array were provided by the alchemy god. Over the past few days, Qin Yan had also discovered that the soil in the herb garden had been specially nourished by the underground array formation. The formation can absorb the divine spring's water and guide it into the soil. Then it cooperates with the formation's special power to transform the soil, allowing the medicinal plants to grow even better. Therefore, even if Rain God knows that the Heavenly Evil Spirit sect's medicine garden can grow many Xianwing divine grasses, he does not dare to act recklessly here. Offending the medicine god inside the myriad realm's divine court will result in grave consequences. Medicine god and pill god are brothers, their strength is deep and unfathomable. Moreover, their connections are very wide and they are highly respected in the myriad realm's divine court. Many powerful gods would go to these 2 brothers when they needed special pills. In the blink of an eye, 1 month passed by. Qin Yan has finally cultivated the second divine profound Dao image. It is the small divine hammer transformed from the heavenly Dao flame. After the small divine hammer transformed into the divine profound Dao image, if it is attached to the 9 Sun divine hammer, its might will become even stronger. Qin Yan tried summoning the nether realm heavenly lion inside the medicine garden. Then he let the small heavenly lion attach itself to the nether realm heavenly lion's body. In most cases, he only needed to fuse the heavenly lion Dao image into his body. Now I will start cultivating that little dragon. Once all 3 Dao images are cultivated, the divine power released together will surely be even stronger. After Qin Yan cultivated the second divine profound Dao image, the might of his divine power increased by several times. In front of him, if an ordinary profound god did not have good equipment to defend themselves, they would not be able to withstand a few moves and would be killed. Yang, the 9th heaven sparrow, wasn't idle either. She often cultivated in the herb garden. The herb garden's array could gather the power of the divine sons of the myriad worlds. Yang also liked to absorb the divine power released by the myriad realm's divine sun very much, and the speed of absorption was very fast. In the blink of an eye, the black-winged divine grass in the medicine garden had matured. It was almost time for the rain god to set off to find the thunder dragon balls. After the mystic winged divine grass matured, Qin Yan took away a lot of them. He only left behind 2,000 mystic winged divine grass for the medicine god to send people to collect. Qin Yan has already obtained millions of grass seeds. He won't need to plant them for a long time. In the past few days, other than cultivating, he also did many sneaky things. For example, he dug the soil from the depths of the medicine garden to obtain the 9 Sun divine spirit. Or he quietly entered the divine spring and took away a few spring source stones from the mouth of the spring. The spring source stone is a very special kind of stone. It is hidden deep underground, but it can quickly absorb the power of the myriad realm's divine sun and then condense a lot of water. Qin Yan placed the spring source stone into the 9 Sun divine spirit and used it to absorb the power of the myriad realm's divine Sunday. It can also make the spring source stone produce the water of the divine spring. The medicine god sent someone to retrieve the medicinal ingredients. The person who came is actually Qin Huayu, Qin Huayu is wearing a medicine master's pink robe. The robe is embroidered with some very beautiful flower pictures, making her even more tender and charming. Little Qin, I have to thank you for becoming the medicine god's disciple. Qin Huayu said with a chuckle, at the medicine god's place, I mainly learn how to grow flower-type medicinal ingredients. Big sister Qin, I still have other things to do, I can't continue to stay here and plant medicinal ingredients. Qin Yan said. And, you helped that guy Li Xuanda plant so many medicinal ingredients, he really got off lightly. Qin Huayu is inside the medicine garden, she looked all around and said with frown, where is that bastard Li Xuanda? He is actually not here, does he leave everything to you? Qin Yan laughed and said, he went out for 2 to 3 months, he never came back. Don't worry about him, I will help you collect the Xianwing divine grasses. Qin Huayu came with a few old men, she said with a chuckle, no need, leave the matter of collecting Xianwing divine grasses to us. Qin Yan only left behind 2,000 Xianwing divine grasses, but to the medicine god, this is a lot. Qin Huayu actually knows that many Xianwing divine grasses have been stolen by Qin Yan. She doesn't blame Qin Yan for being greedy, on the contrary, she is very happy in her heart. Big sister Qin, I heard that your Medicine King city is holding some kind of grand meeting, it is very lively. Qin Yan asked because it is very likely that Xian Rujing is in Medicine King city. Qin Huayu promptly said with smile, indeed, Medicine King assembly is held every once in a while. Sometimes it is held every few years, sometimes it is held every 10 years. It mainly depends on the situation. When the time comes, a large number of people with rare and exotic flowers and rare herbs will gather. Although the grand meeting has not started yet, our Medicine King city is already very lively. It is said that many gods with god position will be participating. As for when it will start, it is not confirmed yet. Qin Yan actually wants to go and see what kind of good divine medicine he can collect. Xiao Qin, when are you going to Medicine King city? I will be returning home after a period of time to participate in the Medicine King assembly. Qin Huayu said. I am still not sure, I will go as soon as possible. Qin Yan said with smile, if big sister Qin is also in the city at that time, please take good care of little brother. Qin Huayu narrowed her eyes and said with smile, of course, remember to come. After collecting the Xianwing divine grass, Qin Huayu did not immediately return. She wants to wait for Li Xuanda to return and then bring him back. Only Qin Yan and Evil God know that Li Xuanda has been killed. They can only say that Li Xuanda has left the heavenly evil region. Li Xuanda is a small member of Myriad Realm's divine court, he was sent in by Li family. Now that he is in the heavenly evil region, he has the freedom to come and go as he pleases. So it is not strange that he wants to leave on his own. In order to avoid suspicion, he disguised himself as Li Xuanda and ran out of the heavenly evil region. Moreover, he pretended to be very arrogant so that people will have a deeper impression of him. Big sister Qin, have you ever heard of Nangong Shuiru in Myriad Realm's divine court? Qin Yan asked. Ah? Sister Shuiru? Of course I have heard of her, she is my goddess. Qin Huayu very excitedly said, she is now in Medicine God matter, she is helping Master Medicine God deal with a very difficult problem. Even Master Medicine God admires her ability. Nangong Shuiru is indeed very proficient in growing medicinal plants. Moreover, she has obtained Mother Moon's inheritance. So after she becomes God, her ability in this aspect will surely increase greatly. Furthermore, she has the Sun Moon Divine Bowl given to her by Qin Yun. It can condense the power of sun and moon, it can allow medicinal plants to grow very quickly. Moreover, they will grow very well. Divine Moon World's Guanghan Palace's women are all very awesome. I really want to enter Guanghan Palace but I don't have any connections. Qin Huayu's expression is filled with yearning as she looked at the sky. Properly work hard. Once you have sufficient foundation and formidable strength, you will be able to grasp the opportunity and enter Guanghan Palace. Qin Yan said with smile. Qin Huayu nodded and said with smile, Xiao Qin, your rune planting method is very awesome, it gave me many ideas. Even Medicine God Master repeatedly praised it. Qin Huayu doesn't know that her Medicine God Master became Medicine God because he received help from Qin Yun, the God King. Therefore, they are good friends. But now, Qin Yan can't be sure if Medicine God is trustworthy or not. After all, Myriad Realm's divine court has Love God and Thunder God. Their methods are very despicable. It is very likely that they will use despicable methods to force Medicine God and Pill God to pledge loyalty to them. For example, Evil God was trampled on by Thunder God and forced to sign a soul contract. Qin Huayu waited for less than half a day but did not see Li Xuanda return. She had no choice but to return to Myriad Realm's divine court. Qin Yan returned to Floating Cloud Pagoda and said in low voice, "We will set off in 4 days. At that time I should be able to cultivate the 4th divine Xian Dao image." Qin Yan has already cultivated the 3rd divine Xian Dao image, Divine Dragon Dao image. After he cultivated 3 normal Dao images, he sensed that Nether Sun needs to be cultivated to Divine Xian Dao image. This means that he will need to consume even more Xian Wing Divine Grass. As for what will happen after he cultivates it, Qin Yan is not sure. 4 days later, Qin Yan put away Floating Cloud Pagoda and left the medicine garden. He put on simple and unadorned grey clothes and followed behind Evil God. Outside the Heavenly Evil District, there is a very large palace. That palace is the residence of Rain God and Snake God. Evil God wants to lead them to the place where Divine Cosmic Thunder Dragon once appeared. It is very likely that the Dragon Pearl is hidden there. Rain God and Snake God are not weak, they are both stronger than Evil God. Therefore, Evil God can only act like a grandson in front of him. Rain God and Snake God did not bring any subordinates with them because they feel that the 2 of them are enough. While on the road, Rain God and Snake God both have their own flying magic tool. It is a small flying boat. Evil God also has a flying boat, but it seems to be very inferior. Qin Yan and Evil God are now squeezed into the flying boat, flying at the very front. The Evil God did not have a direct understanding of Qin Yan's strength. At most, he only knew that Qin Yan was able to defeat the profound god Su Liguang when he was at the early stages of the true God realm. But now, Qin Yan had to face the god-level Rain God and Snake God. Evil God believes that no matter how strong Qin Yan is, he will not be able to defeat these 2 great gods. "How much stronger are Rain God and Snake God than you?" asked Qin Yan. "Old. Little Qin, I don't know how much stronger they are than me," the Evil God said in a low voice. In order to not expose his identity, Qin Yan asked the Evil God to call him Little Qin. Qin Yan shook his head and smiled. "Evil God, you lack confidence. Do you really think that you're inferior to them?" The Evil God sighed. "There's something you don't know. The Rain God and the Snake God are both subordinates of the Thunder God. They have relatively high status under the Thunder God. Otherwise, the Thunder God would not have helped them obtain the divine throne. Does having a high status mean that they are strong?" Qin Yan has never seen Rain God and Snake God because they are too good at acting. They can't even be bothered to meet evil gods. That's for sure. They were valued by the Thunder God, so they received a lot of equipment. When the Evil God mentioned this matter, he said very helplessly, "Although it is now the deity desolate, it is still very competitive. I don't even have a hair, how can I compare to them?" Qin Yan drew with his hands and set up a barrier. He sealed the inner cabin of the flying boat, preventing the aura from leaking out. After that, he withdrew a violet gold divine universe sword and a set of violet gold heavenly armor. The Evil God was quite knowledgeable. When he saw what Qin Yan took out, he nearly cried out. "Boss, no. Little Qin. This seems to be something from the natural law divine realm." The Evil God's eyes lit up as he said excitedly. Qin Yan said with smile, "This is for you, take it." The Evil God immediately thanked Qin Yan excitedly. Only a small amount of Divine Universe Amethyst powder was added to the weapons refined from Divine Universe Amethyst. Once the powder's energy was used up, these weapons and armors would lose their use. They could be said to be divine weapons and armors that had a lifespan. However, at crucial moments, it could be very useful. Qin Yan told the Evil Gods about this flaw. He told them to pay attention to the Divine Sword and Divine Armor's energy. If they didn't have enough, they shouldn't use them. "Evil God, if you were to face the Rain God and the Snake God now, you should have the confidence to defeat them, right?" Qin Yan said, "You are a veteran expert after all. Are those 2 youngsters no match for you?" At this moment, the Evil God's confidence also doubled. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, boss. I'm not afraid of them anymore. Call me Little Qin." Qin Yin reminded and said with a smile, "My current cultivation is limited. When I become stronger in the future and grasp more divine-level materials, I will be able to refine even better equipment for you." The evil god had followed many bosses before. Those bosses' cultivation levels were higher than Qin Yun's, but none of them were as generous as Qin Yun. God equipment made from divine universe amethyst had a limited lifespan, which was a huge drawback. However, in the eyes of the evil god, it was already something to be happy about. The flying boat flew in the air at a relatively fast speed. Inside the small flying boat, Qin Yin closed his eyes and calmly refined the Xianxia divine pill. He wants to cultivate the divine Xian Dao image that he wants to cultivate as soon as possible. Only by cultivating the divine Xian Dao image would he be able to open the divine veins. In the divine wasteland, most people could only cultivate 3 divine Xian Dao images. It wasn't that they didn't want to cultivate more, it was just that they couldn't wait. Not everyone could control as many cultivation resources as Qin Yun. Many gods might not even be able to cultivate a single divine Xian Dao image even after holding back for hundreds or thousands of years. It was not easy for them to cultivate 3 divine Xian Dao images, so of course they had to quickly open their divine veins and become profound god, so as to not be laughed at by others. But Qin Yun was different. Not only did he have to dig out more divine Xian Dao images to cultivate, he also had to cultivate each divine Xian Dao image to the extreme. Only by doing this would he be able to dig out all the hidden power in his body. "Little Qin, you seem to have just reached the early stage of the god realm. It hasn't been long and you're already at the late stage of the god realm. How did you do this?" the evil god asked in a low voice. The evil god was only a great god and he had been stuck at this stage for a long time. He also wanted to break through quickly but he had no other choice. "Xianxia divine pill," Qin Yin said with a smile. "Ah? You still know how to refine pills?" the evil god said in shock. "I thought that you were only very strong in inscription refining and knew how to grow medicine." You might not believe it, but when the pill god and the medicine god were still young, they received my guidance. As a result, they had a strong interest in pills. Later on, they became the pill god and the medicine god. Qin Yin recalled the past and sighed. "Ah, there's such a thing." The evil god immediately said, "I believe it, I believe it." As expected of the king of gods. Qin Yin shook his head and smiled. "Back then, I only grasped a relatively shallow pill technique and did not cultivate it in depth. On the contrary, the pill god and the medicine god had great achievements in this field." The evil god said with a smile, "If it wasn't for you leading them into the Tao, they wouldn't have achieved what they have today." In the evil god's heart, he admired Qin Yun even more. He also understood why Qin Yun didn't go find his old friends from back then. It was because he couldn't be sure if they were trustworthy or not. "I thought that the thunder god would personally come, otherwise I would have asked him about the whereabouts of the space god," the evil god said with sigh. He knows that the relationship between the space god and Qin Yun is very good and that the space god is trustworthy. It doesn't matter, old brother space will surely become the space god that everyone revered. Qin Yun said with smile. The space god, medicine god, pill god, star god, and so on are all very powerful gods. In the eyes of the evil god, they are all unreachable existences. However, they are all Qin Yun's friends. After flying for 2 months, the flying boat suddenly stopped. During these 2 months, Qin Yun is certain that the nether sun is evolving. Because the nether sun has absorbed a great amount of Xianxia divine pill's energy, Qin Yun believes that it will transform into a mysterious spirit Tao image. Fortunately, he has many Xianxia divine pills in his hands, so that the nether sun can absorb as much energy as possible to evolve. The flying boat stopped and floated in the sky above a purple-black wasteland. This purple-black wasteland is filled with very berserk thunder and lightning power. There are also remnants of very strong dragon power. In the middle of the wasteland, there is a very deep and bottomless pit that is several 10,000 meters wide. Evil God's small flying boat is hovering about 10,000 meters away from the pit. But from here, one can see that from time to time, the pit is emitting berserk thunder and lightning. "Evil God, why aren't you moving?" A voice filled with cold intent arrived. It is Rain God who is asking. Rain God is sitting inside his beautiful small golden flying boat, his tone is filled with anger. Big brother Rain God, I don't dare to move. It is too dangerous ahead, I will die. Evil God said in fear. Are you trying to say that you want the two of us to scout the way for you? Snake God's voice is very gloomy. His small black flying boat has a tongue that is spitting out a black snake apricot. Dog thing, you should know your own status. Rain God said in cold voice, you are following Great King Thunder God, you must be prepared to sacrifice your life for Great King Thunder God. Evil God immediately cursed Thunder God, Rain God, and Snake God in his heart. Xianxia nodded at Evil God and said, let's go, don't be afraid. Evil God can only brace himself and control the small flying boat to continue flying forward. When he discovered the pit before, he didn't dare to approach it because it is too dangerous. Who knows what is down there? When the small flying boat flew over, Xianxia held the floating cloud rod in his hand and used it as a lightning rod. The 9-dragon heavenly origin formation is placed inside the floating cloud rod. If the berserk thunder and lightning strikes, it will be drawn into the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. It must be known that the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation is refined using 9 extremely powerful altars. It is enough to block this kind of berserk thunder and lightning. When the small flying boat flew over, no thunder and lightning struck it. Even when it flew over the pit, the thunder and lightning did not touch the small flying boat. Along the way, Evil God was scared out of his wits. What made him admire is that Xianxia's calm expression. Inside the small flying boat, Xianxia and Evil God can see Rain God and Snake God's small flying boat slowly flying over. When they saw that Evil God's small flying boat is fine, they felt that their small flying boat will also be fine. When Rain God and Snake God's small flying boat flew over, their speed is rather slow. It can be seen that they are somewhat afraid of the surrounding thunder and lightning. Soon, their small flying boat arrived at the edge of the pit. The pit is very deep and the bottom can't be seen. They only know that there is a very strong thunder and lightning power at the bottom. From time to time, it will erupt with a very strong dragon power. When the dragon power erupts, it will shoot dragon-shaped lightning into the sky. It is very frightening. When Rain God and Snake God's small flying boat entered the sky above the pit, several lightning bolts suddenly shot up from the bottom of the pit. Boom boom boom, the lightning bolts hit the 2 small flying boats. The 2 small flying boats that looked very valuable and had very strong defense were instantly destroyed. Rain God and Snake God, who are inside, flew out in fear. These 2 guys are just youngsters. Xianxia said with a sneer. When he saw Rain God and Snake God, he knew that under normal circumstances, these 2 youngsters would not be able to obtain God positions. Their God positions must have been obtained with the help of Thunder God. In the past, it was very difficult to snatch God positions. However, Thunder God has the means to force other gods to pass down their God positions. Because the God positions of some weak gods were snatched away by Thunder God, the strong gods of the myriad realms' divine court turned a blind eye. If someone asked, Thunder God would deceive them. No one could do anything to him. After Rain God and Snake God's small flying boat was torn apart by the violent thunder and lightning, they all fled. Because they are wearing very good defense armor, they were not injured by the thunder and lightning. However, they were so scared that their faces were palpitating. The 2 young-looking gods cursed the Evil God in their hearts. Evil God also wanted to curse because he didn't know what was going on. He looked at Xianxia and suddenly felt that the lightning was most likely controlled by Xianxia. Evil God, curse back. Lure them over. Xianxia said in a low voice. Is this really okay? The Evil God was a little worried. What if they kill their way here? Then they are dead. Xianxia said with smile. The Evil God hesitated for a while and then shouted, Rain God and Snake God, you 2 trash gods are the dogs. You 2 bastards lick Thunder God all day long and want to eat his shit. How dare you call me a dog? The Rain God and the Snake God were stunned. They did not expect that the Evil God, who was previously afraid of them, would dare to scold them now. Evil God, are you tired of living? The Snake God said angrily, hurry up and die. You 2 bastards are the ones who are tired of living. I'm not going over. What can you do to me? You 2 little pieces of trash, go back and eat Thunder God's shit. You want to be Thunder God's lackeys with that little bit of ability? The evil god laughed. Bastard, I'm going to chop you into pieces. Rain deity shouted furiously. Chop off your head. You two weak dogs don't even have the strength to chop vegetables, let alone chop me. The evil god laughed and said, you two dogs only know how to eat Thunder God's shit, ha ha ha. Evil god went all out and scolded them to his heart's content. He had long wanted to scold Snake God and Rain God like that. You're dead. The rain deity was furious. Seeing that the lightning above the deep pit had disappeared, he immediately rushed over with a long blue blade in his hand. The snake god also rushed over at that moment. He held a black, snake-like longsword in his hand and stabbed at the small flying boat. Two powerful divine powers filled with violence and malice locked onto the small flying boat. Suddenly, a large area of lightning appeared in the deep pit, like a fountain. The lightning surged up from the pit and into the sky. Ah! The rain deity and the serpent deity held in pain. It had to be said that their equipment was very strong. They were still alive after withstanding such a violent lightning strike. Of course, their injuries were not light. After rushing out of the lightning tide, they distanced themselves from the deep pit. The evil god's flying boat is completely fine because Xianxia's floating cloud rod can not only avoid lightning, it can also attract lightning. The lightning in the pit was drawn up by him. When the Nine Dragons' heavenly origin formation is activated, it can draw in all kinds of berserk energy, using it to form a very strong killing formation. The evil god was dumbfounded. He thought that his small flying boat would be destroyed by the rain god and the snake god. He did not expect that nothing would happen. On the other hand, the serpent god and the rain god were forced to flee. Chase them, Xianxia said. The evil god was very excited because this was a great opportunity to kill the rain god and the snake god. He had wanted to kill them for a long time. The rain god and the snake god were heavily injured. They flew slowly in the air. When they saw the evil god's small flying boat, they immediately cursed. Evil god, you dog, if you bring us back to the heavenly evil region, we can spare your life. Rain deity saw the small flying boat and shouted. You are the dogs. The evil god suddenly ran out of the small flying boat. He was wearing the purple gold heavenly armor and holding the purple gold divine universe sword. Pa, the evil god used the sword to slap the rain god's face and shouted, a dog like you wants to order me? The rain god was sent flying and fell to the ground. He is extremely shocked in his heart. He did not expect that the evil god would have something like the purple gold heavenly armor. Evil god, you are finished, the snake god furiously shouted. His body suddenly transformed into a black poisonous snake. This huge snake is several hundred feet long, its body is very thick, its black head is flat and its body is emitting black poisonous gas. Ha ha ha. The old snake has transformed into his original body. Evil god, your time of death has come, the rain god laughed loudly. After Xianxia came out of the small flying boat, he released Xianxia. A sharp bird cry came out, the heaven and earth suddenly became incomparably scorching hot. A flame appeared in the sky. A huge divine bird appeared, dragging 9 beautiful tail feathers. Its entire body is flickering with purple gold red light. It looks beautiful and powerful. Xianxia saw a very powerful snake and immediately became extremely excited. She flapped her wings and directly turned the earth into a sea of fire. The snake god and the rain god immediately screamed in fear. Rain god, quickly rain. The snake god scurried around in the sea of fire. Xianxia kept flapping its wings, shooting out flames that were accompanied by waves of divine power. This divine power is like a beautiful feather, also like a very powerful sword that enveloped the ground. Rain god has already been stabbed several times by the purple gold divine universe sword and is now floating in the air. Xianxia, don't kill him so quickly, Xianxia yelled. Evil god saw the divine bird and realized that it is the 9th heaven Xian sparrow. That is a very powerful sun spirit. The rain god is already scared silly. Even if he is not caught, he will not be able to reign for a while. He looked at Xianxia in fear. He knows that the evil god has found a new backer, so he is not afraid of him. Not to mention that snake, even if it is a dragon, the 9th heaven Xian sparrow is not afraid. Big brother, that guy is half dead from being burned. Remember to leave some for me to eat, the divine power on his body is very fresh. Moreover, I almost roasted him. Yang said with smile. Got it. Qinyan said with smile. Yang returned to the nine-sun divine soul. Qinyan let evil god go down and take out the divine power life crystal from the snake god's body. The snake god's divine position is a small snake statue. Qinyan threw the great god to Yang to eat and then sealed the snake god's divine position. The snake god is not completely dead because his soul is still inside the divine position. Qinyan was the king of gods. He naturally knew how to deal with such a situation. If he did not quickly snatch the deity position, he would not be able to survive. If he doesn't quickly snatch the divine position will descend to any place in the divine desolate and the snake god will reincarnate. Qinyan took out the floating cloud pagoda and brought evil god and rain god inside. Rain god has been tied up by evil god, placed on the ground and stepped on. Evil god. You actually betrayed great King Thunder God, are you not afraid of soul contract? Rain god loudly cursed. Bullshit soul contract, I am not afraid of that kind of thing. Evil god laughed loudly. I thought it would be very difficult to deal with these two guys, I did not expect them to be weaker than I imagined. Qinyan sat on a chair and looked at rain god kneeling on the ground. He faintly smiled and said, Thunder God is really something, a divine position is such an important thing but he actually gave it to these useless things. Rain God raised his head and looked at Qinyan, his heart is filled with fear. Evil God is not afraid of soul contract, clearly it has been removed, a person who can remove soul contract can be said to possess extremely heaven-defying ability. Rain God also recalled the scene of the ninth heaven Xian Sparrow's appearance. That is a sun spirit transformed into a sun god beast, a very powerful god beast. Who is this person in front of him? Although Rain God is very afraid, he wants to know who this person is. Don't be complacent, we have divine position, we are immortal. Rain God said with sneer, we are very young, after we die and reincarnate, as long as we meet Thunder God, he will know everything. White light suddenly appeared on Qinyan's hand, his eyes turned purple-red as he stared at Rain God. Rain God's body trembled under Qinyan's gaze. Evil God, let him stand up. Qinyan said. Yes boss. Evil God immediately lifted Rain God up. Qinyan's hand, which is emitting white light, suddenly extended towards Rain God's head and grabbed a bead. There are 9 water droplet-shaped things inside the pearl, they look like precious stones, they are very beautiful. This is my Rain God divine position. You. What did you do? How can you deprive me of my divine position? Rain God shouted in fear. Qinyan took out the divine king heavenly seal and placed it on Rain God's divine position. He said in cold voice, take back the divine position. Divine king heavenly seal. You are. Rain God is so scared that he can't even speak. Because he learned from Thunder God that only those with divine king heavenly seal can completely deprive others of their divine position. That's right, this is the God King. Even that tramp Thunder God calls himself king? His face is really big. The evil god snorted coldly and beat the rain deity again. Rain God is often together with Thunder God, he knows that the divine king heavenly seal is in the hands of that Nine-Yang Palace King. However, Thunder God is very sure that Qinyan cannot come to Divine Desolate. Boss, do you want to do it or should I? Evil God asked. Let me do it. Let him have a taste of the Heavenly Seal's punishment. Qinyan firmly held the Divine King Heavenly Seal and pressed it on Rain God's head. Rain God immediately screamed, hoo-oo, in a flash, Rain God's body turned into white ash. This Heavenly Seal's punishment is so powerful. This guy's soul flew away and scattered, right? Evil God said in amazement, he is also secretly afraid of the Divine King Heavenly Seal. Yes, both his and Snake God's divine position have been taken back by me. Divine King Heavenly Seal did not have this much power before, now it is getting stronger and stronger, I really didn't expect it. Qinyan faintly smiled. The reason why Divine King Heavenly Seal is like this is because all divine positions are special altars. These altars can transfer energy to the Divine King Heavenly Seal, making it stronger. After Qinyan arrived at Divine Desolate, he gradually sensed it. Divine King Heavenly Seal only changed after Divine Desolate appeared. Back when Qin Yun was the God King, he did not have this kind of feeling. He suspects that this is related to the appearance of Myriad Realm's Divine Son. Boss, let's quickly go down and find the Dragon Balls. Evil God felt very happy after beating up Rain God. Qin Yun stored the Divine King Heavenly Seal and said, let's go. After I obtain the Dragon Balls, I will go to Qin Yao King City. Evil God and Qin Yun jumped into the deep hole together. Qin Yun's floating cloud rod can avoid lightning, so they are very safe when going down. Not long after, they reached the bottom. Divine Universe Thunder Dragon is dead. After Qin Yun came down, he used Heavenly Eye and saw a very large dragon skeleton. The dragon skeleton is transparent, it looks like a crystal but inside it is full of thunder and lightning. Evil God looked at the huge dragon skeleton and said in low voice, this huge hole seems to have only appeared recently. Divine Universe Thunder Dragon was sealed here. After he died, the energy inside his body rushed out and accumulated for a period of time before breaking through the barrier and creating this huge hole. Qin Yun did not return to Heavenly Evil Region, he wants to go to Qin Medicine King City. The Evil God, on the other hand, went back to settle some matters. He would also leave the Heavenly Evil Zone and the 8 Evil Ridge. He had long since wanted to stay in this godforsaken place. The Rain God and the Snake God had been killed. If the Thunder God found out, he would definitely rush to the Heavenly Evil Zone personally. At that time, he would naturally find out that there was something wrong with the Evil God. Therefore, Qin Yun made the Evil God go missing and temporarily not return to the Divine Court of the Myriad Worlds. Originally, when Evil God joined the Myriad Worlds Divine Court, he wanted to have a place to stay and get some equipment and rewards. Who knew that he would be targeted by Thunder God and almost be killed? Thankfully, he met Qin Yun and was finally free. With Qin Yun as their backer, the evil gods didn't care about the divine palace of the Myriad Worlds at all. Qin Yun arranged for the evil gods to help him investigate the 8-9 Sons sects. Those 8-9 Sons sects had once encircled him, causing his 9 Sons sect to be destroyed. He still remembered this debt. After the formation of the Divine Wasteland, the 8-9 Sons sects also underwent a huge change. They were no longer in their original places. They were originally powerful sects in the Divine Wasteland, so they immediately occupied a better treasure land to build their sections. The gods' desolate was huge, but not every place was a treasure ground. Only those powerful sects had enough manpower and resources to find the best treasured land to build their own sect or a city to develop their own power. Qin Yun is on the Heaven Leaping Shuttle, he is flying towards Qin Yao King City. He had previously contacted Little Phoenix and asked it to guide him to the location of Medicine King City so that he wouldn't have to take any detours. When he was in the Heavenly Evil District, he originally wanted to wait for the Myriad Worlds Divine Court's ship, but now he didn't know when the ship would arrive, so he could only fly to Qin Yao Royal City. The evil god had said that the Heavenly Evil Zone was not valued by the Divine Court of the Myriad Worlds, so the ships that were sent were very unpredictable. For example, right now, many people were rushing to Qin Yao Royal City. The Myriad Worlds Divine Court's ships naturally went to the wealthier places to pick up people. In this way, the big ship of the Divine Court of Myriad Worlds could also earn more resources. Little Yun, you have to think of a way to make the little queen ant stronger. Otherwise, she will only know how to eat Divine Universe golden stones all day long. Ling Yin'er said. If Qin Yun wanted to traverse through space, he would need the little ant queen's help. However, she would expend a lot of Divine Universe goldstones. He had already used up quite a lot of Divine Universe golden stones. Now, the remaining Divine Universe golden stones would be used to repair the 9 desolate Divine Blade, so he had to use them sparingly. As long as the 9 Dragons' heavenly origin formation is strong enough, we can condense the Divine Universe Goldstone. Qin Yun said, I discovered that the energy released by the Sun Dragon Totem is somewhat similar to Divine Cosmos Golden Stone. If it is strengthened a step further, it might be able to condense Divine Cosmos power. If you had 9 Divine Universe Dragon Balls, you might be able to succeed. Ling Yin'er sighed. Qin Yun said with smile, it doesn't matter, I won't travel through space. Flying directly to Qin Yao King City is not a problem, I can cultivate on the way. He could travel through space, but he would only do so at critical moments. I am afraid that you will miss the Medicine King assembly, it must be very lively. Ling Yinar said with a smile. It doesn't matter, I will go to Qinyao King City to see whether or not Sister Rujing is there, then I will conveniently enter Qin family. Qin Yin said. He continued cultivating the divine profound Tao image inside the heaven leaping shuttle. Flying to Qinyao King City will take several months, Qin Yin naturally won't waste that much time. After his nether son absorbed a great amount of Xianxia divine pill's power, it finally evolved and became a divine profound Tao image. Of course, this divine profound Tao image is very special, it is very different from other divine profound Tao images. The heavenly lion Tao image, divine hammer Tao image and divine dragon Tao image he cultivated before, all of them have their own special divine power aura or divine power attribute. Furthermore, these three God profound Tao images could all be attached to the divine artifact, or they could be created by controlling the God profound Tao images to display even greater power. But Nether Sun is unable to do this. Nether Sun is both a Tao image and a Nether Sun, it is a very special existence. Of course, after Nether Sun evolved, its devouring power became even stronger, its gravity domain became even stronger, as well as its ability to dissolve and purify became even stronger. Qin Yin released the divine hammer Tao image inside the heaven leaping shuttle. The divine hammer Tao image is translucent, it looks like a soul body, it doesn't have a powerful corporeal body. It is gradually different from Nine Sun divine hammer. Qin Yin carefully observed the divine hammer Tao image. The golden divine hammer illusory image has faint black and red Nether Sun totems on its surface. These totems look like dragon transformation runes. The divine hammer looks very ordinary, it is very different from Nine Sun divine hammer. It must be known that Nine Sun divine hammer is very exquisite, it is carved with dragon and sun runes. One look and one can tell that it is a very powerful divine weapon. Could it be that it is evolving in a certain direction? Qin Yin firmly grasped the handle of the hammer, he can sense that the might of the divine hammer Tao image is not weak. The divine hammer Tao image is formed from heavenly Tao flame. After Qin Yin poured in the absolute sun power, the divine hammer Tao image burst out with a very strong and violent aura, it brought along a very dreadful heavenly might. Very good, if it is used together with Nine Sun divine hammer, its might will definitely be very astonishing. Qin Yin stored the divine hammer Tao image. Next, he wants to cultivate his fifth divine profound Tao image, it is the even more mysterious heavenly Tao divine rune. Qin Yin also doesn't know what will happen to the heavenly Tao divine rune. He only knows that the heavenly Tao divine rune absorbed a great amount of heavenly Tao power before. And now that it has transformed into a Tao image, it is finally about to evolve. Other divine men only need to cultivate 3 divine profound Tao images and release their strongest power. They can control 3 divine profound Tao images to erupt with divine power at the same time and gather it together to rush out of their body. Of course, the bodies of most divine men are too weak, they can't withstand the power of 3 divine profound Tao images. But Qin Yin's body can, not to mention 3, even 5 is not a problem. Xiao Yun, I think you might need to cultivate 9 divine profound Tao images. You cultivate the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra and you also have the 9 Sun Divine Vein. Ling Yinar said with smile. If it's really like this, then how long do I have to cultivate? Qin Yin said with smile, if it's really like this, then it's not bad. If I have 9 divine profound Tao images, then my divine man stage will be longer than other people and my power will also be stronger. I'm just speaking casually. You can't even sense the 6th divine profound Tao image you want to cultivate. Ling Yinar said with smile. That's right, only after I cultivate the 5th divine profound Tao image will I know what the 6th divine profound Tao image is. Qin Yin nodded. The heaven leaping shuttle is stealthily flying in the sky, it is also very safe along the way. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yin cultivated for 4 months. His 5th divine profound Tao image has finally been cultivated. The 5th divine profound Tao image is transformed from heavenly Tao divine rune, but its shape caused Qin Yin to be endlessly shocked. It is actually a small golden statue. This small statue is exactly the same as him. It looks like the head of the divine king heavenly seal. The head of the divine king heavenly seal is a small person statue. It looks exactly like Qin Yin, if one carefully observed. The divine profound Tao image transformed from heavenly Tao divine rune looks like a translucent small person statue formed from many incomparably complex golden runes. I wonder what kind of power it will have. Could it be that it will make my perception even higher? Qin Yan frowned. Xiao Yun, you haven't cultivated the heavenly might Dao technique for a very long time. Ling Yan'er said with smile, the heavenly might Dao technique was created based on comprehending the might of the heavenly Dao. No rush. 9 Sun World Extermination Scripture, 1 Thought Imperial Heaven Art, 9 Extinction Heart Sutra, these are the most important. Qin Yan said. 9 Sun World Extermination Scripture is rather difficult to master, but Qin Yan has already grasped a lot of it. 1 Thought Imperial Heaven Art was given to Qin Yan by Evil God back then. Because it is an incomplete cultivation technique, it doesn't look like much. But if it was complete, it would still be very strong. Qin Yan has the mysterious Imperial Heaven diagram, he suspects that it is related to 1 Thought Imperial Heaven Art. And 9 Extinction Heart Sutra is the core cultivation technique that Qin Yan cultivates. It contains movement technique, finger technique, and several other very strong moves. After cultivating 5 divine profound Tao images, Qin Yan did not sense the appearance of the 6th divine profound Tao image. He feels that 5 divine profound Tao images is already the limit of his potential. Just as he was planning to consolidate his cultivation, he suddenly discovered that a faint air mass has appeared around the nether sun. This is the sign that the 6th divine profound Tao image is about to be born. There really is a 6th divine profound Tao image. Qin Yan is shocked in his heart. However, he is still unable to see what the 6th divine profound Tao image is. There are only divine hammer, divine dragon, and heavenly lion around the nether sun. Heavenly Tao divine rune seems to be hidden inside the nether sun. Very good, you really want to cultivate 9 divine profound Tao images. Ling Yan'er said with smile, Xiao Yun, even if you face a very strong profound god now, it won't be a problem, right? I still don't know. Qin Yan shook his head and smiled, I want to start refining pills and continue eating Xianwing divine pill. Originally, he wanted to consolidate his cultivation, cultivate for a period of time and then attack the profound god realm. But now that the 6th divine profound Tao image has appeared, he can only continue refining and eating pills until he cultivates all the divine profound Tao images. Qin Yan finished refining a pill and ate it, then handed it over to the nether sun to refine. This way, he can be in a state of cultivation at all times. Xinyao King City should be nearby. Qin Yan took out a letter and looked at it. It is a letter of recommendation from Qin Huayu, allowing him to enter the Qin family. After the heaven's divine moon appeared, Qin Yan contacted Little Phoenix and confirmed his location. It is very close to Xinyao King City. He adjusted his direction, left the heaven leaping shuttle and flew towards Xinyao King City. Little Phoenix told Qin Yan that he is only 2 to 3 days away from Xinyao King City. After flying for a day, the outline of his 6th divine profound Tao image gradually appeared. He can vaguely see that it is a cauldron. It is somewhat similar to the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. Could it be the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron? Qin Yan is very happy in his heart. If this is the case, then he can use the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron better. While flying in the sky, Qin Yan looked inside his body and suddenly heard someone shouting from behind. Qin Yan looked at the ship and saw a burly old man with a red cloak standing on the deck. He was bare-chested and had a muscular upper body. This old man was bald and had a tuft of white goatee. Beneath his thick white sword-like eyebrows was a pair of deep eyes that carried a hint of a smile. Qin Yan is subconsciously vigilant, he is worried that this is a pirate ship. Young man, don't worry, this is not a pirate ship. I am just on the way back to Xinyao King City. If I see someone, I will give them a ride and bring some youngsters who came out to explore the city. The old man laughed loudly, his laughter is filled with forthright. Many thanks, senior, this junior plans to go to Xinyao King City by myself, it is not far anyways. Qin Yan also doesn't want to stir up trouble. If this ship is truly a pirate ship, it will be very troublesome to escape. Moreover, Qin Yan can see that this old man is a great god. I am Qin Zhangquang, if you know about Xinyao King City, you should have heard of my name, the old man said with smile, now you can rest assured, right? Qin Yan doesn't know much about Xinyao King City, he doesn't know anyone inside the city, he only knows Qin Huayu. This junior's knowledge and experience is shallow, I have never heard of the name Qin Zhangquang. Qin Yan said with smile, but since senior's surname is Qin, you must be from Qin family. I am from Qin family. I just returned from outside. If I see someone on the road, I will give them a ride. After all, those who come to Xianxia King City are our guests. Qin Zhongguang said with laugh. It can be seen that this is indeed a forthright old man. Qin Yan thought about it and finally decided to board the ship. He flew over and landed beside the old man. He cupped his fists and said, Junior Qin Fei. Your surname is also Qin? As long as you come to my Qin mansion and sign a soul contract, it will prove that you were born with the surname Qin and you will be a member of my Qin family. Qin Zhongguang patted Qin Yan's shoulder and said with smile, Young man, your bones are not bad, you are a piece of good material. Qin Yan said, This junior's trip is to join Qin family. At that time I will ask senior to take care of me. Qin Zhongguang sighed and said, Young man, I can't bring you into Qin mansion, I can't enter Qin mansion. Why? Qin Yan said with a frown, Senior, aren't you from the Qin family? Because I did something wrong, I'm being punished. I won't be able to enter Qin Manor for 1,000 years. But don't worry, I will arrange for someone to bring you there. Qin Zhan laughed wildly, although I was punished, I still have some face. Qin Yan probed with his mental power and discovered that the old man was on the ship. Senior, what did you do wrong to be punished? Asked Qin Yan. It's mainly because I was too reckless. I used my own method to plant medicinal herbs and killed a large number of good medicinal seedlings. Therefore, I was punished by my father and was not allowed to enter the Qin mansion for 1,000 years. Qin Zhongguang said with a bitter smile. Qin Zhongguang looked like a sturdy old man. If he still had a father, then his father was definitely one of the elders in the Qin family. Senior, do you know Qin Huayu? Asked Qin Yan. Of course, she's my 7th brother's daughter. She's my little niece. Qin Zhongguang said, That little girl is very awesome, she really became the medicine god's disciple. Qin Yan promptly took out a letter and said, It's big sister Qin who told me to come here. This is a recommendation letter. Qin Zhongguang laughed loudly and said, That's even better. With a little girl like her recommending you, your treatment will be much better. Big sister Qin said that her great-grandfather is Medicine King Qin. Does that mean that senior's father is big sister Qin's grandfather? Qin Yan is somewhat astonished and said with smile, So senior is Medicine King Qin's grandson. I am Medicine King Qin's eldest grandson. Qin Zhongguang laughed at himself, and also the most useless one. Qin Yan felt that it is quite unexpected to meet Medicine King Qin's eldest grandson here. Medicine King Qin is one of the 10 kings of the Qin imperial clan. Although his eldest grandson is an old man, he definitely has some status. Senior, what kind of things are you transporting on this ship? Can't they be stored in storage magic tools? Qin Yan asked. Because the speed of this ship is rather slow, it is clear that it is carrying a very heavy load. I am transporting a special kind of soil. This kind of soil has to absorb the power of myriad realms divine sun or heavenly divine moon at all times, otherwise there will be a problem. In order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, we don't dare to put it in storage magic tools. Qin Zhongguang said. Medicine King City mainly grows medicinal herbs and alchemy, so it has very high requirements for all kinds of things. While Qin Yan and Qin Zhongguang are talking, a very fast large black ship suddenly whizzed past them. When the large black ship passed by, it released a very strange energy. It seems to be a kind of black, faintly smelly power. It swept out a gust of wind filled with dense death energy. The gust of wind enveloped Qin Zhongguang's large white ship and caused it to violently shake. This damned bastard. Qin Zhongguang immediately cursed in anger, Qin Yuda, are you deliberately messing with me? So it's Big Brother? I'm sorry, I didn't see you, I was in a hurry to go back. Oh, that's right, Father said that if there is another problem with the divine jade soil you are transporting, he will drive you out of Medicine King City. A burst of laughter came from the front. This damned bastard. Qin Zhongguang vigorously stamped his feet, he is deliberately harming me. Senior, what's wrong? Qin Yan doubtfully asked, is that Qin Yuda your brother? I heard that Qin family is very united, why would he want to harm you? Our Qin family is very united but there is no other way, there are always some rats and cockroaches. That Qin Yuda is this kind of bastard, he is my second brother, a very despicable guy. Qin Zhongguang cursed a few times and then hastily entered the ship's cargo hold. Qin Yan followed behind him. Qin Zhongguang said again, Qin Yuda always wanted to get rid of me because I am his eldest grandson. In the future, I will most likely inherit a lot of things. So that's how it is. Qin Yan understood, he nodded his head and said, Senior, the thing you are transporting is actually divine jade soil. Indeed, this kind of thing is very delicate. Moreover, my father's requirement for divine jade soil is very high. Last time when I was transporting it, someone sneak attacked me and the entire ship was destroyed. Qin Zhongguang became even more furious when he spoke about this matter. Qin Yan is not unfamiliar with divine jade soil, it is a very special kind of soil and it is very rare. Divine jade soil is indeed very delicate, just like Xianxia divine grass, it is very easy to be frightened. During the transportation process, divine jade soil needs to be constantly connected with heaven and earth, so it cannot be stored in a storage magic tool. If the godly jade soil was frightened, the special divine power inside would dissipate, and the godly jade soil would become no different from ordinary soil. After Qin Yan arrived at the cargo hold, he saw that there are many divine jade soil inside, it is releasing a faint white light. This kind of white soil can be used to plant medicinal herbs, it can make them grow very quickly. Furthermore, some special medicinal herbs need to be planted on top of divine jade soil to grow. It's over, I forgot. Qin Zhongguang's eyes are red from anger, his anger is soaring to the sky, his expression is incomparably malevolent. Qin Yuda, I want to chop this bastard into pieces. He took out a large golden hatchet, his body emitted berserk divine power. Senior, calm down, there is still hope. Qin Yan promptly shouted, the divine jade soil here is only temporarily frightened. Qin Zhongguang thought that Qin Yan is comforting him, but he saw Qin Yan quickly drawing 10 runes in the air. This is inscription battle technique. Qin Yan finished drawing a group of runes in an instant. These are moon runes, they were inserted into the few pieces of divine jade soil. Soon after, he drew a special kind of sun rune and used the runes condensed from blood spirit power to envelop the few pieces of divine jade soil. He has Moon Lady Inscription Spirit and Sun Emperor Inscription Spirit. 10 runes can be drawn in an instant. The divine jade soil was originally very dim, but now the light gradually became stronger and began to recover. Qin Yan took out some small flags and inserted them all around, strengthening the sun and moon power of heaven and earth to enter the cabin, maintaining the divine jade soil's best condition. Qin Zhongguang is dumbstruck watching from the side. His heart was originally filled with anger, but now there is only incomparable shock. Expert. Qin Zhongguang very excitedly said these 2 words. It's nothing, just a small trick. Qin Yan said with faint smile. To him, this is indeed nothing. Using inscription battle technique to draw moon and sun runes is just a matter of raising his hand. How is this a small trick? This is simply a godly skill. Qin Zhongguang is very excited, he said with smile, very good, I have met an expert. Senior, don't spread this matter. This youngster came from lower realm, his cultivation is slightly low, I don't want to be too ostentatious. Qin Yan said with smile. I know. I won't go around talking nonsense. If Qin Yuda knows that you helped me, he will definitely think of a way to deal with you. Qin Zhongguang angrily stamped his feet when talking about his second brother. Senior, why don't you tell your father about this? He caused such destruction, he should be punished. Qin Yan said. You don't know, this guy Qin Yuda is very talented and also very capable. He has a god position. Qin Zhongguang sighed and said, not to mention my father, the entire Qin Medicine King City is very supportive of him. After all, he has a god position. God position? What kind of god is he? Qin Yan did not expect that Qin Yuda would be a god with divine position. Grass god. This guy is very good at growing medicinal plants. Because he has a grass god position in his hand, he grasps the power of grass god totem and obtained grass god's inheritance. He can make all kinds of medicinal plants grow very quickly and well. Qin Zhongguang curled his lips and said, this guy is very lucky, he managed to curry favor with Thunder God and obtain this god position. Qin Yan secretly frowned. Thunder God must have used very despicable methods to obtain so many god positions to pass on to his subordinates. As the former king of gods, he feels that it is necessary to intervene in this matter and take back the grass god position. Many of Thunder God's subordinates have God position and they are all very young. For example, Snake God and Rain God, their God position was bestowed to them by Thunder God. As for how they are bestowed, it is not in accordance with the rules of Myriad Realm's divine court. But there is no other way. Thunder God is very crafty. He specially snatches the God position of those weak gods and bullies those gods who have no backing. It seems like Myriad Realm's divine court is more useless than I imagined. Xianxia groaned, this Myriad Realm's divine court doesn't even care about Thunder God? Who knows what they are thinking? Xianxia checked the divine jade soil. After confirming that there is no problem, he again thanked Xianxia. Xianxia very much admires Xianxia. It is not like he has never seen an inscription do master before, but this is the first time he has seen someone use inscription do technique to do this kind of thing. Inscription do masters are generally very fierce in battle. Their inscription do technique is also specialized in defense and battle. And this is the first time Xianxia has seen something like planting medicine and plowing land. He has never even heard of it before. People who can come up from lower realms have true ability. It means they have very solid foundation. Luckily you did not fall into the hands of those big powers, otherwise they would have used some tricks to subdue you. Xianxia said. There is such a thing? Xianxia said. Those who come from the lower realms, if they have some ability, those great powers would all fight over them. Of course, because they have no background, they will be forced to sign soul contract or something. Xianxia very carefully controlled his large ship to slowly fly in the sky. Xianxia can see that Xianxia is a very easygoing and straightforward old man, that is why he is willing to slowly enter the city with him. He took out the spirit-chasing talisman and discovered that Xianxia is getting closer and closer. Xianxia is in Qin Medicine King City. Xianxia is very happy in his heart. Senior, Xiao Qin, don't call me senior, you are my great benefactor, just call me Old Qin. Xianxia said with laughter. Old Qin, I don't plan to enter Qin family for now, I will follow you for a period of time. I will wait until big sister Qin comes back. I am worried that Qin Yuda will bully me in Qin family. Xianxia said. That's true. If Qin Yuda knew that you were brought in by me, he would definitely target you. Xianxia nodded and said, Little Qin, don't worry. I still have some face. You can follow me for a while. Soon after, Xianxia also learned that Xianxia has a very large villa in Medicine King Qin City. It can be considered his territory as the eldest grandson of the Medicine King. Xianyao King City's location is very good, it is a rare treasure land. Not to mention the divine spring, there is also a natural rune formation deep underground that can draw in a large amount of sun and moon's power into the earth. Therefore, Medicine King City above ground is very suitable for growing medicinal herbs or cultivating. This kind of treasured land, every inch of it is very precious. Moreover, the treasured land is controlled by Medicine King Qin's family. They don't sell the land, they only rent it out. Many of the lands inside Medicine King City are used to grow medicinal herbs. Therefore, in some places where the land is not very good, there are many tall buildings that are several hundred stories high. This way, many people can live in them and they won't occupy the land to grow medicinal herbs. Xianxia is standing on the deck of a large ship. Xianyao King City is right in front of him. He can see that there are more than 10 tall buildings gathered in one area. Xianyao King City is also very big, there are many large ships slowly flying in the sky. Because there are many tall buildings, flying is allowed inside the city. However, flying above the medicinal fields is not allowed. The people living in the tall buildings directly flew into the sky and entered their residences. Xianyao King City doesn't have city walls, instead, it uses 10,000 zhang tall heaven-raising array pillars to protect the city. Xianxia territory is on the east side, right next to the barrier. Although the location is not very good, the territory is still very big. His square-shaped villa has length and width of 5 to 6,000 meters. It is not in the middle, if the barrier is breached, my place will be the first to be finished. Xianxia said. If Xianyao King City's Great Formation is breached, all kinds of large and small great formations inside won't be able to withstand it. Xianxia said. He is holding the spirit-chasing talisman in his hand, he is checking Xianruji's location. He pointed to the south and said, "Old Qin, what is that place? Can I go there as I please?" "Of course you can, but that is a rich and noble district, the expenses are very high." Qin Zhongquang took out a storage bag and handed it over to Qin Yun. "Here are 20,000 god crystals, you can spend them." "I don't have many god crystals, just a little bit, don't think it is too little." Divine crystals are used as currency in Divine Desolate. Sun god crystals are stored in a large amount in Divine Desolate. Although they contain a lot of divine power, it is not easy to take them out. Qin Yun can easily take them out using 9 dragon heavenly origin formation. "Old Qin, wait until you hand over the divine jade soil, I will go take a stroll." Qin Yun said. "You are worried that Qin Yuda will destroy my divine jade soil again? Rest assured, that guy won't dare to come to my territory and behave atrociously." Qin Zhongquang laughed wildly. His large ship has already landed in the Wild Beheader Villa. Although Qin Zhongquang's Wild Beheader Villa has many medicine fields, they are all empty and there are only a few houses in the villa. "Old Qin, you have so many medicine fields here, why don't you plant them?" Qin Yun asked. "I planted them a few times before and there were problems. I lost a lot." Qin Zhongquang shook his head and said, "Buying medicinal seedlings requires a lot of capital. I spent several hundred million and I'm scared of losing money." "What's the problem?" Qin Yun opened his heavenly eye and looked at the medicine fields. He did not see any problem. "I don't know. Little Qin, you are an expert, help me take a look. If good things grow in the medicine fields, I will take 30% and you 70%. Qin Zhongquang said with mischievous smile. "All right." Qin Yun nodded and then asked Qin Zhongquang what the problem was when he planted the medicinal plants. Qin Zhongquang said while recalling. After Qin Yun finished listening, he said with frown, "Old Qin, you are a very experienced divine apothecary. You have problems many times in a row, it is clear that someone is plotting against you." "I know someone is plotting against me but I don't know how." Qin Zhongquang said very angrily, "It is most likely my second brother, that bastard. He is the grass god, he has a way." Because he can't plant medicine, Qin Zhongquang can only pull goods to make a living. Qin Yun said, "Old Qin, you watch from the ground, I will go deep underground and investigate." He used mysterious penetration divine ability and drilled into the ground. Seeing Qin Yun drill into the ground, Qin Zhongquang laughed wildly and said, "An expert is indeed an expert, even drilling into the ground is so skillful." Qin Yun entered the underground center of the Wild Beheader Villa. He released his nether moon from the underground center. After the nether moon was released, it quickly rotated. Every time it rotated, it released a very strong mental power wave. Waves of psychic energy spread in all directions deep underground. When the ripples spread out, Qin Yun would be able to detect anything that he encountered. Half an hour later, Qin Yun discovered that there are several balls of things underground. He used his heavenly eye to look and discovered that they are not living things. Then he felt relieved and passed through the ground. Not long after, he arrived next to one of the black balls. It is several hundred meters underground. Heavenly poison grass seeds, no wonder. Qin Yun said with frown, "Someone buried 9 heavenly poison grass seeds here and formed a large formation. It slowly released poison gas and stealthily made the herbs unable to grow." Ling Yuner said, "Was it done by Qin Yuda?" Qin Yun nodded and said, "It must be him. The formation formed by these heavenly poison grass has not been activated yet. They must be waiting for the herbs to grow to a good level before activating it and letting the herbs slowly die. The Wild Beheader Villa only has a barrier on the ground, there is no barrier underground. Qin Yuda has Thunder God behind him and Thunder God definitely has many capable subordinates. It is very easy for them to sneak into the ground and do some small tricks." After Qin Yun determined the location of the 9 heavenly poison grass seeds, he returned to the ground. At this time, many people from the Wild Beheader Villa arrived. Qin Zhongquang stood on his large ship and said to an old man, "Father, I have successfully transported the divine jade soil back. It's good that it went smoothly. You always mess up things that are very easy to accomplish." The old man is wearing a white robe that is covered with runes. He is an inscription pill master. This old man is Qin Zhongquang's father and also Medicine King Qin's eldest son. His name is Qin Lisong. Qin Lisong jumped on the ship. Behind him is a white-haired middle-aged man. The white-haired middle-aged man is Qin Yuda. He said with a sneer, really? As far as I know, when your ship came back, it was very unstable. Qin Lisong heard this and said with frown, divine jade soil is most afraid of shaking. If you are shaken, you will be greatly affected. Qin Yan quietly arrived beside Qin Zhongquang. This guy is indeed a grass god. Moreover, it hasn't been long since he obtained the divine position. Qin Yan can see with a glance that Qin Yuda's divine position power is still very weak. Qin Lisong entered the cabin and inspected the divine jade soil inside. After inspecting, he is both bewildered and excited. He asked, Zhongquang, where did you get your divine jade soil? How can the quality be so good? I have never seen such good quality before. I also don't know. My luck is good, I dug up good divine jade soil. Qin Zhongquang laughed loudly and said. Qin Yuda, this grass god, can also see that the quality of the divine jade soil here is very high. The divine jade soil he saw in the medicine god villa is not as good as this. He is very unhappy in his heart because he clearly caused Qin Zhongquang's ship to shake and even injected some death energy into it. Father, when will the Medicine King Assembly be held? Qin Zhongquang asked. Not sure yet. Qin Lisong said, don't worry, when the Medicine King Assembly is held, I will make an exception and allow you to enter the Qin mansion. Then I am relieved. Qin Zhongquang laughed. Humph, even if you go, you will only make a fool of yourself. Qin Yuda's face is filled with displeasure. This time, he failed to trick his big brother. I am going back. Qin Lisong received the divine jade soil and hastily returned to the Qin mansion. Qin Yuda did not leave. Second brother, you miscalculated this time. You wanted to trick me again but you didn't succeed. Qin Zhongquang laughed wildly and said. Big brother, this time you are lucky. Next time you should be a bit more careful. If you are smart, you should hand over this land to me as soon as possible. Leaving it in your hands is only a waste. Qin Yuda said. Not only did Qin Zhongquang successfully complete his task, but he also received praise from his father. Coupled with the fact that he had just provoked his treacherous second brother, he was in an extremely good mood. Little Qin, my second brother is just a pile of cow dung. He actually wants to pursue the snow goddess. Does he really think that he can be on equal footing with the other gods just because he has become the grass goddess? He is just a dog of the thunder god. Qin Zhongquang laughed. Is ice and snow goddess in Qin Medicine King City? Qin Yan asked. He is planning to go find Xian Rujing. That's right, she's in our Qin manor. She's our honored guest. Qin Zhongquang said, I heard that she accompanied her friends to participate in the Medicine King Assembly and also to find ingredients to brew wine. This snow goddess is very addicted to wine, she has even become a wine god. Accompanying a friend? What friend? Qin Yan found out that ice and snow goddess is staying in Qin mansion, so he is not in a hurry to find Xian Rujing. He wants to wait for Qin Huayu to arrive first. Her friend is also a goddess, I think she's a flower god. Qin Zhan laughed wildly, I heard that they are very beautiful goddesses. That Qin Yuda has been very diligent these past few days. He wants to pursue her but those two goddesses don't even look at him straight in the eye. Back when Qin Yun was the king of gods, his relationship with the flower goddess was pretty good. However, the flower goddess was an old granny. If what Qin Zhongquang said was true, that the current flower goddess was a young and beautiful woman, it meant that the flower goddess from back then had already passed on. Qin Yun sighed inwardly when he learned that another old friend had passed on his position. Old Qin, I just probed the depths of the medicinal field and made a great discovery. Qin Yun suddenly said in a deep voice. What? Is there really someone behind this? Qin Zhongquang's expression had already changed. With a hint of anger, he said, Little Qin, tell me about the situation below. Qin Yan nodded and said, After you listen, you must calm down. Then, Qin Yan told Qin Zhongquang about the heavenly poison grass. After hearing this, Qin Zhongquang was unable to calm down at all. He was so angry that he vigorously stomped the ground. Old Qin, don't worry. Since the problem has been found, I can solve it. Your medicine garden will recover very quickly. Qin Yan said. Without evidence to prove that Qin Yuda did it, I can't do anything to him. Qin Zhongquang was still very angry and cursed in a low voice. Tonight, I will sneak into Qin Manor and twist his head off to vent my anger. Even if I have to risk my life, I will kill this bastard. Qin Yan shook his head and said, Old Qin, this matter has to be considered at length. Sky poison grass was not something that could be casually found. This sort of thing was extremely rare. It was not something that Qin Yuda could have. Also, the heavenly poison grass is very precious, because it is very difficult for this kind of thing to grow to such a large size. Little Qin, do you know much about the sky poison grass? I've only heard that this thing's toxicity isn't that great, but it's very difficult to grow. There are also very few of them. As for its use, I'm not sure. Qin Zhongquang also realized that Qin Yuda had someone helping him from behind. For someone to provide so many precious sky poison grasses, there must be some ulterior motive. The toxicity of the sky poison grass is not strong, but it has a very big effect, which is to paralyze the body. Qin Yan said, of course, the toxicity of the sky poison grass is very strong. It mainly targets other medicinal herbs. It can release a kind of colorless and odorless gas that can directly kill a large number of medicinal herbs. I have rarely heard of the name sky poison grass. I didn't expect it to have such a great effect. Qin Zhongquang exclaimed in admiration and said, Qin Yuda's sky poison grass, where did it come from? The sky poison grass can be used to refine heavenly fate powder. When used together with talisman tools, it can be refined into an even more powerful heavenly fate talisman tool. Using this talisman tool to attack, it can cause the opponent's body and divine power to enter a short period of paralysis. Qin Yan recalled the effect of the sky poison grass. Little Qin. Heavenly poison grass, this kind of thing only exists in the divine desolate, right? You came from the lower realm yet you actually know about it. Qin Zhongquang said in admiration. That's because I obtained a rare pill inheritance by chance, so I have a good understanding of this. Qin Yan said with a smile. Little Qin, I'll leave this place to you. Do whatever you want to do, I will cooperate with you to the fullest. Qin Zhongquang also wants to restore this medicinal field. Only by doing so can he obtain even more wealth. Qin Yan thought for a moment and said, Old Qin, can you go and buy some formation pillars? I will carve runes on the formation pillars and set up a large formation underground. This can prevent people from doing bad things. Then I will also set up a trap and capture the people who come in to do bad things. Formation pillars are not expensive, 2,000 to 3,000 divine crystals each. How much do you want? Qin Zhongquang asked. Although he is relatively poor, he still has some connections. He can temporarily owe Qin Yan 100. Qin Yan said and took out the 20,000 divine crystals that Qin Zhongquang gave him before. It's just 100 formation pillars, it's only 200,000 to 300,000 divine crystals. My face is worth several million, I can just go and borrow it. Qin Zhongquang laughed and said, Little Qin, you helped me restore the divine jade soil. I am too poor now, I only gave you 20,000 divine crystals as thanks, I feel a bit apologetic. Just accept it. Old Qin, then quickly go and get the formation pillars. I will do it overnight. Qin Yan said with a smile and also put away the divine crystals. All right. Qin Zhongquang immediately left his manor. Qin Yan once again went deep underground and took away the heavenly poison grass one by one. The heavenly poison grass is very special. It doesn't have any leaves, only a very large grass root. The grass root is spherical and grows underground. Such a large heavenly poison grass is worth at least 10 million each. Qin Yan is just conservatively estimating. There are 9 of them here, which is nearly 100 million. Of course, he will not sell the heavenly poison grass because it is too precious and very difficult to grow. Ling Yin'er said with a smile, that Qin Yuda must think that after he obtains this medicine field, he can take it back again. That's why he dares to put it here. There is also a large formation underground that uses dozens of formation pillars to set up. The large formation is relatively simple and crude. Qin Yan broke it in 2 or 3 moves and then took away the formation pillars. When he came to the ground, Qin Zhongquang has already returned. Qin Yan entered a very large house, took out a heavenly poison grass and said, Old Qin, this is the heavenly poison grass that harmed your medicine field. The heavenly poison grass is 2 to 3 meters tall and looks like a yellow, round stone. It's almost the same as the records. It's a very big sweet potato. This damn thing. Qin Zhongquang snorted and then vigorously kicked the heavenly poison grass. At this moment, Qin Zhongquang shouted, my leg can't feel it. Qin Yan quickly walked over and patted Qin Zhongquang's thigh a few times. Then he took out the floating cloud divine needle and stabbed it into Qin Zhongquang's thigh. Qin Zhongquang's thigh has already been paralyzed and he can't feel any pain at all. Qin Yan used the floating cloud divine needle to draw out the poison power inside and said with a smile, Old Qin, the poison power of the heavenly poison grass is more powerful than I imagined. Even an old great god like you has been paralyzed. I just kicked it once and it was already poisoned? Qin Zhongquang retreated a few steps, not daring to approach the heavenly poison grass. Qin Yan stored the heavenly poison grass and said with a smile, your second brother's loss this time is great. I previously estimated that each of these heavenly poison grass was only worth 10 to 20 million, but now I think it's worth at least 50 to 60 million. This bastard caused me to lose so much, now it's his turn. Ha ha ha. Qin Zhongquang laughed loudly and said. Qin Yan took the formation pillar from Qin Zhongquang and began carving runes and setting up the formation. Late at night, he finished. Then he immediately went underground and placed the formation pillar in place. A very strong defensive great formation has been set up on the underground star. Qin Zhongquang did not sleep for the whole night. He wanted to protect Qin Yun so that he can smoothly carve runes and set up the formation. He originally thought that Qin Yun would need at least a year and a half to finish. He did not expect that Qin Yun would be able to complete it in one day. He is so shocked that he doesn't know how to admire Qin Yun. Although Qin Zhongquang is a great god and his cultivation is higher than Qin Yun's, he still considers Qin Yun as a hidden expert. He feels that he has been unlucky for so long and now his luck has finally taken a turn for the better. After the great formation is set up, Qin Zhongquang returned to his old business. He is preparing to collect seeds from Qin Manor and start planting medicinal herbs again. This time he is not worried that all the medicinal herbs will die because there is an expert keeping watch here. At night, Qin Yan contacted Little Phoenix and found out that she will soon arrive at Qin Medicine King City. He took out the spirit-chasing talisman and looked. Xian Rujing is not at Qin Manor's side, rather she is at the wealthy and noble district. Qin Yan doesn't know what she is doing there. Qin Yan changed into a set of clean and tidy white clothes, bid farewell to Qin Zhongquang, then left Wild Beheader Villa and entered the wealthy and noble district. On the way, Qin Yan thought about what Xian Rujing has been doing in Qin Medicine King City for the past few months. Xiao Yun, I think Sister Rujing must be gambling over there. Don't forget, this snow goddess is a female gambler. She lost to you several times before. Ling Yin'er said with smile. Indeed, she lost herself to me. Qin Yan recalled the past, shook his head and smiled. The wealthy and noble district is filled with luxurious buildings. The reason why this is called the wealthy and noble district is because everything here is very expensive. 10 to 20,000 divine crystals are quite a lot for many little gods and profound gods. But here, they can be spent in one night. Qin Yan took out the spirit-chasing talisman and walked on the streets of the wealthy and noble district. He passed by several shops, all of them are selling divine tools, the price is very expensive. All the divine tools here are branded, they are made by famous masters or famous sects. Moreover, they are made very beautifully. These branded divine tools are mainly used to show off. Generally, they are used to show off to the younger generation of famous sections. Therefore, the more expensive they are, the more people like them, it can raise their status and identity. Not long after, Qin Yan arrived at an elegant wooden building that is several tens of floors tall. Flower Moon Pavilion? Don't tell me it is the property of Guanghan Palace? Qin Yan suddenly realized why Xian Rujing is always in the wealthy and noble district, she must be here to keep up appearances. Qin Yan arrived at the first floor and saw many beautiful and elegant women. They are all wearing snow-white long skirt and have sweet smile on their faces. A woman wearing white skirt walked up, her voice is delicate and sweet, she asked with smile, Young master, what do you want to buy? Qin Yun is short of money. Looking at the prices of those divine weapons and magic tools, he felt an indescribable impact. Luckily he is very calm. Do you have wine? Qin Yun asked with smile. Originally he wanted to buy pills, but he felt that the pills here are just as expensive, so he directly asked if there is wine. If there is wine here, then it won't be too expensive. If it is too expensive, he will at most drink a cup. His main purpose here is to meet Xian Rujing. Young master, you must be here for Icy Snow Sister, right? The woman sweetly smiled. She saw that Qin Yun is very handsome, confident and has an extraordinary bearing, so she chatted with him for a bit. I wonder if I can have the good fortune to meet Icy Snow Goddess? Qin Yun asked. Icy Snow Sister will hold a wine party from time to time. If you want to enter the wine party, you will have to pay 10,000 divine crystals. And if you want to drink a cup, you will also have to pay 10,000 divine crystals. If young master can accept this price, this little girl can sell you an invitation to the wine party, the woman said with light smile. Qin Yun did not expect Xian Rujing to use this kind of method to earn divine crystals. But he feels that Xian Rujing is not only earning a little. I will buy it. Qin Yun took out a storage pouch and handed it over to the woman. He said, there are 20,000 divine crystals inside, you can take half. The woman lightly smiled, took out half of the divine crystals and handed over the storage pouch to Qin Yun. Then she handed over an invitation letter to Qin Yun. Soon after, she brought Qin Yun to Flower Moon Pavilion to stay. Flower Moon Pavilion has tens of floors, each floor is very big. Qin Yun's stay is free. When the wine party starts, someone will come to inform him. Xian Rujing is inside the Flower Moon Pavilion. Qin Yun is not in a hurry to find her. He wants to give Xian Rujing a pleasant surprise or perhaps tease her. Daybreak arrived. The wine party actually started early in the morning. That woman came to inform Qin Yun and brought him to the wine party. Qin Yun asked the woman leading the way, he can wear a mask, so he put on a white mask. The wine party is on the 7th floor of the Flower Moon Pavilion. There is a very spacious hall here. It can accommodate several hundred people. Qin Yun arrived at the hall and saw many noble people wearing gorgeous clothes. What surprised him is that there are many women participating in the wine party. It wasn't just men who wanted to catch a glimpse of the ice goddess' peerless beauty. Even many women wanted to see what the ice goddess looked like. Furthermore, there were many women who wanted to become disciples of the ice goddess. There is a stage at the front of the hall, everyone is calmly sitting below, waiting for Icy Snow Goddess. At this time, there were many women in snow-white dresses holding wine jugs. Anyone who wanted to drink had to pay 10,000 god crystals. It is said that this wine is personally brewed by Icy Snow Goddess. The wine brewed by the ice goddess was very cold. It was made with the ice and snow she released as the main ingredient, along with many types of precious divine medicines, divine flowers, and divine fruits. Goddess's wine is cold, Yun. Snow wine is very cold. It is very, very good. Yun is very good, Yun is very well. This kind. Yun is very good. Qin is very. By my sister. The wine cup is very small, one cup costs 10,000 divine crystals, this is very expensive. Of course, in the rich and noble district, this price is acceptable to many people. Qin Yun drank the wine in one gulp. It is sweet and tasty, it also has a faint ice-cold feeling. After it entered his body, a cool and refreshing feeling spread throughout his body. This kind of feeling is very strange, it is as if he is being roasted by flame, yet he can feel a comfortable cold wind blowing on him. Refined from extreme fire divine fruit. Qin Yun knows the feeling of extreme fire divine fruit. He is secretly in admiration. Xian Rujing can actually fuse extreme fire divine fruit with her ice and snow divine power to brew this kind of wine. While Qin Yun is carefully savoring the wine, he suddenly felt a bone-penetrating cold feeling. He doesn't need to look to know that Xian Rujing has arrived. She has appeared on the stage at the front of the hall. Xian Rujing's face is covered with a veil, half of her cold and elegant beautiful face is covered. Only her eyes and forehead can be seen. Those ice-cold beautiful eyes under her shapely eyebrows swept through the hall, causing everyone to feel a kind of bone-penetrating cold feeling. Xian Rujing is wearing a snow-white long skirt, her body is revolving with faint sparkling and translucent white light, it is as if she is accompanied by shining fine snow. This caused her to have a kind of pure and holy temperament. Xiao Yun, what is Sister Rujing's cultivation? Ling Yunar asked. I am not sure, but she is very strong. Qin Yun said in his heart. He is wearing a mask and hiding his aura, so Xian Rujing cannot detect him. Everyone in the hall is very excited because they can sense Xian Rujing's formidable divine power. This is a very strong god. Majority of the people participating in this wine party are from famous sections. They have seen gods with divine position before, but this kind of formidable god, this is the first time they have seen one. It can be seen that many people want to go up and chat with her, but they don't dare to. They can only obediently sit down. Naturally, in order to attract Xian Rujing's attention, many people are pouring wine cups one after another. One cup is 10,000, some people drink more than 10 cups in the blink of an eye, but Xian Rujing is not even looking at them. On the stage, Xian Rujing is sitting cross-legged on a soft cushion. There is a flask of wine and a wine cup on the table in front of her. She slowly poured a small half of the wine into her wine cup, then put the wine cup into her veil and drank. Xian Rujing is very cold, whether it is her expression or her aura, they are filled with a kind of gloomy and cold feeling. It can be seen that her mood is rather low. The hall is very quiet, they came here only to drink wine. Originally they wanted to say a few words to Ice and Snow Goddess, but now they don't dare to. Qin Yan looked at Xian Rujing. Just as he was about to send sound transmission to ask, a very strong aura suddenly enveloped the entire hall. Someone has arrived, moreover it is a very strong guy. Sister Shui Shui, Thunder God's son has arrived, suddenly a woman said to Xian Rujing with frown, this little Thunder God is very rude. Let him come in. Xian Rujing said in cold voice. Qin Yan did not expect that Thunder God already has a son, moreover he calls himself Little Thunder God. Knowing that Little Thunder God has arrived, everyone present immediately panicked. They got up one after another, left their seats and stood on both sides of the hall. Little Thunder God's son, he has the same status as Thunder God, seeing Little Thunder God is like seeing Thunder God, and Thunder God is a very powerful god of myriad realms divine court, everyone got up except Qin Yun. Therefore, he has become the focus of everyone's attention. Of course, he is wearing a mask, nobody can see his appearance. Moreover, his nether sun Dao image is very formidable, all of his aura is completely restrained, only from time to time he releases 3 divine mysterious Dao images power to show his cultivation. Qin Yun has already cultivated 5 divine mysterious Dao images, 6th divine mysterious Dao image is almost finished. Therefore, even if he is facing a profound god, he can easily beat him up. Xian Rujing does not recognize Qin Yun, she only feels that this person is very courageous. Little Thunder God has arrived, he is a tall and big handsome youth, he is wearing a blue long robe, his long robe is flickering with electric threads. When he is waving the folding fan in his hand, electric threads are also flickering. The most interesting thing is that he is wearing a golden crown with dragon carved on it, it is condensing very strong thunder and lightning power. In short, all of the equipment on his body is releasing very strong thunder and lightning power. Little Thunder God is very high profile, there are many young masters at his side. Grass God Qin Yuda's son, Little Grass God has also arrived, someone said in amazement. After Little Thunder God arrived, he burst into loud laughter and said, Ice and Snow Goddess, I heard you were here, I immediately rushed over, I did not expect you to actually be here. At this time, Little Grass God saw that there is another person sitting here, his expression sank, he looked at Qin Yun and shouted, You little god, did you not see what other people are doing? Xian Rujing's ice-cold beautiful eyes suddenly looked towards Little Grass God. 2 cold air shot out and attacked Little Grass God's body. The body protecting divine talisman on Little Grass God's body immediately released a barrier to block the cold air, but he is still shivering from the cold air. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to yell at my honored guest? Xian Rujing coldly looked at Little Grass God, a chill filled with austere killing intent immediately pervaded the entire hall. Little Grass God is scared half to death, he can only fiercely glare at Qin Yun. Ice and Snow Goddess, please quell your anger, Little Grass God just feels that this guy wearing a mask is an eyesore. Moreover, he is surely a poor ghost, he can't take care of your business. Little Thunder God promptly helped out, he knows Xianrujing's temperament very well. Little Grass God promptly said, indeed, look at his body, he doesn't even have a name brand. He is even wearing a mask, he is afraid that people will remember his poor appearance, so he is pretending to be calm and sitting there. At this time, Little Grass God picked up a wine pot, poured a cup of wine and placed it on Qin Yan's table. She faintly smiled and said, poor ghost, I will treat you to a cup, I will pay. Qin Yan feels that this will allow Xianrujing to earn 10,000 divine crystals, so he took the cup and drank it. After the cup of wine entered Qin Yan's mouth, Little Grass God said again, I was just joking, you actually drank it. You will have to pay this 10,000 divine crystals yourself. Whoever poured the wine will pay, a woman beside Xianrujing lightly yelled. But I poured this cup of wine for myself. He drank my wine. Little Grass God said, Ice and Snow Goddess, I will pay you 10,000 divine crystals, but this guy also owes me 10,000 divine crystals. I will go find him and ask for divine crystals, is there any problem? Xianrujing only coldly looked at Little Grass God. Little Grass God is relying on the fact that her father is from Qin Matter, her courage is very fat. She said with smile, Ice and Snow Goddess, I will not cause trouble in your place, I will only look for this guy. Little Grass God only wants to drive Qin Yan away so that Little Thunder God can sit in the reception hall. This way, Xianrujing's attention will be focused on Little Thunder God. But now Qin Yan is sitting here, moreover he is not afraid of Little Thunder God or Little Grass God, so he is very eye-catching. Qin Yan looked at Little Grass God, then suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a fiery red liquid. The incomparably hot liquid sprayed on Little Grass God's face. Little Grass God's face immediately ignited with flame. Your wine, I will return it to you. Qin Yan said with hoarse voice. This sudden development caused everyone present to be endlessly shocked. Even Xianrujing is very astonished. And Flower Moon Pavilion's women are even more dumbstruck, they don't dare to believe that someone would dare to attack Little Grass God here. Little Thunder God is very shocked, he promptly waved his folding fan and extinguished the flame on Little Grass God's face. Then he coldly looked at Qin Yan and said, Little Grass God is my friend, you dare to attack my friend, I will not forgive you. While speaking, Little Thunder God brazenly attacked, the folding fan in his hand swept out a burst of thunder and lightning. Qin Yan originally wanted to retaliate, but suddenly an ice-cold gale blew over and the thunder and lightning shot out by Little Thunder God was sealed in ice. Everyone can see the frantic thunder and lightning inside the ice block that suddenly appeared. The thunder and lightning struggled a few times and then disappeared. The ice block also suddenly scattered, turned into white cold energy and returned to Xianrujing's body. Xianrujing indifferently said, This is my wine party and I like to drink. Do you only know how to fight and kill to show off your strength? But your strength is inferior to mine, so don't show off. How about this, you compete in drinking, whoever can't hold on loses. The loser will pay the bill. All right. Little Thunder God laughed loudly and said, Not to mention this little god, even Ice and Snow Goddess might not be able to drink better than me. Xianrujing waved her hand, letting two women go over and pour wine for Qin Yan and Little Thunder God. This is specially brewed by me, it is called 9 drunken divine liquid, even a great god would become drunk after drinking 9 cups. Xianrujing's clear and cold voice can be heard. Begin. Little Thunder God said. 1 cup 100,000, whoever loses will pay the bill. If you can't pay, use your life to pay. Xianrujing's words are filled with killing intent. Everyone watched from the side. They all wanted to see who would win. The 9 drunken god nectar was quite famous. Although it cost 100,000 per cup, no one had ever complained that it was expensive. Qin Yan and Little Thunder God began a drinking contest. The two of them took turns drinking and in a blink of an eye, each of them had drunk 10 cups. Little Thunder God's expression was very calm as he smiled and said, Continue. Qin Yan is wearing a mask, it is impossible to see his expression. He is just drinking silently. It had to be said that Little Thunder God was indeed very powerful. Many people present praised him over and over again, because Little Thunder God was only at the profound god realm. He drank more than 10 cups of 9 drunken god liquid consecutively without collapsing. And what was admirable was that the little god who was competing with the little thunder god in drinking could actually hold on for so long. Xianrujing's ice-cold beautiful eyes flickered with ripples of light. She is secretly startled in her heart because a true man can drink so much nine-drunken divine liquid without collapsing. This is very awesome. It means that he has a very strong constitution and has the ability to refine it. 20 cups per person. Little Thunder God's body is slightly trembling, his face has become deathly pale and his whole body is emitting cold air. Big brother Little Thunder God, if you continue, you will be in danger. Little Grass Goddess said in low voice. Each person drank 20 cups, total is 40 cups, 1 cup is 100k, that is 4 million. 4 million is a very large amount of divine crystals to Little Thunder God. Qin continued drinking, moreover he drank very quickly. Because he can see that Little Thunder God is on the verge of collapse, he wants to drink as much as possible so that Xianrujing can earn more divine crystals. Every cup Little Thunder God drank feels like he is drinking poison. If he doesn't continue drinking, he will lose miserably today. Not long after, Qin drank a total of 40 cups and Little Thunder God drank a total of 25 cups. What caused people to be shocked and tongue-tied is that Qin is still drinking. It is as if he is drinking water. This young master, you are about to win, don't go all out drinking, it is very dangerous. The charming woman pouring wine for Qin is very worried about Qin's safety and advised in low voice. Qin is still drinking, every time he drinks a cup, Little Thunder God feels great pain in his heart. I concede. Little Thunder God suddenly yelled. Qin drank a total of 50 cups. Little Thunder God drank 26 cups and can no longer hold on. He knows that if he continues drinking, he will be in danger. Young Master Thunder God, total is 6 million divine crystals, the woman pouring wine said. Little Thunder God and Little Grass Goddess feel like they are being f***ed. Little Thunder God can drink 26 cups in a row, he is very awesome. And the person on the other side is just a little god, he drank 50 cups and is still very clear-headed. Did he drink fake wine? Xiaoqiao asked suspiciously. Fake wine? Drink 50 cups and see, the woman lightly groaned and then poured wine for Little Grass Goddess. Everyone can see that they are using the same wine pot to pour wine, therefore Qin and Little Thunder God are drinking the same wine. Little Thunder God, if you don't pay up, I can only chop off your head and wait for your father to come and take it. Xianrujing said in cold voice. Little Thunder God clutched his head, his eyes are wrinkled, his expression is very uncomfortable. He is now feeling very uncomfortable due to the impact of the wine. Give it to her. Little Thunder God yelled. Brother Little Thunder, I don't have that many divine crystals. Little Grass Goddess said in low voice and then looked at Qin in anger. Qin suddenly said, Little Grass Goddess, right? Why don't we do this? Arm wrestle with me. Every time you win, I'll give you 1 million god crystals. If you lose, you'll slap me. Qin played arm wrestling in the past, Xianrujing was present at that time. Xianrujing suddenly recalled that when Qin won arm wrestling, he beat his opponent until they were looking for their teeth all over the floor. All of a sudden, her mind went blank, she promptly took out a spirit-chasing talisman. That spirit-chasing talisman is emitting light rays and it is aimed at Qin. At this moment, it is as if everyone around her has disappeared, there is only that masked man sitting calmly in the hall. She always thought that Qin would not be able to come to Myriad Heaven's Divine Desolate because even Mother Moon said so. For 100 years, she could not wait for Qin to appear, she became disheartened and drowned her sorrows in wine. She used to look at the spirit-chasing talisman every day but there was no reaction every time. Later on, she learned from the heavenly law divine domain that Qin will forever be sealed in the lower realms, it is impossible for him to come to the upper realms. Even so, she has always been deeply in love with Qin in her heart, this caused her great pain. She was once cursed by heavenly punishment, her emotions were stripped away. The worst part is that after she came to Myriad Heaven's Divine Desolate, her emotions that were stripped away unexpectedly came back. Moreover, she grew even more emotions later on, it means that she has double feelings for Qin. Therefore, while Xiao Yuan and others are very calm, Xianrujing is feeling heartbroken, suffering the pain of lovesickness. Because her feelings for Qin are very deep. She thinks that this is heavenly punishment. Heavenly Tao is deliberately punishing her. Back when she went to Immortal Desolate, she forgot about Qin Yun. After she recovered her memories of Qin Yun, she vowed that she would never forget him again. But later on, her emotions were stripped away and she lost her feelings for Qin Yun. Fortunately, her feelings for Qin Yun are very deep. She has long since bought a seed of emotions from the depths of her soul, so her emotions can be reborn. After coming to Myriad Heaven's Divine Desolate, her emotions suddenly recovered and new emotions grew out. That is why she has double feelings for Qin Yun. Xian Rujing is still unable to confirm that the person before her is the Qin Yun she deeply loves. Only if she bites him will she be able to confirm. After sinking into incomparable shock, Xian Rujing immediately recovered. Little Grass God also agreed to play arm wrestling with Qin Yun. Little Grass God is profound God realm and Qin Yun is just a little deity. Therefore, Little Grass God feels that her chances of winning are very high. In Myriad Heaven's Divine Desolate, one realm higher can crush people to death. Little Grass God is profound God realm. If she can arm wrestle with a little deity, victory is in her grasp. Xian Rujing looked at Qin Yun and lightly groaned a few times in her heart. She is secretly blaming Qin Yun for wearing a mask to look for her. It is clear that he is looking for an opportunity to tease her. Even though she has not bitten Qin Yun, she can already sense that the person wearing the mask is Qin Yun. Let's do it on this ice jade, don't break my table. Xian Rujing waved her hand and controlled a square ice jade to slowly float over. I will be the judge. If anyone dares to act shamelessly, I will not forgive him. Qin Yun deliberately said arm wrestling to warn Xian Rujing. Xian Rujing is cooperating, it means she already knows. Little Grass God laughed even more happily as Ice Goddess acted as judge. Little Grass God said with sneer, you little deity, you want to arm wrestle with this little master? Wait a moment, I will make you cry. Don't act shamelessly, this is Qinyao King City, even if Ice Goddess doesn't take action, I will make you wish you were dead. Finished speaking, the two of them began arm wrestling. Everyone is watching from the side, they feel that Little Grass God's chances of winning are very high. But after the fight started, Little Grass God released a very strong Xian spirit power, but it was still slowly suppressed by Qin Yun. After Little Grass God's hand touched the table, it was announced that he lost. Qin Yun's palm very quickly shot out and landed on Little Grass God's face, sending him flying and rolling on the ground several times. Little Grass God rolled on the ground and screamed in pain. While rolling on the ground, broken teeth mixed with blood fell out. It can be seen how strong Qin Yun's palm is. Bastard. You really dare to hit this little master. Little Grass God's words are not clear, his face is filled with pain as he yelled. Can't do anything about it, Ice Goddess said not to act shamelessly. If I win, I will slap you, if I don't, I will act shamelessly, isn't that right? Qin Yun said indifferently. Everyone's heart is jumping with fear and trepidation, not to mention this little deity one-arm wrestling against a profound god. One slap caused the opponent to vomit blood and lose teeth. This kind of power is very dreadful. Young master, your alcohol tolerance is pretty good, come with me and drink a few cups with me. Xian Rujing's voice seems to have become somewhat gentle as she spoke to Qin Yun. End of chapter 21:17. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.